stone arch. The Sleeping
Rooks
and
were
the
gathering
Dead,
in the trees,
written by
separated
Ann
the graveyard
Cleeves
from the road,
and read by John
She walked
Telfer.
up and down the lines of headstones to the jarring sound
Prologue.
of the books, moving on quickly if the deceased were a
She
man
had the
or
lake
too old,
to herself.
only stopping for a woman.
She wasn't given
and if
to
the
fancies,
date was right.
but on a morning like this,
Most
she
of the
knew
women
the
had
water
been
was
elderly
what
when
she
they
was
died.
born for.
Most, it seemed,
The water,
had been widows.
Then her
The
and
Elsies, the Mays, and the
like
Maggies
they were one
had
creature,
all joined
one of the strange
dear
animals
departed
out of the
husbands.
myths they'd had to read
She'd
when they were
almost
at
given
school.
up hope when she came across
But she
one
wasn't
which fitted
half
her
horse.
dates.
She
The
was
grave
half
had been
boat.
planted with ivy, and she pulled the plant
The spray
away from the
deck was
headstone to
fastened
read
so
the letters.
tightly round her waist that
Frances
every movement
Lumley,
she made with her
aged
upper
30,
body was reflected
daughter
in the
of
canoe.
Elizabeth and Mark.
And if she capsized,
Hannah crouched
her
on her
legs
heels
would
to
stay
clean the
quite
rest
dry.
of the text, convinced
Not
that her
that there was
search
any
over.
chance of that today.
But Frances Lumley
the
had
sun
been
was
drowned
already
at sea,
burning off the last
and
of the
there
mist,
was no mention
and
of
the
her
lake
husband
was
or
flat.
child.
There were
And
mirror
she had
images
died
of
in
mountains
September,
all the way up
not
the valley.
the season for crocuses.
The blades of her paddle sliced sharply through the water,
Michael's mother
pushing her back towards
was buried
the shore.
in the grave next to Frances.
The water
Lumley's,
level must
and
have dropped
despite
again,
her care,
because
Hannah
the row
nearly
of
missed it.
staithes, which had only
In comparison
recently
to
appeared
Frances's
running out
headstone,
from the beach,
white marble was
seemed
clean.
more prominent.
The engraving looked
She
as if it
turned
had
the
been
canoe
chiselled
towards
the day
them,
before,
partly out of
and
curiosity,
there were fresh
partly
flowers
to
in a
put off
brass
the moment
pot
of
which
her return
gleamed
to
in
the
last
school.
of the sunlight. At first,
The figure
she thought
floated
this was a
just
new
under the
grave,
surface,
slotted in amongst
moving
the others to
gently.
fill a space.
From
it was
a
only
distance,
when she read the
she'd
date
thought it a piece
that
of
she
polythene.
saw that the occupant had been buried the
She'd
year
tilted
after
the paddle
Frances.
so one
She
blade
had died
was
on the 19th of
submerged
February.
and pushed against the pressure of the
So,
water to stop the
There
canoe.
were relatives who lived near
Still
enough to
interested,
tend to the grave.
not scared,
She hadn't expected
waiting for
that.
the silt to clear.
She still thought of Michael as
Then
he had been then.
She found she was
quite
shaking,
alone, with
and
only
held
her
on
and
to the wooden
Bryces
post
to
with
care
her
for.
free hand to steady herself.
She read aloud.
It was as if she'd
Maria
stumbled
Jane
into a bad
Randall,
horror
née
movie.
Grey, daughter of
The
Anthony
corpse,
and Hester,
swaying below her,
beloved
was
wife
white,
of Crispin,
like a wax
and
witchcraft
mother of
effigy.
Theo.
The facts were as bold as the
Part
carving.
1.
There was no
Chapter
comforting
1.
verse or religious text.
Peter
She knew her
Porteous
search was over. If
walked
she had
to work.
opened the shoebox
It
in
was still a
Michael's
novelty.
bedroom on that day
He
after
liked it
school,
all.
she would have
The
found a
overgrown
birth
hedges,
certificate and
bird
probably a
song,
passport
cow
too,
muck,
in the name
not
of
dog
Theo
muck on the
Randall.
road.
Having made
She
the
couldn't
decision
guess
to walk,
where
he walked
Michael,
every day,
because
whatever
that
the
was
weather.
how she would continue
Even
to think
in
of him,
this heat,
had filched
he
his
was a
first
man of
name.
routine.
The family name
On the
he'd
edge of the
taken
town,
from his
he went
mother's
into the
parents.
newsagents by the bridge
All
to
the
buy the
same, she
Independent.
continued her walk
He
past
checked the time on the
last two
church
lines
clock.
of graves. She
In the
had
office,
to be
he
sure,
would drink a mug of
and she hated a
decaffeinated
job
coffee
half done.
and begin to sift
There
through
were
the
no
overnight
other
reports
women of the
before
right
meeting
age
his
buried
team
in
at
the
the 10
place.
o'clock briefing.
She returned to
And
Maria's
at
grave,
the briefing,
and though
he knew
she could
there would be
remember them
nothing
by
to
heart,
cause
she
anxiety.
jotted down the details of her death
Cranford
and her
was a
birth,
small
copying
town.
the engraving
The team
word for
covered a
word.
huge geographical
The
area,
sun had almost
but
gone,
there was seldom
and
the
she was
sense of
starting
being
to feel
swamped
cold.
by uncontrollable events.
Hannah hadn't
which
managed
he
to
had
eat anything
experienced
after
in
her
his
interview
previous
with the
post.
detectives the night
That
before.
was why he had
And after her
transferred
walk
to
along the
Cranford.
seafront, she was starving.
And that was why he
In the
would
town,
enjoy
she
it.
queued up with the trippers
He
to
knew
buy fish and
colleagues
chips,
who
and sat on a
functioned better
bench
under
looking
pressure,
over the sea to eat them.
But he hated
She finished everything,
panic
even
and
the thick
chaos.
pieces of batter
Stress
she usually
scared
left
him.
behind, and
He
licked
had
her
designed
fingers.
his working life to avoid
She had to
it.
pass the prom on her way home.
He was waiting for
and
the
looked
kettle to
through
boil
the
for his
open door,
coffee
thinking
when the
that Rosie's
telephone rang.
urgent appointment might
Porteous,
involve a drink with her
he
friends.
continued to make neat,
But there was
busy
no
notes
sign of
in the
her,
margin
or
of
of
the
anyone
report
else
on his
Hannah
desk.
recognised.
"We got a body, sir."
She had intended phoning
He took a
Porteous
breath.
as soon as she got home.
Where?
Had been gearing herself up
lake.
to it all the way home.
Only visible
when
now
she got
because
in,
the
the
water's
answer
so
phone
low.
was blinking,
It was
and there
found
was a
by an
message
instructor
from
at the
Arthur.
Adventure Centre.
I was hoping to see
Natural
you today.
causes,
How
then?
did you get on
Unlikely,
last
sir.
night?
Why?
The taped voice had
It
a
was
stronger
tied to an anchor.
Liverpudlian accent than
Weighed
she remembered.
down.
Was even more mellow and
So,
laid back. He left his
kettle
home
clicked
number,
off.
and
Still
she dialed
holding
it
the
quickly
phone, he
before she
poured
thought too
water
much
onto
about it.
coffee granules.
He answered after a couple of
Murder.
rings. Hi.
There was a brief
Again,
silence.
as one of the kids
Perhaps
would.
the sergeant
Her
was
mother,
expecting
who'd been
a rush
very
of
strong
orders.
on telephone etiquette,
Instructions
would have
and
had a fit.
queries fired
Arthur,
one after
it's
another.
me, Hannah.
None
Are you doing
cared.
anything?
Instead,
Nah,
Porteous
a couple of
asked
reports.
calmly,
Nothing
"Any
interesting.
identification?"
Nothing urgent.
"Can't
And
even
have you tell
all
the
seen what's
sex.
on the telly.
It looks as if it's been there some
Would you come
time.
over? I could do with
No
your
rush
advice.
then.
She felt
They haven't
breathless.
done anything daft,
She
like
thought he
trying
must
to
be
lift
able
it from
to
the
tell
water.
from her voice how nervous she was.
I'm not sure.
Tell
Tell
her
them
to
to
go for a
leave
drink.
everything as it
Not
is.
a drink, no.
Are you clear?
The idea of
Exactly.
alcohol turned her stomach.
I want the
Even the
pathologist
fish and
there.
chips
I
seemed a
seem to
mistake.
remember that water has a
Would you mind coming
preservative
to the
effect.
house?
Once the corpse is
She
lifted
gave
from
him
the lake,
directions,
it'll start
then
to decompose
sat
very
and waited,
quickly.
thinking she
Make
made a
sure
fool
they
of us.
understand.
Melodrama
Right,
wasn't
sir.
her style. It didn't
Get hold
suit
of
her.
Eddie Stout.
He'd
Tell him
think,
I'll meet him
as
there.
Jonathan
And
had
Sergeant,
done, that
yes,
she
sir.
was menopausal and
I'll
hysterical.
need a car.
Or he'd get the wrong idea entirely and
Before
see
leaving
her
his
as one of
office,
those
Peter Porteous
pathetic
drank his
women
coffee and
recently
finished
dumped
reading
who'd
the
do
report on
anything
his
for the
desk.
company of a man.
The town
He arrived
had its
sooner than
back
she'd
turned
expected.
to the lake.
It hadn't given her
Was
time to
separated
work
from
out
it
what
by
to
a
say,
small
so
hill
she
of
opened the
forestry
door and
plantation.
stood awkward and
There were no
tongue-tied in the
views.
hall.
Many of the
Are you
older
okay?
residents could remember the
He'd come
valley
out so
before
quickly
it
that he was still
flooded
wearing
to create a
carpet
vast reservoir,
battered
and
suede
still
moccasins.
disapproved.
Jonathan
They had quite
would
enough
never
water.
wear slippers.
In the hills, it never stopped
He said
raining.
they were old
Let the
men's
city
garments,
dwellers fend
like
for themselves.
pyjamas. She
The
began
road
an
to the lake
explanation
was
calling him,
signposted
but
Cranwell
stumbled
Village
over the words
and showed a
he put his arm
no-through
around
road
her.
symbol.
Hey,
Beneath
what
it
is
was a brown tourist
pushed him
sign
away
which said
gently.
Cranford Water
Look, I'm
Adventure
really
Centre.
sorry to have dragged you out.
Cranwell
Just
Village
tell me
was
what's
a
going on
scattering
here.
of houses on either side of the
she sat him on the
single-track
sofa,
road, where the night
There was a
before
church
Porteous
and
a
a
pub
pub
and a
played
country
their
house
double
hotel,
act.
where
And she
the
told
month
him about
before
it.
Porteous
About
had briefly
Michael
attended
Gray,
a colleague's
whose real
engagement
name was
party.
Theo Randall.
Then there was
about
a
the
bend in the
detectives
road
who thought she
and
was a
sudden
murderer.
startling
About her
expanse
discovery of
water.
Maria Randall's
This
grave in the
morning,
cemetery.
dazzling in the sun.
He listened. He didn't move or
The lake
give any
had
of
a
the usual
circumference of
verbal
30
encouragements
miles.
to prove he was listening.
The valley
But she
twisted,
could
so
tell
although
she had his
Porteous
full
could see
attention.
across the water to the opposite bank,
Can you be sure?
each end of the
He
reservoir was
that
invisible.
Theo's the same person as
The
I.
lane ended in a car park
There's no other
with a grassed
explanation.
area to one side
Marie
and
is
a
the
couple
only
of picnic
person
tables.
buried in the cemetery
There was a notice
who could
board
be
with
his
a
mother.
map showing a series
His memory
of
of the
walks
funeral
and
was
nature
so
trails.
clear and precise that I'm
A
sure he
gravel
was telling
track
the truth.
followed the lake
And it
a little
can't be a
further north
coincidence
to
that
the
he chose
Adventure
Maria's
Centre,
maiden name
a
as his
wooden
surname.
building of Scandinavian design,
Of course, you'll have to tell the
surrounded
police.
by trees.
I know, but what will they
Porteous
think?
parked by the notice
I
board
could
and
have told them
studied
at the
it
first
before
interview that
walking up the
Michael's
track.
mother was buried there.
Detective Sergeant
They'll think
Stout
you're in shock,
had arrived
intimidated.
before him.
I don't
His
suppose
car
they're
was
stupid.
parked in one of the
They know
residence
how
market
law-abiding
spaces
people
next
can
to
react
the
to
building.
police questioning.
He wore,
He stripped
as
his
he
face.
always
He
did,
was wearing
a suit and
paint-stained
tie,
sweatpants.
and looked
He bought a
out of
cottage
place
near
in
the
the
prison
clearing
and seemed to have
surrounded
been
by
decorating
trees
for
with
months.
pine needles.
Do you want a
underfoot.
phone now, while I'm here?
An officious
Then I can
garden
stay if they want to
gnome.
come to talk to you.
Next to him stood
Yes.
a fit, middle-aged
Again,
man in
she knew
shorts,
she was
a
being
black
pathetic,
T-shirt
but she
with the
couldn't
Adventure
help it.
Centre logo on
Are
the
you
front
sure
in
that's
scarlet,
all right?
and the rubber
The
sandals
phone was
used
answered by a
climbers.
young woman who said that Porteous
Porteous
was no longer in the
always
office.
treated
She was
Stout
polite
carefully.
but distant.
The older man
Any
had been
secretary
expected to
talking
get
about
the
any
promotion
middle
which
manager.
had brought
Was it
Porteous
urgent?
to the team.
She could find
He
someone
was
else
well
to speak to
liked,
Hannah. Otherwise,
but too
if Hannah
close
wanted
to
to leave a
retirement
message,
now
she
to
could
move
be put
further.
through to his voicemail.
Thank you
Yes.
for getting here so
It
quickly,
was
Eddie.
some sort of reprieve.
As soon
I'll do
as the
that.
words were spoken, he
She
thought
listened
they
for the beep.
sounded sycophantic.
Hello, this is
insincere.
Hannah Morton.
Stout only
I've
nodded.
remembered something which might be
Perhaps you
useful
could
for you.
introduce
Perhaps
us.
you could get in touch.
Stout nodded
She
again.
replaced the receiver.
He was a small,
Arthur
squat
pulled a face
man
of mock
with the knack of
disappointment.
speaking without appearing to move his
Bugger.
mouth. He
So
would have
I
made
miss
a
out?
brilliant ventriloquist.
What do you mean?
Though Porteous
I
had
was
never
hoping for the
passed on
chance to play a
compliment.
detective.
This is Daniel
You can't
Duncan.
be serious.
He's director of
He
the
put out
Adventure
his
Centre.
hands, palms up.
One of his
a gesture of
instructors
being
found the
caught
body.
in the act.
Porteous
Okay,
held out
I
his
admit
hand.
it. I
Duncan
love
took it
crime
reluctantly.
fiction. I'm a sucker for all those
Perhaps I
crappy
could
cop
talk
shows
to
on
him,
TV.
Porteous said.
This is
Her,
hardly the same.
Duncan said.
I
Helen
know.
Blake.
He
She's a
paused,
bit upset.
continued slowly, a dream
We should
confided.
give her a few minutes then.
I've always
Is there
thought I'd
anything
make a
we
good
can see from the
psychological
shore?
profiler. At
From where
least
they were
in my
standing,
work,
the view
I
of the
meet
lake
real
was
criminals.
obscured by trees.
And I'm not sure how many
Duncan
academics could say
led
the
them
same.
along a path to the back of the
You're
building,
welcome
to
to
a
be
dinghy
here when the
park
police
where
talk
there
to
were
me.
half a dozen
Right.
mirror dinghies
He
and a
paused.
rack of canoes.
What about
A concrete
making a few
slipway
inquiries
sloped
on our
gently
own?
into the water.
While we're waiting for the
He
police
walked
to get in touch?
very quickly, bouncing
This
away
isn't
from
a
them
game,
on the balls
Arthur.
of his feet,
Not for me.
as if he hoped
I
the
know.
matter could be dealt with immediately.
But she couldn't bear to disappoint him. It
This
was
is the
like
last thing
when
we need,
Rosie
he
really
said
wanted
crossly.
something.
We've only been
She
going
always
3
gave
years,
in.
and this is the
She
first
thought,
season we've shown
shown any
Being
profit.
a mother is like trying to
But
please
the building
world.
must have been here longer than that.
What did you have in mind?
It looked weathered.
We might find
Lichen
something which would
was
divert
growing on the
attention
roof.
away from you.
It's nearly 10
That's
years
an
old.
excuse.
It used to be run by
What
the
about
council, but in the
having
last
a
round
shot
of
at
cuts
tracing
they had
the
to
boy's
sell it
father?
off. I took
I don't
it
mean
over
camping
then.
out on his doorstep.
What
Just
was here before?
finding out where he is.
Duncan shrugged. I wouldn't
How
know.
would you go about that?
It was
Through the
a
records
caravan
office,
site.
the archives of
Stout
the local
volunteered.
paper.
A sort of
There
holiday
may have been a
centre.
death notice
I
when
think
Lydia
the people
died,
who
an
owned it
address.
went bust.
If the Bryces
wooden
said
building
Michael
wasn't
was
here
going
then,
to
though,
meet his
and the
father just
trees had
before he
grown a
died,
lot.
I'd say
There was the
Crispin
reception
Randall
and
makes
a
an
bar
adequate suspect.
nearer the lane. Brick and concrete.
If we hand
an
him
ugly
to
place.
Porteous on a plate,
I
it'll
remember
give him
it being
someone else to
demolished.
harass.
Porteous
Why would
leaned
he kill
against
his own
the stone
son?
wall which separated.
Why
the
would he
dinghy
desert
park from
him?
the shore.
We'll
There
have to
was the
find
smell
out.
of baked mud.
He was like
A slight
an
breeze
over-enthusiastic
moved the
boy.
water, but seemed
Michael
not to reach
was a
him.
stranger to him, a puzzle
Where
to
did
be
Miss
untangled.
Blake find
He must
the
have
body?
sensed her reservation.
Duncan
her
pointed
distaste.
to a rotting wooden stave
God,
which jutted
he
out
said.
from the water
What an
about 30 yards
insensitive
from the wall.
git. Look,
This is
I'll
the
clear it
driest
out and
summer
leave
since
it to
the reservoir
police.
was built.
No,
The water's
she
never
said.
been so low.
He must have
Most
known
posts
she would
haven't been
give in
exposed
eventually.
since I've been here.
You
Not till a
play
couple of weeks
detective.
ago.
If it makes
I
you
think they
happy.
formed part of a jetty or a pier when the lake was first flooded.
Chapter 19.
The body's near that far post.
Rosie spent the day
So
looking
it
for
was
Mel
probably
in some of the
weighted and
places she
thrown
could
from
be
the
lying
jetty
low.
Before it collapsed.
There were days when
Duncan
Mel couldn't
shrugged
face
again,
the
as if he wanted to
Then she'd
disassociate
turn her back
himself
on her
from the
friends and
inquiry.
Frank's teasing.
Porteous gave up on
and
him
she'd go
turned
walk
to
about.
Stout.
Usually
I
she
don't
wanted to
suppose
be
you
on her
remember
own,
when
but
the jetty
sometimes
fell
on the
into
trawls
disuse.
around
That
town she'd
might help
take
us date
Rosie
the
with
body.
her. She
I
didn't
don't
speak
think it
much.
fell
She
down.
just waited
I think
for
the
Rosie
council
to
knocked
follow
it
her
down when the
round
adventure
the
centre
arcades,
was built.
the sleazy
They didn't
snack
want the
bars,
kids drowning
the tiny
themselves.
backstreet pubs where a couple of
Porteous pursed
pensioners
his lips
sat
with a
all evening in
soundless whistle.
silence.
So
Everywhere,
we're talking
people
a
seemed to know
10-year
her.
body. At
Rosie
least.
stuck with her because
When was the reservoir
in that
completed?
mood, Mel frightened.
1968. The year better than I moved
Rosie
here.
went first to the snack bar
So,
next to the bus
a
station.
20-odd-year
A formica
window of
shelf ran
opportunity.
shoulder high
If
around
we
the
accept
room,
the body's been
and there
in
were
for 10
tall
years.
stools bolted to the floor.
It'll be a nightmare
A water
just
heater
sorting
steamed
through the
behind
missing
a counter.
person records.
The windows ran with
He didn't
condensation.
talk as if it would be a
There was a
nightmare.
smell of
His
frying
voice was
bacon,
suddenly
which
more
made her want to
cheerful.
throw up.
I don't suppose
A
anyone
pimply youth
obvious
was
comes to
wiping
mind.
tables with a great
As a
cough.
candidate for the victim,
Hi, Robbie.
he'd learned already that
Seen
Iggy
Mel?
was famous for his
Robbie
memory and
was
his
one of
local
Mel's
knowledge.
admirers.
According to the
She
desk
had them
sergeant,
everywhere.
he went to
Picked them
bed
up.
reading
Robbie
the
was
hatches,
from Edinburgh,
matches and
had run away
dispatches
from a
column of the
loutish
local
stepfather
paper.
and lived
Give us
now
a
in
break,
a hostel
sir.
run
We've
by
no
a
age or
children's
sex.
charity.
I'm not a miracle worker.
Rosie had never talked
That's not
to him
what I
about
was
any of
told.
this, but Mel had told
Duncan had wandered away
Robbie
from them
was
and was pulling one of
passionately
the
in love
dinghies
with
onto
Mel.
a trolley.
You could tell by the
Porteous
way that he
joined him,
blushed
but
whenever she
didn't offer
spoke to
to
him.
help.
Mel encouraged him.
How deep
He was
is
into
the water
Idlewild, and
The
they'd
bank's
talk
steep
about
at this
album
point,
tracks.
so usually it's
Mel
very deep.
strumming an
The
imaginary
post must have
guitar,
snapped
a
off
boy
sometime
banging
because
out
the
a
jetty
rhythm on
would
a
have been higher
tabletop
than that.
until the manager came out
It's
from the
silty
back to
there,
shout
too.
at him.
This year?
No.
You'd probably be
He
able to
squirted
walk
cleaner
out in
from the
thigh
spray,
waders.
turned his back to her.
Thanks.
He could be lying.
We'll see how the forensic
If Mel
team want to play
had
it.
asked him to, he'd lie.
He found it hard to
Her
imagine
parents are worried
Carver,
about
the
her.
pathologist,
They're talking
in
about
thigh
getting in the
waders.
police.
He
He
was a
faced her.
dapper man,
Really?
given
I
to
haven't seen her for
flamboyant
ages.
ties and waistcoats.
He seemed scared.
His hair was a deep,
But
oily
perhaps
black,
that was
which
the
could
talk
only
of
have
the
come
police.
out of a bottle.
If you see her,
Even in the
tell her to
Teletubby
get in
paper
touch.
suit he
with
put on
me
to enter a
or
crime
Joe,
scene,
if she's
he
not
gave
up
the
to going
impression
home.
of neatness and
He
vanity.
nodded. His face was
Will
blank.
you wait here for
Years
Mr.
of
Carver,
practice
Eddie?
of not
I'll
letting
see
on what was
if
going
Miss
on in
Blake's
his
up
head.
to a few questions. Mr. Duncan,
The amusement
if you wouldn't
arcade
mind.
was next to the fun fair.
Duncan seemed at
old-fashioned
first
in the
not
same
to have
sort of
heard.
way.
He
It
finished
was decorated
coiling a
in
piece of
red
rope,
and gilt,
straightened,
and a
then
cashier sat in
reluctantly
a
set off
booth in the
towards
entrance.
centre.
Mel
Porteous
said the
followed.
booth reminded her
Where
of
do
one
you
of the
get your
windows in
customers
Amsterdam
from?
where a prostitute
That's
would
hardly
sit.
relevant to your inquiries,
Carol,
is it?
the cashier,
If the
wasn't
body's
one
as
of
old as you
Mel's
think.
admirers, and the
He
hostility was
stopped in his
mutual.
track so suddenly that
Mel
Porteous
went to the
almost walked
arcade
into
to
him.
play the machines, not to chat.
Sorry, that was
Carol
rude.
was a middle-aged, once
Everything
upon a time
I
blonde,
own is sunk
a
into this
single
place.
mum.
I'm worried.
She was outraged.
In the summer
by
holidays,
the money
most of
Mel
our
lost.
clients are kids whose
Enough,
parents think
she'd
it would
say,
be
to
good for
feed
them
her
to do
kids
more
for
than
a
sit in
week.
front of the computer screen
Mel
all day.
didn't take kindly
At
to
the
the
moment,
lectures.
the whole
She
place
played
has
the
been taken
machines
over
as if
by one
nothing
school
else
party.
mattered, completely
We're starting to
focused on
attract
the
more
patterns
adult
which
groups
spun
too.
before her.
Companies looking for a quick
money
fix in
was
corporate
irrelevant.
bonding.
Sometimes she
She
left her
opened
winnings
double
in the
doors
tray
into a wood
and had to
panelled
be
lobby
reminded
with
to
a
go
couple
back
of
for them.
chairs, a payphone and a drinks
On
machine.
rainy days, days, the
Helen's
arcade
through
was
there
packed.
in the common room.
Today there
I'll
was
be
a
in the office if
middle-aged
you need
couple
me.
playing on the penny scoop and a few
Helen
teenage lads
Blake
bunking
was a
off
large,
school.
boned redhead
Carol
in her early
waved
20s.
to Rosie. She
Her
got
face
bored
was
out
still
of her mind,
drained of
imprisoned
colour,
in her booth,
so the
and she
scattering
wanted
of
the
freckles
company.
on her nose and
She'd keep you
cheekbones
talking all
looked
day, given
livid
the chance.
and raw. She was alone.
Mad Mel not with you then?
What have you done with all the
Been in.
students? He
I've
hoped
not seen
the
her
jokey
since she went
tone
away
would
on
reassure
holiday.
her, but she looked
Portugal,
up,
was it?
startled, and some
Did
of
you
the
have a good
coffee she was
time?
holding spilled onto
She didn't
her
go in
jeans.
the end.
Rosie inched her way
They've gone
towards
pony
the door.
trekking this
She couldn't
morning.
face explanation.
Would you normally be with them?
Carol seemed to realise
No,
she'd
I
not
only do
get
water
much more
sports.
from the conversation.
She gave a laugh
and picked
which
up a
rattled
copy
at
of
the back
Hello
of her throat.
magazine from a shelf under
I
her
did try
desk.
riding once.
She began to flick
I
over
got a
the
blister
pages.
on my bum.
Her nails
The
were
beast
sugar
bit me.
pink. She looked up
How
once
long have you
more
been
to
working
flutter the
here?
nails in
He
Rosie's
wanted her
direction
more
to wave
relaxed
goodbye.
before he started on the difficult questions.
It was early afternoon.
This is
Joe
my first
would still
season.
be sleeping.
I did sports science
Rosie
at
tried a
university.
couple of pubs
Canoeing
without
was my
much
passion.
hope.
I
There was
compete.
one in a back
I'm
street
hoping
near
for
the
an
health
Olympic
centre
trial.
run by an ex-jockey,
She set the
a
coffee
little
mug on the
wizened
low
old
table.
man with no
Her hand
teeth.
had stopped to
Another
shake.
of Mel's fans.
Do you like it here?
The bar was full of men
Yeah, it's
studying
okay.
form in the racing pages.
Dan Duncan could do with
Rosie
being a
had
bit
never
more
been able
laid
to
back,
understand why Mel went in.
but as he
the place.
always says, he's got
She
a
had
lot resting
become
on this
a sort
place.
of mascot. She sat
Did
at the
you
bar
have a
on a
group
wooden
with you on the
stool,
water
and the
this
punters
morning?
asked her
No,
advice,
thank
though
God.
she admitted she knew
I
nothing
practice
about
on my own
horses
before
or
breakfast every day. One of
Today,
the perks of the
her
job.
stool was empty.
Could you take me
She
through
needs
exactly what
looking
happened?
after, said the landlord sentimentally,
I was on
when
my way
Rosie
in.
explained that Mel had gone
The
missing.
words came
Proper
in breathless
loving
pants.
care.
I'll never take the
Rosie
students
thought
close to the old
secretly
jetty.
that Mel
It
had
would be
been
tempting
loved
fate.
too much.
They'd get stuck or
Spoilt
hit one of the
rotten, at
underwater
least.
planks and
But she
capsize.
kept that opinion to
I
herself.
suppose I was curious.
She walked
There
down
seems
the
to be
steep hill
less
from the
water in
health
the lake
centre
every
towards
day,
the seafront.
and I wanted
Terraces
to see what
of
else might emerge.
pastel-painted guest houses ran
I didn't
away from
expect
the
a
road.
body.
In the windows
It
were
seemed to be
signs saying
floating not
vacancies
far from the
and
surface.
contractors
Very white.
welcome.
Hardly human.
On the corner was the hostel
Not
where Robbie
human
lived.
at all.
A young
She
woman
shivered
was
and
hanging
pulled her
sheets
knees
out
up
on the
to her
washing
chest
line.
and wrapped her arms around.
Rosie thought Mel
Could
could
you
hide
see
herself
the
away
anchor?
in this town for
Not then.
months if she
It was
wanted to.
covered in silt.
The Gillespies would make sure there
I
was
put my
money in their
blade
bank
in to
account.
study the canoe, and
Eleanor
the movement of the water
obviously
cleared
wanted
it long
her
enough for me
found,
to see the shape.
But Rosie thought Richard
I came in
wouldn't
then.
pry
I couldn't
too much
look
as long as he
anymore.
knew she was safe.
Dan
and
called the
she
police.
didn't cause a fuss which could
Two
be
men
picked up
rowed
by the
out
press.
in one of our dinghies. Perhaps they
At the
didn't believe
seafront,
me.
Rosie crossed the road
Perhaps
and
they
went
thought I was
down to the
imagining
level
it.
of the beach. The traffic
I wish I
became
had
a
been.
distant hum above her.
They had to check.
He said
The
gently.
Rainbow's End was a cafe.
What will happen
Two
now?
arches cut out of the
We're
bank of the
waiting
promenade.
for the forensic team.
It was run by middle-aged
I won't have to
dropouts
see it again,
selling
will I?
organic food
course
and
not.
herbal teas. And it was one of
What
Melanie's
I can't
favourite
bear,
haunts.
she said,
She said it was like a
is
cave.
the thought of him out there.
She would sit
all
near the
this time.
counter as far away as possible
none of
from the
us
natural
realise it.
light. Her back turned to
It's
the
as
sea.
if nobody missed
She'd
him.
drink decaffeinated coffee
if
and
nobody
smoke
cared.
roll-up after roll-up, although there was a big sign
was
saying,
a
no smoking.
Porteous thought.
Mora, who ran
As she
the
spoke,
place,
he
turned
saw
a blind
beyond
eye.
her through a long
Another
window to
example
the scene
of
outside.
one rule for Mel
Carver's
and another for the
Range
rest of the
Rover was
world.
pulling into the drive.
In the Rainbow's
The
End, Mel
pathologist
was drawn
parked
to
it
the
neatly
food.
beside the
Sometimes
centre's
she'd buy
minibus
a slab
and
of carrot
climbed out.
cake.
From the
She'd
back seat,
sit and
he
look at
pulled
it,
out a
a
pair
paper
of rubber
napkin
waders.
folded on her lap.
They were
But
spotless
she'd never
and
eat.
shiny.
In the end,
As black
she pushed
as
the plate
his hair.
across the table towards
Porteous
Rosie.
hid a small grin
I don't feel
behind
hungry.
his hand.
You have it. Rosie was always
What
hungry,
time
but
will
she
the
didn't know
children
what
be
to do
back?
for the best,
He
so the
didn't
cake
want an
would sit
audience
there,
of sniggering
the cream
pointing
cheese
teenagers.
topping slowly melting.
Not
until
until
they
late
left.
this afternoon. They've taken a
Mora
picnic.
was a big
She
woman,
followed his
an
gaze.
earth mother in an Indian
You'll
print
be busy.
caftan and
Don't worry
beads
about
woven
me.
into her hair.
I'm okay.
She looked out for Mel. If the
Later,
cafe was
he,
quiet, which it
Stout,
usually was,
and Carver
she'd sit
sat
with her
in the
and
Range
talk
Rover to
earnestly
compare
about the
notes.
things which would
Carver
get
had
her
with him a
head
silver
straight.
thermos
Things
flask
like
of plant
coffee, which he
remedies,
passed
hypnosis,
around, acupuncture.
wiping the cup each
Mel
time with a
would
paper
listen with a
handkerchief,
bored expression
like
on
a
her
priest
face.
at communion.
So far as Rosie knew, she
Really?
never followed up any of the
He said in the
suggestions.
prissy voice which made some of
Today,
Porteous's colleagues
two
want
young
to thump
women
him.
sat
It's
near the
most
window.
interesting.
The tide
I've
was in
read about
right
it, of
up to the
course, but
concrete
this is the
walkway,
first time I've seen
and it felt like being in a
Seen
boat.
what?
The women
Porteous
had
come
children
across
with them,
Carver when he
a
was
toddler
working in the
apiece
city
in
and was
pushchairs
prepared to
and a
be
baby
patient
in a
with him.
sling.
The man was
Mora
a good
was going
pathologist,
gooey-eyed
and
over
he
the
could
baby,
usually
talking
be
about the
persuaded to
benefits
commit
of
himself.
terry nappies and breast milk.
Porteous would put up
The
with
women
a lot
agreed
for that.
about the breast milk, at least. They all seemed
Adiposia,
very
that's
smug.
what it's called. It's
Perhaps
caused by
that was Mel's
saponification,
problem,
literally
Rosie
the
thought
making
facetiously.
of soap.
She probably wasn't
The effect of
breastfed.
water on the body fat.
She interrupted
One of
the
the
baby
first
talk and
pathologists
ordered a
to
sandwich.
describe it said,
mozzarella,
it's as if the
tomatoes,
corpse
and
is
basil on
encased
ciabatta.
in mutton suet.
Has Mel been
Remarkably very apt, as I'm
Maura
sure you'll
shook her
agree.
head.
Sometimes
Not
the
today.
adipocere preserves the
Yesterday?
internal organs. I
In
won't
the
be able to
evenings,
tell
the
you
place
of
had a
course until
license.
the
It
post-mortem.
sold veggie meals
I'll do that
and
as soon
organic
as I
wine
can.
and candlelight.
This afternoon, if it can be
So
arranged.
you couldn't see what you were
I
getting.
wouldn't be surprised
Often
if
there was
some
live
of my
music.
colleagues didn't want
Yes.
to be present. Last night,
He took a fastidious
first time in
sip
ages.
of his coffee.
She stopped
Really?
for one beer,
I can
and then she
hardly
left.
wait.
The Rainbow's End only had a table license, but that had never bothered
Chapter
Mel.
2. Was anyone with her?
Porteous
Moira
lived
shook
in
her
a
head
barn
again.
as big as
The
a
beads
church,
and the braid
which had
swung
been
and
converted
clacked.
into 3 flats. He
I
had
felt
the
a
top
bit
floor
mean,
to himself.
actually.
Exposed
She had a
rafters
surprisingly classy
stretched to a
voice,
sloping
very deep
roof.
and well modulated.
There were 2
She
long
wanted to talk,
windows,
but
a view over
we were busy.
farmland.
We'd hired a student
Occasionally,
band,
if the
and
light
they
was
brought
right,
all their friends.
he could see
You
the
know what it's
glint of
like.
the lake in the distance,
Rosie
like a child's
didn't
imagined
really.
glimpse
She
of the
didn't go
sea.
there in the evening.
One
She
wall
thought
was
the people and
exposed
the music
stone,
a bit
the others
pretentious.
plastered and
She liked
whitewashed.
something you could dance to.
On these he hung the
How
paintings
did she
he
seem?
collected. He always
Not
went
brilliant,
to the
a
Fine
bit
Art
jumpy,
Students' Finals exhibition
sort of
at the university.
desperate,
in the city.
actually.
Usually he
I
saw
let her have
something
the drink
he liked.
and told her to wait.
It was
Adam
early
on his
evening.
break.
Porteous
I
didn't
thought when he
believe
came
in
back
unnecessary
I'd take her out for a
overtime.
walk.
It
calm her
messed
down
up
a
his
bit.
budget,
But
and
when I looked
tasks
again,
which could
she'd
normally
gone.
be fitted into the working
She didn't
day
even bother to say
expanded,
goodbye.
became more complicated.
When
to
Rosie
fit the
had
time
finished the
allowed.
sandwich, there didn't seem much
Tonight,
point in
despite
staying,
the body in the
and
lake,
she couldn't
he sent
think of
his
anywhere
team
else
home
to
at the
look.
usual time. She went
There was
home
nothing
and
they could do
snoozed
on the
until they
sofa
had
in front of a black
identification.
and white movie.
Besides, he
She didn't want to
wanted
talk to
them
her
calm
mother.
and
She
reasonable
couldn't
in the
face the
morning.
fuss of
He
explanation.
hated
So
the frantic,
she wrote her a note,
febrile
and at 5 o'clock
which
she went round
sometimes
to
enveloped
Joe's.
a murder case.
Joe's sister,
Rational
Grace, let her
judgment
in.
was lost.
She was a
It was
gawky 13-year-old
as if there was
with
something
pointed elbows
heroic
like
about
the legs
the
of a
obsession
tree
with
frog,
one victim,
and a mouth
one
full of
perpetrator,
metal brace.
about the lack
Grace
of sleep,
yelled up the stairs.
the passion stoked
There was
by
no
alcohol.
answer. She shrugged.
He had,
He's in.
however, brought
You
work
better go
home
up.
with him. He had carried
Joe's
6
room was in
large
the
box
attic.
files
It had
up
a sloping
the
roof
stairs.
with a big
They
velux
contained
window
the flimsy
and even more
copies
crap
of
on the
missing
floor
person
than Rosie's.
reports between 1968
Divine
and
comedy was
1985.
rolling away in the background.
The last 5 of the years, which
I
were
was
of interest to
just
him,
going out,
1986
he said,
and 1990,
guilty because he'd
had
been
been
sleeping
computerized,
all day
and
while
he would
Mel
check
was missing.
those in the morning.
I've been everywhere I can
He
think
had
of.
attended
She sat on the bed.
Carver's post-mortem.
Anything?
As the
Well, she went
pathologist
to the
had
Rainbow's
suggested,
End
there was
after the
quite
prom.
an audience.
Moira
The
said
little
she was a
man
bit
had
jumpy,
played
but
up to them, preening
nothing new
himself,
there.
throwing out
It was a
scientific
student gig.
jokes and puns,
Maybe
which
she met
meant
someone.
little to Porteous,
There was a pause.
but raised a titter amongst his
The
colleagues.
police think she might have been
Porteous
kidnapped.
had taken notes
He
in
couldn't keep a
impeccable
shiver of
shorthand
excitement from
following
his voice.
Carver's commentary.
He was still worried, but kidnapping was
the
something
pathologist
out of the
had
movies,
performed
glamorous,
like a music hall magician.
Rosie frowned.
And there was likely to
Gillespies
be as
went
much
to the
information
police.
in the suggestion,
Eleanor did.
the conjecture, the
I
surprise
think she cracked.
discovery.
Richard
as in
didn't
the
sound very
completed
happy.
official
I
report.
phoned just now, and I could hear him in the background.
Porteous set his
He
notes
says
on the painted
everyone's
table which
overreacting.
stood under one of the windows
So
and
do
went
I.
to the tiny
Rosie
kitchen
thought.
to make a pot of tea.
I think she picked up a
He
bloke
liked
at the
Earl
Rainbow's
Grey,
End out of
weak,
boredom or
with a slice of
desperation
lemon.
or devilment.
He poured a
She's
dribble,
hiding
was
out in a
satisfied
hall
that
of
it
residence
was
with a
ready,
grotty
and
bedsit,
filled the cup.
waiting for the
Then he
maximum
returned
fuss
to his
before
notes
making
and
her
translated
appearance.
them in his head.
Rosie wouldn't have told
Carver
Joe,
had
but it
confirmed
wouldn't be
that
the
the body
first
had
time
been in the
Mel
water
had gone
for at
home with
least
someone
10
she'd met on
years.
one of her walkabouts.
The victim was a young
Why do they
male,
think she was
aged
kidnapped?
between 16 and 25.
Apparently, it's not much more than a theory.
5 feet 10 inches
Eleanor
tall,
and Richard are high-profile
despite
parents,
the adipocy,
and there was a
which
case a
usually
couple of months
occurred
ago.
only when the victim
The
had
kidnappers got away with
body fat,
$500,000.
He was
Since
of
then,
slender
there has been a
build.
spate of copycat
Carver
attempts.
had been excited
Mostly
by that
amateurs, the
fact,
police say.
had thought it
Mostly
might warrant
easy
a
to deal
note
with.
in a scientific
He
journal.
paused and sat beside her on the bed.
Enough of the
His feet were
organs,
bare.
protected
She
by the
could see
hard
every
white
bone
layer
and
of
joint under the
adiposity,
skin.
remained
Do you
for
remember
Carver to
Frank
give a
saying
cause of
someone
death.
was in the prom looking for her?
The young man
An
had
older
been
bloke.
stabbed by a
Yes.
knife with a short
Do the
but
police think he might
unusually
have been a
wide
kidnapper?
blade.
I
A
told
dagger
Eleanor
of some
anyway.
sort.
It's up to them.
He had been stabbed
thought
in
they
the
might
back,
want to talk to
a
us
sharp
sometime.
upward movement into the heart.
Me, too.
Either
Why
the
not?
perpetrator
You know her
had
as well as
known what
anyone.
he was doing, or
You're best
he had been
mates.
very lucky.
Suddenly,
At this,
she felt
Carver
sick
had
with
looked
guilt.
at his friends and grinned.
She remembered the
Very
good
exotic,
times.
gentlemen,
The girly
very theatrical,
sleepovers
as I'm
with
sure
bottles
you'll
of
agree.
wine and
For
soppy
our
videos.
small town
the
in
gossip
the
about
hills.
lads, mega shopping
The
sessions
body
in
had
the
been
city.
tied to the anchor
She
by a
imagined
piece of
Mel
nylon
being
rope,
held
which had been
somewhere,
looped
and
around
what they
the
might
waist.
be doing to her.
The young man had
And
been
she'd been
clothed,
thinking it
though
was all
most of the
some
garments had
attention-seeking
rotted,
stunt.
and only tatters remained.
Let's go and look.
The scraps had
she
been
said,
retained,
just in
and the
case.
forensic team was
I can't
examining
sit
them.
here doing nothing.
He had been wearing
They spent
boots
the evening
made
in
of
the
a
city,
soft
tramping
leather or
through
suede.
all the pubs.
Around
Even
his
those
wrist
Mel had never
was
set foot
a
in, so
plaited
far as
leather
they knew.
bracelet, which
They asked
looked
in the
homely
arcade
and
and the pizza places
perhaps
and
from
the
a
roller
bootcase.
skating rink. No one had
At
seen
this,
him.
they ended up
Porteous
with Mora
stopped
in
for
the
a moment
Rainbow's
and
End,
took a sip
shouting
of
their
tea.
questions over a flamenco
He
guitar.
had been a child.
Had there
in
been an
70s.
older guy
His
in
only brother
the night
had
before?
been 10 years older.
Anyone
and
taking a special
Porteous
interest in Mel?
pictured him
Mora
preparing
tried
go
to
out
answer
for the
their
night.
questions, but
He
in
saw
the
him
end, she
quite
got fed
clearly,
up with them and
standing
sent him
in
home.
front of the mirror in his parents'
Joe
room,
walked
the
Rosie
only
all the
long
way
mirror
to
in
her
the
door.
house.
He was
On the step,
wearing
he held
wide
onto her
trousers,
in a
desert
desperate
boots,
bear hug.
a fringed
She pushed him
suede
away
jacket.
in the end, feeling
Around his
confused
neck was a
and
leather
guilty.
thong threaded with
As
wooden
guilty
beads,
as if she'd
the
played
victim's
some part
bracelet
in Mel's
suggested to
disappearance.
Porteous the fashion of the 70s, the end of flower power.
Chapter
Not
20.
Punk or the new romantic.
Hannah had been expecting Arthur
made a
to
note
be
and
waiting
continued.
for her at the prison. But she
There
went
had
through
been
the
some
gate to the
dental
library
work
without
Carver
seeing her.
announced this
It was
as
halfway
if
through
they
the
should be
morning when
grateful
he
to him,
bounced in,
which
Can you
Porteous
spare a minute?
certainly was.
She turned
After
to
all, this
Marty.
time it was the
Are you
best
okay
chance
on
of
your
positive
own?
identification.
Dave's in the office.
There had not
Marty
been
rolled his
extensive
eyes
work
towards
on
the
the
ceiling.
teeth, one extraction
Is that
and
supposed
two
to be
small
reassuring?
fillings, but a record
Well,
of the
go
mouth,
on.
perhaps
I'll be
even
fine.
an X-ray, would have been taken.
They sat in Arthur's office.
There was no
drinking
guarantee
coffee.
that the dentist
He
was
was
still in
a
business,
different
or
man.
that the record
The super
had been
cool
kept.
scouser
But
had
at
gone.
least
He was
it provided
bubbling,
an avenue
the words
of
falling
investigation.
over themselves.
Porteous thought
She
it would
regretted
give
her
his
impulse
team
the
something to
night
do the
before
following
to
day.
involve him.
She
could
liked
tell
to
there
keep
would be
them
no
busy.
stopping him now. I've been to the Central
He leant
Library,
back in his
tracked
chair
down
and
the back
emptied
copies
the
of the
pot
local
into
rag.
his
It's
wide
great
blue
that they
cup.
still got them.
Part of the tea
Aren't they all
service
on
which had been a
microfilm?
present to
She
himself
wanted to
when
slow
he
him
moved
down,
into
rein
the
back
barn.
some of the enthusiasm.
He stretched with
Stop.
satisfaction.
She wanted to say, "You don't
This
know
was
what you're
why
getting
he had
into."
joined the police.
Hmm?
Not to save
The interruption
the world,
only
not
checked
to
him for a moment.
race around
It's
the
amazing what you can
countryside
find in the
fast
births,
cars
marriages, and
or
death
strut
columns.
the city streets
You
in a
haven't
uniform.
wasted any time.
But
I
to
started with
bring
Maria's
order,
death.
to
The notice
solve
said she
problems,
died after a
to
brave
understand.
struggle with illness. Cancer isn't mentioned.
He set the
but that's
post-mortem notes
implication.
to one side
That
and pulled the
would
first
fit in
box
with
file
Michael's
towards
memories.
him,
Then I
savouring
went
a
back
moment
a
of
few years
anticipation
and found the
before
report of her
opening it.
marriage. This
This
front
was
page
what he
spread.
loved.
Obviously a
This
big do. The
precise
wedding of the
and
season. Crispin
meticulous
Randall
sorting
seems to have been a
facts.
member of the local
He had
gentry.
never
He owned
understood
land
why
not
his
far from here.
colleagues thought
He was an
such work
MP.
tedious.
Tory, of course. Master of the
Each
hunt. You know the
report
sort of bloke.
was a minor
He married
human
Maria
tragedy,
Gray in
boldly
1952.
told,
2 years
given
later,
a dignity
Theo's
because
birth
the
was
facts
announced.
were unembellished.
He was named Theo
He sorted them first
Michael.
into gender
so
and age,
I don't think there's any doubt
rejecting
we're on the right
the
track.
menopausal women
She
with
nodded,
depression,
felt
the elderly
irrationally
wanderers from
pleased
care
that she
homes,
could continue
the
to think of her
occasional
ghost as
heartbreaking
Michael.
10-year-old
I almost
who had
gave up
gone
the
to a
search
friend's
then.
house
I mean,
to play
I'd got
and
enough for the
never
police to be
returned.
going on with, but I thought,
Still,
Randall
he was
still a
left with
young
mountain
man.
of paper.
What if he'd
The
remarried?
majority of
And had
missing
he?
person reports
Just to show she
was for
still
young
listening.
males.
Yeah.
They'd
3 years
left
later,
home after
that
problems
wedding
at school,
was a much
row with
quieter
parents, or in
The
search
bride
of a more
was
exciting
Stella
life.
Midwood, who'd been
He knew that
working
many
as his
would have
secretary.
returned or got
A
in
year
touch.
later, they had a
The
daughter,
relatives,
Emily.
simply relieved that
The
the
panic
panic was
and
over,
dates
would
washed
never have
over.
thought to inform
She thought
the police.
she'd have to write it all down like a family tree.
He became
to make
engrossed
sense
in the
of it.
task and couldn't let
Why
it
didn't
go.
they have Michael
He
to
had
live with them?
planned just
She
to
asked.
sort through the
Why
paperwork,
bored
but
him out with the
began
braces?
phoning the
Wait,
contact numbers for
There's more
relatives.
drama to come. In
Inevitably, some had
1964, when
moved or
Theo
died,
Michael was 10,
but
there was a
Cranford
fire
was
in
the
the
sort of
family
town
home.
where people
It was
knew
big
one another.
news. The place
Other
was
phone
burnt to a
numbers
shell,
were given,
and Emily, the
alternative
little
names
girl,
suggested.
Michael's stepsister,
The
was
people
killed.
wanted to talk.
Crispin Randall
Porteous
sold the estate,
listened
and
patiently
some months later
to tales of
resigned his
lads
seat in
who
the
had been
Commons.
scallies as youngsters,
Michael isn't
but who'd
mentioned in
gone
the
on
account
to
of the
do
fire
well for
or
themselves,
the resignation.
who'd taken university degrees,
Is that
settled down,
significant?
had families.
Dunno. Perhaps it was too painful for
worst
Crispin to
calls
have him
were
around.
when boys were
Perhaps
still
Michael
missing,
reminded
and
him
no
of the death of his
contact had
first
ever been
wife
made.
and his daughter.
Porteous
Perhaps
heard
Crispin
the
had some
flurry
sort of
hope
breakdown
in
and couldn't
elderly
cope.
voices.
Michael,
Does
was
this
only
mean
10?
there's some news?
Old enough to be shipped
No,
off to boarding
no,
school.
he said gently.
Just
checking
why did he come
old
to
files.
Cranford then? And why the change
Some
of
had
identity?
heard about the discovery
shrugged.
of the body in the
Teenage
lake on local
rebellion?
radio.
It's
and
possible
put
he didn't
two
get
and
on
two
with his
together.
stepmother. Perhaps
But that
he
can't be
resented the
our
way
Adam,
his father dumped
one
him.
said.
He could swim like a
Perhaps.
fish. It's all guesswork.
He
she
stopped
thought.
when the light
Really,
faded and it was
despite
too dark
Arthur's
to read the
excitement, we're
scrawled
not
names
much
and
further
numbers on the
forward.
copy paper.
Do we know
He had
where
reached
Stella and Crispin are
1980.
living now?
If nothing
There's
came
no
of
record,
the names he had
but
set
the
to
police
one
will find
side,
out
he
easily
would
enough.
check the
We've
files
done all
for
the hard work
1980 to
for them.
1990.
He hesitated.
But he thought he had gone
Don't
far
you
enough.
have an early finish today?
He had a picture
Why?
of the victim in his
She
head.
knew he wanted something.
A boy who was a
living with
teenager
Rosie
in the
would have
early
been her
70s,
sixth
just
sense
after the
about
lake had been
people
flooded,
bumming favours.
who wore desert boots
What
and the
about
leather bootlace
going to
bracelet,
Cranford this afternoon?
who had been stabbed.
We
in
can
the
give
back.
all this information to Porteous in
He stood up
person.
and pressed the light
That'll
switch.
stop him hassling you.
The room was lit by
Who are
spots
you
fixed
kidding?
to the ceiling
She
beams.
thought.
They
That's
shone
not what
through
this is
the
about.
rafters,
This is
throwing
about
shadows
you
onto
showing
the
off to
stripped
the police.
wooden floor.
You want the glory.
He was
You want to
hungry.
sit there and gloat.
He loved to cook.
We could stay
the
the
process
night.
of peeling
I could meet your
and chopping
friends.
relaxed.
We could be back in time for work
But
tomorrow.
today he wanted something quick
Go
and
on,
simple.
then.
He
She
filled a
couldn't think of
stainless
an
steel
argument
pan
against
with
it.
water for
and
spaghetti,
as Rosie knew,
sweated garlic
she'd
and
always
red
been
chili
an
and olive
easy
oil,
touch.
then covered the lot with freshly
She phoned
sliced parmesan.
Porteous from the library.
He ate
Dave
as he
had
hadn't
sloped
seen
off,
food
and
for
Marty
days,
pretended
shoveling
not
it
to
in
listen.
with a spoon and a fork.
Mrs. Morton!
He was sitting at the
Porteous
table
said,
where
I
he'd
was
been
hoping
working,
to speak to you.
and he looked out
More
through
questions,
the
I'm
uncovered
afraid.
window at the lights.
Something's
which were
come
all
up.
that remained of the roads
I
and the
can't
farmhouses.
talk now. I'm at work.
Later, he
She
poured
couldn't
himself
face
a
an
glass of
interview
wine.
over the phone.
She wanted Arthur there.
He liked to go to bed
He said he was
early,
tied
but
up all
tonight
day and that
found
he'd
it
come to the old
impossible
rectory
to let
in
the
the
investigation go.
She sensed he was preoccupied
He was as
and wondered
bad
if
as
there
the
had been a
macho
development in the
colleagues who
case.
bragged of
Perhaps
their
he'd
nights
discovered
without
Michael's
sleep in pursuit
background
of
without
their
Arthur's
prey.
help. Later,
Still
she
with
phoned
his glass
Sally
in
and
his
asked
hand,
if she
he
could
read
put the
through
two of
his
them up for
short
the
list
night
of
as
candidate
paying guests.
again, hoping to pick
A
up
double
on some
room?
minute
Sally asked
detail which would
mischievously.
point him to the
The
man he was
honeymoon
looking
suite.
for.
Of course not.
He
Hannah
judged
thought
them just
her
as a
humour
betting
hadn't
man
developed
would pick a
since they were
horse from a
children.
racing paper,
She'd always
using a
been a
mixture
tease
of
about
fact,
sex.
experience, and
Arthur hadn't
superstition.
quite finished his class when she
There were
arrived at his
3.
room at lunchtime.
After those,
some form of
he had
role
picked
play
a
was
dozen or
going
so
on.
more to follow up.
Hannah
if
walked back
nothing
down
came
the
of
corridor
first
so
group.
she wouldn't be tempted
He
to
set
watch.
the 3 sheets before
She
him
found
in
that sort of
alphabetical
exercise
order
embarrassing
and read them
enough
again.
without spectators, though
The first
she'd come
was
to realise
Alan
that Arthur
Branscombe,
liked play
the
acting
boy who
and
could
games.
swim like a fish.
He admitted as much in the car.
His parents
He'd
still
been
lived
asking
in
about
Cranford.
the people who'd been around
They came
at the
originally
time of
from the
Michael's
West
death.
Country and had
She
planned on
described
moving back
Roger
there
Spence,
when they retired.
Sally and her
But
disc
even
jockey
after
boyfriend,
retirement, they had
Stephen
stayed
and
where
Sylvia
they were.
Bryce. By the time they
Otherwise,
arrived at
how
the
would
old
Alan know
rectory,
where
she
to
had the
find
feeling
us?
that he knew them as well as she did.
Porteous
and
had
probably
spoken to the
understood
mother.
them better.
She had worked as a dinner lady in Cranwell
What's all this
Village
about,
First
Arthur?
School.
It was her
The father had
librarian
worked
who's
for
been
British
turning
Gas
down
and
the
taken
Page
a
Corners
redundancy
voice.
package when the
I
company
really
was
think we should leave it
privatised.
to the police.
Mrs. Branscombe
girl, don't
could
spoil
remember
my fun.
exactly what happened.
She was
when
about
Alan
to say
disappeared.
tartly that it wasn't
She had the
fun
story
for her
packed,
when he
word
added,
for word, like a
I might
favourite
leave it to them,
bedtime
if I could
tale
be
repeated
certain
over
they get
and
it
over
right.
to a child.
he paused.
He was the
You
eldest
must
of
have met men
3,
inside who don't
a
deserve
bright
to be
boy,
there.
and he'd gone to
I've
Leeds
met men who
University
say
to
they
read
do.
electrical engineering.
Well, I don't want any
He'd never been
cock-ups in
away
this
from
case.
home before. He smiled. Perhaps he was homesick.
But she wasn't reassured.
Perhaps the course was
He
more
worked for the
demanding
Home
than he'd
Office.
expected.
He
At any
should
rate,
have
when she
had more
managed
faith
to get
in the
through to
system.
him on the phone, she sensed he was unhappy.
It was just after 2 when
It was
they
Easter
arrived.
when he went
Hannah
missing.
had expected
He
Sally
was
to be at
19.
work, but she
It was
there to meet them.
1978. A bit
Curiosity about
outside
Arthur,
Porteous's
Hannah thought,
preferred
and
time
a
scale,
nose
but not
for a
by
story.
much.
Sally
Alan had
hustled
come
them
home
into
for
the dining room
holidays
and
managed
organised
to
a
get a
late
job
lunch.
on the caravan
Later,
site by
over
the lake,
coffee, Roger
cleaning the
joined
van
them too.
before the start of the season.
They
doing
talked about
small
Michael
repairs.
Gray. It was Arthur's
One day
doing.
he set off
but
for work.
Perhaps the Spencers
and
were
never
eager
arrived
to talk about him anyway.
He didn't take anything
Sally
with him
had
other
her
than
own
the
agenda.
packet of cheese and pickle sandwiches she'd
had
made
the
up for his
impression
lunch.
he'd come from the
So
private
far as
system.
they knew, he
Roger
had
said.
no money.
But his Latin wasn't up to
He
much.
didn't return
Hardly
to
prep
university.
school standard.
And
Not
they never
what you'd
saw him
expect.
again.
Was he doing Latin A-level?
You say
Arthur
he
gave
was
the impression
unhappy,
he was just being
Porteous
polite.
had said.
Hannah
The
knew
woman's
better.
West Country
No,
accent
but
was
I
preserved
dragooned him
intact.
in to help with
If
one of my
they
first-year
could tell
groups.
her what happened
In
to
the
her
end, I let
son,
him go,
even
he
if
wasn't
he
any
were
use
dead,
at all.
She'd feel she
Perhaps
could
he just
move
wanted his
home.
free period back.
He'd wanted to help.
Perhaps. I don't
Could he have been
think so.
clinically
It's quite
depressed?
hard to fake genuine
I don't
ignorance,
know.
isn't it?
She said.
It wasn't
How did you
something
get to know
thought
him
of
if you
then.
didn't
Not
teach
with
him?
a 19-year-old
Through
lad.
the school play.
And he was home with
I
us.
coached him.
We'd
Not
not
individual
sent him
rehearsals.
back if he didn't want to go.
Were you
Whatever
surprised
sort
when
of
he
noises
disappeared?
his father was making.
Not very surprised. Not
The
at
height
first.
and the build
He liked
fitted the body in
mysteries.
the lake.
I remember one session
She
when
gave
I
Porteous the
talked
name of
about him
Alan's
bringing
dentist
his own
without asking
experience
why
into his
he
acting.
wanted to know.
He said he was already doing
Michael
that, but
Gray
he
was
refused
reported
to discuss
missing
his
only
past
after his
with me.
foster parents had
I was more
died,
surprised when he never returned.
and the executors of their
I kept
wills had
expecting
tried
him
to
to turn
trace
up out
him.
of the blue to
They'd
astound
left
and
him the
amaze
small
us.
house where they'd been
Arthur
living.
turned lazily.
He'd have been
Sally.
22 at
How
the time.
well did you know him?
But when a firm of solicitors
Only as
tried
Hannah's
to track him
boyfriend.
down, they
And I'm
discovered
sorry,
that no
Pet.
one had seen him
But
since he was
I
18.
didn't really take
That
to him.
would have been in
He was a bit
1972.
arty-farty for me.
It was a
There was too
peculiar
much
case, but
pretense.
Porteous tried
Whereas
not to read
you,
too much into it.
Roger interrupted.
Social
You had your own
services
bit of
seemed
rough.
not not to feel too much
She laughed,
responsibility
not
for kids
offended in the
care
slightest.
once they
Quite
were
right,
16,
she said.
They drifted
And
in
very
a
nice
twilight
it was
world
too.
of hard-to-let
You'll be able to
flats,
meet him tonight,
hostels
Arthur.
and mates'
Chris,
floors.
my ex
And
bit
if
of
the
rough.
next of kin had
She
been
narrowed
named
her
as
eyes.
one of the executives,
Hannah thought
presumably
Sally
there
knew
wouldn't
what
have
he
been
was
much
up to.
incentive to trace the boy.
Perhaps journalists and
Perhaps
psychologists
they
had
would have
similar
received the
techniques
profit
when it
from the
came to
house in his
ferreting out the
absence.
story.
The
Sally
description was
continued,
vague.
"There's a wedding
Porteous
party
had the
in
feeling that the
annex, and
person
Chris is
reporting
doing the
Michael
disco.
as missing had
He's
never
still
seen
playing
him.
the same sort of gigs.
Nothing ruled him
I
out
think
from
it's a
being
bit
the dead
sad
boy
that
in
he's
the lake,
never moved on."
but there was nothing to suggest it.
In the afternoon, they
There was
left the
nothing
car
as
at the
useful
hotel
to
and
photograph.
walked to the lake.
There was a
Carl
footpath through an
Jackson
old
had lived
deciduous
20
wood,
miles from
and then a
Cranford
strip
with
of
his
forestry
parents,
commission
who
plantation.
farmed sheep on the other
The
side of
footpath
the lake.
was overgrown.
He
and looked as
beamed
if it must have been
gappily
there
from a
in
school
Hannah's
snap
time,
attached
but she
to the
couldn't
file.
remember having used
He was
it.
16
And at the
had
lakeside,
learning difficulties.
everything was
and
so
was described
different
by the
that she found it
constable
hard to
who'd
get
taken
her
the first
bearings.
missing person report
A
as
group of teenagers in
mentally
orange
retarded.
life jackets stood
Because of
where
his
once
vulnerable
Chris
status,
had bought
there'd
her
been a big
vodka.
search for him.
A woman was
involving
spelling
not
out
only
the
the
rules
police
of safety
and
on the
mountain rescue
water,
team, but
shouting
also
to get their
members of the
attention.
public.
Hannah
He
thought that if
attended
they
Cranford
capsized, they'd
Adult
be able to
Training
walk
Centre
back to the
and
shore.
was collected
The
every
water
morning
level
from
was
the end
even
of the
lower
farm
than she'd
track
expected.
by a bus which picked
The
up
beach,
all the
which
trainees
she'd
from
remembered
rural
as a
areas.
narrow strip of sand,
His parents
had
were
widened
elderly,
to an
considered
unsightly
by the staff
expanse
at the
of
centre
mud,
as
rock, and shingle.
overprotective. Usually,
The trainee
one of them
sailors
waited
had to
with him
push
to the
their
bus
dinghies to the
and was
water
there
on
to
trolleys,
meet him in the
lifting
evening.
them occasionally over the larger
In
rocks.
an attempt to
A
encourage
new island
Carl's
had been formed at the
independence,
north
it was
end of the
suggested
lake.
that he could make the half-mile
She didn't know
walk
what
down
Arthur
the track
hoped to
alone.
gain by the walk.
What could go wrong?
A sense of
the track
place,
led only to the
perhaps.
farmhouse.
She'd
It
told
would
him
be
about her
impossible for
first
him to get
romantic
lost.
encounter with Michael
But
by
one
the
day,
bonfire on the beach.
third that this
But this
experiment
scene,
in
on a
independent
sunny
living was
afternoon,
tried,
with the giggles
he
and
failed
squawks of the
to
school
arrive
party
home.
coming to them over the water,
His parents
had
waited
nothing
less
in
than half
common
an
with
hour
the night
before
after
going
the
out to
exams.
look for him.
She felt
2
it
hours
was
later,
an anticlimax.
they alerted the police.
She'd waited so long
It
to come
was
back,
as if he had disappeared
and now
into
it meant
thin air.
nothing.
Porteous had phoned
Arthur
the
seemed
contact
dissatisfied
number
by
without
it
much hope
too,
of
because
success.
he
The
sat for a
Jacksons had
moment
been
in the
in their
sun,
50s
then
when Carl had
suggested that
disappeared
they
in
return to the old
1969.
rectory by the lane.
He was answered by a
On
machine.
the walk back, she started to fret
"You're
about
through
what
to
Porteous
Bork
would
Farm
want from her,
Computing.
and how
No
she would
one is
explain
available
her
to
failure
take
to
your
pass on the
call."
information about Maria's grave.
The farmhouse had been sold.
She
to
said
the
nothing to
others.
Arthur.
The land dispersed.
How
it
could
was
she
happening
tell
to
him?
hill
She
farms
felt
all
like
over
a
the north of
schoolgirl,
England.
waiting
It
for
had
one
happened
of
to the
Spooky
farm where he
Spence's
was living.
beastly tests.
He looked again at the photo.
Outside the
Carl
hotel,
was dressed in a
a
check
battered
shirt,
white
corduroy
transit was
trousers,
parked.
and a hand-knitted
One
V-neck
headlight seemed
pullover.
to be held on by gaffer
Old
tape.
man's clothes.
Chris was standing
It
by
was
the
hard
sliding
to
door,
imagine
shuffling a
him
loudspeaker
wearing a
towards
hippie
him so
leather
he could get his
bracelet.
arms around it. Hannah didn't want
The
to
long
face him
case
yet,
clock in the
and
corner
touched
chimed
Arthur's
the half
arm
hour,
to stop him from
half
approaching.
past midnight.
Chris
Porteous
shifted
rinsed
the
out
balance
his
of the
glass,
speaker so
stopped
he
at
was
the
taking
bottle,
all the
and
weight,
put it in the
and
fridge.
walked slowly with it
In
round the
bed,
side
he
of the
took
building.
10 minutes to go through
His
the
hair
breathing
was a lot
exercise,
shorter,
which
and he
usually
was
helped him to
a bit
relax.
thicker round the waist.
But he slept
But he hadn't
fitfully,
changed much.
haunted by the grainy
It could have been the same
photographs of
black
Carl
T-shirt
Jackson
as the
and
one he'd
Alan
worn to the
Branscombe,
party after Macbeth.
by the fat, white
I don't
body
suppose
of a
you
mortuary,
recognise him, Hannah
and
said.
by Carver's
No,
grin.
why should I? He's been done for dealing. He might have ended up in our place.
Chapter 3.
If he did, he never used the library.
They sat in
wondered if you'd come
Porteous's
across him.
office,
No.
which was so small.
Look,
their
why
knees
don't we
almost
talk to him
touched,
now?
making an
Once
effort
all the wedding
to get
guests
on.
turn up, it'll be impossible.
Eddie Stout had
I wouldn't
seen
know what to
Porteous
say.
cart off the boxes
Again,
of files
she
the
regretted
night before,
starting all this,
and
but
wondered
Arthur
what was going on.
unstoppable.
Was the
Just
man some sort of
introduce us.
control freak?
Leave the rest
That
to
wasn't
me.
his job. Didn't he trust
The
rest of
party
the
would
team?
take place in a room Hannah
Eddie
hadn't seen
was a
before.
Christian,
A large
a
one-story
lay minister
annex
on the
built
Methodist
onto the back
circuit,
of the house
out
in
every
stone.
Sunday preaching
It
to a
had a
handful
polished
of old
wood
ladies
floor
in the
for
windswept
dancing,
chapels in the
a bar
hills.
at one end,
So
and
he
a
had
scattering
to
of small
forgive
tables
Porteous
around
for being
the walls.
promoted over him.
It was quite
And
different
he had
from the
to
rest
make
of the hotel.
allowances.
More
It
upmarket
was a
working
strain
men's
for him.
club than
Porteous
country
could see
house.
that.
But she
The
supposed
silence
that
between
in the
them was
winter
awkward.
the dues held here would make up
Porteous
most of the Spence's
liked
income.
Stout. Perhaps
Chris
it would
was
have been
setting up his
easier if the
equipment
man
on a
had
low
been less
stage.
hospitable
He was
and
bending
generous.
over so his T-shirt
Why
had
was
ridden up
Stout
his back.
trying so hard?
He heard their footsteps and
When
turned
Porteous
round.
had first arrived,
Hannah, mate,
Stout
he
had
said,
invited him to dinner at his
well.
home.
The
An
police haven't
overture
locked
of
you up yet,
friendship,
then?
Which had been impossible
She blushed.
for Porteous to refuse.
She'd always known Chris was
It
hostile.
had been an
He'd
unexpectedly
thought her
pleasant
stuck up
evening.
and prudish.
But
she
Porteous
hadn't
felt
expected
he
such
had
an obvious display of
disappointed
rudeness.
Stout because he had given
Why
too
should they lock
little
her
of
up?
himself away.
Arthur sounded interested.
He
a
had
bit
taken
amused.
flowers and
Who are you?
chocolates as gifts instead
Arthur
of
Lee.
wine. Methodists
I work
didn't
with
drink,
Hannah.
did they? But it
Oh,
seemed
where's that then?
nowadays they did.
He pretended to stick
And
one
after several glasses of home-brewed beer, Stout had become
I'm a librarian.
mellow, almost
I work in
Dickensian,
Staveley
sitting
prison.
in a fat armchair.
She threw that
puffing
out
his
as a
pipe,
kind of challenge.
surrounded
but he
by
didn't seem
evidence of
bothered.
his family.
I never got there.
Porteous had drunk little
Not a long enough
and
sentence.
maintained his guard.
Perhaps another time.
Stout's wife,
Nah,
Bet, was
I'm
plump
too old for that
and
now.
There
Didn't
were
Sal
two
tell you?
grown-up children,
settled.
down
Content.
with babies of their own.
I've got a lady.
And photographs
She's
of them were on
expecting
the
our kid.
mantelpiece and the windowsill.
The kitchen door must have been
Then
open.
there was
Hannah could
Ruthie,
hear the
the
clattering
baby,
of pans.
10 years
There were
younger
cooking
than the
smells.
others. A wild adolescent
What were you
with
like then?
cropped hair,
Arthur
who had
asked.
eaten with them,
What do you mean?
entertaining them with stories
When
about
Michael
school.
Gray was murdered,
Afterwards,
You weren't
she
so
had
settled
disappeared
then.
off to a party with her
He accepted
boyfriend,
that as a compliment.
but not without giving her father
We were all a
big
bit wild, I
hug
suppose.
first.
He paused.
Except Hannah.
You've no family?
You never did
Bet
wild,
had
did you,
asked,
H?
as if it were a loss in his life.
What about
Something to be
Michael? Was
pitied,
he
to be
wild too?
compensated for.
I never knew him
comforting
that well.
casseroles and sticky
You
puddings.
didn't know anything about him before he came to
He had
live
shaken
here.
his head.
You'd never met him before.
Never married.
How would I? He
He
went
had
to some
seen
sort
them
of
looking
posh
at each
school.
other and had read their
Did he
thoughts.
tell you that?
At
Him or
first,
someone
they
else?
had considered
How
that
should I
he
know?
might be one of them.
Anyway,
a
what's it to
Christian.
do with you?
Perhaps of the happy,
Arthur ignored
clappy,
that,
born-again
continued
variety,
with the questions,
saving
sharp
himself
and
for the right
impersonal.
girl.
What was he
That
like?
might have
You
explained
were
his
older than the
reluctance
others,
to go
more
to the pub
experienced.
after work.
What did you
to
make of
join
him?
in the swearing.
He wasn't the angel
banter
they all
about
thought.
women.
It came
But
out
he
grudgingly.
hadn't used the right
One of your
phrases
customers, was
as
he?
recognisable as a Masonic
No,
handshake.
Hannah said.
He hadn't
She glared
made
at Arthur.
himself known.
He wouldn't.
So
Come
then
on,
they
Hannah.
had wondered if he might be
Chris
gay.
was fighting back.
That too
You know
was
as well as
something
anyone
he
that
was
Michael
used
Gray
to.
was hardly the
It was a
perfect
way
gentleman,
for colleagues
don't
to
you?
explain his apparent
She didn't
celibacy,
answer.
his
She
love
wanted
of
to
art,
drag Arthur away,
theatre.
to drive immediately back to
He
the
had
coast,
heard the
but
singers
knew
and
there was
the
no
jokes,
way
though he
he'd give
never
up now.
responded
She'd
to
have
them.
to stick it out.
Eddie and Bet hadn't.
Have the
snickered.
police
They
been
were
to
too
see you
kind
yet?
and too tolerant
Arthur
for that.
Of course they've
But
been to
they
see
had
me.
felt
Anyone
cheated
thoughts in this
because
town
he
they're
hadn't
knocking
been
on
more
my door?
open with them, and
What
they
did
were
they want?
curious.
They wanted me to tell them about the
Later,
party at the
he was
caravan
sure they
site.
would ask
The
Ruthie
last
what
time
she
any of us saw Michael Gray alive.
Porteous wondered what the answer.
The party
would be.
after the play. You remember
Now,
the one,
in his
Hannah?
office, so close to
Did
Eddie
you tell
that he
them?
could smell
She
the
asked.
tobacco.
Of
he
course
had
I
a
told
sudden
them.
urge
I'm a
to
law-abiding
explain.
citizen, no.
It
What else
would
could
have
I
been
do?
like talking to a
He
priest or a
smiled.
shrink.
His teeth were
10
brown
years ago,
and
I had a
uneven.
nervous breakdown.
Then he turned
stress.
back to the
Now
large,
I
black
avoided.
speaker.
You know, prevention better than cure. And I take the medication.
Chapter
I like
21.
my life ordered, predictable. That's why I
Macbeth
live alone.
had gone well.
So I can control what
Everyone
goes on.
involved in the
It
production
runs in the
felt
family,
the buzz,
actually,
lapped up
psychiatric
the
disorder.
success.
My dad was
Even
not.
Hannah, who was
He
on the
jumped
edge
off
of
a
it.
bridge in front of the
It was
Birmingham
a
Intercity.
manic time.
It's like
Exams were only
diabetes,
days away.
genetic.
People were up all night
But
revising.
it wasn't like diabetes.
You'd have thought it was the worst
Diabetes
possible
would have
day
been
for a
no
party.
big deal.
But everyone had
His
so
promotion
much nervous
wouldn't
energy,
have been a
and they
cause for
felt
self-congratulation
like
on the part of his superiors.
Hannah never knew
This
whose
shows that
idea
we
it was
take
to hire a room
equal
at the
opportunities
caravan
seriously,
site.
Peter.
Perhaps
You're a
one of the
trailblazer.
cast was related to the
But we
manager.
suggest that you
She
don't
thought
make
it
a
was
song and
something
dance
like
about
that.
it. You need authority.
She spent the afternoon at
confidence, you know,
home
of your
getting
troops.
ready. On her
Your
own.
past illness is
She'd
no
asked
business
Sal
of
to come
anyone
round.
else, is it?
Sal was better than she was at clothes
He was
and
aware
makeup.
suddenly of
But
Star
Sal
watching,
hadn't had much to
waiting
do with
for
the
him
play,
to
and
speak.
anyway seemed to spend all her free time with
he
Chris.
thought. It won't take
Years
long to
later,
work
Hannah would
out
be
that
able
I'm
to
a head
remember
case
the
if I sit
clothes
here
she
with
was
my
wearing
mouth
that
open,
night.
staring into
She
space.
wanted it to be special.
He pulled the three
After the
files
exams,
out of his
everyone would
briefcase,
move away.
laid them
It would
on the
probably
desk.
be the last time they'd be together.
Do you remember any
She soaked for an hour in the bath,
Stout
got
read them
dressed
quickly,
and looked at
flicking
herself
his
in the
eyes
long mirror
occasionally
on the
back to
landing.
his boss's face.
She was wearing a long skirt
Carl
with
Jackson, I
tiny
remember
green
that one.
flowers printed
I
onto
was
a
up on the
cream
hill with
background.
everyone else searching.
It had a drop
even when I'd
waist.
come off shift.
And she'd made it herself.
It was March, but
There was
the weather
nowhere in
fine.
Cranford to buy
Low
clothes.
mist, rain.
It was the first
I thought
time
I'd
she'd
been
worn
mad
it.
to move away from
A
the
cream
coast.
top with a gathered
Could
neck.
it be our
A
chap
shawl
in the
which
light?
Sylvia Bryce
I don't
had
know why I
crocheted
didn't think
for
of
her
it
birthday.
before. He seemed angry with
Jesus
himself.
sandals
So,
and masses of
it
black
could
eye
be
makeup. The
Carl
last
was
throes
murdered,
of
if
flower
that's what you
power,
mean.
which
There's no way
anyway,
he just
had come
wandered
late
away
for
from
the
the track
town.
and got lost.
Then, just
But
as
he
she was
doesn't
about
say
to leave,
anything
her
here about
mother
the
threw
murder
a wobbly.
investigation.
Hannah
There
should have
wasn't one.
seen it coming.
Everyone was
It had been
content to put
building
it down
for
as an
days.
accident.
Resentful
According to
comments
the
every
press,
time
if
she
anyone
went
was
out.
to blame, it was the
Tearful
social worker
self-pity
who
when she
suggested that he
returned.
should be allowed to walk home
Now,
on his own.
Audrey blocked
But I
the
talked
front
to her
door,
in the
stood
day
in
centre
front of
and
it
I was
with her
impressed.
arms outstretched.
She
Don't go.
said Carl was deaf.
Hannah was panicking.
No
I
one
must.
had picked up how
They're
profound that
expecting me.
disability was.
It's to do with
and she
the
thought
play.
he was more capable than his
She didn't
parents
say
allowed
it was
him
a
to be.
party because Audrey would
In the
have played
few
the
months
guilt card.
since she'd
I
known
never
him,
go out.
he'd begun
You
to read
see your
quite
friends
fluently.
every day.
She
That
thought
sort
he
of
might
thing.
catch up enough to move
And
on to
Hannah
the technical
had
college.
to go.
Perhaps hold
During
down a real
rehearsals,
job.
she'd hardly seen
But his
Michael.
parents were horrified
He'd
by
seemed
those
to be
plans.
slipping away
They wanted
from
nothing
her.
to do with him.
Audrey
Hard, I
crumpled.
suppose.
Her
to
knees
stop being
buckled and her
protective
back
after all
slid
those
down the
years.
door until she
There was
was
more
sitting
to
on the
it than
floor.
that.
She
They
began
were a
to sob.
strange family.
The tears gouged
It was
drains in
stout
her
to
face powder.
to stare into space,
Anna could
to
see
drag
the tops
back
of her
the
tights
memories,
and her
image
knickers.
by image.
Words came
You
in muffled,
think one of the
snotty
parents
bursts.
was responsible for
I'm
this?
so sorry.
Not
You mustn't
directly.
mind me.
The wife,
I
Sarah,
only want
had
you
a
to be
younger
happy.
brother. I can't
Hannah couldn't
believe I
leave
can't
her like
remember
that,
the name.
though more than anything she
He
wanted
caused
to
me enough
ignore the
sleepless
tears,
nights at
step
the time.
over the body and
He
force
didn't
her
live at
way
the
out of
farm,
the door.
but he'd never married.
She took Audrey's
spent a
arm
lot
and
of time
coaxed her
there.
to her feet,
He was
settled her on the
assistant
sofa,
manager
and made her
in a
tea.
hardware shop.
She
in
switched
town.
on the television.
It's been closed for years.
Immediately,
but it was a big place.
Audrey
then.
became
Dealt in
absorbed in one of her
agricultural
favourite
supplies
programmes.
and machinery too.
"I'll go
In
now,
his spare
Mum.
time,
Shall
he
I?"
got involved in community
Audrey
work.
turned,
He
waved
turned
briefly,
his head,
and
so he
returned
wasn't
her
looking
attention to the
directly
set.
at Porteous. Quite a saint, if you listen
They'd
to
hired
Sarah.
a minibus to take
He was a
partygoers
scout
to the
leader in
lake,
Cranford for years
courtesy
and ran the
again
youth
of
club in our
some
church.
anxious parents. A
Until I
disabled lad
persuaded
had
the
gone
committee
missing
it
a
wasn't
couple of
such a
years
good
before,
idea.
and for a while there'd been a
Child
fuss
abuse.
about youngsters
Nothing
out on their
proved.
own.
Never charged.
Hannah was too late to catch
Stout
it.
paused.
She began to
It was
walk,
before all
sticking
the
out her
child
thumb
safety
for a lift
legislation.
every
Don't
time a
forget,
car went
before
past.
Childline.
She'd never hitched on
Some
her own
people even
before,
treated it as a
but
bit
now
of a
she was
joke.
too desperate
If
to
a
think of all
pervy
the
old man
adult
liked to
warnings.
touch young lads behind
It was
while
still
they were
light,
horsing
and the
around,
road
so
was
what?
busier than she'd expected.
At least it kept the
Mostly
kids off the
families
streets.
on their way back
And
to
no
the
one else
site.
wanted the
They
responsibility
didn't
of
seem to
organising the
see
group.
her. Each time a car
What put you
sailed
on to
past, she stared after it
Oh,
with loathing.
rumours.
Her
Some of the
sandals were
things the
new,
kids said.
and a strip of leather
The
cut
fact
into
that he
her
was such a
toes.
loner.
Then,
He never liked
when
working
she was
with other
thinking she'd
adults.
have to walk the whole
If
way,
he had an assistant, it
someone
was an older
stopped.
lad who'd gone
a
through
young
the group.
bloke in a rusting estate car.
I had just enough.
He was
to persuade
chatty,
my church
and
to
in the
drop
few
it.
minutes it took
Tuck
to
for
drive
it,
the rest of
with
the
a
way,
letter of
she found
thanks
out
and
he
a
was
10 quid
visiting his
book token.
girlfriend. She worked
not
on
enough to
reception
take it
in the site
further.
office and had been given a
Until
free
Carl
caravan for
Jackson
the season.
disappeared.
He was obviously
Even then,
snotty.
it wasn't a central line of
She heard the
investigation.
music as soon as she got out.
I
of
was
the
a
car.
young DC.
Some
new
party
to the
that,
district.
he said,
No
before
connections.
driving off through the maze
I
of
passed on the
caravans
rumours.
to find his love.
Some inquiries were made, but it
The party
seemed that
wasn't
the
in the
bloke had an
bar,
alibi
but in a
at the time
room
Carl
next to it,
disappeared.
which sometimes held bingo for the
Porteous
older
waited
visitors
for
and
staff to
talent
continue, but he
competitions
was
for the
frowning,
kids.
preoccupied.
In natural light,
I've
it
just
would be
remembered his
gloomy,
name.
but Chris had rigged
It
up
was
some coloured
Reeves.
spots, and someone
Alec
had decorated it with
Reeves.
balloons and streamers. It
You
was full.
don't think
The
much of
dancers
alibi?
jostled for space.
It was half-day
The first
closing at the
person
shop,
she
so
saw
his
was
boss couldn't
Mr.
vouch for him.
Spence,
Reeves
who was
claimed
dancing
he was at
with
home
the fifth
taking one
former
of his
who
lads
played
to his
Hecker.
cases for the Queen's Scout
Some of the
badge.
cast had dressed up in
And
their
the boy
costumes, and
bore it
hers was black,
too scared
floaty
or
and
too
long.
involved not to.
Ribbons of frayed
So
black
far as I
cloth
know, no
trailed
other
from her
checks were
cuffs.
made on where they both
Mr.
were
Spence
that
danced
afternoon.
with his eyes half shut,
Would you be
his
able
body
to dig out the name of the
twisting and
witness?
swaying to the
Aye.
music.
I made
Hannah
sure
saw
I
at
kept all my
once
notes on that one.
Michael wasn't there.
I knew it would come back to haunt me.
She didn't ask any of her
Do you
friends if
know
Michael
what
had
happened
been
to
with them
Cole's
on the minibus.
parents?
The music
I
was
tried
so
to
loud
phone
that her
farm
ears were
last night.
already singing.
The number's
the room
the
was
same,
full
but
of
it
people
seems to
she
be
didn't
some
know
sort of
well.
office now. Computers.
Boyfriends and girlfriends
Alf,
and
the
stray
father,
hangers-on
died.
had gate-crashed.
We didn't think
Sally
he was
was
involved
there,
in any way. with
though
the
her
Carl's
only
disappearance.
contribution to the play had
He
been to
was a
hand
grafter,
out
but
programmes
not
at one of the
sharpest tool in the
performances.
box.
She was
Last
beside
time I
Chris,
heard,
dancing on
Sarah
her own.
was in one of those old
She already
folks' council
seemed drunk.
bungalows near the river.
Hannah didn't want
I
to ask
presume
her
she's still
about
alive.
Michael.
She's
Chris
one of those
would have
women
made
you
some
imagine would go
sarcastic
on forever.
comment. He
She'll
always
be a
did.
good age now.
She
And
went outside,
Reeves?
walked down towards the
Funnily
lake where the
enough,
noise of the music
He
wasn't
left the
quite
town
so loud.
soon after the
She
investigation
told herself
was
that Michael
wrapped up.
might have gone for a walk on the
His
shore,
voice, which was
that he
heavy
might
with
be
sarcasm,
waiting for her there.
turned to a quiet
The
desperation.
sky was a crazy mix of
To
colours.
work as a
Violet
careless
streaked
in a
in the
children's
west with
home.
gold and grey.
I should have told
Soon
someone.
it would be completely
Said
dark,
something.
but now it
But
was light
he
enough
hadn't
for
been
birds
charged,
still to be
and
seen.
he had a lot of powerful
And she could make
friends.
out the paler strip
I
of
really
sand
didn't
and the
think anyone
reflection
would
of the
take any
last
notice.
light on the water.
Do you remember where he went? I don't think
They were
I ever
lying
knew.
on the spiky grass
Look,
between the
I
road
can't tell
and
you if
the
that
lake.
body in the lake was
Jenny
Carl's,
Graves,
but if it was,
otherwise
I
known
can
as
tell you
Lady
who killed him,
Macbeth,
and I'm
was
glad I'll
sprawled
be there to
naked
see
on
him
the
go
grass
down.
with Michael Gray.
There's nothing we
otherwise
can
known
do
as
until we've checked the
Theo
dental
Randall.
records. That's happening this morning.
The picture had the
I'd
quality
like
of
to
a
talk to
photographic
Sarah.
negative.
No, while we've
The
got an element
background
of
was
surprise.
grey, their bodies
Porteous
milky.
had never seen it.
Michael's hair was startling
He was
white,
usually the one in the
her
team to
black
caution
braid
detachment.
lost in the shadow.
We don't get paid to
It
act
wasn't
as
a
judges,
shock.
he'd say. She'd looked
That's
out for
God
Jenny
and
in the
chaps
dancing
with the hairy
crowd
wigs.
too, and registered that she wasn't
She'll
there.
surely have heard
Hadn't
about
even
the body in the
expected her
lake.
to be.
But no details.
Throughout the
that
rehearsals,
we're
she'd
calling
watched
it
Michael
murder.
and Jenny, his charm,
Porteous wanted
her
to say
flirting.
no. If he
But
didn't
Hannah
feel
hadn't
he
felt
owed
able
Eddie,
to demand an
he'd have
explanation
refused
because
immediately.
then he'd have told her,
Eddie
not
sensed
using the
hesitation.
exact words, of course,
If
that
it
he
is
wanted
Cole,
her as
it
a
would
friend
give us a head
and
start.
an audience.
Let
not
me see
a lover.
what she's got to say for herself.
That it
You're
was
right,
Jenny
of course.
Graves
She'll have
he'd
heard
write
about
his
the body in
poems
the
for.
lake. She might give something
Hannah
away.
stood for a moment,
And I want
staring,
to find out what happened to
fascinated
Alec Reeves.
despite herself by the
If he's still
entwined
working
limbs,
with children,
the panting,
I want to know
the
about it.
moans, thinking
Things are different
in a
these
dispassionate
days.
way.
God,
So
thought
that's
Porteous,
what
suddenly
happens.
feeling very
That's what it's all about.
tired. I haven't been that passionate about anything in years.
Then she turned and ran.
He sensed that Stout
They must
wouldn't
have heard
let it
her
go
footsteps
and
on the
couldn't face a
shingle, but
confrontation.
she didn't care.
He
She hoped Michael did hear
Why not?
that the encounter
he
would
said.
be spoiled.
But I'm coming with you.
It serves him right, she thought. Over
Stout
and
drove.
over again.
There was no air conditioning in the
spiteful
car,
childish,
and even with the
a
windows
schoolyard
down,
chant.
Porteous felt
She stumbled back
slightly
towards the music,
light-headed
not
in
because she could face going back
The
to the
bungalows
party,
were
but
grouped
because it
around
was
a
the
square of
only
grass,
way
which
home.
was brown through lack of water.
A figure was standing
Two old
outside
men in
the
white
building.
hats
He
stood
leaned against
chatting,
the wall,
broke off their
rolling what she
conversation.
realized
Stout knocked
later
on
was
the door.
probably a joint. It was
Porteous
Chris.
had worked out that
There
Sarah
was an
Jackson
outside
must
light
be at
fixed
least
to the
80,
bar, and
but
she
she
was
opened
caught
the door
in the
to
glare
them
of it.
herself.
He
And she
saw her
recognised
tears.
Stout immediately.
He gave a mocking
Good, you.
smile and beckoned her
She
towards
had an
him.
underbite and a way of
She turned
thrusting
away
her jaw
and
forward
hurried
to
down the lane.
emphasise it. She was
She didn't
skinny and
try to
short,
get a lift.
and the mannerism
By then
gave
it
her
was
the
pitch
air of an
black,
aggressive
and she had
child.
more sense.
A cotton
And
floral
she didn't
dress
want
added to the
anyone to
impression.
see her crying.
You might as well come in.
She was home
led them
earlier
into
than
a
her
small
mother had
room
expected.
packed with shabby
Audrey
furniture,
was still
which must
watching
have come
television,
from the farm.
though she'd moved from the sofa to her
I heard
usual
you sold
upright
up after
chair,
Alf died.
and there was a
Stout
plate
said.
with some
I
crumbs
could
on
hardly
the
work
coffee
the
table.
place on me own.
The earlier panic was
Good
forgotten.
timing just before the
She was
bottom fell out
touchingly
of hill
pleased
farming.
to see Hannah,
You were lucky.
who sat on the floor
She
beside
glared
her
at
to
him.
watch the end
You
of
make
the
your own
programme.
luck in this world.
She found herself making
Porteous
allowances
had the
for her
impression
mother's
that this was a
behaviour
continuation
now,
of the
as she
sparring
would
which
with
had gone on
someone
20
who was
years
very
before.
old or very sick.
He sat on a fireside
Audrey
chair that had
seemed
been
not
covered
to
in
notice
pink
that Hannah
stretched
was
nylon,
upset until
and
they
watched.
went upstairs together. Then
I hear
she asked
there's
suddenly,
a computer business in the old house now.
"Are you all right,
Stout
Matty?"
said. He was
Of course.
still standing, looking out.
Audrey
the
would be
window.
the last person
Is that
she'd
what it
talk
was
to
about?
her troubles.
She hardly seemed
What could
interested.
parents know?
I suppose there would be
You
plenty
should
of
leave this
space.
place. Audrey
You don't
said
miss the
sharply.
place.
As soon as your
Stout
exams are over.
was
I
never the
stayed
same
far
after
too
Carl
long.
went.
Oh, yes,
No,
Hannah said.
Porteous interrupted.
I will.
He could feel Stout's
She
anger
spoke
across the
as if it had been her plan
It
all
can't have
along,
been.
but it
She
had
sniffed,
never crossed her
slightly
mind
mollified,
before that evening.
and perched on the edge
Good.
of an overstuffed Chesterfield.
She shut the bedroom door firmly behind her.
What do you want?
But Hannah still heard her repeat the word to
You'll have
herself.
heard we found a body in Cranford Water.
The
That's
next
nothing to
morning,
do with me.
Michael phoned.
Why are you so
It was
certain it's
Sunday,
not
and her
Carl
mother was
in
still
the
in
name?
bed. Hannah hadn't
Because
been able
he just
to sleep.
wandered off.
She knew it would be him.
It was the
before
sort
she
of thing
picked
he
up the
did.
receiver,
I
but
told
she
the
couldn't
social
let it
workers
go
he couldn't
unanswered.
take in what you said to him, and it wasn't because
Hannah,
he couldn't
I
hear.
have to see you.
Even with his deaf
No.
aid, he had his head
You
in
don't
the clouds.
understand.
And
I'm
he couldn't
scared.
have walked that
He
far
did
without
sound
anyone seeing him.
terrified, as if he'd just
Where did you
woken
find the
from a
body?
nightmare.
Near the Adventure
But she told
Centre.
herself he was
That's
a
the
good
opposite
actor.
side of the lake
No
from
one
the
else will
farm.
believe
a
me.
20-mile walk.
She didn't say
At least.
anything.
You lot
There
were
are
out
things
searching
you should
before he
know.
could have made it.
We should talk.
And before you ask, he couldn't swim.
Talk to Jenny.
Or row a
She knew
boat.
it was petty, but she couldn't
She
help
spoke
it.
with confidence.
This
It
isn't
was a
anything to do
well-rehearsed
with
speech.
Jenny.
And it isn't anything to
Someone
do with me.
Could always have driven him in a
If
car.
Chris
hadn't seen her
Stout
running
said
away from the
softly.
beach,
Which someone
she'd
are we
probably
talking
have
about
agreed
now?
to meet Michael.
Alec
She
had a
wanted to
car,
see
didn't
him,
he?
but Chris
Morris
had
1100.
seen her, and she could
Navy
tell
blue.
from the way he'd grinned
It was his
that
pride
he knew
and joy, as I
about
remember.
Michael and Jenny.
I wondered
He'd
how long
told
it would
Sally.
be before you got round to Alec.
Hannah was proud.
She was
She couldn't
contemptuous,
bear
turning
to be
her
seen
back on
scuttling
Stout
back
and
to
directing
Michael
the
after
rest of the
she'd been so
conversation at
publicly
Porteous.
betrayed.
My little brother
She wanted to
was
help
hounded
him,
out of the
but knew
town
it
by
was
your
impossible.
man just when I needed his
"I'm
support
sorry,"
the most.
she said. As
It was
firmly
rumours
as her
at
mother
first.
had said the word
Gossip.
good the night
Snide,
before.
like a lassie.
She was
Don't trust
replacing
Alec
the
Cleeves with
receiver
your
when
children.
she heard him say
Then he went to
goodbye.
his boss and accused Alec of taking our
That
car
was the story
as
she
if he
told
would.
Arthur as they sat
He
on
was
the
good to
terrace
the boy,
waiting for
more
Porteous
patient
to
than me or
arrive
Alf
at
could
the
ever
old
be.
rectory.
He took him for
It was
treats,
quiet.
things we never
The
had the time
newlyweds
or the
and their
money to
friends
give him.
hadn't yet arrived.
The pictures
It
on
was
Saturday
the story
afternoons,
they agreed she would
picnics
have
in the
to tell
hills.
the detectives.
She wiped the corner of her eye
Porteous
with
was
an
late,
embroidered handkerchief.
and when he did arrive,
Porteous,
he was
who
looking crumpled
closely,
and breathless.
could see
She
no
was thrown
tears.
because
Please,
he was on his own.
don't distress
She
yourself.
felt she should ask
He
after
said,
Stout.
we thought you'd rather
It was
we
as if
came
a husband
ourselves
had
to tell you
turned
what
up
was
at a dinner
happening.
party without his wife.
My people are
Oh,
checking the dental
Porteous
records
said.
now. We are
We know
very busy.
is he?
that Carl saw a
She
dentist
had the
while he was at
impression
the
that
day
he'd been
centre.
rushing around all day.
The records are still
You
available.
don't mind if my
You
friend
shouldn't have
joins
long
us?
to wait.
He's
We'll
responsible
have a
for most of
positive
the information.
identification by this
No.
afternoon.
Porteous said.
Sarah Jackson
Of course.
was so angry that she
Though he
seemed
seemed
not to care.
surprised.
That's all very
Perhaps
well,
he thought she wasn't
cried.
the sort
but you
to
shouldn't have brought
friends.
that man here. It
They
wasn't
sat in the
tactful.
lounge where he
It
had
wasn't
interviewed
right.
her on the evening of the school reunion. She stood up as if she expected them
I
to leave.
remembered
But
something.
Porteous stayed where
Michael
he was.
once mentioned the cemetery.
What
on the
happened
coast.
to Alec when he
Porteous's
left
head
Brentford, Mrs.
shot
Jackson?
up.
He'd been taking
He did
notes.
well for himself.
It seemed an
Better than if he'd
overreaction.
stayed here.
Which cemetery?
He's
Mrs.
got a
Morgan?
job in a home for kiddies.
The voice as
They
bland
sent him
and
away to
polite
college.
as always. She
Near
was
the
as
lighthouse.
proud as if she'd
You
been
know it?
talking about her own son.
I've
heard of it.
Is
Certainly.
he
Still there?
I looked at the graves.
He's retired.
Narrowed down the
I
possibilities.
thought he might come home then.
I think I found Michael's
We've
mother.
been so close, him and
She
me.
was called
Our
Maria
parents died
Randall.
when he was still at school.
If we are right,
I brought him up.
Michael's first name
But he
was
couldn't
Theo.
face it after what happened before.
Arthur
All
took
those
him through
lies.
the dates and the family history.
He bought a bungalow in the
eagerly.
Pennines not
A
far from
magician
the school.
pulling each new bit of
I
information
visit when I
from
can.
his hat.
I'll go again when it's
Theo's
not so
father,
hot.
Crispin, remarried
Whereabouts
his
in the
secretary,
Pennines?
Stella.
What's it to you?
They had
I'll
a
not
daughter.
have him
She
harassed.
died in
She
a
walked
fire in the
toward
family
door and
home.
threw it open.
Since
I'm an
then,
old
there's
woman.
been no
I
mention of
need
the
my
boy.
peace. I've nothing
Porteous
more to
wrote
say to you.
meticulous notes, but Arthur
They
seemed
walked out
upset
into the
by
glare
his
of
lack
the
of
sunshine.
reaction. He must have been expecting
I'll
gratitude.
be in touch this
to be welcomed
afternoon.
with open
Porteous
arms
said,
into the
when we've heard
investigation.
back from the dentist.
You don't seem
But she had already
surprised.
shut the
he
door
said.
on them.
Had you worked all that out for yourself?
They were in
then?
the station, walking up the
No,
stairs
Mr.
towards
Lee,
Porteous's
you've been
office when they
very
heard
helpful.
footsteps running up behind
Still
them.
polite.
It was
but
Claire
dismissive.
Wright, a young D.C.,
Porteous turned his
flushed,
attention back
excited,
to Hannah.
out of breath,
When did you
so she
say
could
you
hardly
were at the
speak.
cemetery?
We got a match.
Yesterday
She
evening.
bent double,
She added
gasping.
in a rush.
You
I did
look
try
as if
to
you've
phone
just
you then.
won a great
Did you?
North run.
There's
Porteous
something
forced
else.
himself to stay
I've remembered the
calm,
party
keep his
after the
voice
school
light.
play.
Who?
Porteous
demanded
said.
Stout. When she
Michael
did not reply
and the young
immediately,
lady
he added,
Macbeth.
almost in a whisper.
Yes,
Is it
Mr.
Carl
Johnson
Jackson?
told us about that. Yes,
By then, she had
and the
caught
next
her breath.
morning, Michael
No.
phoned me.
Nothing like.
He sounded
It's the
anxious,
lad called Michael
scared
Gray.
even.
Tell
Ah.
me, Mrs. Morton. Porteous continued up
Why
the stairs,
are you telling me this
unlocked
now?
his door, and flicked
It's
the
not
kettle
something
on.
you'd have forgotten.
He waited for
Seeing
Stout
your
to follow.
boyfriend with another girl. Not when you remembered other details so clearly.
Chapter 4.
She was saved
Stout
from
stood
the
in the
need to
doorway
answer
of
because her
Porteous's
mobile
office.
phone rang.
You don't
It
seem
was Rosie.
surprised.
Mum, something
Not too
terrible's
surprised,
happened.
No.
She was
Porteous
almost
said.
screaming, and Arthur
You
and
were
Porteous
right
couldn't
about
help
Sarah
overhearing.
Jackson.
They both
She does
stared
know
out
what
of the
happened to
window,
her
but
son.
Hannah could tell they were listening.
But when we talked about the body
is
in the
it?
lake, she wasn't
Her first
bothered.
thought was
Hardly
Jonathan.
interested.
A car accident.
She knew it
He
wasn't
drove
him.
like a maniac.
He made
Rosie
a mug
was
of tea
panting,
for Eddie,
trying to steady
strong
her
as
voice
he
so she
really
could
liked
speak.
it, and waved
It's
it at him
Mel.
to invite him in.
Rosie said,
We'll have to
She's
save
dead.
Carl for another day.
Someone found her
The
body
words
today
sounded
on one of the
unbelievably
footpaths
trite. I'm
by
sorry,
the cemetery.
Eddie. I mean it.
She was
Now,
stabbed.
we have to concentrate on
first
Michael
thought was,
Gray. Find out
"Thank God it's
everything
not
there is to
Rosie."
know about him.
Then she pictured
Porteous
her daughter,
could tell the
frightened
man's mind
and
and
alone
heart
in the
weren't
house.
really in it.
We're coming,
He was
she
still
said.
thinking
Leave
about
him
the
straight
deaf
away.
boy everyone had labelled as
She clicked
dumb.
off the phone and stood up.
When
Porteous
this
was already on his
investigation
feet,
was over,
blocking the
he'd
door.
give Eddie his
Do you
head
know
for a few
Melanie
years.
Gillespie,
Let him
Mrs.
dig
Morton?
around for a bit. Even
Not
if nothing
well.
came of it,
She was
he
my daughter's
deserved
best
that
friend.
much.
Why?
Soon it became
Arthur
clear
asked.
they would find out
Porteous
very
looked
little
down at him
about
as if he
Michael
were
Gray.
considering
Not
whether or not
immediately,
to
at
answer.
least.
I'm
At first,
running the
Porteous had
investigation
thought it
into
would be
her
easy.
murder.
A piece of piss, he said to
A bit
himself.
far from your patch,
Though
isn't it?
not to Eddie, who
Hannah knew
disapproved
what
of
Arthur
such
was up
language.
to, being deliberately
Michael
provocative
Gray
in the
had
hope
been
of
fostered
prizing more
to a couple
information
called
from the detective.
Bryce. Fostering
Porteous
meant
hesitated,
social
then
services,
chose his
and
words
that meant
carefully.
records as long as your arm.
We
reports
have
for the court,
reason to
case
believe that
conferences,
the deaths
personal
of
records
Michael
kept
Gray
to cover
and
the back
Melanie
of whichever
Gillespie
poor
are
social
connected.
worker had been in charge.
Go back to your daughter.
There would
Mrs.
be
Morton.
details
Of course,
of the natural
she's upset.
family at
I'll be in
least,
touch
and
shortly
of
when
any
I check
contact
the information
between them
you've
and the
given me.
boy.
He paused.
Michael hadn't
You've
been adopted.
nothing
so
more to tell
he
me
would
now
still have been officially
about your
in
visit
care
to the
when he
cemetery.
disappeared.
No.
Some attempt would have been made to
She
trace him.
understood for the first time how
He sent
ordinary
Eddie
felt
to talk
when
to
she
the solicitor
crumpled a
who
heap on
triggered
floor.
the first missing person report
There will
after the
be
foster
more
parent's
questions.
death. Find
Of
out who
course, you
benefited from the
understand
will
that.
in the absence of the boy.
He turned
Did anyone?
and let himself
Is the cash still being held in trust for him? What happens to it now? Part 3. Stout slunk away like a
Chapter
sulky
22.
teenager. As soon as he had gone,
Peter
Porteous made an
Porteous
appointment
stood
with
in
the
front of
senior
them
social
looking
worker
more
on
than
duty
ever
at
like
the
a
town
teacher
hall.
at a
The man
second-rate
was
college
prepared
for
to
further
meet him at
education.
once. The town hall
He'd set
was
up a
in
flip
the same
chart,
street,
and there was an
and of the same
overhead
design
projector
as the
to show
police station,
slides of the
red
victims
brick
and
Victorian
crime scenes.
Gothic, though
If
it had a Carver
concrete
hadn't
and glass
done the
extension at the back,
Gillespie
where the social
post-mortem,
services
we'd
department
probably
was housed.
never have made the link.
A small, middle-aged man named
But
Jones
the Michael
met
Gray
Porteous
inquiry
at
was still
reception
fresh in his
and
mind.
led him upstairs.
He's
They
convinced
left
the same
behind
knife
them
was
the
used
screams
in
of an
both
elderly
murders,
woman demanding
if
to
not
see
the
her
same,
social worker,
so similar
and
that
the
it's still
increasingly irate
significant.
reply of the
Not
receptionist,
an
who
ordinary
said she would
kitchen
have to
knife.
wait.
A dagger,
They sat
short-bladed
in a cubbyhole,
but
looking
wide,
out on a busy,
very sharp.
open-plan office He
where
flicked
one of
through
the
half a
phones
dozen
always
slides.
seemed to be
Grey
ringing.
flesh.
Carver's hand
Jones was
holding steel
tidy,
instruments,
with a few
wounds
wisps
which
of hair
looked now
combed
very
over a balding
tidy and
pate.
clean.
He was
Then
apologetic.
He paused. It was hot again.
After you phoned,
He'd
I
taken off
checked
his
our
jacket,
records.
loosened his tie
I like to
just
think
a touch.
we're efficient in that
So,
department.
let's look
But
at
we've
the
no
victims.
details of a couple called
He turned
Bryce
a page
being
of the flip
registered
chart.
as foster parents.
Stuck to the
Nothing
next
at all.
page was the old
No
photograph
application
of Michael
form,
Gray
no
playing
record
Macbeth.
of training.
Porteous
Would you
stretched
still
and wrote
have
in
the
felt
file
tip
after
at
all
the
this
top.
time? Oh, yes.
Theo
we go back 30
Randall.
years. Longer.
He had no problem
Child
accepting
protection,
the new
see.
name of the boy.
It's important to know
He
who's
had
been
more
looking after
important
our
things
children.
to worry about.
Could
He
the
flipped
Bryces
the page
have
again
been
and
working
scrawled
for
a
someone
rudimentary
else?
family
A charity,
tree.
perhaps.
The
Another
felt tip
authority.
squealed on rough paper.
That's what I thought. He
Crispin
seemed impressed
Randall,
that Porteous had been
first
thinking
marriage
along the same
Maria
lines.
Gray,
But I've phoned around, and I
Offspring,
can't find
Theo
anyone else in the field who's heard of them.
second
I'm not
marriage
saying it's
Stella
impossible that
Kennedy,
they were registered with another
Offspring
agency,
Emily
but
Randall.
if it doesn't sound too big-headed,
Maria
my contacts are
died
second
when
to none.
Theo was very young.
I'd certainly say it's unlikely.
Crispin remarried and had
You
a
have a
second
record,
child,
though, of
Emily.
Michael Gray?
She was killed
No.
in a house fire when
The man
she was
closed
still a
his
baby.
mouth firmly, allowing
Two
no
tragedies.
He sat
Perhaps
back in
that
his chair
explains
and
the
clasped
family
his hands
breakdown
round his
and
small
the
paunch.
fostering.
He seemed to be
A
delighted
young
by the
DC at
mystery
the back
and
stuck
by
up a hand.
Porteous's discomfort.
Yes,
But I gave you his date
how did
of
we get a
birth.
positive
We
ID
found
on
it
the
in
boy
the
in
dental
the end, sir?
records. Porteous could tell he
Porteous
was
thought the
sounding
man
desperate.
already knew the answer
That'll teach
and
me,
intended
he
to
thought.
rub salt
A
into the
piece of
wounds.
piss.
He was a cocky little
It doesn't
sod,
help, I'm
and
afraid.
it did come hard
I've
to admit
phoned
that an
the court.
enthusiastic amateur
They keep
had
their
got
own
there
records.
before him.
No
But he
care
kept his
or
voice
supervision
friendly.
order was placed
With
on anyone
the
called
help
Michael
of a member
Gray
of
in
the
the
public,
70s,
a
anywhere
psychologist
in the
who
county.
works for the Home Office.
He paused.
He had information we didn't have
Social
access
services
to, but I'll
were
come
never
to that
involved with
later.
him either.
Let's turn
they
now
must
to
have
what
been.
we know
Not necessarily.
about Theo Randall.
Jones leaned forward.
Quite a lot,
but didn't
considering how
elaborate.
much time has elapsed.
I
He
don't
was
understand.
bright, well-educated,
How old
personable.
was he?
He
The
seems
tone was
to have come
patronising.
from a wealthy
An
family.
infant teacher talking
Just
to a
before he
particularly
died, he
thick
had a
six-year-old.
row with his girlfriend
Just
because
what I
she caught him
deserve,
making love to
Porteous said.
someone else.
When
He
we
was
think he
a
went
talented
missing.
actor and
18.
was starring in a production
you
of
are, then.
Macbeth in the week
Jones
before he
leaned back in the
disappeared.
chair once more
One
and
of his
smirked.
props was a
Over
dagger.
16, and we
According to
wouldn't get involved.
witnesses, it was very
He could have been
sharp.
younger than that when
I'd
he
like to
started
trace
living
it.
with the foster parents, if it was
The school
an
is doing its
informal
best,
arrangement.
but I don't hold out much hope.
Perhaps you would explain.
He was lodging with
Porteous
a couple
had never
called
minded
Sylvia
eating
and
on
Stephen
lie.
Bryce.
It was
Everyone
surprising
says
how
they
people
were
liked
very
to
fond of him.
grovel.
There was
The
no
social
question of
worker was
ill
nothing.
treatment or abuse, and I
Let's
think we
take
can
a
rule them out.
hypothetical
They're dead
situation.
now, but perhaps
Something
we can
we
trace
come across
friends
all the
who
time.
knew Theo, knew
Say there's
how
a
he
single
came to be
mum
living
with a
there.
teenage lad.
None
He
of this
starts to run a
might
bit
be
wild.
relevant,
Perhaps it's nothing
but
that would
I
get
want
him in
to
trouble
know.
with the police, but he's
He
staying out
turned
late,
to the next page
skipping
on the chart.
school.
This was covered
She
with
begins
a
to
montage
feel
of
she's
photographs
losing
of
control.
Melanie Gillespie.
Now, it could
Before
be that
she'd
the
dyed
boy
her hair
has a
red,
good
she'd been
relationship
blonde.
with her parents.
In the centre there was a
and
picture
they
of her,
offer to
blown
have him
up.
to live with them for
She
a
was
while,
half-turned,
to take the heat off
caught
her until things
unexpectedly.
calm down.
She had a wide
That would
mouth,
be
high cheekbones,
fostering of a sort,
and she
wouldn't
was
it?
supermodel
Nothing official.
thin.
No need for social
Despite
services to be
the
involved,
gap
even
in
if the lad were
time,
under 16.
these two have a lot in common.
In fact, that's
Not just
usually
their
the
age.
last thing a family under
The
stress
Gillespies
wants.
are
A nosy
wealthy.
cow from the
They're
welfare
both
knocking on the
prominent
door.
business people, often in the news.
Porteous smiled.
Theo's
So
dad
you're
was an
saying
MP.
these Bryces were
Melanie
probably
was
relative?
bright and
They might have
articulate.
been.
Her teachers
Or
say
friends.
she could be moody,
They
but
might
she
even
was
have
often
been doing
charming.
it for money. She wasn't
All I
into
can
art
tell
and
you is
acting
I don't
like
Theo,
think
but
they
she
were
was
official.
a skilled musician.
Where do you
So
suggest I
they
go
had
from here?
similar backgrounds.
Have you got the name of the
Now,
school?
Let's
Cranford
look at the
Grammar.
differences.
That too had been
Most
invented.
obvious, of course,
Try
is
there then.
gender.
If it was an
The cocky
informal
DC
fostering,
raised a
they'd
hand,
still have wanted the
languidly,
names
as
of
if
the
it were
natural
hardly
parent.
worth the effort.
It's possible that
Is
he
that
moved away
important?
from home after he
Porteous
started the
wanted
school.
to yell, "Don't
Most
be
problems of that
fatuous,
sort start in
everything's
adolescence.
important."
You might
Two
even
young
find a couple
people
of
have
teachers who
been
remember
killed.
him. My kids
We
go there,
don't
and
know at this
some of the stuff
stage.
must be
There was
close to
no
the time.
indication of sexual
He
assault
led
on Melanie
Porteous down
Gillespie,
the
according to
concrete
Carver.
stairs. In the waiting
He
room,
turned
the
his
old
back
lady
on the
had begun
audience
to
as he
sob.
regained mind control, wrote
Cranford
differences on the flip chart,
had since
added
become Cranford
gender,
High,
then
and
age
when Porteous
with a question
phoned the
mark.
school from his office, he was
Theo
told that it was
a
the
year
last
older
day
than
of the
Melanie,
summer
though
term.
as they were
The
both in their
secretary sounded
A-level
on the
year,
verge of
that
hysteria.
hardly seems
In
important.
the background, he heard
Could we
the
be looking for a
high-pitched
teacher?
yelps of children,
Clairite
an
asked.
impatient teacher
Possible,
calling
isn't
for
it?
mislaid reports.
I'd be very interested to
yell
know if
for
anyone who
silence.
taught Theo
It
at
really
Cranford
isn't a good
Grammar
time.
went on to
Then
work
he
at
explained
Melanie's
that he was
school.
running a murder inquiry.
Can you take
and
responsibility
suddenly
for
her
checking that
attitude
out?
Changed. She nodded. Porteous had noticed
Then
it before.
there are the
It wasn't
temperaments,
a desire
he
to be a
went on.
good citizen.
Not so easy to
and help
pin
the
down,
police.
but we seem
Murder
to have a
had
difference
the same
here.
effect as the mention of
Theo
celebrity,
is
of
described
a
as
pop-icon or
organised and
football
conscientious,
star.
but he
She was
doesn't
excited.
seem to have been
Later,
overstressed
she would
by
boast to her
exams.
friends that she
He
had
still
been
felt able
involved.
to take
He
part
told
in
her
the school
again what
play.
he wanted.
One witness
"I
says
can
he
only
told
think of one
stories.
member of
You
staff
couldn't
who would have
believe
been
what he
around
said.
then," she said.
But
"Mr.
she
Westcott.
was his
He's head of
girlfriend,
history.
and he betrayed her.
I know he has a free period
I'm not
first
sure
thing
we
after
can
lunch,
rely
but
on
that's
her
probably not
objectivity.
the best time to talk
There was no
to you."
record of any emotional
Why not?
problems,
He asked
nothing
politely.
more than you'd expect in any
"Oh, well,
adolescent.
I suppose it'll be all right.
On the other
I'll tell
hand,
him you're
Melanie was
calling,
moody,
and I'll check
given
our
to
records.
bouts of anger
If you come
and
to the office
depression.
first, I'll have everything ready
For
for
the
you."
past 2 years, she'd been seeing a psychiatrist for an eating
The
disorder.
end of lunch was ringing.
Porteous
as he got
looked
out,
out
of
at
his
his
car.
team.
By the
Some
time
were
he got
scribbling
to the
notes.
school office, the
He thought
children
that
were
soon
contained
they'd have
in
no
their
need for
classrooms.
that. Soon
No
they'd know
pretense
these
was being made
teenagers
to
as
teach
well as they knew their own
He heard
families.
whoops of laughter,
So,
the blare
he said,
of rock
2
music.
victims.
The
The big
secretary
question
moved
is,
away from her computer screen
are
when she
there
saw
any
him
more?
and held towards him
would a
manila
killer
envelope.
keep a
He
knife
could
for
tell from the
nearly
weight
30
that there were
years,
only a couple of sheets of
resisting the
paper
temptation to
inside.
use it,
It's
then
not much, I'm
murder
afraid.
again out of the blue?
After all this time,
We need to check the
he
old
knew that
files
she
and
would
make
have done
sure
all
this
she
isn't
could to
a
help.
part
There
of
was
a
no point
wider
in pushing
pattern.
for more.
Pull up all the
He followed
post-mortem
her
reports for
directions to the
stabbings
staff
when the
room.
victim was a teenager.
Jack
I
Westcott
don't want
was
the
plump
search
and
restricted
round,
to the local area.
and when Porteous
I'm
pushed
sure
open the
we'd have
door
picked
to
that
the
up.
cluttered room,
But the
he
killer
was
might have been
asleep.
working away. Despite the heat, he stopped
He
again,
wore a tweed
abruptly,
jacket with a
and seemed
loud
lost
check,
in thought for a
and there were
moment.
beads of sweat.
The fan
his
on
forehead.
one of the desks in a
Porteous
corner
leaned
hummed.
over him
Someone
to tap him on the
coughed
shoulder
uncertainly.
and smelled
His
whiskey
audience
fumes.
didn't know him well enough to
That
tell whether or not he'd
explained the
finished the
secretary's
briefing.
feeling that the first
He let
period
them
after
sit
lunch might
in an
not
awkward
be a
silence
good
for a
time
few
to
minutes
speak to him.
longer before continuing
Jack
slowly.
Westcott had been celebrating the end
So,
of term in the pub.
That's
He
one
opened
theory.
roomy eyes.
We've got
And
an
with an unembarrassed
undetected
jolt, he
serial
sat up.
killer. We'll find other
You
crimes
must be
that
the
fit the
policeman,
pattern.
chappie.
Teenage
Porteous
murders and
admitted
that
that he
particular
was.
knife.
Help
At
yourself
least
to
it's
coffee.
something we can
He
check.
nodded unsteadily.
Carver's
towards a
happy to
filter
work
machine
with
in the
us on
corner.
it.
I have
More
mine
than happy.
black.
Porteous
2
thought.
sugars.
The pathologist had
bastards
almost
have left
begged
it, eh?
to be involved.
He pressed
He'd
on the arms
seen
of
the
his
chance
chair
for
as if to
fame,
hoist himself
mentions
out of it,
in
but the effort was
influential
too much for
journals,
him.
and the opportunity to
The
star
3
as an
remaining
expert
teachers in the
witness in
room
an
picked up their
important court
bags
case.
and wandered out.
The other
Porteous
theory
carried
is
back
that
the
the second
polystyrene
murder
cups of
came
coffee
about
and
as a
sat
result
beside him.
somehow of
I'm
the
here about
discovery
a
of
boy
Theo
called
Randall's body.
Michael Gray.
That there
Your
was
secretary
a
said you
causal
might
link
remember him.
between the incidents.
We think he
If that's
could have
the
been
case,
a bit of a troublemaker.
It won't be an obvious
No,
connection.
no, no.
Melanie hadn't been
The words were
born
thundered
at
so
the time
loud
of
that Porteous
Theo's
was
death.
startled. Jack Westcott set the
Couldn't
cup
we
on the
be
table and
talking
shook his
a
head
random
as if
nutter?
declare an alcoholic fug.
The contribution
He was a
came
good
from
chap,
Charlie
Michael.
Luke, who'd been
One of
sitting
the
in the
best.
front row, his brow furrowed
So you
with
do
concentration
remember him.
throughout the presentation.
Porteous felt a
He had the
wonderful-
build and
He had
squashed
begun to think
features of
that
a
Michael
boxer.
Gray didn't exist
Approaching
at all,
middle age,
that
he was still a
some
constable
figment of
and
Carver's
would remain
imagination.
one.
Of
No one
course
was
I
quite
do.
sure how he'd
I
slipped
remember
through
all
the
the
assessment
kids.
process to get
Hundreds
into
of
the
them.
service.
That's what
Claire
teaching's all
dismissed
about.
him as having
Not
the IQ of a
attainment
gnat,
targets,
but
not
Porteous didn't
literacy
care,
hours,
and
not
rather liked him.
He
He
looked
was
about
dogged,
him, saw
and
that the
did
bulk
what he
of
was
his audience
told.
had
He
disappeared.
didn't let the job
and
get under
lapsed
his
into
skin.
silence.
Beer and sport would
Tell me
always
about
be
him.
more important.
I didn't teach the boy.
Nothing's
History
ever
wasn't
completely
one of his
random, is it,
subjects.
Luke?
Shame.
The killer
He'd have
must
been
have
an
met
asset to
these
the
young
sixth form
people
group.
somewhere.
Articulate.
Their
you know.
paths crossed, even
So
if he
you
only
didn't
came across
know
them
him well?
opportunistically, if he had no
Porteous
other
felt the
motive
image
than the
of Michael
thrill of
Gray
killing.
fade from his grasp.
It should be possible
The
to learn
ghostly
something
apparition
about the pattern of his
disappearing
life
through a wall before
from
it has
theirs.
even taken shape.
Luke
I didn't
seemed
say
bewildered
that.
by the concept, but
He was in my
nodded
tutor group for
enthusiastically.
nearly 2 years.
Of course,
so I probably
Porteous
knew him
went
better
on.
than his
We've already
subject
discovered one connection between
Westcott sat
Theo
back in his
Randall
chair
and
like an
Melanie
elderly Billy
Gillespie.
Bunter and shut
He
his
turned
eyes.
towards Stout,
He
who was
continued
already
to
rising
speak,
to his feet.
unaware of
Eddie,
Porteous taking
perhaps you'd
notes.
like to tell us that part
Michael
of the story.
joined us at the beginning of the
Hunter Hannah
sixth.
Morton.
A year
Stout said.
older than most.
Maiden name, Hannah Meek.
I can't remember where
She
he
works
came
as a
from.
librarian
Some
in Stavely
private
Nick.
place, I think.
She's recently separated
I
from
know there was a
Jonathan,
problem
who's
getting the
deputy head of a
paperwork
high
from
school
them.
on the coast.
It hadn't even
A high
arrived
school
by the
where
time he left.
Melanie Gillespie was a student.
I was never told why.
There's
he
one
was at
daughter,
the lower sixth,
Rosalind,
and I didn't
aged
ask.
18,
Not
still
my
living
business.
at home and waiting to go to university.
Illness, perhaps, or emotional
On the surface,
problem.
you couldn't
It
find
happens
anyone
at that
more
age.
respectable than
They're
Mrs.
very
Morton.
intense.
Anyone
That's
less
why
likely to
they're
commit
such a
murder.
joy to teach.
But she did know both victims.
I'm an old man.
We were
Can't
already
get up
interested in
much
Mrs.
now.
Morton before the
So
Gillespie
I lived
murder.
through them.
She was Theo's girlfriend,
voraciously,
the love
but
she thought of
second-hand.
his life.
Much the safest
She
way.
caught him.
He paused.
Stout hesitated,
Porteous
seeming to be searching for an appropriate euphemism.
But the words continued in a
Shaggin?
low-pitched growl.
Luke suggested
He
helpfully.
was an exceptional
Quite.
boy.
Still,
There was
Stout couldn't bring himself
something
to say
about
the
him.
word.
The
Charm, I
young
suppose
actress
you'd call
who
it.
played Lady Macbeth.
He had a way of
They
winning people
were together
over.
by Cranford Water
Did he
after
talk
an
about
end
his
of performance
home life?
party.
He was living
That's
with
the last record
Bryces.
we have of the boy
He
alive.
lapsed again into
Mrs.
silence.
Morton claims
Porteous
he phoned
resisted
her the following
temptation to
day,
prompt him.
but after
Good
all this
people,
time, it's
the Bryces.
impossible to check.
I didn't
Stout
really know
paused.
them myself.
She
Met them
has
occasionally.
a surprisingly clear
Parents'
recollection of all the
dues, the
details.
school play.
That in itself raises suspicion.
But that's what everyone said.
She didn't tell us about
Of
Theo
course,
two-timing
they
her
were
until
religious.
she knew we'd find out
snorted.
anyway.
As if religion
She was
to be
stage manager
disapproved
for the
of.
school play, so
Then began
she'd
to
have
snort.
access to the dagger,
He
which
was
could
more
well
drunk
have
than
been the
Porteous
murder
at
weapon.
first realised.
She had motive and opportunity.
Did he?
There's no
Have
one else
friends?
in the frame.
What?
He rocked back on his heels.
buckets full. I
But
could
I
give you a list.
don't see it.
There
I
was a
don't see her
girlfriend.
as a sort of person
What
who'd
was
stab the
her
boy she was in
name?
love with,
Shy
tie an
little
anchor
thing.
round his body,
Did he
and tow him in the
talk about
lake.
his family?
I
mean,
certainly
his
don't see her
real
living with
family.
herself for 30
No.
years afterwards.
But parents are an
Unless she'd
embarrassment at
repressed
that
the
age,
memory.
whatever they're like.
Luke
It doesn't
interrupted.
mean anything.
He looked
None of the
round
kids
as if
talk
he
about
expected congratulations
Is
from
there
his
anything
colleagues
else
for the
you
contribution.
can tell me about him?
When none came, he added
He was an
defensively.
actor.
Well,
Brilliant.
it happens.
I remember
saw
his
this
Macbeth.
programme on the telly.
The best production the school ever
When the
did.
boy's body was dredged
He
up from the
lurched
lake,
suddenly to his
perhaps
feet
it all
and began
came
to
back.
quote Hammerly.
He looked
Is
at Porteous
this a
for help.
dagger which I
You'd
see
have to
before
ask a
me?
psychiatrist, Porteous said.
Not
he
my
flung out
field.
one arm,
Recognizing
collapsed
the
back
irony
into
of
the
the
chair.
words as he
Then
spoke.
he fell into a deep sleep.
Unless
and
she
Porteous
repressed
found
a
it
memory,
impossible to rouse him.
Stout said impatiently.
Because it was the end of
Well,
term,
then why
the
kill
students
Melanie
must have
Gillespie?
been released early.
she had a motive for
Porteous
killing
got to
Randall,
his
but
car,
none
it
at all
was
for murdering the
surrounded by a
girl.
tide of screaming
Melanie
and
couldn't have been a
dishevelled
witness to
children.
the first murder.
He was
She
grateful
couldn't
to
be
reach the
any
peace of
threat.
the police station. It was only
How
when
did
Porteous
Mrs.
was
Morton
back in
know
his office
Melanie?
that he opened the
Claire
envelope
Wright asked.
given to him by the
Melanie and Rosalind Morton were best
There was
friends.
one
They went to
sheet
the
of
same
paper
school.
and a
Hannah
faded
met
photograph.
Melanie when
The
Rosalind
paper
had friends
was a
to the
reference,
house.
handwritten
Quite a tenuous
by Jack
connection.
Westcott for use in the
Porteous,
university's
who'd been
selection
leaning against a table at the front of the
It
room,
described
stood up to
Michael
answer.
Gray in the same glowing
Quite
terms he had
tenuous,
used to
he said.
Porteous.
And as Eddie
The boys
said,
predicted
Hannah
A-level
Morton
grades
had
were
no
good.
motive
It
for the
seemed
Gillespie
that he would
murder.
have had no
She does,
difficulty in
however,
securing
have
a
opportunity.
university place.
He picked up the
The
remote
photograph
control and
was,
another
in
slide
fact, a
was
cutting
projected.
from the local paper.
It showed
and
a narrow
included a
footpath
review
with a
of the
stone
production
wall on
of
one
Macbeth.
side and a hawthorn hedge
A
on
grainy
the other.
figure
The
stood
footpath was
centre
crossed
stage.
with blue and white
He
tape.
was dressed in a costume
Melanie's
obviously
body
put
was
together
found
by the Home
wrapped in
Economics
black
Department.
plastic at the
In his
bottom of the
hand,
hedge.
He
He
brandished
clicked
a
the
wide
remote,
bladed
and there was a shot
knife.
of a lay-by on a main road, the entrance to the footpath.
Melanie wasn't
Chapter 5.
killed where she was found. The murderer
Porteous
must have parked
felt
here
suddenly restless.
and carried
He
the body the
reread
50
Westcott's
yards or so
reference
to
for
where it
Michael
was
and
dumped.
set it aside.
We've already said she was
Sometimes
anorexic, so
it
she
happened.
wasn't heavy.
He'd happily
But
sit for
not a
days
pleasant
going over
job.
a mechanical task.
It would have taken
then all
nerve.
at once feel
Another
that he
click,
was
and the
caged.
footpath was seen
He
from a different
needed to
angle, so
pace
it was
up and
possible
down,
to see
to
over the
be
stone wall
somewhere,
to a row
anywhere
of headstones.
different. He'd
Hannah
discussed
Morton
the problem
admits
with his
to having
doctor,
been in the
who'd
cemetery the
agreed
evening
that it could be
before
a
the
side
girl's
effect
body was
of the
discovered.
medication he was taking.
She claims
But to have
Didn't
remembered
everyone feel
suddenly
like
that
once in a
Randall
while?
had
Didn't
told her
everyone
where his
feel
mother
the
was
need to
buried.
break free.
she found the grave.
He wandered
and that's
down the
the
stairs to the
information
car park
Arthur
and was
Lee, the
hovering there,
Home
trying
Office
to think of a
psychologist,
legitimate journey
used
he
to
could
dig
make.
out the boy's
When
identity.
Eddie Stout returned from
If
his
she's
meeting
telling
with
the truth,
solicitor who'd handled the
Then
Bryces
it's
affairs.
some coincidence.
Any joy?
The
He
screen
thought he
went
sounded
blank.
businesslike, not like
All
someone
the
trying to
same,
dream up an
Porteous said,
excuse not
I
to go
don't
inside.
think we should become too
I
fixed
don't
on the
know.
Morton connection.
More
Not
complications.
yet. Certainly there
We'll
are
talk
other
about it over a cup
avenues
of
to
tea,
explore.
Porteous,
I haven't
Not
spoken
here,
to
not
the
the
Gillespies
canteen.
today.
Let's go
The doctor
somewhere
said
else.
they needed time.
to his own ears, he
But
sounded
before
hysterical.
Melanie's body was
But
found,
Stout
they
seemed
gave
not to
important
notice,
information to
even
the
to be
team
pleased
looking
by the
into her
suggestion.
disappearance.
There's quite a
The
nice
case was
place
taken
along by our
seriously from the
church.
beginning because it was thought to be a
The
kidnap.
walk calmed.
Melanie
Porteous,
left
made
home
him
sometime
slightly
after
less
10
jumpy.
and went
He
to
felt
a
his
pub,
pulse
the
slow.
promenade.
The
When
cafe
none
was
of her
attached
friends were
with a
there,
church
she
and
went
was
to a
obviously run
cafe
by
on the
its members.
seafront
It
called
was
the
called the
Rainbow's
Mustard Seed.
End.
Besides,
we need to
tea
trace
and
everyone
cakes,
who
it
was
sold
in
religious
either
books
establishment
and
that night.
sentimental greetings cards.
It was the last
Again,
time she was seen
Porteous wondered if
alive,
Stout
though
saw him as
Carver
a
thinks
subject
it more
ripe
likely
for
she was
conversion.
killed the next day.
The building was new.
He paused
airy,
for long enough
but
for them to
as
catch
they
up
went
with
in,
their notes.
Porteous had a fleeting smell
There's someone
of
else
damp
we need to get
books
hold
and
of
old
too.
lady's perfume.
A middle-aged
Perhaps
man
Stout
went into the
sensed his
promenade
discomfort.
looking
He
for
said
Melanie the
defensively,
week before she disappeared.
It's run by volunteers.
Who
All the
was
profit
he?
goes to our charities.
He
I
let
like
the
to
question
support it.
hang.
Luke's
Anyway,
mobile
it's a
rang.
quiet
Embarrassed
place to talk.
he fished in his pocket and switched it off.
They were fussed over by two
Ignoring the
grey-haired
interruption,
grandmothers.
Porteous went on.
There were
This
frilly
afternoon I'm
tablecloths
going to
and
see
silk flowers,
Stella
but
Randall,
the women made him
Theo's
Earl Grey to his
stepmother,
exact
his only
specification,
surviving
and the
relative.
shortbread was excellent.
Perhaps something will come of that.
The church had been built as part
Some
of
other
a new
connection to
housing
make
development,
more sense
along
of
with
both
shops
cases.
and the community centre.
Eddie Stout listened.
They looked out onto a street,
and he thought that his boss
a funeral
had
service
no
was taking
soul.
place in the church.
A fish on a
door.
slab had more
One of the
emotion.
undertaker's men was standing
Porteous
by the hearse,
spoke about
smoking a
connections
cigarette.
and links as if he
The
were
women
forming
were
a
interested
mathematical
in what
theory,
was happening and
not
kept
as if a
coming out
young
into the
girl
room
had
to
been
peer through
stabbed
the
to
window.
death.
At a nod
He thought
from
of
Stout,
his
they
Ruthie,
retreated behind their
excited
counters
and
and
dressed
soon
up to
became
go out,
engrossed in their
and
memories
said,
of the dead
suddenly,
man.
trying to shock Porteous,
Porteous resisted an
"Wouldn't there
impulse
have been
to
a lot of
fidget.
blood?
He
A stabbing
wanted
like
to
that?
arrange the sugar cubes
Certainly.
into towers. To
Not an
straighten
easy
the
thing to
birthday
hide, then.
cards on a nearby stand.
There'd have been stained clothes, marks on a
I've
floor,
finally
walls.
met
Someone
who
would have
knew
seen.
Michael Gray.
Shouldn't we put out the
The
usual
social
plea through
worker
the press?
wasn't much use.
Wives and
He
girlfriends
decided
who
the
noticed
fostering
anything odd.
arrangement with the Bryces
Of
must
course
have been
it-
informal. It's
Set
already
up
in
between
hand.
them and the parents. Porteous
He'd have no
stayed
record
behind
of that
when they all
But he
filed
put
out,
me in touch with
collecting
the
his
school.
papers into
There's
an
a
ordered
teacher
file.
called Jack
On the way to the
Westcott.
door, he
Bit
stopped
of
and
history.
glanced behind him.
He remembered Michael
Melanie
quite well.
Gillespie, half turned in the photo.
I'll take what
her
Westcott
mouth
said with a
wide
pinch
in
of
a
salt.
grin of recognition, seemed
Stout
to be
said
looking at
tartly.
me.
He'll have been in the
He had
Percy
an
Arms
image
all
of her,
lunchtime.
alone and in
Is
pain.
that a regular event?
Heard the screaming.
I thought it was just because it was the
He
last
turned his
day
back
of
on the
term.
photo,
Regular enough.
deliberately distancing
He's retiring
himself
now, so
from
the school
smile.
hasn't made an issue of it.
That way.
He never taught
lay
Ruth,
madness.
but I kept an eye on what was going on.
I bet they
Chapter
love you at the
23.
school, Porteous thought.
Crispin Randall,
He said,
father of Theo,
There's
former
written
Tory
confirmation
MP,
anyway,
A
had
reference
died.
from Westcott to help
Porteous
Michael
thought
get a
with
place
some
at university.
satisfaction at the fat
Stout
psychologist
didn't
hanging
reply.
round with Hannah Morton.
I'm
had
surprised
missed
you
that bit
didn't
of
know the
information.
Bryces. Porteous went
He'd
on,
dug it
thinking,
out from the
You
registrar.
know everything about every other.
Crispin
bloke in
had
the place.
died 5 years
For some
before
reason,
from
we never
liver
bumped
failure.
into each other.
The doctors
I've been
Porteous
asking
tracked
around,
down
though.
suggested that
Stephen
alcohol
Bryce was an
consumption
ordained
had been
priest
a
with the
major
Church of
contributing
England.
factor.
He worked in Africa before
Stella
coming back
Randall,
to be
the
rector
widow,
here.
was living in Millhaven,
After he retired, he
in a
still
flat
did a
close
lot
to
of
the
writing
seafront,
and teaching.
not very far down
People
the
I've
coast from the
spoken to
cemetery where
can't
Melanie
remember the
Gillespie's
lad,
body
but they
had been
say
found.
it would be just like the Bryces to take
Porteous had
someone
made
in.
the appointment
They
to
like
visit
young
by
people.
phone,
Set up a
and
youth group.
she had been strangely
run,
uninterested,
coincidentally,
rather
by
vague.
Alec Reeves.
So he turned up,
Was
not
it?
even sure that she'd be in.
Unfortunately, he'd already
The
left
flat
area
was in a
before
crescent
Michael went to
built
live with him.
around a communal
Stout
garden.
shrugged.
It had always been a
Like you
poor
said,
Victorian imitation
I'll have to
of
let that
Georgian
go.
grandeur, but now it
What
looked
did you get out
shabby
of the
and
solicitor?
down at heel.
Everything
A
he had
locked
to give.
wrought iron gate prevented
The
him from
Bryces
parking
died
right outside,
just over a year
so he
after
left his
Michael
car on the
disappeared.
promenade and
There was a
walked.
car crash on the A1.
The grass in the garden
Stephen
was long.
died immediately.
The borders
Sylvia
overgrown.
was taken to hospital but passed away.
Stella
a couple
Randall
of days
opened
later
the
in
door to him
intensive care.
herself. She had
The wills
a
were drawn
faded
up by the
charm
couple without
which
the help of the
matched the
solicitor.
building.
He
When he
said that
introduced
if he'd
himself,
been
she
involved,
seemed
he would
not
have
to
worded
recollect
things a
that
bit
they'd
differently,
spoken
but
earlier in
the
the day.
intention of the couple was
And
quite clear.
throughout the interview,
And
he
he
was
has no
unsure
doubt
whether
the
her
wills are legal
vagueness was
documents.
genuine
They
or
were
an
found
attempt
with
to
the rest of the
deceive.
Bryces papers after their deaths.
She was in her mid-50s,
He was one of the
dressed in what
executors and
seemed to
determined to
Porteous
carry
to
out
be
their
a
wishes as
parody
best he
of the
could.
character she was playing.
Stout pulled
She
a
wore
notebook
a
from his
pleated
pocket.
skirt, a little cashmere
Each of the
cardigan,
wills was
and even
identical.
a string of pearls.
The estate was to be left
In
first
her
to
youth,
the other partner.
she would have been
In
pretty,
the event of the
a
survivor
little
dying,
foolish,
it should
but
go
aware
to
of her
our
limitations.
foster son, our
Now,
gift from God,
She still
known
tried
as
to
Michael
be
Gray,
girlish.
so he can lead an independent
Come
life.
in. An
That was it,
inspector.
quoted word
What
for word.
fun.
No
will stop for tea.
legacies to charity or to the
There was a
church?
wide hall,
No.
then a huge
According
high
to the
ceiling
solicitor they
room with
gave
a bay
regularly
window
in
looking
covenants
out
while
to
they were
sea.
alive, but there
He
was
had
nothing
been
in the
expecting
will.
clutter, furniture
that
from a
seem
big
odd
house
to you?
crammed into a
I
flat.
don't think so.
But the room was
It wasn't a huge
surprisingly
estate.
empty.
Only a small
There was one
terraced
sofa,
house and a couple
well
of thousand
made
in
but
savings.
modern,
and
Perhaps
a
they
couple
wanted
of
to
coffee
give as much as
tables.
possible to Michael.
On one lay a library book,
gift
a
from
romantic
God.
novel face down.
Porteous tried to
The
keep
floor
the
had
sneer
been
from
stripped
his
and
voice.
varnished, and in front of the
They
marble
obviously thought
fireplace
he was
there was
still
a Moroccan
alive at
rug
the
of
time
a
of their
startling
deaths, or
indigo
they'd have
blue.
changed the wills.
She must have sensed his
And
surprise.
they must have believed the solicitor could
Crispin
trace him
drank
without
everything
too much
away,
difficulty.
she said.
Didn't they
If he
think it
hadn't
odd
died when he did,
Michael didn't get
The
in
flat
touch
would
for
have gone
months?
too.
The solicitor
She
said
looked round
he'd
the
never
room,
had any
saw
other
it
clients
perhaps
like
through
them.
his eyes.
They were unworthy,
Why don't
as
we go into
trusting
the
as
kitchen?
children.
We'll be more comfortable.
They didn't
there.
worry about things they couldn't
The
change.
kitchen was shabby too, but
That's what
less
I tried
austere.
to do. Porteous
There were
thought,
herbs in
but
pots
I
on the
never managed it.
windowsill, a bunch of flowers, and a
What do
brightly
you
coloured
make
oilskin
of the
cloth on the table.
known as?
A portable
in the
television
phrase
stood on one
known
of the
as
counters.
Michael Gray.
A plate and
I
a cup were
suppose
draining
it meant
next
the
to the
Bryces
sink.
considered him their son,
Tea, then,
even though he
She
used a
said,
name
and set a
different
kettle
from
on the
theirs.
gas ring.
Not that
Still,
Michael
she hadn't
Gray
asked
was an
Porteous what he was
assumed
doing
name.
there.
Stout looked up
I'm
sharply
afraid
from his tea.
I may have some
That
bad
would
news,
complicate
he
matters.
said.
Wouldn't
Oh?
it just?
She seemed
But,
untroubled.
thought Porteous,
Perhaps years
if
of living
that's
with
the
an
way it is,
alcoholic
I
had
can't
inured her
change
to
him,
the
so there's
possibility
no
of bad
point
news.
worrying. It's your
They sat
stepson,
for a moment
Theo.
in silence. The coffin was
Theo.
carried from the church and
It
replaced
was
in the
as
hearse,
if she
which
barely
drove slowly
recognised
away.
the name.
The
She seemed to
congregation had
trawl
spilled
back
out
through her
onto the
memory
street,
before it
and
made
elderly
sense.
men in shiny
Have
white
you
suits
seen
stood
him
chatting in
recently?
the sunshine.
No.
One of the
No,
ladies behind the
not
counter
for
plucked up
years.
courage to call over.
Had your husband kept in touch
Can we
with
get
him?
you anything else, Mr. Stout?
My husband was very ill.
Some more tea,
Inspector,
Mavis, would be
long
lovely.
before he died.
Still,
It was
there were
hardly an
no
answer,
other
but
customers.
he let it
go. After the tea had been
The
presented,
kettle gave a
Porteous
piercing
said,
whistle. What steps
She
did
seemed
the solicitor
grateful
take
for the
to
distraction.
trace Michael
Her
Gray?
attention was taken up then
Much the
with
same as
warming
we've
the
done
pot and
today.
making the tea.
He'd contacted the school.
Porteous
He
set
thought it
the
most
photograph
likely
of
that Michael
Theo
had
as
gone on to
Macbeth
further
on the table.
education and that the school would have
Is
the name
that
of the college
him?
or university even if it couldn't give him his home
goodness.
address.
After all this time,
At that
really, I
time, he
couldn't
thought it would be
say.
quite straightforward.
She'd only
to find him.
glanced at the picture, was more
But it
intent on
wasn't.
looking in the cupboard for
Apparently,
matching
Michael
cups
left
among a
quite
jumbled
suddenly
sale
without
assortment.
taking A-levels.
Please look at the photo.
The Bryces
carefully,
must have
Mrs.
thought they
Randall.
knew where he was, or surely
I
they would
haven't
have got in
seen him
touch with
since
us.
he was a young boy.
I don't know.
All the same,
Unless they talk to a friend about it, we'll
he
never
spoke
find out.
firmly, and her resistance.
The solicitor did report him
She
as a
sat at
missing
the table,
person when
took
he
a pair
couldn't get
of
an
reading
address
glasses from the
school.
pocket of her skirt.
His main
and studied
objective
the
was to
photograph.
prove that he'd done everything possible to find Michael.
It could be
Apparently,
him.
that's a
She said at
legal
last.
requirement. He advertised for
Yeah.
information in the local Cranford
Yes.
paper, the
I rather
Newcastle
think it
Chronicle,
is.
and the London
Do
Evening
you
Standard.
have any
It's
photos of
standard
him as a young
procedure.
boy?
No
He
response.
could tell she was about
Not even
to
from
say
Cranks.
no without thinking about it.
What did the
Then
solicitor
she
do
caught
then?
his eye. and
He didn't
changed
feel there
her
was
mind.
anything else he could do.
There
He'd
was
fulfilled all his
one.
legal obligations.
He was page boy.
What
at our
happened to the
wedding.
money?
Even
It went to
Crispin
Sylvia
didn't have the
Bryce's
heart to
next
get
of
rid
kin.
those.
Because
Not
she
that they were
survived
worth
her
anything.
husband by a couple of
She
days.
jumped to
her
her feet.
relative
He
was the
thought she was
beneficiary,
about to fetch
not
the
his.
album, but
It was actually
she poured
a
out
nephew,
tea and arranged
commodity
chocolate
broker in the
biscuits on a
city.
plate.
He
If
hardly needed
I
the
could
cash.
look at it,
According to the
he
solicitor,
prompted.
all the
Yes.
family have done well
The
for
forced
themselves.
gaiety disappeared quite
Perhaps
suddenly.
that's why the Bryces decided
see
to leave
why
the
not.
estate to Michael.
She left the kitchen,
I'm glad
shutting
they
the door
never knew.
behind her.
Porteous said.
When she returned
couldn't be
some
traced.
time later, her eyes were
There is
red.
one
He
complication.
wondered what had made her
Only
cry.
one?
He hadn't
The
told her
solicitor is
yet
very
that
keen
Theo
for us to
was
fix a
dead.
date of death.
She hadn't asked.
Aren't we all?
She had
Stout
certainly been
ignored the
happy when she
sarcasm and
married.
ploughed on.
She
You see,
beamed
if
from
Michael's
every
death
shot.
predated
The photos
Bryce's,
were
then
in a
the
red
arrangement
leather
by which the
album
nephew
separated
inherited
by
was
flimsy
fairly
sheets
legal.
of tissue paper.
But
They had
suppose
been taken in
Michael
the
was
garden.
still alive.
She hadn't
when the
worn a
Bryces had a
traditional
car crash.
wedding dress, but a
Suppose
short white frock
He'd
with a
just gone
lacy
to Earth
white
somewhere,
coat over the
and
top.
he was killed and dumped
She
in the
must
lake
have been
later.
in her early
Then
20s,
that
but
would
had the
affect the
enthusiastic
inheritance.
grin of a schoolgirl.
In what way?
She held a posy
The
of
cash
garden
should have
flowers,
gone to his next
and
of
there was a
kin,
circlet
not the
of
Bryces.
oxeye daisies in her hair.
Porteous
Randall
found
stood
that he
beside
could
her,
concentrate
proud,
again on the
rather
detail.
paternal.
The dreadful
His
restlessness
face looked a
seemed
little
to have left him.
flushed, and Porteous thought he
I
might
don't
have been
think
drinking
that's
heavily
likely,
even
do
then.
you? He wasn't the
They were
sort of
taken
lad
at
I imagined at
Snowberry,
first.
she said.
I don't
That was
see him
Crispin's house.
disappearing for months.
It had been in the
moving
family
from
for
one
years.
squat to another,
spending
It was
time
foolish,
inside.
of course, but I thought I'd
was
grow old
bright.
there.
He had a
I
lot to
imagined it
lose.
full of grandchildren at
I
Christmas.
think he was killed soon after
was
he was
very
missed
young.
at school.
Perhaps I fell in love with snowballing
Outside,
as much
the
as I did with
congregation had
Crispin.
dispersed.
She
The
gave a sad
grandmothers
little
were
laugh.
banging pots
Her
in the
hands
kitchen
had
to
stopped
show they
turning the
wanted to
pages
lock
of the
up.
album.
Stout
You
stood
said
up.
there was a photo
What
of
now?
Theo? Porteous prompted.
Back to the
gently.
station to organise a
Theo.
press conference. It's time we went
I did
public.
try very hard.
The
with
school
Theo.
gave me a photo, a cutting
I'd
from a
hoped he
local
might
rag,
dress up for
but
the
it
wedding.
could be anyone.
I can't remember.
Let's see if the
now
paper
what
still has the
plans I
original.
had.
I know it happened
She
nearly
stopped,
30 years
lost
ago,
in
but
thought.
people round here
It
have
seemed
good
to be
memories.
very important
They'll be
to her
friends
to remember
still
what she
living in
wanted
the town.
the boy to wear.
And enemies.
She looked up, smiling triumphantly.
Come on, Eddie. Let's make you a star.
She said, I think that was
In
it.
fact, Porteous took the
I'd
press
seen a
conference
picture in
early
a
the
magazine.
following evening.
I
There was
didn't have
all the
bridesmaids.
media
It
interest
wasn't
he
a
could
big
have wished
affair.
for. The
Crispin
body
didn't
had
want
been
the fuss.
discovered because of the
He'd done all
drought,
that the
and the
first time
drought
round.
was a big story.
Anyway,
so
Theo wasn't
the
having
national
any of it.
press was there.
I don't
He had wanted
think
to
he
hold the
resented
conference in
my
the high
taking his
school
mother's
hall.
place.
The only certainty
Don't
he had
think
in
it
the
was
case
anything
was
like
that
that.
Michael Gray had
Crispin
been a pupil
said
at Cranford
not,
Grammar.
At least.
He thought
And
it
we
might
always seemed
jog
to
a
be
few
good
memories.
pals.
But the head teacher
Perhaps it
wasn't
was his
keen.
age.
He seemed
At the
to
last
think
minute,
that
anyway,
even
he
after all
refused to
those
wear the
years,
costume I'd
murder
chosen
would
for
be
him.
bad for the school's
Had
image.
an almighty
He
tantrum.
used as an excuse the fact
She
that the
smiled,
hall
and
had
it seemed
already
to
been
Porteous
hired
that she
out for an
remembered the
event
boy
in the
with
evening.
genuine fondness.
Nothing Porteous
Crispin was
said could make him
furious.
change his mind.
I said it didn't matter.
Instead, they
Why
used the
should it?
community centre next to
So
Stout's
Theo
church.
came to the wedding in his
It
school
still
clothes,
smelled of the lunch that
short
had been
grey
provided for the
trousers and a
pensioners
cherry red
club which had
tie.
met earlier in the day.
Very festive
Steamed
and
fish and
perfectly
cabbage.
appropriate.
Porteous
He was
sat on the
very sweet,
stage behind a trestle
actually.
table
He came up to
hidden
me
by a
later
white
and said
cloth.
he was sorry for making
His
a fuss.
answers to the press
I said I
emphasised
suppose
his
the sailor
ignorance.
suit was a bit
He didn't
sissy.
have an
And he
exact
gave me a
date of
kiss.
death. He hadn't traced the
First
boy's
time ever.
relatives. That was why
Where
he
was
needed their
Theo
help.
at school?
All he
Porteous
had
asked.
was a body that
A place
looked
called
like a lump
Linden
of lard.
House, a little
This
prep
he
school.
phrased more
He
delicately.
went as a day boy.
And an old photo
Crispin
of a
had
white-haired
been
boy
sent
with
away
a
as a
knife.
boarder as a very young child.
There was
and he didn't
one
want
moment
that
of
for Theo.
excitement.
Not then.
In the second row sat
There was
a big
no
woman
hesitation.
who worked for
As
the
she
town's
talked,
free
the
paper.
details of her life at
When the
Sobury
photo was
seemed to
passed
become
round,
sharper.
Porteous
She
could have
had
sworn
more
that
confidence
she
in her
recognised
memory.
the face. But when he looked for her later,
Porteous prompted her again.
she had rushed away.
She turned a page, and there it was. A boy of about 7
Part
or 8,
2.
standing on his own,
Chapter
looking into the
6.
camera, apparently enjoying the attention and the chance
It was
to show
hot
off.
again.
Instead of
local
a
news
traditional
was all
buttonhole,
about
he
the
had a
weather.
daisy pinned.
A
to the lapel
magistrate
of his
had been
blazer.
prosecuted for
There
using
was a scab on
sprinkler
one
at
of his
midnight.
knees, and his socks
Tankers
needed
were
pulling up.
driving the region's
He
water
looked as if he'd
south.
been eating chocolate
The
sauce.
lake at Cranford was so low that
I did want
flooded
a photo
buildings
of
were
him,
starting to
Stella
emerge
said,
from the
but I knew he
sludge.
wouldn't stand being
And the
cleaned
body,
up first.
trapped under a pier for years,
Porteous
had been
was looking at
found
the
by a
face, at the
canoeist.
shock of white hair, the
Hannah
long, straight nose.
switched off the radio.
It
and
would take an
parked her
expert
car.
to check both.
There was a new
pictures to
officer
confirm
on the
the
gate, so
identification,
she had
but he
to
was
show her
prepared to
pass.
bet a year's
The
salary
photograph
that
was 2
Theo
years old,
Randall
and
had
she saw
turned
him
into
look at it,
Michael
then
Gray.
back at her, squinting, unsure at first
I'm
that
afraid
it was the
he
same
said,
person.
that Theo's dead.
He pushed it back under the glass screen.
She had been
and Hannah
staring at the
stared
photograph,
it too.
apparently lost in memory.
It didn't
and
look like her.
He had to repeat the
The
words
woman in the
to be sure
photograph
she'd
was
heard.
younger. She was smiling.
Then she gave
Not
a little moan.
relaxed, exactly.
Oh,
Hannah had
no.
never been that.
She said.
There was a tension
Not
around
him
the mouth,
too.
but
We
content,
believe he
complacent
died a long
even.
time ago.
It
Porteous
was
said.
taken while she was
When he was
still
only
part
18.
of the family, before
How?
Rosie hated her.
Her eyes
Before
were bright,
Jonathan left
feverish.
with a
The question
25-year-old
demanded
PE
an immediate
teacher
and an
set up
honest
home
answer.
all over again.
He was.
She had to
stabbed.
wait for a moment in the
She
gate room
seemed
for 2
almost
officers
relieved
to come
by
in
the
through the
words.
outer door. The
Quick,
inner door
then.
wouldn't open until the
Oh,
outer was
yes,
locked.
he wouldn't have
Then
felt
she
any
stood
pain.
back to let them go ahead
That's
to
good.
collect their keys.
She got up from the
She
table
was in no
and poured
hurry.
more hot water.
Early,
into the
as
teapot.
usual.
Then she stood at the
Punctuality
sink with
had
her
been a
hands
curse
over her
since
eyes,
childhood.
as if she wanted to
She threw her
pretend
tag into
Porteous
the chute
wasn't there.
and waited for the new man to find her
Mrs.
keys.
Randall, he said
Ahead of
gently.
her, the officers were
She lowered
talking
her hands
very loudly.
and asked
She
fiercely.
recognized them, but they
Did
were too
Crispin
engrossed
know
in
about this?
conversation to acknowledge her. She
don't
gathered
see how
there'd
he could have
been
done.
some trouble on the wing
Unless
the night
Porteous
before.
thought he
Nothing
was
serious.
responsible.
She
The
thought
body
it
was
had
only
probably been
discovered
caused
last
by the
week.
heat. Those huts must be
Crispin
insufferable in this weather.
didn't tell me everything.
The men walked
she
off
said.
before she could hear
He
any
kept
more,
things from me.
the heels of their highly
didn't want
polished
me upset.
shoes reflecting the sunlight.
He said it
They were
was
still
for my own
talking.
good.
Every other
But I
word
never knew
she
what was going on.
would be a blasphemy.
It's very confusing, Inspector.
Hannah followed
kept in the
them
dark.
from the gatehouse and thought that
Sometimes I thought
generally
I was
in the
going
prison
mad.
the officers were
Would you
less polite
like
than the
me
inmates.
to phone someone to be with you.
They were usually
relative,
courteous,
perhaps?
grovelling,
She shook her
even,
head.
like the child in a
I
class
will
who is always
have to
bullied,
ask questions,
especially if they
Porteous said,
wanted
about
something.
Theo
Use the
and your
library
husband.
on an unscheduled
Would you
day,
like
for
me to
example,
come back
or
another
to be
time,
let off a
Peter?
fine for a
Perhaps
lost or damaged
now
book.
I should call your doctor.
Please, miss, it's not my
You've had a
fault.
great show.
Honest, miss.
He wasn't sure he should.
Of course,
leave
they
her
weren't all like
No.
that.
Neither were the officers
doctors.
all boors. They sat for a
Today
moment in
she was
silence,
feeling
looking at each
particularly jaundiced because
Ask your
the photograph
questions,
had
Inspector.
reminded her of a time of
It'll give me
certainty,
an excuse to talk
and
about it.
because she'd had a row
Talking
with
helps.
Rosie last
Isn't that
night.
what the doctors say?
Rosie,
That's what they said after Emily
named
died.
by her parents Rosalind,
It
she'd
was
changed
a lie,
her
of course.
name with her personality
helped.
in adolescence.
Except the
She was
pills.
Hannah's only child.
Crispin
The night before,
drank,
Rosie had come
and I
in
became
drunk
a junkie.
again with a gang of friends.
Not heroin.
It was
nothing
midnight.
like that.
Hannah's room was
Prescription
over the
medicine.
kitchen, and she'd
All
heard the
quite
freezer
legal.
door open and
Nothing
the
for you to worry
banging of a
about.
cooker shelf. And she
Professionally.
knew that when she got up in the morning,
Are you
there'd be plates
still taking
everywhere and
medication now?
half-eaten pizza
No,
ground into
she
the
said.
carpet, and
I took
probably
myself
a
off when
body
Crispin was
snoring on
very
the sofa in the dining room,
I
and
needed
two more
to
in
feel
the spare
angry.
bed. So she'd gone
The
down
pills
and made a
stop you
fuss.
feeling very much at all.
Rosie had stared at her in apparent
must have
horror
been
and
hard.
amazement, actually
The hardest
enjoying
thing
every
ever.
minute of the drama.
Get a
At least
life,
it
Mum.
stopped
me blaming
she'd said.
Crispin.
Make
for
some
his
friends and
drinking.
get a life.
He'd been through more than
Then she'd
me.
stormed off
First
to spend
Maria,
the night in someone else's
then
spare
Emily.
room.
How could I expect him to
Jonathan had never
When I
minded
knew what he was
the
going
late
through.
nights, the loud music, strange
brought
kids
us
in the house.
together at the end?
At first, Hannah had been
She wiped her
surprised
eyes
by
with
his
the back of
tolerance.
her hand.
Then
I
she'd
did
been
love him,
jealous of his
Inspector.
ability to get on with
People
Rosie's
thought
friends.
I was after him for the money and the
We've all
house.
been there, he'd say.
And
even you,
there
Hannah.
was some of that in it.
He'd
How
take
could
them
you
to the
separate
pub at
them?
the end of the street, buying
It was
them
all
drinks
a
even
part of
before they were
what he
18,
was.
talking music,
I
reminiscing
wasn't a
about
gold
bands
digger.
he'd seen and
I loved
festivals
him.
he'd attended.
And Theo.
That side of his life had been
I
new
took them
to
on
her.
as a package.
Perhaps he hadn't wanted to
She looked
admit
at him
to a
across the
vaguely
table,
hippie past,
gave him
until
her
the
young
60s
woman's
became
smile.
fashionable again. Perhaps
So,
he'd made it all up
Inspector,
to impress the stunning
why don't
sixth
you
form
ask
women
your
who sat
questions?
around the beaten copper tables in the Grey Horse,
When did
downing their
Theo
pints
stop
of
living
Stella
at home?
as if they were glasses of lemonade.
It was after the
Perhaps
she
stirred by their
fire. After
admiration.
Emily died.
That was when he
Would you mind
recognized there
telling
were
me
other
about that?
possibilities in his life.
She shook her
and he
head.
turned his
I
attention
don't
to the
mind, but
lycra-clad
It's very
Eve.
confused.
Not Eve
You
the
mustn't be
temptress,
cross if I get
he had
things
said
wrong.
earnestly when he
It's a
explained
long
that he
time
was
ago.
leaving.
No,
She was shy.
she said impatiently. It's not
She
that.
hadn't wanted it to happen. She'd
When
be
Emily
the
was
last
born,
person ever
I
to
was
want to break
ill.
up a family.
Postnatal
They'd both
depression.
fought it.
I thought it would be easy.
When Hannah failed
Like
to respond,
with
he
Theo.
had gone on more
I
petulantly.
loved him.
At least
without
we
any
waited
bother.
until Rosie finished
Why
her
couldn't
A-levels
I do the
before
same
making
with
it
my
public.
own child?
As if that had
Not so
deserved the
easy
prize.
building a relationship.
As if it
with a
hadn't
baby.
been more about
As if
embarrassment.
Porteous
Because
thought,
Jonathan
I
and
know.
Eve both taught
But she
in
was my
Rosie's
own
school.
daughter.
As deputy head,
They wanted me
Jonathan
to go into
was
hospital.
Eve's boss.
I refused.
Before leaving the gatehouse,
I thought Snowbury
Hannah
was the
clipped
only
the keys
place I
onto
had
her
any chance
belt
of
and
getting
tucked
well.
them into the leather pouch, which was designed to keep
You
them
don't know what
hidden
it's
from
like,
view.
Inspector.
The pouch was
Sometimes
hardly
I'd
an
wake up in the
attractive
morning
garment,
feeling
but
better.
she always
For
wore
no
it.
great reason.
It was a rule,
The sun
and
coming in through a
she'd
gap in the
never
curtains.
had any problems
The taste
with
of
rules.
toast for breakfast.
Perhaps
Though
that was
they brought
why
me toast
she'd
on a tray
settled
every
without
morning.
too much difficulty
And I'd
into
think,
the routine of the
this is
prison.
it. The start
There was
of the
a
recovery.
comforting hierarchy.
Sometimes
Governors
the
of
feeling
different
would last for
grades,
days.
prisoners with
Crispin
different
still
privileges,
had his seat in the
assistants
house then,
and a
and I'd send
structure.
him off to London, telling him I'd be fine and I
Rosie's
didn't
life
need him.
seemed to
Then
have no
the
order.
depression would return as
That
bad
was
as
why
ever.
Hannah was alarmed for her.
It was
She
at the
had
end of a really
personal
bad
knowledge
period
of
of
how
depression that we had the
unsettling
fire.
disorder could be.
Was Crispin at home?
The
when it
prison was
happened?
Category
Yes,
C,
he came
medium
back that
security, taking men
It was
who
unusual
had been
to see him in the
dispersed
middle
from
of the
local
week.
jails and
He'd been
lifers
spending more and
nearing the
more
end of their
time in
sentences.
London.
It
He
had
had a
once
flat
been an
there, of course.
RAF base. There
I
was
think he
still
probably
an
had a
enormous
mistress,
hangar which
but I
housed
didn't
the
ask.
workshops.
I couldn't blame
The
him.
lads slept in
I wasn't
billets,
much of a
where
wife.
once conscripts
Do you
spat on
remember what
boots
happened
and
on the
folded
night of the
blankets.
Not very
Hannah
well.
had slipped
As I
into the
said,
way
it
of
was all
calling them
very
lads,
confused.
though some of them were older
Porteous
than
didn't
her.
push for details.
That showed
There
she
should be
thought
a
that she
fire
had
investigator's
become
report, a
institutionalized
coroner's
into prison
judgment.
life. But Stella added quickly, the library
I
was
think
in a hut of its own,
might have
attached
been
at the
my
back
fault.
by a brick corridor
I
to the
smoked then,
education
heavily.
department. The site
We
of
had
the
a
prison
nanny
was
for
vast.
Emily, a nice girl.
Now, at
We
the
hired
beginning
her
of
before the
July,
baby
it
was
was
born,
a
even.
pleasant if sticky
I thought
walk
we'd be
from the
friends.
gate. There were
We were about the
flowers
same age.
everywhere.
I thought we'd
Huge
be able to share
circular
Emily.
beds had been planted in
In the
formation,
end, of course,
as
she
in a
looked after her
municipal
pretty
park.
much single-handedly.
ended.
The grass was closely
That evening,
cropped.
she asked
The
for
prison
some time off.
regularly won
She
prizes
bathed
for
Emily
its
and
gardens.
put her to bed, and then she
In
went
the
out.
winter, it was
Do
a
you
different
remember
matter.
the nanny's
Then
name?
she came to
Porteous
work
asked.
dressed for an expedition to the
Lizzie.
Arctic. The
Lizzie
wind blew straight
Milburn.
from Scandinavia.
She came
Horizontal
from Newcastle.
rain and sleet
Her
seemed to
parents were
last for
teachers,
days.
and She was
Men
crazy
who'd
about
grown up
babies.
in cities further south
Just as well.
spoke of their sentence
You
as if
think
they'd been sent
your
to a
smoking
Siberian
might have
work
started the
camp.
fire?
They called it the Gulag.
No one said.
The nearest railway
I told
was
you
20
Crispin
miles
tried
away.
to protect me. But going
Hannah's
back over the
orderly,
facts,
Marty,
I think that's most
was waiting
likely.
outside for her,
I
leaning
went to
against
look at
the
him,
door
and
where,
Crispin
the
came
week
with me.
before, she
There
had
were no
stuck a
baby
poster
alarms
saying,
in those
"No
days,
shorts,
and I did
please."
feel responsible for her.
Since the beginning
Perhaps
of the heat
if I'd
wave,
had the
the
nerve
nerve
to let
started
Lizzie
to
go,
dress as if for the
if I'd been
beach.
forced to
The
look after Emily
exposed flesh
myself,
and
things
muscular
might have been
thighs
different.
had seemed inappropriate
Really, I
for a
don't think
library,
so.
and with the
I was
governor's
very
authority,
ill.
she'd put a stop
She
to it.
paused.
As Hannah
Sorry,
approached,
I'm
she
rambling.
realised the phone was ringing inside.
Crispin
Marty
and
must
I
have heard it,
had
but he
dinner
hadn't
together.
called
He'd
or
come back from
waved to
London
hurry
in
her
a
along.
foul mood.
By the time she'd
He'd
unlocked the
always been
door, it had
ambitious, and
stopped.
someone had said
Automatically,
something
she
to make him
wondered if it
believe
had
he
been
didn't
her
have a chance
daughter.
of promotion in the next
Anxiety about
probably
Rosie
blamed
stayed
me.
with her constantly,
I
eating
was
away
hardly
at
an ideal.
She knew it was a
Englishman's
silly
wife.
habit, like
Certainly
checking the
nothing like
gas
Maria,
was switched
who was
off before
perfect,
leaving the
apparently,
house
in
and
every way.
always being early. But she couldn't
A
help
saint
it.
is a hard act. to
Knowing the
follow.
history of the habit didn't help
Crispin
at all.
had a lot to drink over
You
dinner.
can't be on
I
her
had a
back
couple of
all the
glasses
time,
with him.
Jonathan
Not
would say.
sensible,
Relax,
considering
what's
the
wrong with
strength
you?
of the medication that was on.
Hormones, I suppose.
When we
And
went
if
up to the
Rosie was
nursery,
there
we were
too,
both a bit
they
unsteady.
would snigger together.
Crispin didn't stay
After
long.
all, what was
He
more
wanted to get back to
amusing
the
than a
brandy.
middle-aged
But I
menopausal
loved
woman
to watch him
scared to
sleeping.
death that her reckless daughter
That was the
getting
one
into trouble?
time I could really
Because
believe
Rosie
I
was
loved her.
reckless in an
You think you
overreachingly
might have been
confident
careless
way
with a
that
cigarette?
left Hannah breathless.
I think it's possible.
Of course, she hadn't come
I'm
in
sure
that
Crispin
morning before
blamed
Hannah
me.
left for work, and Hannah didn't
I wonder
know which
sometimes if
friend
he
she'd
thought I did it
imposed
on
on for a
purpose.
bed for the night.
An act of
When she'd
madness.
heard the phone, it had
He
occurred
thought
to
I was
her
crazy.
briefly that Rosie
Certainly,
had
he
called to
believed
apologise.
I was
But
responsible
she
for the
dismissed
fire
the thought
one
as
way or
ridiculous.
another.
Some chance.
That's why he took
She
Theo
picked up her
away.
bag, let Marty through
He
ahead
said he
of her,
couldn't
and
trust
locked
me to
the
look
door
after
behind
him
her.
anymore.
Marty was new to the job, different from any other
Chapter
orderlies
24.
she'd been given. It was
She
a
says
cushy
the boy
number,
never lived
and the
at
other
home
men
again
she'd
after
worked
that,
with were eager
Porteous
to
said.
please. Desperate
I've seen
to
the
make
fire
themselves
investigators in the
indispensable,
coroner's
so
reports.
she wouldn't find it easy to
There
sack
was
them
no
before the end of
real
their stint.
structural damage
They
to
were
the
only
house.
allowed
The
6
fire
months
started in the
job.
nursery and
It
was
a
contained
security
there.
concern.
But the girl was
Supervisors
trapped in a
and
cot,
prisoners
when the bedding
shouldn't
and
have the
night
chance
clothes
to get
caught,
too
there was
close.
no hope for her.
Marty
There had
was
been a photograph in the fire
self-contained,
investigator's report
efficient.
of a small
He
charred
didn't
body
tell
pushed
her
to one
about
end
his
of the
family
cot,
or
as if
try
she
to
had been
impress
trying
by
to escape
talking
the
about the
smoke
books
and
he'd
heat.
read.
He
The
didn't
arms
say
raised
anything
in the
much,
pugilistic stance
unless it was
common in
about
burn
the
libraries.
victims. I
Hannah
suppose
thought he
it
was
was an
probably in
accident.
his 30s, but he had one
It
of
was
those
evening.
pale
Eddie
skinned,
Stout had come
freckled
out from
faces
Porteous's
which always
home.
look
It
boyish.
had never happened before.
She watched him lift
Porteous
a pile of
had
newspapers
reciprocated
onto a
the
table
Stouts'
and begin to
hospitality
sort
with a
them.
meal in a restaurant.
Why
He'd
don't you
told
put the
them it
kettle
was
on,
because he
Marty?
couldn't cook.
He looked up,
But that
surprised,
wasn't true.
then nodded.
He liked
Usually, they had a
home
cup
and
of tea
work
just
kept
before
apart.
opening for the first session.
He'd been
And
home for an
today,
hour and had
business
almost
didn't
finished
start
writing
until
up
the
the notes of
period
his
of
interview with
lunchtime
Stella Randall
association at
when his
11:30.
doorbell rang.
But it wouldn't
He'd
have
seen
occurred to
Stout's
him to
car
comment.
from his window and had gone
For the
down,
first
planning
time,
to keep
she
him
wondered
outside,
what
thinking
crime
they
he
could
had
talk in the
committed.
garden, even
Her
walk to the
friends,
pub at the end of the lane
because
if
she
was
did
going to
have
take a
friends,
while.
despite
But
Rosie's
Eddie had
jibe,
been so
always
diffident
asked
and
about
apologetic that a response like that
But what
was
are they in
impossible.
for, Hannah?
It called for
They'd
something
say
more
with the
friendly.
disapproving curiosity
Of course,
of a
you must come
telegraph
in.
reader.
No,
sneaking
really,
a look at the sun.
it's a pleasure.
Who
I
do
was
you have
just
to
going
mix
to have a
with in
beer.
there?
I'm
Rapists.
sure you'll join me.
Muggers of
And
little old
Porteous
ladies.
had found it helpful to describe
They were
again
surprised
his
when
conversation
Hannah
with
said she
Randall's
didn't
widow.
know.
They were
was
still
never sure
standing,
that they
each with a
quite
glass,
believed
looking
her.
at the view down the
It
valley.
was etiquette.
Stout
this lack of
continued
interest.
without waiting for an answer
She
to the
wouldn't
original
have
question.
inquired of the borrowers in the
It couldn't have
community
been an
library
insurance
where she'd
scam
previously
turned
worked
tragic.
if they'd ever been
Nothing like that.
prosecuted for speeding or tax
No,
evasion.
the fire officer said it was
Besides, it was
consistent
irrelevant.
with a
It
cigarette
didn't
or a
matter.
match having been
The prison
carelessly
was
dropped,
separate
not
from
an
the
attempt at
outside world.
large-scale damage.
So long as the men
It
fitted
started
into the
in or
system and
near the
caused
nursery.
no bother,
Nobody
nobody
been
much cared
deliberate,
what had
they'd
happened
not
to
have
bring
done
them
that.
there.
I know
Except
the technology
perhaps
wasn't so
Arthur
precise
psychology.
then, but the officer
It
was
seemed to matter
experienced
to
and he
him
was
very
confident of
much.
his decision. When the
Looking
fire
at Marty
really took
filling the
hold,
kettle
the
at
parents
the
were
small
at the other
sink in
end of the
her
house
office,
and hardly
she thought
conscious.
suddenly
Crispin was drunk
it must have
and
been an
Stella doped up to the
offensive
eyeballs.
violence.
Luckily,
It was
the nanny
a
came home
revelation,
earlier than
and she
expected, or they
wondered
might all have
why
been killed.
she hadn't realised it before.
Where did Rundle
He
take the boy?
was angry.
Stella was very
continually
vague about
angry.
that.
He controlled it
After her
well
description
and
of the
kept
fire
it hidden.
and her daughter's death,
Now
she'd
that it
hardly
was
seemed
obvious
to hear
Hannah,
his question.
she thought it explained
Perhaps
a
to
lot
stay
about
with
her.
relatives until Crispin
That
could
was why
arrange
he
a
kept
boarding
himself
place
to
for him.
himself. It was the only
We
way
finally
he could
found out
keep
where
his
he was at
anger
school
in
then.
check.
No. Crispin
She
would never
phoned home.
tell her where
There was
Theo
no reply.
Not precisely.
Of course.
It
Rosie
was as
would
if
still
she'd
be in
relinquished
her bed
all her
in a
rights
strange
over the
house,
boy.
sleeping off
A
the
way of
excesses
punishing
the night
her for the
before.
death of his daughter.
Not that she'd wake with a hangover.
Theo came home
Young
occasionally
never
for
seems to
holidays,
have
she said, but she was never
Then,
allowed to be alone.
with the same
There's
sense
no
of
rush. The
startling
story will
relief
wait. For now, let the music ease your mind and bring you into a calm
Rosie
rhythm.
might
Thank you
be
for being
on
here with
her
us.
own. They never discussed her relationship.
If ever Hannah broached the subject, talking elliptically perhaps about safe sex, she'd roll her eyes toward the ceiling. So
Oh, no, please.
Hannah thought there was a boy, Joseph. He phoned, and when Rosie was out, she took messages. If she was in, they talked loud, and she'd hear Rosie laugh. But when he came to the house, it was always as part of a crowd. And often he had his arm
As he
round
got older,
another
he
girl.
seems to have found better
If
things
Rosie
to do.
was hurt by that,
It
she
can't have
didn't
been
show
much
it.
fun at Snowbury.
Hannah hoped
Randall had resigned
Rosie
his seat
did
in the
have
Commons and was drinking.
She wanted
I
something
presume
magic
Theo
and
invited himself to
gut-wrenching for her
friends'
daughter.
homes for the vacations.
Don't wait. She
By
went
all
to
accounts,
her.
he
Do it
was a
now.
charmer.
Soon
I
you'll
don't
have
suppose it was
responsibilities.
difficult.
You'll be too
Or
old.
There
Trust
may
me,
have been
I
other
know what I'm
relatives.
talking about.
Where did the braces
While
fit in?
Marty squatted
I
by the
don't
tray
know.
on the floor,
Stella didn't
squeezing tea
recognise
bags
the
in the
name.
tasteful National Trust mugs
Not much
she
further
brought from
forward
home,
than
Hannah
Eddie
started
didn't
opening
sound
her mail.
too disappointed
There
by
wasn't
the lack of
much.
progress.
A memo from her
Oh,
boss in the
I
Central
think so.
Library
We
about
should
budgets,
be able to trace
an
Theo's
agenda
school
for the
with the
prison
information we've got
librarian's
now.
summer school.
Two
A
schools,
plain white
probably, if
envelope
he
with
was
a
only
handwritten
10 when he
address,
went
which
away.
she recognised
There must
immediately.
be someone who remembers
Something
him.
similar came every year.
I've been thinking
Before
that
she
the
could
reason
open
for
it,
his
the phone
leaving
rang
boarding
again.
school could have been
It was
financial.
Rosie, bristling
Crispin
with
could have
righteous
run through the family
indignation.
money very quickly.
Well, she said,
Perhaps he
I
just
hope you're ready
couldn't
to
afford the
apologise.
school fees.
It caught Hannah on the
Is
hop.
this
She
background
didn't know whether
relevant
to snap
to the
back
murder,
a
do you think?
sarcastic answer
Is
or
it?
make an attempt to
Porteous
be
thought.
conciliatory.
And
She
realised
knew
that he'd
why
hardly
that was.
considered the real business
She was
of the
afraid
murder
Rosie would
investigation
up
all
sticks
afternoon.
and move in with Jonathan.
He'd been
and
wrapped up in the
Eve if she
domestic
upset her
tragedy.
too much.
They'd all
Rosie
suffered.
had never mentioned
Crispin,
it,
Stella,
hadn't used
Theo,
it as a
and
threat,
Emily.
but Hannah was always
When the
aware
wedding
of the
pictures were
possibility.
taken, they must have seemed
In
an
the end, she
ideal
wasn't given
family.
a chance to respond.
Porteous could imagine them posing
Look,
for a similar photo
Rosie
to
said,
go with the
I'm sorry.
constituency Christmas card.
It must be a
but the
difficult time at
happiness
the
had been
minute.
shattered even before
Hannah
the
could
fire.
have fainted with shock.
I can't imagine Stella
And for
Randall
you,
tracking down
waiting for
Theo
your
and sticking a
results.
dagger through his
sod the
ribs,
A-levels.
if that's what you mean.
She paused.
She wouldn't know where
I'm
to
working
start.
this afternoon, but
And
I'll be
why
home
would
by
she?
6.
Could she
You
have
can take
blamed
me
the
to the
boy
Grey
for the little
Horse.
girl's death?
Buy me a pint.
She might have been
Hannah bit back a
psychotic
leg,
when she was
she
very
was always
ill
telling
and
Rosie she
dreamed
drank
up
too much.
something like that.
Okay.
But you didn't
she said.
strike me as
Why
delusional
not?
today.
That would be great.
Perhaps it wasn't a delusion.
When she replaced the phone, Marty
What do you
was
mean?
standing looking at her, a mug
Eddie
in his
shrugged.
hand.
Perhaps he did kill his
Trouble?
sister.
He
An
asked in an
unsupervised
offhand
boy
sort of
playing with
way to
matches
show that he
could
wasn't
have the same
prying.
result as a cigarette
No,
fire.
not really.
There was no mention of
You
that
know
at
what
the
kids are
time.
like?
It would give another
I know
slant
what I
on
was
Crispin
like when I
keeping
was a
Theo
kid.
away from his stepmother.
Trouble? All
Perhaps
the
she
time.
was threatening to harm
They
him
smiled.
even then.
He went back
Much easier to
sorting
blame the
newspapers.
boy than take responsibility
Dave,
for her
the
own
prison
negligence.
officer attached to the library,
It's a
came in, jangling his
possibility.
keys, demanding
But you
tea.
don't think it's likely.
Hannah opened
Eddie
her
finished
letter.
his beer and grinned.
Inside,
It's okay.
there was a
You
printed
don't have to humour
invitation
me. I'm not
and
a
a
kid.
handwritten note. She read the note.
He paused.
First. The handwriting
What's
was
that technique
scrawled,
they
but
always use
familiar.
on the team building
She recognised
courses?
it from way
Brainstorming.
back. It had been dashed off in a hurry.
I'm not dismissing
and there
any
was
ideas.
a
It's just that
stain which could
Stella
have been
did
coffee on the
take
back.
responsibility for Emily's
Hannah,
death as soon
hope
as
this
I
reaches
asked
you
her
in
that.
time.
And
You
she'd
can always
almost
stay with
forgotten
me.
about Theo.
Do try and make
I
it
don't
this
think
year.
she'd have been able to do that if she
She didn't
killed
need to look at the signature. It was from
Did you ask her about the
Sally.
Gillespie girl?
At school,
Yes.
Sally had been her best
On
friend.
the way out, he'd
She hadn't
stood on the
seen her for
doorstep
years,
looking across
but
the
they kept
garden
in
to the
touch,
wide
spoke
sweep of the
occasionally,
bay,
sent
with the
the
lighthouse
Christmas
at one
cards.
end and the mouth of the
The
town at
card
the
was
other.
an invitation
Then
to a
turned
school
back to
reunion,
her, as if the question had
Cranford
just come to
Grammar.
him.
Sally tried
Does the
the
name
same
Melanie
tactic
Gillespie mean
every
anything to
time
you?
something similar was arranged.
She'd stood with her
Recently,
arms
the
clasped
invitations
across
were
her chest
always
as if
sent
she were
to the
cold.
prison. Perhaps
A breeze
she
was
thought
coming
it was
off the sea
Jonathan
and her
who
cardigan was
prevented
thin,
Hannah's attending.
But Porteous still felt warm.
Hannah threw the card onto
Then
the desk
she'd
where she
giggled.
sat to stamp the book.
What's
then
this,
picked
Inspector?
it up again to
A
look
sort
at
of
the
quiz?
date of the party.
Then she'd gone
It was
into
only
the
a
flat,
couple of days
shutting
away.
the door
One
behind her without answering the question. She thought it was typical of Sally to allow the sun was so low time to come to a decision and arrange the long window of the barn.
and they
For
were
the
dazzled.
first time, she was
They
tempted
turned away
to
and
go
sat
to the
down.
reunion, to see
Porteous
Sally
offered
and her
Eddie
other
another
friends
beer,
again.
but he shook his head, and
It was
for
only
the first
pride
time
which had
Porteous
kept her
saw
away.
how excited he was.
She propped the
It had been
card
a
between
struggle
her
to
mouth
contain
and a
himself
box
in
of
the
library
conversation
cards.
about Stella Randall. What is it?
Hannah was never
have you
sure
got for
how
me?
the argument started.
I went to see Jack
Perhaps
Westcott.
she'd done
You remember?
something to provoke
He was
it,
the
but she
history
didn't
teacher
think
in the
so.
high school, just retired.
Rosie's phone call
Porteous
had
nodded.
made her more mellow.
I turned up before opening
Later,
time
she
this morning.
remembered the
Caught him when he
conversation
was
she'd
completely
heard on
sober.
her way in about
We went
the
for a walk in the
disturbance on
park.
wing.
His wife's the
Apparently,
house-proud
there'd
sort.
been
You
rumours
could
of
tell
an
she was
early
glad to
lockup
have him out
because
from
of
under
a
her
prison
feet.
officers' association
He was glad of the
meeting,
company, I think.
and the whole place was
He'll
still
miss those
tense.
kids.
There'd
Porteous
been
nodded
no
again.
sense of that.
Thought
when
Eddie
she'd
would
let
get
men
to the
in.
point in his own time.
In the first group,
I
there
just
was a
wanted to
lad
get
she
him
didn't
talking.
recognise as one of her
Claire
regulars.
Wright
He was young,
hasn't found any
squat,
teacher who
muscular,
moved from Cranford
a
to the
tattoo
school
of a
on
snake
the coast.
twisted from his
But
wrist
I thought there
to
might
his
be
shoulder.
some informal
His
connections.
hair was cropped
Specialist
so
music
short
teachers,
that pink
drama
skin
festivals,
showed
sport,
through the
that sort
stubble.
of thing.
He mooched
Anything?
around the shelves for a bit.
Not that Theo
Hannah
was
didn't
involved
have
in.
the impression that he
So
was looking
I
seriously
asked about
for
the other
anything.
kids in the school.
She
It
noticed
occurred to
that
me that
Martin was
Melanie's
keeping
mother
an
and
eye
father
on
would be
too.
about the same age
She
as
wondered
Theo
if he
if
was
he'd lived.
new, though he
But
hadn't
Westcott
been at the
couldn't
last
remember a
reception
Richard
talk she was
Gillespie
given.
or an Eleanor of any
She came out
description,
from behind
so I
the
could kiss
desk.
goodbye to that.
Dave was in her office with
Worth
the door
checking,
shut.
though.
She'd
And
heard
it's
that he was
possible that Richard
moonlighting in one of
Gillespie
the
was at
clubs in
Theo's
town.
boarding school.
Certainly, he liked
Aye.
to catch up on
From
his
what I've
sleep
seen of him on
mornings.
TV, he's got the air of a
She
public
approached
school
the
boy
lad
about
with the
him.
tattoo, thinking
I'd
she
pretty
could
much
be
given up hope
making
of
up a
anything
ticket
useful
while he
when
was
Jack
choosing.
said he'd been digging around
I
the
help you
home
with
and he'd
anything?
found some more photos of the
He
Macbeth
turned
production.
to face her.
Would I
squarely.
like to see them?
He was slightly
Most
shorter
likely
than
an
she was.
excuse so he wouldn't have to face
Not
that
doing you
dragon
any
of a wife
harm,
on his
am I?
own. But I thought
not.
he might have
I
a
leave you
sharper
to it.
photo of the boy
She was
we could
thinking
give to
she'd
the
had
press,
enough of
so I went
oversensitive
along with it.
adolescence. Perhaps
Porteous
something of
was
the weariness
finding it
showed in
difficult
her
to give the
face,
story
but she
his
wasn't
full
aware of
attention.
it.
He didn't mind
Suddenly,
Eddie
he
Stark
banged his
being
hand
here
on
as
the
much
edge
as
of the
he'd
metal
expected,
shelf, then lifted
but the
it
evening
towards
sun
her,
was
a
making him
gesture of
drowsy.
warning.
Eddie
She could see a
continued.
red mark from the
You'd
shelf
have thought
on
he
his
was a
palm.
schoolboy
Don't look at
himself
me
the
like
way
that.
He spoke to his wife.
I'm sorry.
He took me
Like
upstairs to a sort of den
Out of the corner
where
of
he
her
hides
eye,
away
Hannah
from
saw
them.
Marty standing
There were
behind
cardboard
the man,
boxes
his
full of
knees
snaps.
slightly bent.
There must have been
watching.
pictures
She
in there
willed
of
him
every
to
school
keep out
play
of
in
it.
the past
Like
30
I was a
years,
piece of shite.
but he'd sorted
Like I
out
was
the ones
something
he
on the
thought
bottom
were
of your
relevant.
shoe.
Anything of
I think
Theo
you'd
we
better
could use
leave,
the media?
She said,
No.
much as she said
Jack
to the
was rather
drunken
shakes
kid
even
lounging
then.
around her
None of
kitchen
them were
the night
brilliant.
before.
But
Come back
amongst them,
when you
I
know
found
how to
this.
behave properly in a library.
Carefully, holding
Don't
the
worry,
picture by
I'm
the
going.
edges with his fingertips, Eddie
He
handed
pushed
it
out
over.
and sent one of the shells
It was a black
flying.
and white photo of the
On the
audience,
top was a
taken
plant,
probably
one of
from
her
the side of the
attempts to
stage
cheer
just
up
before
the
the
room.
show was about to
The
start.
pot shattered.
Parents,
The books were covered
clutched
in dry
hand-printed
compost.
programs on their knees.
You think
and
I want to
chatted
stay
to
here
their
and
neighbours.
look at an ugly cow
There was
like
no
you?
indication that they'd been
He spoke
aware of the
quietly,
photographer.
with intense
Eddie
contempt.
pointed to a couple
Looked
in the
around
front
the room
row.
and swaggered out.
Those are the Bryces.
It was the sort
They
of
looked
incident that happened
ordinary,
every day in the prison.
elderly.
There was no
They could have been
physical
anyone's
violence
grandparents.
against her. No threat of it.
Stephen wore a
She'd
hand-knitted
handled
sweater over
worse in her
corduroy
time
trousers.
there. Much
Sylvia
worse.
had made more of
But
an effort
Hannah
about
went to
dressing up
pieces.
and had a
She
high-necked
started to
blouse
shake
over a long
and then
black
to cry.
skirt. There was a brooch at the neck.
Dave, the
They
library
were holding
officer,
hands.
emerged from her office, yawning,
Interesting,
wanting to know what the noise
Porteous
was
said.
about.
He always
He
found
was
it helpful
embarrassed,
to face
desperate
names,
to play
but
the
he couldn't
incident
quite
down
understand
so he'd
Eddie's
not get into
excitement.
trouble.
It was hardly worth a
Hannah
trek into
got
the
rid of the
country
other
at tea
prisoners,
time.
then sent him away.
Eddie took a deep
Marty
breath.
pulled the shelf upright
That,
and replaced the
he
books,
said, pointing
shaking
to
out
a
the
pale,
compost,
insignificant
checking the
man
spines
sitting
so
next
they were
to
in
Sylvia.
order. Then he put
That
on the kettle and made
is
more tea.
Alec Reeves.
You need a break.
Then
he said.
Porteous
A
did
holiday.
understand the excitement.
I don't know.
This was
We
Alec
have to
Reeves,
stay in
who'd
this
worked
place.
as
You
assistant
can
manager in the
escape whenever you
hardware
like.
store in Cranford High Street.
Perhaps
Alec
sipped
Reeves,
the tea.
uncle to Carl Jackson,
He'd
the
used
lad with a
powdered
learning
milk, and the
disability
liquid
who
was very
disappeared
hot.
not long
He
before before
burnt her
Theo.
mouth.
Alec
My
Reeves,
husband
who, according to Eddie,
left me 3
liked
weeks
young
ago.
boys and had gone off to get a job
I'm
in a
not sure
children's
where
home.
I'd go on my own.
I thought Sarah
She
Jackson
thought she
said
shouldn't
he'd
have
left
spoken to a
Cranford
prisoner
by
like
then.
that.
She did.
They'd been
He
taught
must have
not
come
to
back.
give personal details
Porteous
away.
looked again at the photo.
What about
Although
a trip to the
Sylvia
hills?
was holding
You could
Stephen's
look up your old
hand, she
friends.
was talking to Reeves.
She was shocked.
Her head was
He must
turned
have
to
read
him,
the
and she was
card when he
smiling.
collected her
It was the relaxed
She wasn't
conversation of
surprised
friends.
that he'd read the invitation.
You
But
said
that
they knew
he'd
him.
commented.
Aye.
It wasn't like him.
Stout said,
Sorry.
bitterly.
He
You'd have
said,
thought they'd have
blushing
had better
slightly as if
taste.
He'd read her thoughts.
This
None of my
changes
business.
things, Porteous
No.
said,
The temptation
slowly,
returned
not
to run
wanting
away.
to wind Eddie up
No.
any further. But Eddie
it's
was
an
buzzing
idea.
already.
Of course it does.
Arthur
Alec was
Lee
there that
was
night.
sitting in his office.
It must
in the
have been the
education
last
block.
performance because
His door
Hannah
was
Morton
open.
says
He
that's
saw
when the
Hannah
Prices were
walking
in
down
the audience.
corridor and waved her
No
in.
reason why he couldn't have got
Aren't
hold of
you
the
busy?
knife.
I bet when we check the
hoping to
records,
talk to
we'll
him,
find
but
other
had to
lads in his
pretend she
care
didn't want
who've
to
mysteriously
intrude.
disappeared. No, it's good to see a friendly
Theo wasn't in
face.
his care, Porteous said.
Not as
Arthur
far
was
as
a
we
Home
know.
Office imposition
And
on the
Melanie
Education
Gillespie
Department,
wasn't a lad,
and
he
they'd
thought.
never liked
He
him.
could have been.
He was
Perhaps
too
the
clever
Bryces
and
asked
reported
Alex to
straight
have a
to the
word with the
governor.
boy. Perhaps
A psychologist
Theo was
by
depressed
training,
because of the mess he
he
made
ran
of his love
courses
life,
in
and they
anger
asked
management,
Alec to help.
victim awareness.
He was always a
and
sympathetic
special
listener,
sessions
I'll
for
give him
sex
that.
offenders.
Maybe
That was
he
another
offered
reason
to take
for his
Theo out for the
unpopularity.
day, offered a shoulder
Since
to cry
Jonathan
on.
had left,
He was
Hannah
nearer
had
the
taken
boy's
to
age than
dropping
the
in on
Bryces.
him more often.
More like a
using
father.
him, she sometimes thought,
How
as
would
a
he
personal
explain
therapist.
Theo's disappearance?
He was in his
I've
early
been thinking
50s,
about that.
the age
Eddie's
her father
words
had been
tumbled
when he
over each
died.
other. Someone told
She'd
the
have liked
Bryces
a
that
father
Theo had
like
decided
Arthur.
to go back to his
Plump,
dad. It must have been
comfortable,
Alec Reeves.
understanding.
It's certainly
He'd
a
been born in
plausible
Liverpool
theory,
and had
said.
never lost
Then
the
gently,
accent.
Where
John
does
Peel,
Melanie
she
Gillespie
thought, without
fit
the
in?
beard.
Maybe she's the last of a string of teenagers
I hear
who've
you've had a
disappeared.
bit of bother.
We don't take missing teenagers
She
very
should have known
seriously,
it
do
would be
we?
impossible
Not the
to keep the
restless,
incident in the
unsettled
library
ones.
quiet.
We put them down as runaways and
shrugged,
hope the Sally Army will do
explained
the
what had
business for
happened.
us. Melanie
Some
didn't
lad kicking off,
disappear, though, did she?
Marty thinks
Her
I should
body
take a
was
break.
found. No attempt
Marty
was made to hide it.
My
Perhaps
orderly,
Reeves was
Fox,
disturbed,
D-wing.
or all the publicity
You haven't
about
had
the
him
body
on
in the
one of your
lake
courses.
made him want to come out into the
She
open.
was thinking anger.
Could be he's been enjoying
Arthur
the
shook
glory.
his head. Perhaps he
Porteous
wouldn't have told
said
her
nothing.
anyway.
Sounds
He
like
wished
good
he knew
advice.
more about the subject. There's a school reunion.
Perhaps
in
after all
Cranford,
he would have to
up in the
talk
hills
to
where I
Hannah's
grew
fat
up.
psychologist.
But I'm not
Ask
sure.
his advice.
I'll
He
come
drank
with
his
you if you
beer
like.
absent-mindedly.
Hannah was
He hadn't
surprised.
eaten.
She
and
knew
felt
he
it
was
go
on
to
his
his
own,
head,
but
mixed
they'd never
with the
met
medication
outside
he'd
the
taken
prison.
earlier in the day.
She hadn't thought of him at all
Like
as the
Stella
sort of
Randall,
person she'd
he
take to a
thought.
party.
I should take more care.
Needed time to get used
Sir.
to the idea.
Eddie was on his feet.
It's too
He was
far to
obviously
come back the
desperate
same
to move
night.
the case forward.
I thought I'd stay with my
Peter,
pal Sally.
call me Peter.
Make a weekend
here,
of it.
please.
That's
He set
fine
the
then.
glass on the table, stood
His
up
tone
too,
was easy, but she
tried
felt
to
she'd
sound
been
decisive
unkind.
when all
She
he
didn't
had
want to
were
offend
questions.
him.
I want to know
I'm taking
where
my daughter
Reeves
out for a
is.
drink
Don't
tonight.
go to Sarah Jackson.
Why don't you join
I don't
us
want him
later?
frightened off. Put
Yeah?
a watch on her bungalow,
He said.
but
He
be
seemed pleased,
discreet.
but
When
he
you
never gave
find
much away.
Reeves, don't pull him in.
Hannah wondered
Tail him,
what Rosie
but
would
leave
make
him where he
At
is.
least, she thought,
We'll
it would
need
prove to
more
Rosie that she
evidence,
did
any
have a
evidence,
life
before we
outside
question
the
him.
family.
She did.
At present,
have
he doesn't
friends
know
of
there's
her own.
anything to connect him to Theo.
On her
Randall,
way home,
and
Hannah
that's
called in
how
to
I
her
want
boss
at the Central Library.
Show
He
this
told her
photograph
she
to
wanted
the
to take
barman
a
in the
week's
promenade
holiday.
who said
It
someone was looking
short
for
notice,
Melanie.
but something had come up.
Reeves will have changed since then,
Marge,
but it's better
her
than
boss,
nothing.
was so sympathetic.
Tomorrow,
that Hannah knew she'd
we'll
heard
talk to her
about
parents.
Jonathan and Eve.
See if the name means
Have
anything
as long
to
as
them.
you like, pet.
He paused.
They
Go
lived
easy
in a
on this,
small
Eddie.
town.
Bet
By now,
we'll be expecting
it
you
would be
back from a
common
meal.
knowledge.
Most of this you can do from home.
But as Eddie bounded
Chapter
down the
7.
stairs, Porteous knew he was wasting his breath.
Her mother,
Eddie
always
made
was
her
a man
feel
with a
so
mission
sodding
and was
guilty.
losing the power of
Rosie
rational thought.
replaced the receiver, glad the conversation was over. The house
Chapter
was quiet.
25.
Mel was still asleep.
When
and
Porteous
Mr. and
arrived
Mrs.
at the
Gillespie
police
had
station the
left
next morning,
hours before, to go
early
to
for
work.
him, though he'd still
Mel
walked,
was
still
Rosie's
kept
best
to the
mate,
same routine.
and had been.
Stout
since coming
was
to the
already
school
there.
3 years before.
He looked as if he'd
She
spent
had
all night
spiky
at his
red
desk.
hair and
He'd
green
shaved,
eyes,
but he was
and she
wearing the
played
same
bass guitar.
clothes, and he spoke too quickly.
Rosie was starving,
feverish through lack
but
of
she
sleep.
could hardly pour herself a bowl of
No
cornflakes
use to
in
man
someone
or
else's
beast
house.
in that state. Porteous
Besides,
thought.
she needed to
Then
go home to
recognised
change, or
that,
she'd be late
as
for
the
work.
pious sentiment of the newly
Mel,
converted,
whose parents were
and he
seriously
listened
rich
to the steps
and
Stout had
seriously
already taken
generous,
to track
hadn't
down
felt
Alec
the
Reeves.
need for employment.
There's an empty
between
bungalow
A-levels
over the
and
road
college.
from Sarah Jackson's.
Rosie
The council were
didn't
going to
mind
do it up
working.
before the
It
next
was a
tenant
distraction.
anyway. I talked to a chap in the building
Outside,
services who
it
goes
was
to our
hot
church.
already.
He pushed the work
Though
to the
here
top of
on
the
the
list.
coast, there
They're
was
going to
usually
start
a
this
breeze.
morning.
Just
Looked
as
at his
well,
watch. Should be there
because
already.
she had on
I've sent
what she'd
Charlie
been
Luke
wearing
along
in the
as
club
part of the
night
team.
before. A lacy
Won't the
black
council
dress and
workers
tarty
talk?
sandals.
No, they think
The
he's a
shoes were
management
okay for
trainee.
dancing,
They have to do
but
work
they knackered
experience
her
in every
ankles if
department.
She tried to walk any distance.
Porteous smiled at the thought
She took them
that
off
Luke
to go
could pass as
barefoot.
management
And
material.
as she stepped in
But
and
Stout
out
was
of the shadow
continuing.
thrown by the
He'll have a
trees,
key and
she
can
felt
let our
the
people in
changes
at
of
night.
temperature on the soles
If
of
the
her
neighbours
feet.
get used to workmen being in the place,
The
it shouldn't
houses
cause so
round
much
here
gossip.
were big Edwardian
Good.
semis set
Porteous
back
thought
from
the plan
road.
unnecessarily elaborate.
In one of these houses,
They had no evidence that
Joe
Reeves
lived.
would try to contact
She
his
took
sister,
care not to
but he
turn her
knew
head
Stout
as she
wasn't in the
sauntered
mood
past.
to take criticism.
Her
Counselling
home
had
was
taught him
more
the
ordinary.
futility of
A
knocking his head
tidy
against
semi
a
on a
brick wall.
tidy estate.
I've got an address for
Her
Reeves from the
parents had
DVLA.
bought it from
He
New
lives in
when
a
she was
small
5.
town in the Yorkshire Dales.
It would have been her
Back to
mother's
Yorkshire,
choice.
Porteous said.
They must have realised
Hannah
by
Morton
then
thought
that there'd be
Theo
no
had
other
been at
children.
school there.
But
This
we didn't get anywhere when we checked earlier.
three-bedroomed box would be big enough.
Could Alec have introduced Theo?
Inside,
to the
she switched off the alarm and went straight to
suppose
the
it's more
kitchen.
likely to
She
be
put
a
on the
coincidence.
kettle, stuck a couple of pieces
Theo
of
would have
bread in
been in a
toaster,
boarding school,
took orange
and Alec
juice from
a
the
care
fridge
assistant
and
in
drank
a
it straight
social
from the
services
carton.
assessment centre. So it's
Inside her head, she
hard to
heard her
see
mother
where they'd
telling
have
her
met.
off about that.
not that I've traced
How
either
pathetic
establishment
could
yet.
you get?
But it
She was
shouldn't be
18,
difficult now.
an adult, and there was
I
her
found
mother
out where
nagging
Reeves
away
worked.
at her, a worm
Stout was
inside her
jubilant.
head.
Porteous
For
tried
goodness
to be
sake,
gracious
Rosalind,
in his
can't
moment
you
of
get a
glory.
glass?
It was a place called Redwood.
In her
It
bedroom,
wasn't
when
run
she
by
switched on
social
the
services,
light, the
not
bulb
officially.
fizzled and
They brought
died,
in
so
places
she
there
had
for
to open
difficult
the
kids that
curtains.
couldn't persuade anyone
She
else
saw
to
the
take.
place in daylight.
It was
for the
operated
first
by a
time in
charitable
months.
trust.
There
It
was
closed
an
about a year ago
unpleasant,
when the person in
musty
charge
smell,
retired.
which she
A woman
tried
by the
for
name
too
of
long to
Alice
ignore.
Cornish.
She pushed a
Apparently
window
she's
open.
famous.
In the
Oh,
garden next to
yes,
the door, a
Porteous
neighbour
said.
was pegging
She's
baby
very
clothes
famous.
onto the line.
He was
Rosie
surprised,
raved. Stout
sir.
had never heard
Before
of
the job in the pub, she
Alice
used to
Cornish
babysit
had been
quite
committed
often.
to providing
The woman
quality
waved
care
back.
for children before
Rosie
the
saw
improvement of
pity on her
residential
face.
services became a
Imagined
fashionable
her
cause.
gossiping to the rest of the
She'd
street.
worked in local authority
kid,
children's
her
homes
dad's
in the
left,
late 60s
and
and
they
resigned
seemed
very
such a happy
publicly,
family.
exposing a
When
series
the
of
woman
scandals.
bent to lift more
The press
laundry from the
hadn't
basket,
known what to make
Rosie
of her,
stuck
and
up
in
2
some
fingers
quarters
at her
she'd been
back.
portrayed as an
She turned over
idealistic
the pile
but
of
rather
clothes on her
hysterical
floor
troublemaker.
like a peasant.
She'd gone on
turning hay
to
with a
qualify
fork.
as a doctor,
For the
and
pub,
then to
she
set
had to
up
wear
an
a
establishment
uniform,
of her own,
black trousers,
Redwood,
white shirt,
in a farmhouse in the
stupid
country.
little green apron and
Her
green bow
peers
tie.
found it hard to
The tie
understand
and the apron
why
were still
she
in
was
the bag
bothering
from
with
her last
grubby
shift.
and disruptive
There was
children
a white shirt
when
in
she
the
could be
pile,
earning
but
a
the
comfortable
collar and
living
the
within
cuffs
the
were
health
filthy,
service.
and there were
But her
spatters of red
qualifications
wine
made
down
them
the
take her
chest.
seriously.
Her
She welcomed
father
research
had left
teams
clothes
into
when
Redwood,
he'd
and they
decamped
had
the
to
month
admit
before,
that her methods
and her mother
worked.
had been too civilized
She had gone
to
on
throw
to
them
be
out.
hugely respected
She'd moved
in
them
the field
instead
of
into
social
the spare
welfare.
room wardrobe.
She had been made a
as if
dame
he might
and chaired
return
committees of
one day
inquiry
as a
into
lodger.
widespread abuse.
There,
Yet
on a
still,
hanger,
she
was
maintained
a
her
single
personal
white
contact
shirt.
with Redwood, and the
There was
children
no
who
sign
lived
of the
there spoke of
trousers,
her with
and the
great
hassle was
affection.
starting to bug
It
her.
seemed inconceivable
Her mother
that
had
she would have
recently
employed
dreamed
anyone
up a
suspected
rule
of
about
abuse.
Rosie doing her own
Porteous
washing,
said as much,
and since
tactfully
then things
to
had been
Stout.
chaotic.
She wouldn't have
Both.
known, would she?
She'll
He
not
was
have
never
stuck to
convicted,
it, Rosie.
never even charged.
It'll be like all the
I
other
just
threats and ultimatums.
don't
She'll
see
not have
how
been able
he
to
would have
stand
got
the
away
thought
with
of
it
her
at a
daughter
place
going
like
out
that.
in mucky pants.
Dr. Cornish's whole
And sure
philosophy
enough,
was
her
about
trousers
listening
were
to
washed
children.
and dry.
The
with a
kids
load
wouldn't
of
have been
towels and the
frightened
tumble
to
in the
talk
utility
if Reeves had tried anything on.
In the spirit
He's
of
clever,
conciliation, which had
Stout
led her
said
to phone her
stubbornly.
mother,
Cunning.
she folded the
You
towels
don't
and
know.
loaded the washing machine
Again,
with part of the
Porteous
muck heap
saw
from
no
the
point
bedroom
in arguing.
floor. She rolled the
Is
trousers into a tight
Reeves at
ball
home now?
and shook them out.
I got in
She
touch
never
with the local
understood why
Nick.
anyone
They sent a
bothered
community
with iron.
policeman round there yesterday
She
evening.
looked at her watch.
If Alec had answered,
She could have done
he'd
with
have
a
got
shower,
a pep talk
but
about
there was
the
no
neighbourhood
time,
watch.
so she
but
cleaned
nobody
off
was
last
in.
night's slap,
According to the
put on
neighbours,
more,
he's a
and she was
model
ready.
citizen, keeps his
She only
lawn cut,
realised how
does his
dirty her
stint
feet were
driving
when she
Meals on
pushed them
Wheels
into
round
her
the village,
flat
and
work shoes.
get this,
No one
he
would
helps
see.
organise the Duke of Edinburgh award
The
scheme
pub
at the local
was
high
a big
school.
white place close to the
Perhaps
seafront.
that's
It
how
was
he met
called
Theo
the Promenade,
Randall,
known as the
Porteous
Prom,
said.
almost to
She'd
himself.
got the job.
Perhaps
because
that's
she had
still
the
how he
nerve
gets
to
to
meet
ask.
young lads.
Like all her friends,
Have the local
she'd been
bobbies
drinking
heard
there
that
since she was
anything like that's
16,
going on?
and she'd
They
thought
didn't
working
say.
in the place would be
Stout
a dream.
sounded disappointed.
In fact,
But
when
he's
it
known
was
as a
full of
loner.
kids in the evening,
Well thought of
being
in the
behind
village,
a bar
but
was a
no
bit of a
real
drag.
friends, no
Not
wife,
the buzz
no lady
she'd
friend.
expected. She
You
had
could
to
say the
watch
same
her
about
mates
me,
drinking,
Porteous
having a
thought.
good time. And
Did the
usually she was
neighbours
too busy
have
to
any
exchange
idea
more
where
than
Reeves
a couple
had
of
gone?
words? He asked.
Sometimes she saw
Away for a
more
week
than
to
she
visit an
wanted
old
to.
colleague.
Heard
I think he'll be
more,
back
too.
today or tomorrow.
It was as if the
I don't
uniform
suppose they
made you
mentioned
invisible.
where the old colleague lives. No,
The first inkling
the
she
old
got
lady who
about her
lives next
father
door asked,
had
but he
been in
wouldn't
the
say.
pub.
It
Two
wasn't
lads
like him.
who she
Usually he
known
was happy to
fine
have a cup
well
of tea
were
with
in
her and
year
a chat.
11 and shouldn't have been in in the place anyway
Suspicious.
were playing darts.
Porteous said, but
She'd
only to
been
please
emptying
Stout.
ashtrays.
He didn't
It was a
want
Friday
Reeves
night,
to be
somebody's
uncovered as a
birthday.
child
The
abuser
prom
and
was
serial
packed.
killer.
They'd had
His
to yell.
employment at Redwood
They
would
say
be
he's going to
seized
get
upon
the
by
sack.
press. Alice
You don't
Cornish
get the
would
sack
lose her
for screwing
credibility.
someone you work
And
with. You
it
do
would
if
mean
you
that
screw them
Stout
on the
had
staff
been
room
right all
floor.
along.
My dad's a governor.
He hated to
He should
admit
know.
it, but
You
an
can't
element of
blame him, though,
competition
can you?
crept
I mean,
into the
have you
inquiry.
seen her on the trampoline?
Stout had found
But what
an
does she
address
see
for
in him?
Reeves.
The
But
boy
still,
put his fingers in
Porteous
his mouth
hadn't
and
discovered
pretended
where
to throw
Crispin
up.
Randall had taken
She'd
Theo
almost
to be
gone up to them
educated
to
after
find
the
out
fire.
who they were talking about.
He didn't
Curious,
want Stout
eager
to be
to share the
proved
gossip.
right about this.
Then
I've made an appointment to visit
something
Mr.
about
and
the
Mrs.
look
Gillespie,
that had passed
he said.
between them.
It would be the first formal interview with Melanie's
pretend
parents.
not to have heard.
According to Richard Gillespie, the doctor had
Episodes
said
which
Eleanor
had
wasn't
meant
up to it
nothing
before.
to her at the time.
Gillespie
slid
still
into
wasn't
sharp
keen,
focus,
but Porteous had
Miss
persisted,
Petrie volunteering
and he'd
to do the
reluctantly given
choreography
way.
for the play.
He
her
must have
father was
realised it'd
directing.
have to happen eventually.
Miss Petrie on the school trip
1
to
o'clock.
Stratford.
Is that all right
Though
with you?
what interest could a
You want me
brainless
to come?
PE teacher have
I
in
don't want to miss
Shakespeare?
anything. And
Every
while we're
time
at the
she
coast,
thought
I
of the
thought
two
we'd
of them
see
together,
Melanie's friend.
she lost
Rosalind
control of her
Morton and the
body.
boyfriend.
Her breath
You're
came
good
too
at teenagers.
fast, and she almost
He'd
fainted.
thought Stout would be pleased to be asked.
She didn't
Don't
mind
worry.
the pub during the day.
They'll let us know if
There was
there's
a
any news
different
on
kind
leaves.
of customer then. Grown-ups.
When Stout left
old
the office,
men sitting
Porteous
for ages
made his
reading a
decaffeinated
paper.
coffee and
Office
spent most
workers
of the
wanting
next
lunch
hour on the phone.
Tourists.
His first call was to an official
When
in
she
the
got
Department
there,
for Education.
Frank was outside.
He needed to
watering
find
the
out
hanging
where a
baskets.
child had been at school
He looked at his
30
watch
years
and
ago.
grinned.
It was urgent.
She
A
always
murder
turned
inquiry.
up with only a
Was there
second
any
to
way
spare.
of finding out?
Frank was the manager.
There was a moment of
fat
silence,
and 40,
and Porteous
divorced.
sensed the usual
He'd been the
shock
one to
and
give her the
excitement.
job. She'd
State
chatted him
sector
up
or
when
private?
he'd had a few drinks
Private.
and allowed them
Another
a lock-in.
silence. Then
Then she
Did he take
turned
any
up next
public
morning for an
examination?
interview he couldn't remember
O-levels.
having arranged.
He must have taken O-levels
She
because he
thought
went
he'd
on to
given
the
her a
sixth
job
form.
out of embarrassment. It was
You could
only
try the
after
exam
learning
boards
about her dad and
The
Miss
official
Petrie
hesitated, then
she couldn't
offered
bring herself to
tentatively.
call her Eve.
If you don't mind
But she wondered
giving
if
me
he
the
might
details,
fancy
I
her.
can phone round
He'd
for you.
never
Call you
tried
back
anything
later.
on.
Porteous
But she
didn't
always
mind.
made sure to
He
keep her
gave both
distance.
Thea Randall's names and his
It was
date of
only
birth.
12 o'clock and the pub was nearly
We
empty.
think he was in school
Two old
somewhere
ladies
in
with
Yorkshire.
wispy hair and floaty
He
dresses
replaced the
sat
receiver
by the
and
window
felt he
in
was
the
easing back
dust-speckled
into
sunlight,
contention in the race
sipping
with Eddie
brandy
Stout.
and lemonade.
Then he
When
remembered
Rosie went over to
two
collect
kids
their
had
empty
died
glasses, they continued
and
to
wondered
sit
how he could have
engrossed
been
in
so
conversation,
petty.
making no move to leave.
The next
or
phone
to order
call
more
was to
drinks.
Hannah Morton's house.
They were lost in
It
memory.
was answered sulkily by
They
a
had
girl
come to
who
the
sounded
coast
as if
when
she'd
they were
just
girls
woken
on
up.
Charabanc
If anything,
trips
when
from
he
town.
identified himself, she was
Back
even ruder.
behind the bar,
Don't come to the house,
Rosie heard
she
them
said.
giggle
I'll be
suddenly
working.
over a shared memory.
Promenade.
It was a slightly
A
awkward
big white
giggle.
pub on the front.
A boy
You'll need
was
to talk to
involved.
Frank anyway, and
Rosie
I'll make
thought,
sure Joe's there.
Is that how
Make it
Melanie
mid-afternoon when we're not so
when
busy.
we're old?
She replaced the
We'll sit in
receiver before
prom
he had a
getting
chance to
pissed on
object.
brandy and reminiscence,
He was wondering whether to
laughing
break his
about
routine
Joe.
and have another cup of coffee
If
when the
Mel lives long
DFEE
enough to
officer
get
phoned
old,
him back.
that is. I think
Then
I've traced
almost
your
as if the
lad.
thought had conjured
Go
him
on.
out of thin air.
He took
there
O-levels in the name
Joe
of Michael
was,
Gray.
standing at the
Passed
door,
7 well.
skinny as one
A
of the
grades
pipe
in art and
cleaner
English.
men her
Failed
granddad used
Latin.
to make.
That's
She had to
all
make
it
an
took.
effort to compose herself, to
One
breathe
phone call.
slowly
Why
and
didn't
regularly.
I think about the exam?
Joe
boards
saw her
before?
and smiled.
Have
showing
you
a mouth
got the
of
name
gapping
of the
teeth.
school?
He
Marwood
looked crumpled
Gray.
as if he'd slept
It
in his
doesn't
clothes.
exist anymore.
Baggy
Checked.
cotton trousers.
Where
and a
was it
t-shirt
when it
so
did
tight
exist?
that she could see the frame
Out in
of
the
his
sticks.
ribs.
Yorkshire.
What
He
could
paused.
anyone
He was
in their right
good at
mind
dramatic
see
pauses.
in him?
I tracked
He had
down
bigger
one of the
feet
teachers.
than anyone
He
else
works
in the
the
world.
state system now.
Black
You
hair
can phone him if you
tied
like.
back in
Name
a
of
loose
Hillier.
ponytail.
This is his number.
He loped to
Porteous
the bar.
was just about to replace
Mel
the
said you'd
receiver
be
when he
working.
added, by the
You've
way,
seen Mel this morning.
there's no record
She
of
was
A-levels.
surprised. She thought
No,
Mel would be dead to
Porteous
the world.
said.
There
Spoken
wouldn't
to her on
be.
the phone.
Everything okay?
Hillier must have been waiting for
frowned
his
without
call
answering.
because he answered immediately.
She poured him a
Marwood
pint.
Grange,
Mel
he
was
said,
usually
what a
the
nightmare.
subject of their
It put me
conversations.
off private
She
education for life.
demanded their attention.
Do you remember Michael
She had an
Gray?
eating
No,
disorder.
I was
Anorexia,
only there for a couple
Rosie
of terms
thought.
before the place
Rosie
closed
didn't know
down,
the details,
and that was a bit of a
didn't
blur.
like to ask.
Like I said, a
She suspected
nightmare.
Joe knew
Why
more
did
than
it
she
close?
did.
Well, the fire
Joe
was the
fidgeted
final
in his
straw,
pocket
but
for
I don't
money.
think it would have
Has she
survived
said
long
anything to
anyway.
you?
A couple of
What about?
parents had complained, and several
She's
more
really
had
stressed
taken their
out
kids
about
away.
something.
Tell me about
Isn't
the
she
fire.
always?
It
Rosie
started late
regretted
one
that
night.
immediately. It
I was
sounded
junior
petty.
housemaster.
But what
It started
was
in a
Mel
classroom, they
about?
think, but it
She was
spread to
bright
the
and
dormitories.
gorgeous, and her
We got all
parents
the boys
doted on her.
out,
and
but
so did
only because a
Joe.
kid got up for
So
a pee.
why all the shit?
There were no fire doors, no
Joe took the
extinguishers.
pint.
There should have been
stared
a
into
court
it.
case.
Have
It
you
was
started
gross
gross negligence.
Any
I'd have been
chance
a
of
witness.
burger?
The guy in charge must have
Although
had
he
friends
was
in
so
high
thin, there
places
was
because it
nothing
never
wrong
came
with
to that.
Joe's attitude.
He cut
to
his
food.
losses, claimed the
She
insurance
shouted
and
his
agreed
order
not to
through
run
to
a
the
school
kitchen.
again.
Frank
You're
came
sure
in
you
with the
don't
watering
remember a
can
boy
still in his
called
hand,
Michael Gray?
letting it drip on the
Certainly.
carpet. He
I
nodded
really
to
only
Joe,
remember the boys in
winked
my
at
house.
Rosie. She knew.
Porteous
she was
saw
flushing,
Stout
but
hovering
Joe
outside his
seemed
office
too
door,
preoccupied
ready for
to
his trip to the
notice.
coast.
And waved him in.
We're going away,
he said.
Another
Well and me,
fire.
he thought.
I thought you were skint.
Can that be a
Joe
coincidence?
worked all-night shifts at the big supermarket on the ring road,
but he never had any money.
Chapter 26.
He spent it on drink, junk
The
food,
Gillespie house
music,
had the dense
stupid
quiet of an
presents for
old
them all.
church. It
His
struck
parents
Porteous
were both
so
doctors
strongly
and
because
could have bailed
he could
him out.
tell that usually
But
it
they
wouldn't
said
have
he
been
had
like
to
that.
learn to budget before
As they
going to
approached the front
university.
door, he saw through
They
the living
took
room window
university
an
for
electric
granted.
guitar and a
Rosie
practice amp,
wasn't
a
so
battered
sure.
upright piano with
Joe
music on the
hadn't done
stand
much work
and
before the
scribbled
exams.
manuscript in a pile
He'd
on the
been
floor.
too busy obsessing over
In the
Mel.
hall, the telephone
Mel said
had
she
been
needs to get
unplugged.
away. It's like she's really spooked
Richard
by
Gillespie
something.
let them in and
She
took
won't
them
let
to a
go.
room on the first floor,
But
which
she
he
won't
called
talk
his
about it
office.
either.
It had a
Haven't you
desk and a
noticed?
computer, but it was
No.
big enough for a leather
Rosie
sofa
thought,
and a
"I've
couple
had
of
my own
armchairs.
problems lately,
He left
if
them
you
there
can
while he went
realise."
to fetch coffee.
Joe was continuing.
The room was at the back of the house
Her mum and dad
looked
say
over the
they'll
garden
pay.
to public
We're only
tennis
going
courts.
for a week.
2 women were
They
playing
think
a
she could
scrappy,
do with a
if
holiday.
energetic
It would do her
game,
good.
and occasionally
A friend of
shouts
theirs has
of
a villa in
triumph and
Portugal.
cries of "Well done!"
Very nice.
floated through the open
This time
window,
Rosie managed
emphasizing
to keep
the
her voice
quiet inside.
non-committal.
She was thinking, when
It's not
Gillespie
Mel who
returned
wants
with a
to go
tray,
away.
he
It's
was still
their
alone.
idea.
They've
Mrs.
just had enough
Gillespie
of her
will be
illness.
joining us.
They're fed up with
Porteous
seeing her
asked.
like that.
They want the problem to disappear.
If you insist
for a while.
that it's necessary,
They'd sent Mel
She's
away
resting.
before,
it is.
and Rosie
I'm afraid.
couldn't blame them.
Porteous was glad Eddie's
I'm not
staff
sure
was
I
with
can
him,
handle
solid and
Joe was
unimpressed.
saying. It's the responsibility.
He found
What if something
Gillespie
happens while we're
intimidating
away?
without being able to
He
work out
paused.
exactly why.
They wanted to
Perhaps
think
it
about
was
going in the
an
hospital,
impression of
but
anger,
she's dead
only
against
held
it.
in check with great
They want me to
self-control.
persuade her.
Without Eddie
She
as
doesn't seem
minder,
too bad
he
to
wasn't
me,
sure he'd be able
Rosie
to stand
said.
his ground.
No worse than usual.
While we're on our own, I want to know what's
a punter
going on.
came up to the bar.
Gillespie said.
A
No one's
salesman,
told
she
us
thought.
anything.
Suit and
I've a right
briefcase.
to know.
He
Of
was
course,
sweating.
we're
It
linking
was
your
very
daughter's
hot.
murder to that of a boy
From
called
where she stood,
Theo
she
Randall,
could see the
nearly
glare
30
on the
years
water.
ago as far as the horizon.
Does the name mean anything to you?
Families walked past
Any
in
relation to
shorts and
Crispin
skimpy
Randall?
tops, and they
His
seemed
son.
to turn pink as
Crispin
she
never
watched,
told me his son had been killed.
making the most of the
He
summer.
didn't know.
She expected
We
the man
retrieved
to
the body
order a
from
meal
Cranford
and a
Water
bottle
a couple of
lager,
weeks ago.
but instead he barked.
That body? Scotch.
Porteous nodded.
A large one. Did you know Crispin well?
His voice was desperate. Through business, really.
She watched
We
him
had a
take
couple
it
of
to a
boozy
table
nights
in the
together,
shade.
but everyone who
Knew
worked
he'd
with
be
Crispin
back in
ended up
5
drinking
minutes
with him.
for another.
Was
Joe
Mr. Randall
slid
involved
back along
in
the
the
bar,
computer
so he
business?
was facing her
It
again.
was hard to picture.
You don't have
Hardly.
to go.
No,
She said reasonably.
and I was never a computer
Explain
scientist
how
or
you
engineer.
feel.
Still don't really understand the
Can't let her
technology.
down.
I trained as a lawyer
They
and worked
teased
my
him
way up through the
sometimes
company's legal
because
department
he'd been
before
a
becoming
choir boy
MD.
as a kid.
When
He
I
said
first
he'd been
qualified, I
dragged
worked
along to
briefly
church
for a
by
firm
his
of solicitors
bearers.
in town.
But she
We sold
thought
some property
some of
to
it had
Crispin.
rubbed off. He had too many
Snowberry?
principles.
No, he'd already sold that.
When do you leave?
This was a house in
A couple
Gosford.
of days.
We got a good price for it, considering it
Mel
was nearly
didn't say
falling
anything
down
wrong.
round his ears.
Rosie convinced herself.
Tell me
that was
about
why
your
she was
daughter.
so angry.
Porteous said.
She felt herself close to
Gillespie
tears.
shifted in
They
his
were
seat.
supposed
For the
to be
first time,
best
the suppressed
friends.
anger gave way to uneasiness.
She wanted to keep it a secret.
It must
I
seem
don't
like
know why.
prying, but
Because
we'll
she
need all the
likes
information you can give us.
secrets. Rosie thought.
Eddie sat
She
with his
likes
pencil poised over
keeping
his notebook,
things to
waiting.
herself. She's a hoarder.
She wasn't my
Perhaps
daughter.
That's what the stuff with
I'm
food is
sorry.
about.
I mean, not biologically.
What was all
Legally,
that with
of
your
course.
mum last
I
night?
adopted
He
her when
asked
I married
with a
Eleanor.
complete change of tone.
Porteous
He pulled a
wondered if
prim
that explained
schoolmistress
the anger.
face. This
His
was
position
the Joe,
was
the other's
compromised,
view, the gossip,
ambiguous.
the clown.
Eleanor's grief
Rosie
would be
was
more
cross.
straightforward.
Hannah was an easy
Had
target.
she made him feel
She's had a
he
bad
couldn't
time,
possibly understand
all the
what she was
talk.
going through?
You know what it must be like?
Does
finding out that your
Melanie's
husband's a rat
natural
after
father
20
know that
years?
she's dead?
And she
I
has
shouldn't
it
think
rough
so.
at work.
We've no way
It's
of
not a
tracing
bunch
him.
of laughs in the prison.
He's a musician.
No,
That, at least,
he
is
said
what he
quickly,
calls
seeing
himself.
that he had offended.
I think there was a card
It
at
won't be.
Christmas.
I
from
didn't mean-
North Africa.
The businessman
Marrakesh,
came back to the
something
bar
like that.
He held out his glass.
He travels a lot.
She saw that
I
his
don't know
hand
how
was
he
shaking.
supports himself. Not now.
Your mum's all right.
What do you mean?
We were
Not
being
now?
stupid.
There was a pause. Eventually,
Rosie
Gillespie
served
said,
the customer.
I
and
gave
let
him
it go.
money. Enough to last for a
His
while.
burger came. Why did he do
He
that,
ate it
Mr.
quickly,
Gillespie?
holding
Then
it
he
in his
started
hand, spoke for the
tearing
first
away at
time,
it,
shocking
as if he were
them both.
ravenous.
Both, too,
He stood
sensed
still when
the
he'd finished,
disapproval in
and
his
she
voice.
thought he was going to
Not
say
now,
something else
Eddie,
about Mel.
Porteous thought.
Perhaps he
Now's
wanted
not
to
the time
enlist
for a
Rosie's
moral
support in
crusade.
finding out what lay behind
But though the
paranoia.
question seemed to
But he
make
just
Gillespie defensive, he wanted to explain.
See you in a week, then. If I
It was
don't
when
catch up
Eleanor
with you
and
before we
I
go.
married.
And he was gone.
I didn't want Ray around,
That
dropping
evening,
in every
at a
afternoon
different
with his
pub,
unsuitable friends,
Rosie's local,
confusing Mel.
It was still
I
warm
wanted
enough
to
to
be
sit
her dad.
outside.
So you
She'd
cleared him
eaten
to
the
go
veggie
away.
lasagna her mother
And
had cooked
to
for
agree
dinner,
to the adoption.
had a
yes.
shower, and changed
How old
into a
was Melanie's
sleeveless
then?
frock.
5.
The beer garden was at
6
the back,
by the
away
time we
from
went
the
through
road,
the whole process.
though there was still
And
a
he just
far-off hum of traffic.
disappeared from her life.
A row of conifers
Yes,
separated
look,
the pub from
I
playing
thought it was the
fields.
best thing at the time,
There were
all right?
tubs on the terrace, and
Ray
shrubs
Scully was
under the
mixed up in all
trees.
sorts.
A
He'd
faint,
been convicted of
exotic
fraud.
smell of
He'd even
flowers
been to
and
prison.
pine.
What could someone like him
Melanie
give
and
Melanie?
Joseph are going away.
Did Mrs. Gillespie
Rosie
know
said,
about the financial
using the full
arrangement?
names as if it
Look,
were a formal
it was no big
announcement.
deal.
As in,
A one-off
I,
payment.
Melanie, take
I
you,
wasn't stopping
Joseph.
him keeping in touch forever.
That wouldn't surprise
Like I said,
her
he
either.
wrote to her,
Joe
sent her
was
cards.
besotted enough to do
So,
it. And
Mrs.
he'd
Gillespie
always been
knew.
into crazy gestures.
No.
Melanie's parents
She
would
just
be
thought
delighted.
it was Ray being irresponsible
Melanie would
again.
have a
He'd
full-time
been
minder,
disappearing
and
on
they
and off
could
since
go
Mel
back
was
to the real
born.
business of making money.
He stood up and stared
Isn't
blankly out of the
Melanie's
window.
name Gillespie?
The tennis game was
Her
over.
mother asked.
I shouldn't have
Rosie
told you.
hardly heard.
No.
She was
Porteous
imagining
said.
Mel's
I'm
dress,
very pleased
the
that you
church, the
did.
flowers.
You
Her
won't
as
tell
chief
Eleanor?
bridesmaid.
I really
Yeah,
don't think
she
that's
said.
any of my business.
Melanie
though we'll
Gillespie.
want to trace the father.
And her dad's the
Is there any
businessman.
possibility that he's been
That's
in touch
right.
with Melanie recently?
When she'd first asked Melanie
didn't
what
say
her
anything,
father did,
But I don't
she'd
suppose she
said
would
he
have
ran
done.
a chip shop.
Communication had pretty well
Computer
broken down
chips,
here.
it turned out. He'd set
You
up
know,
a huge plant
a
on the
middle-aged
side
man
of a
went
derelict
into the
building.
promenade
Was a
looking for
major
her.
local hero.
It didn't occur to you that
because
it
of
might have
all
been
the
her
jobs it
father?
provided.
No.
He was on the
He knows
television
where we
again
live.
last night.
He could have come to the
Hannah said.
house. That
Mel's dad
wasn't
was
part of the
always
deal,
on the
was it?
television.
You'd paid him to stay
They're
away.
going to the Algarve? Rosie
Gillespie
said.
shrugged. The
Mel and
fight
Joe
seemed to have gone out of him.
Will you be at a bit of a loose end?
Eleanor
I
thought
have got
that was
other
the start of
friends.
all Mel's problems.
For a while she
Ray
had been
going
watching a
away.
small, plump man
What
hovering
problems?
just out of her mother's line
She was
of
never
vision.
an easy child.
She thought
Bright,
he had been
of course, but
listening in, waiting for them to
attention-seeking,
finish their conversation.
hyperactive.
Now,
Then in the last
he was
few years,
approaching,
there's been the
and
anorexia.
Hannah stood up to greet him.
Was she being treated
Rosie
for
thought,
that?
She's
been treated for everything.
all along. She knew
must have
I'd not
realised
come
that
if she
sounded
warned me.
callous. We wanted
This
her
is
to be happy.
Arthur.
I don't
Hannah
think she
said.
ever has been, really.
Rosie could tell her
When we
mother was
moved here
nervous
and she started making
decided
friends, I
to
thought
be
things were
gracious.
looking up.
Hi.
But in the couple of weeks before she
Arthur
died, she was
works with
more
me at
disturbed
present.
than I remember.
He's a psychologist.
Who was
Rosie
her
nodded.
psychiatrist?
What could you say?
Dr. Collier at the General.
Rosie
He seemed a
was
decent
just
enough
telling me
bloke,
that two of
but
her
I don't know
friends
how
are going on
effective he
holiday.
was.
Hannah
Oh,
shot her
he's
the look
effective.
Rosie remembered from
Porteous.
Sunday afternoon
Trust
tea at her
me.
grandma and granddad's
know.
house. A pleading
He
look
wanted to
which
treat
said,
Mel as an
"Please
inpatient.
behave.
She
Please
hated the
don't
idea.
show me up."
He was talking about
Rosie
sectioning
said
her,
nothing.
not on the food
Arthur
issue.
smiled.
She was eating enough
It
just
would be
to
easy,
keep her alive.
Rosie thought, to be
but
taken
because
in
she
by
seemed
that
to be
smile.
depressed.
Hannah continued,
How did that manifest
I was just going to
itself?
tell her about my
Porteous
trip.
thought he sounded a bit like a
What
doctor
trip?
himself.
There's a school reunion.
Listlessness,
I thought I should
insomnia,
Great.
withdrawal.
Can I
He
come?
paused.
It was
Sometimes I
malicious.
thought she'd lost
She
all
didn't
touch
want
with
her
reality.
mother to go off with this
In
little
what
round
way?
man with the beguiling smile.
She seemed to hate
She
her
wanted
mother
to pay
and
Hannah
me.
back for treating her
She
like
couldn't
a
believe
six-year-old.
we were trying to help her. There
Do
was
you really want to?
some
Hannah looked
fantasy
so
about us
pathetically
trying to
grateful
control
that
her.
Rosie couldn't say she didn't mean it.
Just
Anyway,
because you're
what was
paranoid,
wrong
it
with
doesn't
running
mean
away
anyone
for
to
a
get
couple
you,
of days?
Porteous thought.
Why not?
And stopped the facetious words
Arthur
slipping out
smiled
just
again,
in time.
as if this was what he'd
It
been
was true.
planning all along.
In hospital, he'd met
And
a
he
man
went
who
to the
was
bar
convinced
for
he was
drinks.
about to be blown up by the IRA. The staff thought he was psychotic.
Chapter 8.
A week after leaving the place, he'd been killed by a car bomb.
Although Hannah had avoided
he dragged his
Sally
attention
back
back to the
since
present,
she'd left the
was
town
aware
to
of
go to
Eddie
university.
staring at him.
She had
He nodded
kept in
in
touch
touch
with
to
her
take over
friend's
the
news.
questions. Had
Sally
Melanie
had gone up in the
complained of
world
any
since
unwanted
they'd
attention?
first become mates in
Unusual
Cranford.
phone calls, perhaps.
At school,
strangers
she'd lived
trying to
with her
engage her in
parents on a
conversation.
small council
I
estate,
told you in the
a
last
couple
few
of
days
streets
before she was
which
killed,
ran
she
down
didn't
the
go
hill
out.
to the west of the town.
She hadn't
Her
had a
father
problem
had
with
been
her
a barber.
boyfriend.
Her mother had
What do you
worked in
mean?
the chemists in the high street.
They hadn't had a row, for example.
There'd been a younger
Clever
sister,
Eddie
a pretty
Porteous,
child called Joanne.
on the lookout for another connection.
Hannah's dad had
But
worked
Gillespie
in
shook
the
his
only
head.
bank in the town, and
I don't
they'd
know how
owned
Joe
their
put
own
up with
home.
her, but he was always
But the family's lives had
remarkably
been
patient.
very similar.
Eleanor
There'd
and
been
I
an
like him a
emphasis
lot.
on good manners,
He's respectable,
tidiness.
despite the hair and the clothes.
Of course,
Comes from a
after
good family.
Hannah's father had
He was
died,
devoted
things
to
were
Mel.
never the same.
It was a
again.
relief when they started going
Then
out together.
She'd
It
loved
was someone else to
spending
keep an
time
eye on
with
her,
Sal's
you know?
family. Everything
Porteous
in their
nodded.
little house had seemed
Would it be possible
safe
to
and
speak to Mrs.
respectable.
Gillespie now? We could talk
Sally
in her
didn't
room if
go
that would
to
be easier.
university.
No,
She'd
she
had
won't want
no
that.
academic ambition.
But you'll have to wait
although
while she
she'd
gets
been
ready.
bright enough.
Perhaps in the
Instead, she'd
meantime
got a
we
job
could
as an office
look in
junior
Melanie's
on the the
room.
local paper.
Is it as she left it?
She was still there
Yes.
in a more glorified
The police
form,
said not to
writing
touch anything.
features and running the women's
I'll show you.
page. She'd sent Hannah a
The
cutting
room was on
when
the next
she
floor,
first got
long
the post
and
as
narrow, with
features
2
editor.
bay windows, each
There had
with
been
a
a photograph
photograph
at the top of the page.
The furniture was expensive,
and
much
she
of it
put on a
custom
lot
built
of
to
weight.
fit the space.
But the
Hannah
posters
thought
and
she made the
cards
job
on the walls,
sound
the
grander
candles
than it
and
was.
joss sticks.
The
The
piles of
paper
clothes
had
and
turned into
papers
one of those
turned
free
it into
weeklies
any other
which are
student
70%
hit.
adverts.
On the
She
desk
did
there was a
write
CD
back to
player and a rack
congratulate
of
Sally
tapes.
about the promotion.
A door in the
She
opposite
hadn't
wall
wanted
led to a small
appear
bathroom.
mean-spirited.
You'll have to excuse the mess.
When she was 19,
Gillespie said.
Sally married
She wouldn't
Chris,
let our
a
cleaning
lad
lady
they'd
in.
knocked about with.
Something else to fight
A baby
over.
arrived
You can
soon
leave
after.
it to us, sir.
Chris
We'll come
worked
down
for a
when we've
printer,
finished.
and on
Gillespie
summer
turned.
evenings ran a
They
disco
waited
in the
silence
caravan
until they
site
heard
near
his
the
footsteps
lake.
retreating down the
There was
polished wood
one
stairs.
more baby, then Hannah
Well?
heard that they'd
Porteous
separated.
asked. What do you
Much
think?
later, she saw a piece in a Newcastle
It's
paper
told us some of
saying
it.
Chris had
Eddie
been
had already
sentenced
started
to
on the
12
dressing
months
table.
imprisonment
He
for
pulled the
selling
top
drugs.
drawer right out and began
She
feeling
wondered if he
carefully
would
through
turn
an
up at the
octopus of
prison.
tights. Thrown us a few
But if he
crumbs,
had,
like the fact
she'd
that he
never
paid the
met
dad to go
him, not
away.
so far
But
as
he's
she
not
knew.
told us everything, not by a long
Would she have
chalk.
recognised him.
Perhaps
after
it's
all
not
this
relevant.
time?
If he's having an affair with his secretary,
When Sally
for
wrote
instance,
to say
I don't
that she
suppose
was
that would
getting
have anything
married
to do
for a
with the
second
murder.
time to a local
But he's keeping
businessman,
secrets, and I
Hannah
don't
had
like it.
imagined a shopkeeper or
I'm not
someone
sure.
running a small
It was
unit on the
unlike
business
Eddie to get
park
so
near the
heated.
river. A
Lack of
barber
sleep,
even, like her
Porteous
dad.
thought. He felt
But it
more
turned
sympathy
out that
for
Sally's
Gillespie.
new husband
Perhaps he
was
just
an
feels
atelier.
guilty because he sent the father
Hannah
away
might
and
have gone to
screwed
the
up
wedding.
kid.
In fact,
No,
had been
Eddie
building
snorted.
herself
This
up
sort
to it.
don't do guilt.
But in the end, she was never
They
invited.
sorted through the mess, but they
Sally
didn't
said it
find
was a
hiding
very
place.
small affair
No
because
cache
she
of
and
love
Roger
letters,
were preparing
no diary,
for the holiday
which Porteous
season.
had been hoping for.
The hotel was close
He'd
to the
thought
lake
an introspective
and
young woman
attracted
like that would have
tourists.
kept a written
On the
record
drive
of her
to
thoughts and
Cranford,
feelings.
Rosie fell asleep
No photo
before
of
they
her
left
father,
their
which he'd
estate,
been looking
and
for,
didn't
too.
wake until they'd nearly
He'd have liked
arrived.
something to show the
She
manager
sat
of the
with
park.
her head tipped back, snoring
In the bathroom,
slightly
there was
through
still
an
a
open
dirty
mouth.
towel on the floor. There was a
Hannah
small
didn't
wall
mind.
cupboard empty
It was a
except for a
reminder
bottle
of
of
what she'd looked
antidepressants
like
on
as
a
a
shelf
small
inside.
child.
It was dated a month before.
She'd only
but it
been
was
back
still
to
full.
Cranford once
Had she
for her
stopped
mother's
taking her
funeral,
medication
and that
because she
was
thought
in
she
her
could manage
third year
without?
of university.
Or was she
Because she
saving
was
the
so
pills
far
for a
away,
grand
she had been at
suicidal
university
gesture?
in Exeter, the
Eddie
funeral
was
had been
replacing the
organised
final
by
drawer.
Hannah's aunt.
Nothing.
Hannah had stayed with her
Still,
for
if
one
Gillespie
night,
knew there was
then
anything
returned
incriminating, he'd
to
have
the
had
West
plenty of time
Country,
to get rid of it.
glad of the excuse of
There's
exams.
this, for what it's worth.
Jonathan
It
couldn't
was the
understand
national
her
record of
refusal
achievement
to
from
return
her
to
school.
the place of her birth.
The academic reports
In the
were
beginning,
glowing.
at least, he had
There
been
was a
interested
number
in going.
of unaccounted absences,
For
but
Christ's sake,
allowance had
Edge,
obviously
it's
been
only
made.
50 miles away.
The teachers
We
had
could
written
be there and
sympathetic
back in an
comments about
afternoon.
Mel's courage in the
Show
face
me
of
the
her
scenes
medical
of your
difficulties.
wild youth.
Eddie snorted again.
He'd thought he was being
You
funny.
don't think she had
Hannah had
serious
made no
health
attempt to
problems?
explain her reluctance.
Porteous asked.
They came
Well, it's
upon
not
the
like
town
cancer,
almost
is it?
before she realised.
Self-induced
and then
and
she saw
self-indulgent.
with a start
If you ask
that
me,
it had
she could have
hardly
done with a bit of
changed
healthy
at
neglect.
all. It
He
felt,
opened the door
as
of
she
one of the
remembered it,
wardrobes.
stately,
Porteous had already
quiet,
been through
seductive,
the clothes, checking the pockets.
a place
Look at all that
which
stuff.
was hard
She didn't
to
get that
leave,
in C&A or
very
New
different
Look.
from Millhaven,
My roof
the town on
would
the
give her
coast,
teeth
which
for
was
one of
now
those
her
frocks.
home. That was rakish,
Not a
and
justification
full of people
for
passing
murder,
through,
is it?
students,
Porteous said.
hotel workers, yuppies using
Being
it as a
spoiled
staging
by your
post,
parents.
and affluent businessmen
Stout
like Richard
stopped,
Gillespie who
horrified.
lived there to show
His
they
arm
had a
still
certain
flung out in a
style and
gesture of righteous
personality,
indignation.
though no doubt he would be moving on.
You're right.
too.
That was
The hotel
crass.
was in a
I don't
village
know
called
what came over
Cranwell,
me.
very close to
It
the
was
lake.
that man. I'll let
She
him
must
get
have
to me.
passed through it on
One
her
of the
way to the
first
caravan
rules, isn't it?
site.
Don't
But she had
blame
no
the
recollection.
victim.
It was
Have
pretty
we
enough.
finished?
There was one main
Porteous
street
asked,
with
a bit
stone
embarrassed
cottages,
to have had
a
such
small
dramatic
first
effect.
school backing onto open
Just a minute.
fields, a large
Stout
church.
straightened the cover on
The
the front of
hotel
bed.
was down a track
It was
next
dark
to the
blue
church
with
and was
gold
called
stars and
the
plumes.
Old Rectory.
Too young for the
It
sophisticated
was a
young
big,
woman they'd
grey
come to know.
Victorian house
Perhaps
with
a
steep
relic from
gables,
childhood.
an immaculate
He
garden,
felt under the
and a
pillow
view of
and
the
came out
graveyard.
with a photograph in a small
Hannah
silver
had been
frame.
imagining something seedy with
Was it a
drafty
friend?
corridors and
Porteous asked.
stained baths,
Then more interested.
and was
Or the
pleasantly
father.
surprised. It had an air of class
Neither.
and of money.
It
Rosie
was
had
of
stirred
a
as they
small
pulled
girl,
onto the drive,
perhaps
and
18
now
months
stretched,
old, with
yawned,
blonde curls
scrabbled
tied
under
with
the
ribbon.
seat for her shoes.
She had a plump face
Hannah
and
wished
dimples.
she didn't look quite so grubby.
There's no
and
younger
dishevelled.
sister, is there?
She wanted Sally to admire
Porteous shook his head. He slipped
There
the
were other
photograph
cars
from
in
the
a
frame.
courtyard at the
On
side
the back
of
of
the
the
house.
print was written
All of them were
M.
newer and larger than
Another
Hannah's polo.
coincidence, he said.
Jonathan, of
The
course,
Rendell
had taken
child who was
Rover
killed in the
when he
fire was
left.
called Emily.
Rosie got out
The
of the
photo
car
was
and
much
Hannah
more recent
saw
than
that
that,
the seam of her
Stout
skirt had
Unless
split
they had
at the back.
Teletubbies 30 years ago.
She began to feel
Look at that top
nervous,
she's wearing.
as if they had no right to be there.
Perhaps the Gillespies
There
will
was
know.
complete
Stout said.
silence of the sort
perhaps
that you
they'll
find
tell,
in small Spanish
which is
towns
another
at
thing
siesta
altogether.
time. It was even hotter
Eleanor
here than on
Gillespie
the
had
coast,
joined her
and
husband
Hannah
in his
was
office.
reminded of
Porteous
the
thought
dense, bright
perhaps
heat of a
they didn't want their
Mediterranean
personal
afternoon.
space contaminated by the police.
Although the house was close to the
Eleanor
main
wore
village
jeans
street,
and a
there
big
was no
sweater.
sound of traffic
She seemed
or
very
conversation.
small inside it.
She
They
hardly
walked
looked up
through
when
an
they
arch
came in.
and round the house
Porteous
to the main
apologised for the
entrance.
intrusion, but
The
couldn't
front
tell if she
lawn
was
was
listening.
set for croquet.
It won't
2
take
mallets
long.
lay with balls
She
on the
shrugged.
grass. Beyond
We've got
a
all the time
green
in the
wire
world.
mesh fence was a tennis court, freshly
We
marked.
need to trace your husband,
No one was
Mrs.
about.
Gillespie. Do you have any idea
Rosie
where
whistled
he
and
is?
said, "Not bad."
She shook her head.
She
Is there
pulled the
anyone
hair
who
back
might
from
know?
her face, twisted it,
His mother.
and fastened it with a comb.
If she's still alive?
She looked immediately
She gave an
tinier.
address.
"I
Porteous
can't see
handed
a
the
pool,"
photograph of the baby
she said
to her.
regretfully.
Could you
Still,
tell us who this
in
is,
a normal
please?
summer, when
Eleanor
would you
looked
use
down
it?
listlessly, then seemed
Really?
to jerk
It's
awake.
not bad at all.
She shot a look at her husband.
The front door was open and led to a large
it's Emma,
wood-panelled hall
she
with a
said.
stone fireplace.
Emma Leese.
There was no reception desk, no bell
Just a little
to ring
girl
to
Mel
attract
used to
attention.
babysit for.
They stood for a
Before she
moment.
got tied
It
up with
seemed
exams.
very dark after the glare
I didn't realise she
outside,
kept a photo.
and wonderfully
She gave
cool.
a sob.
3 doors led into the
It's
hall.
so unfair.
But all was shut.
If Mel had gone away on holiday when she'd planned,
Rosie
she
demanded,
wouldn't.
"Are we going
been
to stand
here.
here like lemons?"
She'd have been on
There
some
were
beach in
times when Hannah
Portugal
wondered
soaking up
that
the
she
sun.
had created such an assertive young
What
woman.
made her change her
Rosie
mind?
raised her voice.
I don't know.
"Hello!" she
Perhaps
shouted.
Joe wasn't
"Anybody
keen.
home?"
He never seemed very happy about the idea.
Hannah felt awkward, as if she'd
Perhaps
wandered into
Mel
a
was so
private
low
home
that
and
she just
sworn
couldn't
at the
face it.
hosts.
She turned
would have
again to
stood
her
there all
husband.
day.
We should
Rosie
all have
began
gone
to shuffle impatiently.
as a family.
There was a wood block floor.
An accusation.
She'd learned tap dancing
He turned
as a
away
child and began
and didn't
to tap
respond.
her heels and toes to
Porteous
some
stood
rhythm
to
in
go.
her head.
Does
It was
the
an
name
irritating habit
Alec
and came upon
Reeves
her
mean
wherever
anything
there
to
was
either of
space
you?
to move.
She
She'd never
seemed
been
about
able
to
stand
answer,
still.
but Gillespie
In the
stood
distance,
too and
a
spoke
door
for both
opened
of them.
and shut.
No,
and they heard
he
footsteps.
said firmly. I've never
Rosie
heard of him.
continued to
Have
hop
you, Ellie?
and shimmy and click her fingers.
She said nothing and
Hannah
stared
motioned at her to
dumbly
stop.
after the men.
The middle door
As
into
her
the hall
husband
opened,
led them
and
down
a
the
man
stairs.
appeared. Beyond him she saw a corridor, a sunny window.
Chapter
She
27.
didn't at first take him to be Sally's husband.
Eddie said he was
older
starving,
than she would have
so they
expected,
queued at a
least
baker's for a
55.
sandwich and
But
sat
it
on a
was
bench on the
more
seafront
than
like
that.
trippers.
He
to
wasn't
eat.
the sort of man she thought
I wouldn't give
Sally
that
would
marriage
be
long.
married to.
Eddie cupped his
He
hand
wore
to
an
catch the
open-necked
oozing
shirt,
tuna mayonnaise
brown
before it
trousers
splashed
with a
onto his
neatly
lap.
pressed crease.
No?
And despite the
It wasn't the
heat,
first
the
time
cardigan
Porteous
with
had been
pockets.
surprised by Eddie's
His hair was
cynicism.
thin and grey.
I thought they were
too
well
long at the
matched.
back.
He seemed
Perhaps after
supportive,
Chris,
protective
Sally
even.
had had enough of
No,
him.
she blames him already
Rosie
for the lass's
slid
death.
to a halt.
I'd give it 6
The
months.
man blinked in a
doesn't
way
trust him.
which Hannah found
We should get
oddly
her on a
familiar.
road.
Smiled
What
a
have you
thin,
got
long
against him?
smile and
Besides
held out
his
his
money.
hand.
That'll do for
You
the
must
time
be
being.
Sally's friends.
And the
His
fact that
voice
he was lying.
clipped, a little spinsterish. After the glare of the
again, she
afternoon
felt
sun,
she
the
should
pub was
recognise it.
inviting.
Not a good day for a drive.
Rosie had been
I'm
right.
afraid. At
Poor
this time
you.
of day, the place was
This
quiet.
weather doesn't show any sign
She
of
was on
breaking.
her own behind the bar,
Suppose we shouldn't
chatting to a
complain.
thin lad with a ponytail.
By the time you've had a chance to
She
freshen up,
realised who
Sally
they
will
were
be
as soon as
home.
they came through the door.
You're sorry not to be
and
here
went
when
to
you
the back
arrived.
to call a plump,
But today's a busy
balding
one for the
man
paper.
before greeting them.
She's looking forward to the reunion.
Do you want a drink?
He picked
It was
up
an
Hannah's
offhand
hold
snarl.
and directed them
Porteous
towards the
thought
curving
if
staircase.
she was as ungracious as that
Rosie
to all
went
customers,
first,
she was
and
lucky
he
still to
stared
have a
as she
job.
walked ahead of him at the long
Orange
brown
juice.
legs
He
appearing
raised his
through the
eyebrows to
slit in her
Stout, who
skirt.
nodded. 2.
Hannah wanted to hit
She
him,
poured the
but
drinks,
knew
then
Rosie
turned
would
to her
probably
boss.
take the attention
Can I have my
for
break
granted.
now, Frank?
Across the
Aye,
graveyard,
take as long as
the
you like.
church clock struck
We're hardly
5.
rushed off our feet.
The noise seemed to
She
shock
helped
him out of
herself
a
to a
trance,
Coke
and he
and
turned
led them to a
Hannah,
table in the
muttering
corner.
something about
The skinny
age
boy
of the
followed
town.
after. This is Joe.
Their room
said.
was at the back
Mel's
of the house.
boyfriend.
It was large
good of
and
you to come.
high-ceilinged with a full-length
What do you
window
want?
looking over a rose garden
To
and
talk
across
about
more
Mel,
lawn.
that's all. To try
Beyond
to get a
that,
clearer
dazzling in
idea
the sunlight
what she was
was
like.
the lake.
Her parents are
Roger
upset.
seemed to have
We're
regained
upset
his
too.
composure. He
Porteous
gave them an
wished
arch
Eddie
little
would help him
smile
out.
as if he
He
were
hadn't expected
enjoying
the girl's
some private
hostility.
joke,
Didn't Eddie know
and left
about
them alone.
teenagers? But Eddie drank his orange juice
Rosie
and
said.
seemed content
This is
to
a
let
bit
his
of
boss
all right.
struggle on. It's
Hannah
not
dragged
just
her
that.
attention from the lake.
She'll have
and
told
looked at the
things to
room.
you that she'd never let
Solid
on to her
Victorian
parents,
furniture
wouldn't
was
she?
lightened by pale
Yeah?
yellow bedspreads
I
and
suppose.
curtains.
So, just talk
Rosie
to us.
dropped the
Describe her.
sophisticated pose she put
Joe?
on for her friends.
She wasn't
became a
like
child.
anyone else I'd ever met.
She bounced on the
That
bed
hardly
and
helps,
danced around
Porteous
the room, opening drawers.
She was was delicate,
drawers.
fragile.
No minibar, but
It wasn't
two
just
sorts
the
of
anorexia.
biscuits on the tea
I
tray.
mean,
and
I
very
could never
nice
get to the
smellies
bottom
for
of
the
what
bath.
that was about.
And
It didn't
sky.
seem to be about
She began to
food,
strip for the shower
not
with a
image,
sort of
even.
mock strip
I mean,
tease, not
didn't seem
caring
to be
that
about
the
the
curtains were still
supermodel thing.
open.
She didn't
Remembering Roger,
want starvation
closed
chic. She had
They had
more
made
about her
themselves
than that.
tea and were watching
It was
the
as
early
if she
evening
didn't
news
feel
when
she
Sally came
deserved
in.
to eat.
Hannah thought
Which was
she
crazy when you
had
knew her,
put
because
on weight,
everyone thought she was
especially on the
brilliant.
hips and
Not
the
just the
bust,
teachers, but her mates.
that she'd have known her anyway.
People liked being
She was
around her.
stylishly dressed in a
I
thrown-together
couldn't believe it when
ramshackle
we
way,
started
in a
going out.
cream linen
I was on a
skirt which
high
came
for
down
months.
to her ankles, and a long
Hadn't that
cream
been how
top
Hannah Meek
crumpled at the back
described
where
her
she'd been
relationship
sitting.
with Michael Gray?
There wasn't any
Porteous
awkwardness.
thought.
She
But
pulled
perhaps it
Hannah
could be a
towards her
description
so
of
she
any
bounced
teenage
against the
infatuation.
pneumatic bosoms.
Did she
Then
talk
she
to you
sat on the
about her
bed and
dad?
started talking.
You know about that?
God, what a gorgeous
seemed
daughter. You're
surprised.
so lucky,
My
H.
God, you'd have
I
thought
only
he
had
was a murderer,
boys,
the
and
way
they
Richard
were
Gillespie made her
monsters.
keep it secret.
They left home
I
long
think
ago.
that made her
thank the
dream
Lord.
about him
And they
even
only
more.
appear when they
She
want
had this
something.
romantic notion
Roger
that
puts up with
Ray
it,
Scully, the
sweetie.
great musician, was
God
going to
knows
turn
why.
up and take her away from
She
all that
paused.
respectability.
You know, it's so good to see you.
Richard,
I'd given up
wasn't
thinking I'd
Mel's
ever get
real
you here.
dad?
She grinned wickedly.
Porteous could tell Rosie was
You didn't
hurt.
recognise Roger,
No.
did you?
You never
You didn't
said.
think you did.
Even when she
Hannah
went
was
missing.
embarrassed.
I
She dredged
couldn't,
back in her memory
Joseph.
for the circumstances
She'd made
when
me
she
promise.
heard the pedantic voice.
Like a 6-year-old
She had
in the
a
playground.
fleeting image of school,
Had
of
she
sitting with
heard
a
from her
crowd of
dad
others
recently?
on the edge of the stage
Porteous
in the
asked.
hall.
No,
Then
I'm sure she would have
it was
said.
gone. She
How were
mumbled,
things between you
something
before
about
she
him
died?
was familiar.
I hadn't
Knowing
seen
how
her for a few
pathetic she
days.
sounded.
Her parents said she
Probably
was
best
too ill.
forgotten.
You'd spoken
Sally
on the
said,
phone.
That's
though.
what I thought. until I
They'd
met
said
him
she
again.
wasn't up to it.
I came to
don't
do
know.
a feature on it.
Maybe she
when
didn't
he
want to
bought
talk
this
to me.
place.
Why would
You won't
she?
believe it, but
That
he
he had a
swept me
row?
off my feet.
No,
Perhaps this will
But-
jog your memory.
but
She stood up,
something had
put her
happened to
hands
freak her
behind
out.
her back.
I
in
don't
a
know what it
surprisingly
was.
accurate imitation
Maybe
of
it
her
was
husband's
something
voice
I'd
said,
done, or she
If
thought
that
I'd done,
homework's
but
not
she wouldn't
handed
say.
in tomorrow, Miss
He
Marshall,
paused.
I'll be
drank
down
his
on you
beer.
like a ton of bricks.
Porteous thought that, despite
the
his grief,
final
part
phrase
of him
that
was
released the
enjoying
memory.
this. The attention,
It was
the
the
drama.
threat for every occasion.
At university, it would
Hannah
make an
started to
unusual
giggle,
chat-up story.
quickly put her hand
The
over her
murder of
mouth
the
to
love of
cover
his
it.
life would demand sympathy.
You married
Women
Spooky
would go for it in
Spence.
droves.
It was
We were going
impossible
on holiday.
to keep the
It was her
astonishment
parents'
from her
idea.
voice.
They thought she
She
should
wanted
get
to
away.
ask Sally how on
The stress
earth
of waiting
she
for
came
exam
to do
results
anything
was
so
getting to her.
ridiculous.
They knew someone with a villa on the
Exactly.
Algarve.
Sally said.
Eleanor
enjoying
said
Hannah's
you
surprise.
weren't very keen on the
Spooky
idea.
Spence.
Joe seemed
He had
shocked
taught
by
them
the
Latin
interruption.
for O-level.
Porteous thought he'd
At
already
the time,
conjured a
Hannah had
fantasy
thought of him
in which
as
there'd been no
middle-aged,
disagreements
verging
in their
on the elderly.
relationship.
But he could
I just
hardly
wasn't
have been
sure I
more than
wanted the
30.
responsibility.
Now
She
that
could
she
be
had
disturbed.
fixed him in her
Not
memory,
bad,
she thought his
Joe said.
appearance had hardly
Troubled,
changed over
depressed
the years.
maybe.
She
I'm not
remembered
saying
those
she was
lessons
insane.
as restful occasions. A
So
quiet,
you were
sunny
all
classroom.
set for a holiday to the
Mr.
Algarve.
Spence's voice a drone
What
in the
happened?
background as they
We were in
plodded
here,
through
all
Virgil
packed.
and Caesar's
Our
civil
suitcases
wars.
with us.
And
It was an evening
he had been
flight, and
involved
we'd
in the
arranged for the
school
taxi to
play.
pick us up outside at 6.
That
We
was
were
what
having a
flashed
few
memory
drinks,
had
saying
been
goodbye
about.
to our friends. Not
But you
Rosie.
couldn't
She'd
stand
gone
him,
away with her mum.
Hannah said.
Porteous turned slowly
Sally
to
had
Rosie.
never liked
That
drama and had
was the
hated
day of the
Latin
school
lessons.
reunion?
She'd never got
nodded.
to grips with the grammar.
Was the television on in
Spence
here?
had been quietly
Yes.
but
Joe
menacingly
had finished
sarcastic.
He put the empty glass
She
on the
grinned.
table.
He couldn't stand
Why?
me either.
An idea.
He
Humourly.
hated teaching. I mean, he didn't
Mel
mind fiddling round
started
with the
watching
theatre
it,
club, but
suddenly she
standing in
shouted
front
for
of the
everyone
class
to
all
keep
day was a
quiet.
nightmare.
She was ratty. I mean, really
Food's
ratty.
always been his real
The moment
passion.
before, she'd been laughing.
You wouldn't
and suddenly
recognise
she was
him in the
screaming
kitchen.
at people because
When
she
his
couldn't
mum
hear.
died, she left him a house and a bit
What
of
was
money.
on the television?
It gave him enough
not
to
sure.
set up this place.
Local news, I think.
It's been an exciting project for us both.
That was the day they'd issued the press
Rosie
release
had been
naming the
watching
boy in the
conversation
lake
with
as
interest.
Michael Gray.
Perhaps she was wondering
shown the
what it
photograph.
would be like to get involved
Porteous
with a teacher much
felt a
older
hit
than
of
her.
adrenaline,
A
breathed
bit
slowly
close
to
to
keep
home.
his voice calm.
Why did he
Did
call
she
him
say
Spooky?
what had interested
It wasn't
her?
a tactful contribution.
Not really.
But again,
Nothing that made
Sally
sense.
didn't take offence.
She got
It
up
was
and
his
switched
way
off
of
the telly.
appearing
Not
beside
angry
you
anymore,
without
but
warning.
serious. Asked
Apparently
her
out
what
of
was so
thin air.
important.
When
Nothing,
you least
she
needed
said.
it. Like
I think
when
I've
you
just
just
seen a
lit a
ghost,
fag behind the
that's all.
changing rooms. Or
Then
you were
she
planning
said the
to
holiday
mitch
was
off
off.
early before his lesson.
You go, she
She
said.
grinned
Take
again at
someone else.
Rosie.
Take
Not
Rosie
that
if
your
you
mother
like.
ever did anything
But
like
she didn't
that.
mean it.
Hannah
Anyway,
Meek
I couldn't
was
just
the
fly off
biggest
and leave her
swot
like
in
that.
the
school.
The taxi turned up then, and we got it to take us home.
Things
The driver was moaning because he'd been
They'd
expecting
called
the
Roger
full fare out
spooky
to the
because
airport,
of the way
and he
he looked
turned
at
down other work.
at the
I
hems
said
of their
we'd pay him
skirts,
anyway.
which were still very
I
short.
sat in the
at
back
time.
next to her,
At the shirt,
she was
bursting
shaking.
at the buttons over
She wasn't
newly
causing a
formed
scene.
chests.
She was really
There
upset.
were stories.
She wouldn't let me
that he'd
go
been
into the
caught
house with her.
staring through the gym window.
You've paid all
at
that money, you
third-form
might as well get him to
gymnasts,
drop you at
the
your
girls
doorstep.
in their knickers and Airtex
That was
vests
the last time
doing
I saw her.
straddle jumps on the box and cartwheels
Rosie,
on
did
the
you
beam.
ever see her after that? After you came
Sally
back from Cranford?
didn't go with them
She
to
shook
the
her
school
head.
for the reunion.
Does the name
She said she'd meet them
Alec
there.
Reeves
She had to nip
mean
back to
anything
town.
to either of you?
It was work.
Is he
the
the
editor
suspect?
was away, and there was
Joe
a press
asked,
conference
almost
she
with
needed
relish.
to cover. Again, Porteous thought
Hannah felt
the
she was
boy
making
would
her
survive
work
this
sound
experience
grander
without
than it
too
was.
many scars.
Still, she was pleased to go in on her own,
Rosie.
with only Rosie to keep
Just
her company.
someone
we are trying to trace.
Sally
would have rushed
Never heard of
round
him.
introducing her to everyone,
Rosie?
and she wanted a moment
Again,
of
she shook her
anonymity.
head.
She wanted to stand
What about
just inside the door
Emma
and look
Lees?
for Michael. She
Wasn't
had
she
dreamt
the
that
little
he
girl
would be
Mel
there.
used to babysit?
If she was honest
Do you
with
know
herself,
her?
that was what the trip
No,
had been all
it was
about
before
from the
Mel
start.
moved round here.
Michael
used to talk
was what
about
had kept her
about how
away
cute
from
she
the
was.
town for all those years.
When did
And
Mel
now it
move
was
to the
Michael
coast?
who had brought her
A couple
back.
of years ago.
When Roger
At the beginning
dropped
of the
them off
sixth
at the
form,
school, it seemed
Rosie
that he
gave
was
Jo
too
a
busy to
brave
attend
grin.
the party.
That's why all the
the
lads fancied her,
futility of
because
the
she
venture
was new,
hit her.
exciting.
She was embarrassed that
Him
she had
and me
allowed her
started
fantasy
infant
to
school
develop
together.
this far.
No secret at all.
Michael
Another connection
Gray
with Theo,
had come to the
Porteous
school
thought,
when
almost
Hannah was in the
automatically.
lower sixth, but
He
his
was a year
mind was
older than
moving
the rest of
on,
them,
but for
in
some
wider
reason had been
speculation.
placed in their
Wasn't the
year.
relationship between
She
Mel and the
remembered
baby
having
girl
been given a
more
number of
intense
reasons
than
for
that
that.
between a young
He had
babysitter
been living
and her
abroad,
charge?
had been ill.
Could Mel
There
be
had
the
been a
child's
family
mother?
problem.
The photograph,
Still,
her
she
only
didn't
souvenir
know
of a
which,
baby
if any
handed
of
over
them
for
had been
fostering
true.
or adoption.
Certainly he
It would
hadn't
explain
been
Richard
asked
Gillespie's
to retake
hostility
the year because
and
he
his
was
reluctance
thick.
to answer
He
questions.
was quick,
Even
and
after her
conscientious,
death, he
and the
wouldn't want
teachers loved
details
him.
of a teenage
He was
pregnancy
doing art,
made public.
English and biology.
It might explain,
But art
too, why
was
the
his
family
thing.
had moved just before
He
she
noticed the
started
way
her A-level
things
course,
and people
why
looked.
Mel was so mixed up.
She remembered the big battered portfolio he used
Mel
to cart
ever
around,
talk
the
about
way
having
he
children?
always had a smear of
He asked.
paint on his face.
Rosie picked up on what he was
So
on about.
she collected
at
her
once.
name badge,
You
stood
must be
just inside
joking.
the door and looked around.
Where did she go to school before she
He
started
wasn't
with
in
you?
the room. She saw
Don't
that
know,
immediately.
some private place.
Even after
in
nearly
London.
30 years,
Did she ever tell you,
would have
Joe?
recognised him.
Or a
She didn't
special
think
unit,
that was
Porteous
self-delusion.
thought, for pregnant
She would have stood there
schoolgirls
longer,
with
but
very
Rosie
wealthy
gave
parents.
her a shove in the back.
Then
Go on,
immediately,
then.
She said,
I wonder if
Do the
Redwood would
business.
take a kid like that.
But it turned out
wouldn't
to be
Carver
easier
have
than
picked up
Hannah
the
had
fact that
expected.
she'd had a child
Sally
at the
still hadn't
post-mortem?
arrived, but Hannah
Perhaps
was
it was in the
greeted by
final
people
report,
who
which
knew
still
her, who
hadn't
were
arrived.
pleasant enough to say that she
Don't you want to
hardly
know,
changed.
Joe demanded, about the
The
guy
name
that came in
badges
here
were
looking
in
for her?
sufficiently
Of
large
course.
print to allow the possibility
I'll get back
that this
behind the
was
bar,
a kind
Rosie
fiction,
said. Then Frank can
that
come and
they
talk to you.
remembered the face only
She
after
walked
reading
away
her
from
name.
him. Joe watched her
But soon she
wistfully,
felt less
unsure
nervous.
whether or not he should follow.
This hall was newly
Porteous
built
could
when
tell
she was at
immediately
school.
that Frank
Previously,
wouldn't
the
be any
dining
help.
hall had been
There'd
used
been
for
a
everything.
brief discussion with Rosie
The
behind
first
the bar.
time the
He'd
students
been
had
reluctant to
somewhere
let her take
for
over.
assembly and
Now
drama
he did
that
approach
didn't
them. His face
smell
was
of school
greasy with
dinners.
sweat.
She
Look,
recalled her
he held out his
first
hand,
speech day
palms
there.
outwards. A gesture
Some
to
sixth
distance
form
himself
boys
from the
always ran a
policeman and their
book on the
questions.
length of
I
the
can't remember
headmaster's
anything.
lecture.
Honest.
Parents
I wish I could.
were invited.
That was
And when
really
Hannah
busy.
won a
guy
prize for
came in
English,
asking
her
about
mother
Mel.
had
I didn't
turned up.
tell him anything,
Her
and he
husband
left.
had just
That's
died,
all.
and people were still talking about it,
Middle-aged,
so it
you
was a
said?
brave thing for
Respectable?
her to do.
Aye.
But
Not
she was the
elderly
only
then, not
woman
an old
to be
man.
wearing a hat.
Compared to these kids,
And
they all
Hannah
look old,
wished
don't they?
that she'd stayed away.
Stout had got hold of a
The
recent
new
photograph
hall
of Alec Reeves.
was where school
He'd been in the
plays were
paper in his
performed.
hometown,
In
handing over
Hannah's
Duke of
final
Edinburgh
year,
awards
Michael
to a bunch of
was
school
Macbeth.
children.
He
He looked
looked
younger
like a
than his
Viking
years.
warrior
It
with
must
his
have been all
long
that
white
walking in the
hair,
hills.
papier-mâché
He stood
armour.
fit and tanned in
Jenny
the centre of
Graves
the frame,
was Lady
smiling
Macbeth.
shyly.
People said she was
It was
very
hard to
good,
think of him as a
but
monster.
Hannah had been prompting.
Could
and
that
too
be him?
busy following every line?
Do you
to
know
notice
how many
individual
faces I see in here?
performances.
Porteous
What she did
could feel
remember
Eddie
was the
beside him,
knife,
winding
because she'd
himself
helped
up for a
with
row.
props too.
Please,
She didn't know where Mr.
he said
Westcott had
quietly.
found it, but it was
Sorry.
seriously sharp.
Aye.
One
it
of
could
the
have been
first
him,
years was messing
but I
around
wouldn't swear
and
to
cut
it.
herself.
Certainly
Hannah
not in
thought
court.
that nowadays, when everyone was so conscious of health and safety, it wouldn't be
Chapter
allowed.
28.
Once
At the
she
police
persuaded
station in
herself
Cranford,
that, of
Claire
course,
Wright
it would
was
have been
waiting for them.
impossible for Michael to
I've
be
traced
there,
Elizabeth
Hannah
Milburn,
even
the
started
woman
to enjoy
who was
herself.
Emily Randall's
At
nanny.
first, the
She's
music
head
was
teacher
far
now of a
too
nursery
loud
school
for
in the
sensible
city, but she
conversation,
lives out
but
this
someone
way.
persuaded
She'll
the
be in
disc
this
jockey
evening
to
after
turn it
8
down.
if you want to get in touch.
She could catch up on news
Any
of
news on
people
Reeves?
who had once been
Eddie
a close
demanded.
friend.
Nothing. He's not
No
visited
one
his sister,
mentioned
and he's
her
not
father.
gone home.
She supposed
She was
even
sitting at
in
her
a town
desk
as
and didn't
small
look
as
up
this,
from her computer
that
screen.
had been forgotten
Eddie
long
walked away.
ago.
He knocked an empty Coke can
She was
off the
talking
desk
to
and didn't bother
Paul
picking it up.
Lord when Sally arrived.
What's wrong with him?
Hannah saw her from the corner
Reeves,
of her eye, but
Porteous
continued
said,
the conversation.
Eddie's convinced he killed
In
the
school,
disabled
Paul
lad
had
before
been
Theo
something
Randall,
of a figure of fun,
and he likes him
a
for these
spotty
two.
scientist, too
If there are
conventional
only
for his
two.
age, more conventional
Looks
even
that
than
way
her.
at the moment. We've
He
pulled
had
up all the
become
serious
rather
crime reports
handsome.
that might be relevant.
Certainly, he
I
was
can't see
married.
anything which fits into a
He
pattern
mentioned
with
a wife
Randall
and
Gillespie.
child. It
Not
seemed
yet.
he had his own business
Anything
and
else?
was doing rather
Members
well.
of the public have been
What happened
ringing
to
in
that
all day,
blonde
claiming
lad
they
you
saw
used to
Melanie
knock
on the
around
evening
with?
she died.
He said suddenly.
It's
Did he
taken
go
time
away
to sort
art
through.
school in the end?
We're following up
Or
anything
did
that
he
looks
settle for
promising this
university?
evening. Okay?
Sure. Hannah said calmly that she had no idea.
He went to his office
Then
to start
Sally
tracking down
interrupted
Ray
them
Scully.
quite rudely.
Scully's
taking Hannah's
mother
arm
still
and
lived at the
dragging her
address
away.
given to him by Eleanor
Something
Gillespie,
had excited
and
her.
she answered the phone
She
on
could
the
hardly
first ring,
contain herself,
shouting a little,
but
so
she kept
he
her face
realised she was
serious.
hard of hearing.
There's something you
Yes,
have to know.
who is it?
What is
He
it?
explained, repeating the
turned
questions
everything into a
louder when
drama.
she didn't seem to
Hannah
understand.
was expecting a
Ray
piece of
isn't
local
here.
gossip. Someone had
I
run
know
away
that,
with someone
Mrs.
else's
Scully.
wife.
Where is
She
he?
should know
We
not
want to talk
mention
to
it in
him.
front of the people
What
involved.
about?
The
It was
body
obvious
in
that
the
she didn't
lake.
read the newspapers,
Sally
and
said.
the Gillespies
Hannah
hadn't
must have
bothered
looked at
telling
her
her.
stupidly.
He
It wasn't
didn't
at
want
all
to break
what she
the
was
news of her
expecting.
granddaughter's death.
You had
over the
heard
phone.
that they'd found a body.
He's not in any trouble, Mrs. Scully.
Hannah remembered a snatch
you
of a
sure?
radio report.
The deafness
Yes.
made her sound
It
truculent.
came to light because the water level was so
Absolutely.
low.
Crossing his fingers,
That was what the
wondering
press
if this
conference was
true.
about.
There was a
The
long
police
pause.
have got a positive idea
Mrs.
at last.
Scully?
Dental records. or
She made
something.
up her mind.
It's too
suddenly.
horrible to think about.
He's in Cromer,
She shivered
Norfolk.
theatrically.
Summer season
It's
in the theatre at
Michael
the end of the
Gray.
pier. Playing in the
He'd
band
been
for the
down
musical
there
turns.
for nearly 30
Has he got a
years.
telephone there? She was
Suspicion
whispering.
returned. Perhaps she
No.
wanted to add.
He
to the
phones
theatre
me
occasion.
once a week.
Perhaps she didn't
Regular
want to
as
spoil the
clockwork.
party.
Can
Hannah
you ask
felt
him
the
to
room
contact me?
spin around.
Tell him it's
Pull
about
yourself
Mel.
together. Sally
He
said
repeated
sharply.
the question to
You'll
check
have to
that she'd
speak to the
understood.
police. Well, we all
But
will,
she'd already
you're
gone.
most likely to have something
He left a
useful to
similar
say.
message with the theatre
She
manager.
looked at Hannah, waiting for a sensible
It was
response
6 o'clock,
before adding
too
impatiently.
early to visit Lizzie Milburn,
Michael Gray
so he
was
could make
murdered.
a start on finding out everything there
Hannah
was to know
remained
about
silent.
Frank Garrity,
She
the
could
manager
hardly
of the
say
prom.
that the news
A treat
had
to
come as
himself after a
something of
dispiriting
relief.
day. There was nothing he liked better than a dig through the files and records.
Chapter 9.
He found what he was after quickly, made
So
himself
far,
a
Rosie
celebratory
thought
mug
she'd
of
been
coffee
very
and
good,
went to
very
look for
much
Eddie.
the mummy's
He
girl,
was at his desk,
putting on a clean
engaged
frock,
in an earnest
tying back
discussion
her
with
hair
Charlie
in a
Luke,
French plait,
who was
saying
holed up
what
in the
a
bungalow
brilliant
opposite
time she'd
Sarah
been having.
Jackson's. The school was
Nobody's
pretty
been
much
there
what
all
she'd
day
expected.
except a bloke selling
Comprehensive
dodgy
now,
dusters.
but still, to Rosie's
I know
eyes,
why
rather
Frank was so
grand.
reluctant to talk to us.
Her high
Porteous
school
said.
on the coast
Why?
was a 70s glass.
He was
and
charged with
concrete
rape
slum
20 years ago.
The window
It never came to
frames
court.
had warped, and the
girl
roof
changed her story.
This,
But he
a
was
stone
held on
building
remand for a few
approached
days.
by a drive through
It must
trees.
have made an impression.
There was a couple of new
But
blocks,
how you've killed
a
Melanie?
scattering of mobile classrooms.
No one else saw the
But
bloke who
still,
asked
it
her.
was hard
He could
to
have made it
imagine
up
kids
to muddy the
dealing
waters.
dope in the toilets or
He
sniffing
could,
glue behind
but
the
he'd
bike
have still
sheds.
been in primary
More
school when
Mallory
Theo Randall
Towers
was
than
killed.
Grange Hill.
Would
Rosie
Carver be
wasn't
wrong
sure
about the links
being
between
there.
the deaths?
Look,
Could
she
he?
said.
Porteous
I'd just
thought
be in
about
the
it.
way.
It wouldn't be the first
Hannah
time
had
a
given
team
her
had
a
wasted
look so
weeks
geeky
following up
that Rosie
connections
could have
which
strangled
didn't really
her,
exist.
but not
I don't
deserted.
think so. I
They
don't
had been
like
early,
the man,
of
but he's a good
course.
pathologist.
Her mother was
And
always
he's put his
early.
reputation on the
It
line.
drove Rosie
Another
crazy.
thought occurred to him.
There had been people
Has
in the
his
hall,
completed report
but they were
been
still
sent over
setting
yet?
out food and
I've not
glasses.
seen it.
Rosie
As if he didn't
had taken
really
her mother's
care.
arm.
As if all he cared
was
about was
shaking.
nailing Reeves.
Why don't you give me a guided tour
I
of the
want
place
you to
before we go
talk to
in?
the Spences and Chris Johnson
They had walked
tomorrow,
together round
Peter
the
said.
outside of the building,
Why?
peering in through
As
windows.
truculent as Mrs. Scully.
Hannah had pointed out
Back
the
to
domestic
basics,
science
I
block.
suppose. They were at
room
the
where
party
Roger
where
had
Theo
taught
was last
Latin,
seen alive.
the sixth form
Ask
common
them
room.
about Reeves.
Rosie had listened.
Did they
She had
know
felt
him at the
supportive
time?
and grown
Show
up.
them a photo. Both photos.
She had even
Did
wondered
anyone
if she should
see
bring up the
Reeves and
subject
Theo
of
together?
Eve and Jonathan.
Has he
They had
been knocking
never really
around
discussed
recently?
it. But she hadn't wanted to
Yes,
spoil things.
Eddie said
and
slowly.
had left Hannah
I
to her
could do
memories.
that.
When
Then
they
he was
returned,
on the phone again,
the party had
asking
begun.
for an update
The hall
from Charlie
doubled
Luke.
as a theatre, and it was blacked out by heavy curtains and lit by
Lizzie
coloured
Milburn
spots.
was in her 50s,
Outside,
but
the sun was
rather
still
glamorous.
shining.
In an
On the
efficient,
stage sat a
power-dressed
DJ
sort of
playing
way.
70s
Certainly
music.
more glamorous than he'd
The lines
expected
on his
someone
face
who
were so
spent her
deep
days
that they
with 3 and
seemed
4-year-olds to be.
It was
hard to
but
tell
it
whether
seemed
his
she
head was
ran
bald
the
or
early
shaved.
years centre on a
But he
big
still
council
seemed
estate on the edge
younger
of the
than
city,
people
and
standing
spent
awkwardly
little time
in the
these
hall,
days
juggling
with paint and
paper
sand.
plates and plastic glasses.
Porteous arrived at her
He put
home
on a
before
David
her.
Bowie
She had a flat
life
in what
on
had once
Mars.
been a large
It had
country
always
house.
been one of Rosie's favourites.
When there was
and she
no
was
reply,
itching
he was
to
about
dance.
to to walk back to his
Joe
car
had
to
been
wait,
there, she'd have
but she
dragged him
drove
onto the
up
floor
very
to get
quickly
things moving.
and pulled to a stop beside
There'd
him,
been a bit of a
scattering
queue at the
gravel.
door, where a
She was in a
woman
convertible
stood behind a
Golf, and the
table
roof was
doling
down.
out laminated
She
name
slid
badges.
one slim
She was
leg out
short-sighted
and stood up
and
to
had
greet him.
to squint
She
like a
smelled
mole over the
expensive.
table to find
Her
the one
skirt
she was
was
looking
short.
for.
Her
Hannah
shoes
had
were
found
dusty.
her own.
You
Hannah
wouldn't believe the mess on the estate.
bloody
It's like a dust bowl.
Rosie had thought.
They're knocking down most of the flats.
The fat
and putting
woman
up
had
houses.
stared at them,
A good
as if
thing.
the name or her mother's face.
No one
should
wanted to
trigger
live
a
in those
memory.
high-rises.
But the effort
But they seem to be
seemed
taking
too much for
forever.
her, because she
And
just
it's worse
shook
in the
her
winter.
head, smiled vaguely,
You need
and
Wellingtons
let
to
them
get from your
walk on
car.
into the hall.
She didn't expect any response.
At
and
first,
went on.
everything was as
Sorry,
tedious and
mate.
civilized as
Parent
Rosie had
evening.
expected it to be.
In a place like ours,
She was
it's hard
introduced
to get the
old
parents there,
friends of her
and we don't
mother's.
feel we can chase
She
them away.
smiled a lot, was polite
At the door, she
and
slipped off her
beautiful.
shoes.
When
I'm
she
sorry,
laughed, she
Inspector,
felt as
but
if
I
you were
really
making
must
too
have a
much
very
noise.
large G&T.
The
I don't
people she
suppose
met
you
seemed
just a
frozen
tonic,
and middle-aged.
he said.
It was impossible
She'd been married,
to imagine
it
them
seemed,
being yelled at
but it
by a
hadn't worked
teacher in
out.
his hall,
He
or
had the
sitting
impression
at
that
small
she'd got
tables
rid
to
of a
take
husband who
exams.
hadn't lived up
They
to her
talked about their
expectations.
children,
The
the
iniquities
assumed
of her
student
maiden name,
fees
and
student
carried on
loans,
as if he'd
their
never
homes
existed.
and their foreign
There
holidays.
had never been any
All
children,
the time,
but
the
she'd
rhythm
done
of the
well
music
financially
nipped
out
at
of
her
the
ankles
divorce.
and made her want to
All
sway
this he
away
gathered
from
in the first
back
few
into
minutes.
the middle of the floor.
They sat without ceremony at the
Your
kitchen
music,
table,
she wanted to
and he
say.
was reminded
Doesn't
of
it
his
take you back to
conversation
how
with
you
Stella
were?
Randall. Another
And
kitchen,
sometimes
two
she
women
saw a
of a
woman
certain age,
or a man with
but
dreamy eyes who
remarkably
would
different.
look at her with a start, as if
What's all this about,
they were
Inspector?
staring at
Her
themselves.
hair was
or a
rinsed
girl
auburn
they
and cut
fancied.
short. Her
But it
makeup
didn't
was still
last.
intact.
And when someone
Despite
did start
the difference in
dancing,
their
it was a
ages,
peculiar
despite the fact
shuffle,
that she
as if
wasn't
they
at
all
all
had
the sort of
arthritic
woman he
knees
usually
or
went for,
broom handles
he found
strapped
himself
to their
attracted
spines.
to her.
Then
Theo
she looked
Randall.
up at the stage and
Oh.
saw the DJ, who must
Usually
have been
when
at least
the
as
police
old
come
as
to
her
see
mother
me,
and
it's
the
because
others
one
in
of the
room,
fathers has been
but who
suspected of
didn't
abuse.
seem it.
Or the
He
monks have
seemed to
been
be
shifting
laughing at
stolen
them
property
too.
on our premises.
She moved through
Or
the
some little
dancers
vandal
and
has set
hoisted
fire to
herself
the
onto
place
the
again.
stage, so her legs dangled
It
over
is
the edge.
about a fire I want
He
to
didn't
talk
look
to
at
you.
her. A bit young
Is
for
it
this,
true
aren't
that the
you?
body you found in Cranford
I came with
Water
me
was
mum.
Theo?
Who was she
Yes.
then?
He
Now he did
changed his
then,
name
why?
before he
I
died.
might know
but
her.
It was Theo.
Did you come to this school too?
Poor boy.
For some reason, it
She went
seemed
to the freezer
unlikely.
to fetch ice.
He
for
looked
their
too
drinks.
different from the smartly
You'd have thought
dressed
he
men in
started
the room.
out with every
She
advantage.
thought he must be a refugee
compared with the
from the
children
city.
I work with.
No, not
He
bright
didn't.
enough. I
He
was at
didn't
the secondary
stand a
modern,
chance of a normal
but I used to
life.
hang around with some of them.
Why?
Hannah Meek,
Before
she said.
I arrived
That was what
at
my mother was
Snowbury,
called then.
he'd been left almost to his
Yes,
own devices.
he said. I can
Crispin went
see.
to pieces after Maria
Can you?
died. Kept up a show
She
for
had
the
seen the
constituents, but
occasional
he was
photo of
hitting
her
the
mother
bottle
as a
even
young
then.
woman and saw no
Theo
resemblance.
was minded by a
Her
series
mother
of
was
women
so
whose main
reined
job
in.
was to keep the house
Her
clean.
features were small
He got
and
whatever
sharp.
he wanted, so long as he left them in
She
peace.
was skinnier, of course.
And it was much the same when
She felt
Crispin
her
was
face,
there.
colour.
I suppose
Most
things were
people
better
were
when he
skinnier
started
than
school,
her.
but it
Hannah
was a
said
snotty
she was
little prep
oversensitive.
place. And I
Carry
think
on
it must
like
have been
that,
pretty
and you'll end up like Melanie
Theo must have
Gillespie.
been well
As
screwed
if she
up,
wouldn't
even
have
before
adored
Crispin
to be the
married
same
Stella.
weight as Mel.
Did he
But you're
resent
bunnier,
his stepmother?
the DJ
No,
said after
quite
some
the opposite.
consideration.
He worshipped her.
Rosie could have
She
kissed
took
him.
time to listen to him. Read him
Can
stories,
you recognise her?
played
She
with him.
said, falling into
She
the
wasn't much
jokey,
more than a
flirty
girl
voice she
herself,
used
a
with
bit
the older
giggly
punters at
and
the
silly.
prom.
But
She didn't
made
have
a
to shout.
real effort to get
Someone
on
had
with him.
moaned about the
I
music
first met her
being
when she
too
was
loud,
pregnant.
and he'd
We were
turned
about
it
the
down.
same age, but
He
she
scanned
made
the
me
room,
feel
but
about
so
101.
briefly that she thought he wasn't really
She
bothered.
treated the whole thing as a game.
Can't see much at
as
all
if
in this
having
light.
a baby was all
he
about
said.
parties and presents.
There was a bit of a scuffle at the
She'd
door
been
as Sally
totally
came in.
sheltered.
She pushed her way
Mummy
through
and
the
Daddy
blackout
were
curtain
friends
and was
of
silhouetted
Crispin's.
briefly against
She'd
the light
done
outside.
boarding school, a year's
The woman
finishing in
behind the
Switzerland.
table knew her and
The
tried
job as
to offer
Crispin's
her a
secretary
badge,
was to
but
give her
Sally
something to do
ignored
with
her.
her time
The
before
DJ
marriage.
was watching the
And of
scene
course,
too with the
she didn't have
same
to look very
detached
far for a
amusement as when
husband.
he'd been looking at the dancing.
It was hardly surprising that
That's
she went
Sally
to pieces
Spence.
when Emily was born.
one.
Rosie said, wanting
Her
his
depression
attention
was a nightmare
She's my
for
mum's best
everyone
mate.
at Snowbury.
We're
but
staying at her
especially
hotel
Theo.
tonight.
He thought
no,
he'd
Sol,
found
very
someone
well.
who cared about him.
When you see
then
her,
suddenly
say
she
Chris
didn't care
sends
about
his love.
anyone. She couldn't.
The track he was playing
The
came
doctors
to an
Crispin
end.
got
He
in
murmured a
didn't
few
help.
words
They just
into
pumped
the
her full of
microphone.
drugs.
No one
I
seemed
tried to
be
spend as
listening.
much time as I could with
Hannah
Theo,
was
but I
deep in
couldn't
conversation
replace
with
her.
a tall
And
man
I was pretty busy
dressed
with
in
Emily.
black. He
Did
had
you
more
keep in
style
touch
than the
with
rest
him when he
of
went
them,
and
and
to
Rosie
school?
might have fancied
I didn't
him if
keep
he'd
in
been
touch with
20
any of
years
them.
younger.
Crispin made it quite
Suddenly,
clear my role
Sally
in the family
broke
was
in on
over
the
when
couple.
Emily died.
She said a few words
The
to
day
Hannah, then
after the
steered her
fire,
away
he
from
gave
him.
me a month's wages in lieu
From
of
her
notice,
position
and
on
he
the
sent me
stage,
away.
Rosie watched. Caught
Tell
in
me
the
about
livid
the fire.
green spotlight, with Roxy
swirled
music
the
in
remaining
background,
gin in her glass.
She saw her mother's face crumple.
I'd been out The normally
It didn't
sharp
happen
features
often.
fell in on themselves.
Snowbury was miles from anywhere.
Sally led her out of
The
the
only
room,
entertainment
and
was
Rosie
a pub.
followed.
In those days, a woman didn't
At
go
the
out
door,
drinking on
she
her own.
stopped and looked up at
One
the
of the
stage.
lads on the estate asked
Chris,
me to go to
the
the pictures
DJ,
in
gave
town.
her a little
He had
wave.
a car.
and
That
a
was the
knowing
only reason
grin.
I went, and I made sure I wasn't late back.
Outside it was
The
still
nursery
light,
was at the back of the house,
and at the
I
old
couldn't see
rectory,
the fire
4
from the
guests
front.
sat on
The
the
first thing I
flagged
did was
terrace
to check
having
on Emily.
drinks before a late dinner.
I couldn't get
Sally
near
had
her
driven
room.
them back from the
You
reunion
wouldn't
immediately.
believe the heat and
Rosie
the smoke.
thought it was a fuss about nothing. Sally
Sometimes
playing
I
the
wake up at
drama
night
queen.
and I can still taste it.
An old body dragged out
Theo
of the lake.
was
What
asleep,
could that
but I
have to
managed
do
to
with
get
her
him
mother?
out. Crispin and
Roger
Stella were still up.
insisted that
They'd
they
both
shouldn't
been
decide
drinking, and
anything
they hadn't
until
noticed
after
a
dinner,
thing.
and Sally
Was
had
anyone else
deferred
there?
to him.
Not in the house
Hannah
itself.
seemed to think she
There
had
was a
no
couple
right
who
to
looked after the
express an
place,
opinion.
but they lived in a cottage at the end of the
Rosie
drive.
thought Roger
They
had
didn't
been
know anything until the
transformed.
fire engines woke
That
them up.
afternoon he'd been a
Are
crabby
you
and grey
sure it was
old
an accident?
Latin teacher. Now,
You think the
talking
fire's
to his
related to
guests,
Theo's
dressed
murder?
in a brocade
He
waistcoat and
shrugged.
floppy bow tie,
I hope I've
he
got
was
an open
in
mind.
his element.
Stella
When they arrived, he was
wouldn't
taking
hurt
a tray
fly,
of drinks
even
to a
in her
couple in the
maddest
lounge,
moments.
and he sat beside
Crispin
them
had
for
a
moment
fearsome
to chat.
temper. I can
He
imagine
flattered
him
the
lashing
woman
out at
without
Stella.
annoying her husband,
But he loved the
camping
bay.
it up a little to make
And
himself
even if the
harmless.
fire was his fault,
Rosie, who was no
why
mean
kill
actor
Theo
herself,
after all that
appreciated the
time?
show. She knew the
and
effort
what,
which went into
Porteous
her
thought,
performance.
could any of this have to do
Over
with
dinner,
Melanie
Sally and
Gillespie?
her mother talked in a series of elliptical comments which made little sense to her.
Chapter 29.
At one point, Sally said to Roger, "But you must remember Michael
Porteous
Gray,
had made
even
an
if he didn't
appointment
teach
to
him.
see Melanie's
Everyone knew
psychiatrist.
Michael."
Walking
Roger
from the
stared
car
into
park
his
to the
wine.
day hospital, all
"Of
glass
course I
and
remember
concrete
him,"
like the
he
superstore
said in a
next
sad,
door,
solemn voice.
he tried to walk
Then
in
he
her
made an
footsteps,
excuse to go into
see
the
it
kitchen,
through
and
her
when he
eyes.
returned, he was his
On the
old
step by the
self,
entrance, a
solicitous
young
and
couple
funny.
stared blankly into space,
At the end of the
smoking
meal,
cheap,
they were the only
smuggled
people
cigarettes.
left in the dining room.
In the waiting room,
The main lights
a
were
middle-aged
switched off.
man with
Their
wild
table
hair
was
paced
lit by a
backwards
wall
and
lamp
forwards,
with an
talking to
engraved
himself
glass
about
shade,
God,
which could have covered a
sitting
gas
on
lamp.
one of the orange plastic
The room
chairs
had
in the
been
corridor.
designed to look
A plump
like a
woman in a
Victorian
neat
parlour
grey
with
raincoat
glossy leaf
sobbed
pot
discreetly into a
plants, red
handkerchief.
plush, heavy furniture, and
What
silver.
would Melanie have made of them?
For Rosie,
Would she
it
have
took on
considered
a
herself
nightmare
different,
quality.
sat apart?
She
Would she have
prided
visited
herself
the
on
place
being
alone?
able to hold
Her
her
parents
drink,
too
but
busy
Roger
to be
had filled
there.
her glass every time it
He
was
found it
empty,
hard
and
to
by the end
imagine
of the
Melanie
meal, her
here
head was
at all.
swimming.
He thought
listened
Richard
to
Gillespie
snatches
would have
of the women's
arranged somewhere
conversation,
private, an
and the
exclusive
image of the white
clinic where
corpse from the
discretion
lake
would be
caught her
guaranteed.
attention immediately.
The sort of health
and
farm
stayed
where
with her.
customers were force-fed instead of starved.
It was partly to shake off this
The
feeling of
receptionist on the main
melodrama,
desk
partly
gave
because
him a
she
brief
was so
smile of
drunk
recognition,
that
but when
the
he
thought
showed
came
her
into
his
head,
warrant
she couldn't
card,
stop
she
it
shook her
coming out,
head,
that she
a sort of
interrupted their
apology for
conversation.
mistaking him for one of
"Oh,
the
by
patients.
the way, Chris sent his
The
love."
waiting room was unusually busy.
Chris?
The hospital
Her mother
tried
seemed
to see
puzzled.
patients on
The
time.
DJ.
If they were kept
Hannah
hanging
looked
around,
excited.
some lost their nerve and
That
walked
was
out.
Chris.
Others turned
Didn't you
nasty.
recognise him? Sally
Porteous
seemed
had a
pleased.
sudden
He
qualm
hasn't
of
borne
conscience
very
about
well, has
taking
he?
up the doctor's time.
Then she seemed to think Rosie
Mr.
deserved
Porteous,
an
the
explanation.
doctor will see you now.
Chris, she
They
said,
watched him,
is my
aware he was
unmissed
jumping the queue,
ex-husband.
but too apathetic or too cowed
Soon
to
after,
comment.
Rosie left
The
them
nurse
to it.
started walking
Roger
with him.
winked and wrapped a
"It's all right,"
half-drunk bottle
he
of
said.
wine in a napkin
"I know the
for her
way."
to take with her.
He
Hannah
followed the
would have
corridor
objected
with
if
its
she'd
jolly
noticed, but she
posters
was too
promoting
preoccupied
healthy
to see
eating
what was
and
going on.
adverts for self-help groups until he came to
In
the door.
her room, Rosie drew
He stopped
the curtains.
outside, feeling
The
for a
window
moment
was
the
open,
old
and she heard
anxiety,
young voices,
the breaker of
smelled
rules
the
outside
grilling
the head
flesh of a
teacher's study.
barbecue.
Then
By
he
the edge of
knocked
the lake,
lightly
someone was
and
having
went
a
in.
party. She
Collier
switched on the
was a
television and
red-headed
flicked through the
Scot
channels,
with freckles
but nothing
and blue
held her
eyes.
interest for long.
He ran marathons and looked
She poured
horribly
wine
fit.
into a beaker from
"Peter,
the bathroom and wished
you're
she
looking
were
very well."
outside.
Despite
Leaving
himself,
the set
he
on,
felt
but with the
pleased.
sound turned
Collier
right
had always
down,
been
she
honest.
dialed the prom
If
on
he
her
looked
mobile.
lousy, he'd have said so.
Frank
This
answered.
meant he must
"Hi,"
be doing okay.
she said.
It's
"I'm
me.
not here for me,"
He recognised
didn't they
her
say?
voice.
"Yeah,
She wondered
there's a note somewhere."
idly if he'd
He
know
scrabbled
all
through a
his
pile of
part-time
scrap paper.
staff by high voice.
Porteous
Good
would have
God,
loved
girl.
the opportunity to go
Can't you
through
keep
the desk
away from the
to
place?
reduce
I thought
to
it
a
was your
series of
night
neat
off.
piles. And
Sad, isn't
I
it?
had a phone
She
call.
thought it really was sad.
The psychiatrist
You're
continued.
pissed,
From
he said.
Mr. Gillespie.
It was a statement of
He lay back in his chair.
Shit, Frank,
What you might
sound
call
like me
a
mum.
warning shot across
Is
my
anyone
bows.
in? Can't you hear them?
Oh, aye.
He must have
I'm
held
to
the receiver
respect
over
Melanie's
the bar.
confidentiality.
The roar was
Although she's
deafening.
dead.
Not
The cheek of the man.
anyone.
You'd think he was
Anyone
paying
I
you.
know.
Isn't
No.
that odd?
They were in
I
earlier.
mean,
The whole
Melanie
crowd.
being treated on the NHS.
Except Mel and
You
Joe.
must have private health
She thought they'd be in
insurance.
Portugal by now.
I'm the
sitting by
best.
the pool under the
Collier
orange
said quite
trees.
seriously. If he'd asked around,
I've
he'd
got
have been
some
told
news
that.
about them.
And I don't do
He was
private.
like an old woman about gossip.
I do know.
He paused,
But
tormented,
you're the best.
knowing she
Collier
was
grinned.
for the information.
And they might have
What?
gone private before they came
They're still here.
They said not, but I wouldn't have been
Why?
surprised if they tried
Mel
something
refused to go, didn't she?
Herbal remedies,
What do you
acupuncture,
mean?
hypnosis.
She refused
Any
to go
damn
on
thing to avoid
holiday.
having to face what
They
was
called
going
in
on.
here on their way to
You'd be
the
surprised
airport.
by the number
Bags
of patients
all
who've been
packed.
fooled by
It
some
was supposed to
quack,
be just to
but
say
who are
goodbye.
too embarrassed
Then,
to admit it.
all of a sudden, she threw a wobbly.
So,
She said
Porteous said
her parents
cautiously,
wanted to get
"There's
rid of her.
Nothing you're
The holiday was a
prepared
trick
tell
to get her
me.
out of the country.
You've been
They
warned
never
off.
intended to let her back.
I can't tell you about the lassie's
She kept her
illness.
voice flat.
When did you last see her?
Was Joe okay?
Collier opened a desk diary.
He didn't
The
say
pages
much,
were covered in
but what was there to
scribbled notes
say?
and crossing out.
His girlfriend
The
had
lack of
practically
order made
accused him of
Porteous
kidnaps.
advance.
That girl
a week
needs
ago.
help.
That was a house call. He
She
paused,
switched off her phone
frowned.
and dialed
Oh,
Joe's house.
Bucket Gillespie.
The answer phone clicked in
But
straight away.
Just be
She left a
discreet.
message for Joe,
He
saying
says
she'd
he'll
call him
sue.
the next day.
He couldn't, of course.
She
but he
thought
could make
then that
things
she should
awkward.
phone Mel and check
Eleanor,
that she
the
was
mother,
all right,
phoned up in a
but
state.
knew that
she
she
said
should wait
Melanie was
until she was
delusional,
sober.
in the middle of
She'd
some sort
only
of
lose
crisis.
her temper.
She needed to be in hospital.
She seemed to lie
I offered
awake
to send
for
in a
hours,
community
but
nurse, but
she
that
didn't
wouldn't
hear
do.
her mother.
By the time I could get there, Gillespie had turned up. He said the same as his wife, but more forcefully.
Chapter 10.
I had to treat the girl as
Sally
an
was
inpatient.
very eager that
But
Hannah should
you
go to
didn't
the
admit
police
her?
station as soon as
No,
they returned
I wasn't
from
going
the
to be
school
bullied.
reunion.
I'd have liked
It'll be
to talk to
all
Melanie
over the
alone,
papers tomorrow.
but the parents weren't
They've
having
got a
any of
picture.
it, and I didn't
Someone
think I could
will
insist.
tell that detective
That
you
was
were
an
Michael
awkward
Gray's
situation.
girlfriend.
I was on my
Better
own.
he hear it from you.
Sod's law.
Of
I'd been
course,
trailing
I'll
a
come with
female
you if you
student
like.
around with me the rest of the
Of
week.
course. Hannah
How
thought.
was Melanie?
That was what
Angry.
Sally wanted.
She'd had some
She
sort of
was a
tantrum,
journalist,
throwing
even if
furniture
not a very
around,
grand
smashing
one.
plates.
She saw
That
the
was over
story
by the
she
time I
would
got there,
sell.
but I
Let the
presume
poor
that was why
woman
Eleanor
eat.
phoned.
Roger said.
The anger was directed at her
Hannah
parents.
was grateful. Perhaps
That
it
was the
shock.
impression I
She
had.
was ravenous.
Was it about the anorexia?
In the
Melanie
end,
used
two
food
detectives
as
came
a
out to
weapon
the
in
hotel.
every situation.
It was Sally's
But
suggestion.
as to what triggered
She
the
said the
scene,
national press
he
was
shrugged.
already sniffing around in
Could
the
it
town.
have had anything to
On
do with
second
her
thoughts,
natural
this
father?
would be more discreet.
Collier looked up at
And,
him
thought
sharply,
Hannah,
then
It would
shrugged
give
again.
Sally more control.
I don't know.
Hannah
By the
didn't
time I
mind.
arrived,
She
Melanie
felt
was
very
very
tired.
controlled, and
She
she
didn't
wasn't giving
think she
anything
could
away.
face going out.
She insisted she didn't want to be in hospital,
It was after
and
10
I didn't
when
have
the
the guts
detectives
to admit
arrived,
every
just
young
dark,
person who
still
causes
very
their parents
warm.
grief. She was
Rosie
perfectly
didn't
rational.
seem to have
I
grasped
didn't think
the
she was
significance
suicidal.
of the body in the
No
lake.
grounds for
She
searching.
went a little
I made her
unsteadily
an
to their
outpatient
room.
appointment.
The staff
When
were
for-
clearing up in the dining
I
room,
would have
and
liked
there
to
were
have
still
seen her
guests in
immediately.
the lounge.
Get her
so
here,
Sally
away
let
from
them
home
use her
territory.
private sitting room.
I felt there'd
Roger
been
brought in
some
a
sort
tray
of
of coffee.
breakthrough. That
There was a
you
bowl
know,
of roses
she
on the
trusted me
table.
for standing up to her
Later,
father.
Hannah would remember
But I
their
couldn't make
fragrance,
it for a couple
the
of days.
scent of filter
I was
coffee,
speaking at a
and
conference
another
in Edinburgh.
smell which she recognized.
I gave her
was
a
pipe
chance to see a
tobacco.
colleague, but
Although
she wasn't
the
happy
older
about that.
detective made no attempt
When
to
was the
smoke on that
appointment?
occasion, it seemed
The morning
that he
her
was
body
an
was
addict,
found in a
and his
cemetery.
pipe was always in his
There was a
pocket.
pause.
It must have
Porteous
been
was
hard for
aware
him
of
to
the
sit there
patients
for
in the
so
waiting
long
room,
without it.
their nerves twisting to breaking
She couldn't
point as the minutes
decide at
ticked
first
on.
which was
He
the
knew
senior
Collier was
officer.
thinking of them too.
The older man was shorter,
Had she
slight, and
ever
dark,
been in Redwood?
with an accent which
The assessment
suggested he
centre?
came from the coast,
Alice
from one of those
Cornish's
villages
place?
where the pits used to be.
Not as far as I know.
He had the look
Why?
of a collier about
One of
him.
our suspects was a
He
social
wore a grey
worker
suit.
there.
The
It would be a
trousers
link.
were too big for
And
him
that's
and held up
privileged
by a thin
information
belt.
too, even
His
if I
shoes
can't
were
see.
as black and shiny
They
as
never
a prison
said.
officer's
I mean,
boots.
I took it.
The younger
history,
man was
schools,
tall,
you know, the sort of thing.
prematurely balding.
But I didn't check.
If she'd met
should
him
I?
on a social occasion, Hannah would have
paused,
guessed that
tilted
he
back in
taught
his chair.
humanities at a college
Redwood
for further
was
education.
An amazing place.
He could even have been a
I
librarian.
did a residential
He
placement
wore
there,
odd
one of my
socks
options.
and scuffed
There's no
suede
reason why the
boots.
Gillespies wouldn't have
The
admitted
older
to her
one was
having
called
gone there.
Stout. The
It was
younger,
harder to get into
Porteous.
than Eton.
They must have
Something
given
for
their
them to
ranks
brag
when
about.
they introduced themselves, but
His eyes
Hannah had
flicked
been
to
in
the
too
clock
much of
on
a
the
daze
wall,
to take in the
and
information.
Porteous realised his time was
They were
up.
very polite, but something about their manner
Outside,
put Hannah
the
on
sun
her guard.
splashed off the big glass
She drank a
windows
cup
of
of
the hospital
Roger's
and the
good,
superstore.
strong coffee
and
His
tried
car,
to clear
trapped
her
between
head.
the buildings, was
She had
sweltering.
heard the prisoners.
He opened all the
talking
windows,
and knew that
but
the police
didn't
weren't
start
always to be
driving.
trusted.
He couldn't face
What they
Cranford
wanted now
and
was
Eddie's
to clear
obsession.
up their case.
The rest of
as
the
quickly
team
as
expecting
possible.
answers and leadership.
There wouldn't be two detectives
When he did start,
here
it
at
was
this
to go
time
up
of night
the coast
if they didn't
towards
think there was
Staveley
something
Prison,
in her
knowing
story
he was
for
running
them.
away.
For the first
In the
time,
low
she
fields
wondered
on the
what
coastal
Sally
plain,
had
the
told
combine
them.
harvesters moved
There had been a
relentlessly
muttered
over the crop,
conversation at the door
followed
before
by
she'd shown
swarms
them
of
in.
herring gulls.
She
as
had
if the
been
machines
surprised
were
when Sally
trawlers.
had left them alone
By
together
the time he'd
without any
arrived,
fuss.
he'd persuaded himself that
Perhaps
the
she
trip was
standing
vital.
at the door now with a
Hannah
glass
was
to
still
her
the
ear.
best link
Or
they had
perhaps there
between
was a
the
tape
killings.
recorder hidden under one of the
Because he
cushions on
hadn't
the
told
sofa.
the prison in advance that he
I don't
intended to
know
visit,
what Sally has
he had
told
to
you,
wait at the
she
gatehouse
said.
while they found
She
someone
wanted
to take him to the
the
library.
initiative, to appear purposeful.
There
to
was a
let them
tiny
know she
room which he
couldn't be
shared with a
browbeat.
nervous young solicitor.
Porteous, the
who
younger,
farted
asked.
loudly, then
He
blushed.
seemed
The walls
diffident,
were posted
almost
with mission
apologetic.
statements about
The voice was
racism and
educated,
bullying.
but somewhere
They weren't
behind
as
the
colourful
polish
as there
those in
was
the
a
hospital,
Midland,
but
they had
wine.
the same improving
She said
tone.
that you and Mr. Gray were close.
He'd led
at the
the
time of
officer
his
on the
death.
gate to believe that Hannah was
Stout
expecting him.
interrupted briskly.
No, don't disturb her.
We
Just
think it's
get an
possible,
escort
Mrs.
to take me
Morton,
over.
that you were the last person to
The
see him
escort
alive.
was a stocky young
That,
woman
at
who
least, is
seemed
the
new to the
information
job.
we've been given.
They walked past a group of inmates
Hannah
who were
stared.
weeding a huge
Trust
circular
Sally
bed
to
planted
stir
with
things.
geraniums in the
Trust
shape of an
her
anchor.
to turn this into
The inmates
plot line
whistled
of a
and
soap
shouted,
opera.
and the officer turned
Hannah
scarlet.
thought her judgment had been right
Porteous
all along.
didn't think
she
she'd
should
stick it
never
long.
have been persuaded to come back.
The library was closed.
I know,
and the
it's
officer
a
had
long
to unlock
time,
it.
Porteous said. But
Inside,
if you
an
could
orderly
just take
sat at
your
a desk,
mind back.
covering books with
How
transparent
did he die?
plastic.
Hannah demanded. You must have done a
Mrs. Morton about?
if you know he was murdered.
In the
You
office.
pulled him out days ago.
Connor, there's someone
They
to see
seemed
you.
shocked, and the words sounded
She came out
careless,
carrying
even
a
in her
pile
own
of new
head.
books.
But
she
Hannah
seemed so
needed
shocked
to get the
see him
facts
that he
straight,
thought she might
neatly
drop them.
catalogued
But
like books
she
on a
recovered her
shelf.
composure well.
She looked
She
at
ignored
Porteous,
him
who
and
nodded
spoke to the officer.
imperceptibly.
That's
She
all right,
realized
Karen.
then that
You can leave
Porteous
us to
must
it.
be the superior,
I'll see Mr. Porteous
and
back to
was
the
glad
gate.
to have another fact
The officer
sorted.
went reluctantly, obviously curious
was
about
stabbed,
what he was doing there.
Stout said, with
Do you
a
want to
sharp,
go out for a smoke, Marty?
wide-bladed knife.
Just give us a few minutes.
Hannah had
When
an
they were on
image
their
of
own,
Jenny
she
Gray
turned on
at
him
a
with a
school
ferocity
play
which
rehearsal.
surprised him.
It
What the
must
hell
have
do you
been
think you're doing
dress
here?
rehearsal because she was
I
in costume.
had another appointment
Her
on the
dress
coast,
had been
and I
hired
thought
from
I'd
the
call
local
in.
amateur dramatic society.
if you could
and
spare
was
a few
scarlet,
minutes.
laced at the front.
I'm
daringly
playing hooky,
low cut.
hiding from
She
my
had
team.
fake blood.
You don't
all
get
over
it, do
her
you?
hand.
In a
Mr.
prison,
Westcott had been
a
so
visit from the
pleased with
police
her
means
performance that he had
arrest,
clapped.
guilt,
Hannah
trouble.
realized that
It'll
the
be around the
detectives were
place
staring
in
at
minutes
her,
that you've
waiting
been to
for her
see me.
speak.
There'll be rumours,
Have
stories.
you told Michael's family?
It's hard enough to
She
work
asked,
here as it
not
is.
putting off answering,
I'm sorry.
fishing again for
What do you want?
information. She was
Really?
still curious
Just a few
about
questions.
Michael's family.
Would you like Mr. Lee
Again,
with you?
Stout and
He would
Porteous
quite have
looked at
liked
each
to
other.
talk to the psychologist,
Again, it
get some
seemed that Stout
informal
was given
advice about
permission to
what
answer.
might be going on with the
Ah,
Gillespies.
he said.
Arthur
Well, we
can't
seem
be
to have
here.
come up
He's
with a bit of
taking
a
a
problem
class.
there. If you'd
We're
phoned
having
in
some
advance,
difficulty
we could have arranged
tracing
them.
Really,
He
it's
seems
no
to have been
big
a
deal.
real mystery.
Yes, Inspector,
Your young
it
man.
is a big
A
deal.
real mystery.
2 murders,
That was
nearly
one of the
30
reasons
years
we were
apart,
so
are
keen to
linked
talk
by the
to you.
same weapon. I
They
knew
looked at
both
Hannah
victims.
expectantly.
I'm not stupid.
At last, she felt
I know how
obliged
it looks.
to tell them at least something of what she
I
knew.
talked to your daughter
When we were at
yesterday.
school together,
She
Michael
told me
Gray lived with
they're
foster
nice
parents.
kids. Her
His
and
mother
Joseph.
had died, and his
What
father
is this
had
about,
worked abroad a
Inspector?
lot.
Marty and I
He
have
was
work
ill,
to do.
but
The library
sure.
opens in 20 minutes.
It had seemed to Hannah, even
Did
in the
Theo
beginning, that
mention
Michael
anyone
had
called
made
Alec
himself
Reeves?
up as he went along.
There was a
He
moment
changed his
before
story
she
to
reacted.
suit his audience.
He saw
She had caught him
that
out
she
a
still
few
wasn't
times,
used
and at
to the
first
boy's new
it
name.
had seemed to
Then
disconcert
she
him.
shook her head.
Later, when
He was
he
disappointed.
realized how she felt about
If
him,
she
he
had
had
met
only
him, he
grinned.
thought she'd have remembered.
What
She'd
did the
remembered
father do?
everything else.
Stout asked.
But he
Work,
persisted.
I mean. The boy must
He
have
was
said.
a friend of the Bryces. You
I
might
got
have
the
met him at
impression
their
that he was
home.
employed by the
I didn't
government,
meet anyone else
some
there. They were
high-powered
content with their own
diplomat
company.
or civil servant.
He was
Something that
sitting
took
with
him
the
away.
Bryces for the final production of
He must
Macbeth
have come
in
back
the front
sometimes
row.
to see his son.
You told
No,
me
never.
you chatted to the Bryces.
Not
in the
that I
interval.
remember.
You would
I
have
never
seen
met
him
him.
then.
Didn't that strike
She
you
sat
as
with
odd?
her eyes shut, and he knew
Hannah
she was
didn't
trying
answer.
to recreate the scene.
Michael's strangeness.
He had
been part
heard
of
of
his
photographic
attraction.
memory, but he'd never
What about
before
the
met
foster
anyone
parents?
with such vivid Porteous asked. His voice was
A
gentle.
little man.
Hannah thought
she said.
he had set out
Nondescript.
to win her round.
Grey.
You must be able
Yes.
to tell us about
He
him.
tried to keep the voice measured, but she
She
picked
knew
up
he
his
would have
excitement.
got that much at least
he
from the
kill
school
Michael?
records, but decided
want to talk
play
to
the
him.
game.
So,
Their names
you're
were
looking at
Price,
someone else?
Stephen,
Not just
and
me.
Sylvia.
He smiled.
An elderly couple,
No,
more like
he said.
grandparents than
Not
parents.
just you.
They'd never had
You're right.
children of their own.
He was staying
Stephen
with the
was a
Prices.
retired vicar.
He had been
They were
a member
devoted
of the
to each
church,
other,
but he'd been working
kind
away.
to everyone.
There was
in
a
the
special
good
service on the
quarters.
Sunday, a
They
confirmation.
lived in
I
one of
think.
those terraced houses
He'd
near
come
the
back
school.
for that, and they'd
She looked up
persuaded
at
him
sharply.
to stay the whole weekend.
You must know all this.
What did Theo think of him?
Part of it.
He
I
said he
haven't
was
been able to
boring.
speak to anyone who knew
Boring
them.
but worthy.
I didn't really know
He
them,
wasn't
she said quickly.
frightened.
I only met them once
You
or
said
twice.
Theo phoned you on the Sunday to say
They had come to
he
the
was
performance
scared
of Macbeth.
and he needed to talk to you.
From her position
he
as prompt,
have been
Hannah had
frightened of
seen
Alec
them
Reeves?
sitting proudly in the front
I don't
row.
know.
At the
If he
end,
was, he didn't
they had
say.
stood up and cheered.
Mr.
more
Reeves
like
worked at a
elderly
place
eccentrics
called
on the
Redwood.
last night of the
Did
proms than the
Theo
audience
ever
of a school
mention
play.
that to you?
She could imagine them dressed
Wasn't that
up
the
and
name of his
waving a
school in
Union
Yorkshire?
Jack. They had
No.
seemed to her
Porteous
then
said
very
gently.
old,
He
and
didn't
even
want
now,
to do
looking
anything
back
to
from
stifle
middle
her
age,
memory.
she thought they must
don't
have been
think
in
he
their late
was.
60s or 70s.
Yes. I'm
They both
almost
had
certain.
silver hair.
Isn't it strange?
Sylvia wore
I've been trying
hers
so
long,
hard to
pinned
remember
back
if
with a
he ever
tortoise-shell
told me the
comb.
name, and couldn't come up
Their
with a thing.
house was the
Then
quietest
you mentioned
Hannah had
Redwood,
ever been
and the
in.
conversations come back
There was
to me
no
almost
television
word
or
for word.
radio.
Could you tell me?
She remembered a
It is
ginger
important.
cat which purred, and
It
a
was
clock
the
which
George
chimed
Eliot
the quarter
essay.
hour.
She looked at him.
She presumed this was
She'd told
not
him
the
so
sort of
many details
information
of her
which would
time
be
with
of
Michael
interest
that
to
she thought he
Porteous
knew
or
it all.
Stout.
He was a George
They
Eliot
never
fan,
reported him
as was
missing.
I. There was a
Stout said in
teacher who
slightly
inspired
aggrieved
him.
way, as if
When
he
I
took the
rerun the
Bryce's
conversation
failure
in
to
my
make a
head
fuss
first,
personally.
he talked about
Nobody
someone
started
in the
looking
old
for him
place.
until they died.
But that
Then
wasn't what
the
he
solicitor
said.
tried, but couldn't
Not
trace
at
him.
first. He corrected himself
Hannah
straight away,
wondered what had
but what
happened
he
with the
first
small,
said was,
tidy house.
someone
It
in
seemed
Redwood.
unfeeling.
She
to
beamed
ask.
at him, delighted to have got
She
it
had
right.
gone there first.
He
for
could see
tea.
why the
Michael
fat
had asked
psychologist
her.
fancied her.
Although the Bryces hadn't
So,
been expecting her, they
Porteous
were
thought.
thrilled to see her.
After the fire
We're
and
always
Emily's
telling
death,
Michael he should
Theo
invite his friends in.
was sent to Redwood.
His attitude to them
He'd attended Marwood
delightful.
Grange as a day
He
boy.
was thoughtful
That's
and
why
playful.
Hillier, the housemaster,
He called
hadn't
them
remembered him.
Sylvie and
He
Steve.
must have lived at Redwood
But as they
for
sat
years
in front of the
until
fire
he
at
moved
the
to
tiny
live with
drawing
the
room,
Bryces.
eating seed cake
Why?
and crumpets,
Because
the
it
thread
was a
of the
place of
conversation
safety,
had
and
led
Randall
Hannah
had
to think
thought he
that
was in
they
danger
knew
from his
little more about
stepmother,
his past
or
than she did.
because he was so traumatized by
It
the
seemed
death of
that
his sister
Stephen
he
had been
needed
invited
long-term
to a
help.
theological college in Idaho
If they could
to give a
establish that
lecture on the
Melanie
Psalms.
had been there
They had
too,
been discussing
they'd have
flight
their link
plans when
between
Sylvia
both
asked
teenagers
suddenly,
and Alec Reeves.
Have you ever been abroad,
Hannah
Michael?
walked with him back
I can't
to the
remember
gate.
your saying.
Marty was
it
sitting
was
outside
as if
on the
they
grass.
had depended
As they
on what
walked
he
past him,
told them for
the
their
orderly
knowledge of
gave
him.
her a look which was
Hannah struggled to
almost
explain
protective.
that to the detectives.
I don't think they were relatives. They probably
Chapter
didn't
30.
think there was anything sinister in his disappearance.
When he returned to the station,
They'd be
Stout
sorry
wasn't
he
there.
hadn't kept in touch.
Claire Wright
They
had sent him
wouldn't see
home
it
to
as
get a
their
bite
affair
to eat.
meddle. He was bushed.
What was he doing with them then?
He was here most
Stout
of the night
demanded.
again, and then
You wouldn't just
he went
invite
over the
a
old
strange
folks' bungalow,
teenager
talked
into
to
your
Charlie
house.
Luke, and spent
I
the rest
think
of the
they
morning
were the
mooching
sort of
around
people
town.
who might.
Looking out for Reeves.
They called
What do you
him
think?
their gift from
Porteous
God.
thought Stout was driven.
She'd
losing
always
it.
thought it was
but
a
he didn't
strange
answer.
thing to say.
Ray
Michael
Scully's
had
been on the
spoken
phone,
of it in a slightly
and
shamefaced
he's here.
way.
At the coast. He came
Look,
up last night to stay
Steve,
at his mum's.
That's
Can you
a
go
big
to
thing
see
to
him?
live up
Check
to,
out his
you
alibi,
know?
of course, but let him talk.
But the detectives
Anything
remained
Melanie
impassive
might have
and
told him.
unsurprised.
Did she write?
She
Has he kept
continued
the letters?
talking, trying to give
Find
an
out if
explanation
there's
they
any
would
possible
accept
connection
as
between
reasonable.
him and the Randalls.
He arrived
Any
with them
gossip
out
on the
of the blue,
Gillespies would be useful
then
too.
disappeared in
Sure.
the same way.
From his office,
Perhaps
Porteous
that's why they
phoned
never
Carver.
reported him missing.
The pathologist was out, and
They
nobody
felt they
else
had no
seemed
claim
willing
on
to
him.
tell him if the report on Melanie Gillespie
The
had
Lord
been sent.
giveth and the Lord taketh
He
away.
sat at his desk for a
Stout
moment,
said.
then
That's
felt
all very
the
well,
old
but they must
restlessness
have
creeping
met up
on
with
him
him somewhere.
and went out.
He wouldn't just have knocked
He
on
found
the door.
Eddie Stout asleep in his garden.
Perhaps it was
Bet
arranged
opened the
through
door
a
to him.
charity.
She'd been washing
Porteous
up and had on
suggested.
big yellow gloves
He looked
like
at Hannah
motorcycle
hopefully.
gauntlets.
Was anything
Look at
like
him.
that mentioned?
She
Mrs.
pointed through
Morton?
the open
Can
kitchen
you remember the
window to a
name of
neat
any
patio
organisation
sheltered
which
with a
might have
trellis
put
covered
Michael
by
in touch
clematis
with
and
the
honeysuckle.
Bryces? Eddie
She
sat
shook
in the
her
shade
head.
in a green
He wouldn't
garden
have told
chair.
me.
His head
She
was
said.
tilted back,
He liked
and his
being a
mouth
mystery.
was slightly open.
He
He was
was saying he
snoring.
must have said something.
I came in to make
When
him a
you
sandwich, and
asked
when I
about
went
his
out,
family,
he
his
was off.
previous
He's still
school,
not eaten.
he must have given some
Leave
scrap
him.
of information.
Porteous could smell the honeysuckle.
Despite her resistance,
been doing
memories
too
were
much.
already
It's not
clicking
urgent.
into her brain.
No, he'd
Jerky
never forgive me if he
images
knew
like an
whole
been and
home
I'd not
movie.
told him.
Eddie woke
told
with a start,
me a
like a
lot
small
of
boy
things,
startled
she
from a
said.
dream.
Not all
Beth
of them were
left
true.
them. In the kitchen they heard her
But-
singing along to classic
Porteous
FM.
prompted.
The sound of
But
water
I really
running
think
into a kettle.
his mother
Eddie
died
moved stiffly,
when he was little.
easing the stiffness
He
from
was
his
quite
body.
specific about
It
that.
looks as if you're right.
She died
Porteous
of
said.
leukemia.
About Alec Reeves.
And he could
But
remember
even
the
as he
funeral.
spoke, he was trying to make sense of it.
Nobody had
What
explained
had
to him
Bryces been
properly what
playing
was
at?
going on. He
They
couldn't
must have heard the
understand where
rumours
his mother
about
was.
Reeves, but
When a
they'd
black car
invited him
turned
into
up
a
the
house where a
he
young
thought
kid
it
was
to
staying.
take him to see her.
Then he thought,
No,
Hannah stopped,
it was the
then
other way round.
continued hesitantly.
Theo knew Reeves
early
before
spring.
he came to live with the Bryces.
There were crocuses on the lawn.
Reeves must have introduced them.
I don't know if that's any help. She
It
thought,
looks as if Theo
unless that
Randall
was one of his fictions
was
too.
at Redwood. Peter went on.
Porteous said,
Hannah Morton remembered
"At
his
present,
mention.
everything
I
is
haven't
helpful.
checked, but I bet Melanie
There is
was
something
there too."
else."
Just before
She
he closed.
She didn't want to make
Stout
a fool of
shut his
herself,
eyes,
and she had
a
a
silent
sense, too,
prayer
that
of
she was
thanks.
betraying Michael.
Have they found
But it
him
was
yet?
a matter of
Porteous
self-preservation.
shook his head.
She had
You'll
to
be
give
going
the
public.
detectives something
Tell the press
to
we
get
want to
them
talk
off
to
her
him.
back. Tomorrow,
He
I
resat
promise.
the lower
I'm
sixth.
still worried about
He was
lack
a
of
year
evidence.
older
than the rest of us.
Coincidence. It
Again,
could be
she
no
saw
more
she
than
was
that.
telling the men something they
If
already
we come
knew,
to trial, I want
and wondered what
nobody
other
saying
secrets
there
they were
can't be a
keeping to
fair
themselves.
hearing because of the ranting
He
of
made
the
up a
press.
tale
You
about
can be
his
sure
having
all the
been
old rumours
ill,
will come out.
but it was quite
Publicity
similar
works
to
both
his
ways.
story of his
I've
mother's
arranged
illness.
to see Alice
I was taken in
Cornish,
by it at the
and
time.
she might
Why
have
wouldn't I
more
be?
information on Reeves.
But now,
In the
I
meantime,
work as a prison
we could ask again
librarian,
round
and
the
it
town,
occurred to me that
discreetly.
there might be another
If he's come back
explanation
here,
for his missing
someone will
year.
know about it.
I wondered
When are you
if he
seeing
might have
her?
been in trouble.
I'm going straight from
Youth
here.
custody?
She still lives in Yorkshire.
Borstal, I suppose.
Eddie
it would have
nodded
been
with
then.
approval.
That
I'm
would be
seeing the
something
Spencers,
he
as
wouldn't
you've
want to
suggested.
admit to the Bryces,
And Chris
or to
Johnson.
me.
Any
We
problems?
invite you to slow
Not with the
down,
Spencers.
listen closely to
She's
the
a
melody,
reporter, isn't
and
she?
allow yourself
All
to
over me like a
recharge
rash.
during this short
Johnson
break.
wasn't so happy.
This is a free
But he knew better
audiobook
than to
experience for
object.
all.
Look, Porteous said, take a couple of hours off. The rest of the day if you need it. Those interviews can wait until tomorrow. Stout didn't even bother to answer. I think Reeves has done a runner. He's not gone home. He's not visited his sister. He's guessed that we're onto him. You're obsessed, Porteous thought, recognising the signs. You're thinking of nothing else. Reeves is haunting your dreams. Alice Cornish might know where he's hiding out, he said mildly. Please, do me a favour. Eddie leaned forward, put his hand on the arm of Porteous's chair, almost touching him. Fervent as
fit
he'd
into
be
the Michael
preaching
Grey
in the
myth.
chapel on Sunday.
She realised.
Give
she
me a
sounded
ring
bitter.
when you get in.
And
Let
to
me
hide
know
her
what she
confusion,
said,
poured
even
herself
if there's
another
no
cup of
news.
coffee, though by
It
now
could
it
be
was
late.
cold.
You'll need some sleep.
Porteous
I'll not
jotted
be
a few
asleep.
lines in his
You
notebook,
phone
but gave
me.
no other indication of what he thought of the theory.
Alice Cornish's house was less grand.
Was he the
than
sort of
Porteous
lad
had
who might have
expected.
been aware?
She was a
Stout
celebrity
asked.
of a kind.
What do you mean?
A dame. The author
You
of a
work in
handful
the
of
Nick,
books
Mrs.
and
Morton.
dozens
There
of
aren't many
reports.
well-read, nicely spoken
When he'd
blokes
spoken
in
to her
there.
that morning, she hadn't exactly welcomed
More than you'd
his visit.
realise.
I don't
She
understand,
thought of Marty,
Inspector,
whose
why
consideration
this
had
conversation
led to her
couldn't
being
be
there.
conducted by telephone.
But you know what I mean.
I value my
Stout
privacy.
persisted. Most
But
of the
he'd
men will
wanted
have
to
been
meet
brought
her,
up with
not
some
only because he
degree
thought
of
he'd get more out
physical
of her
and
face to
emotional
face.
deprivation. He'd admired her work.
It seemed an odd thing,
And
for a
still
policeman
he was
to say.
itching
with the need
She
to
took his
run
point
away.
more seriously.
When he'd persisted
Michael
in his request
was
for a meeting,
a brilliant
she'd given
actor,
in gracefully
and
and
he was
instructed
quick
him
and
precisely
bright.
on his route from the motorway.
He could be
It was an
whatever
area he
anyone
didn't know,
wanted him to
too
be.
close to industrial centres
Do I
to be of interest
think he
to
was
second
brought up in the
homers and
West End of
holidaymakers.
Newcastle? Or
As he
on a
left the main
council
road,
estate in
there were
Wallsend?
views of the Pennines
Probably
to
not.
the east and Emily
But I
Moor
wouldn't
to
be
the west.
astonished if that turned
He
out
drove
to be
down
the
a steep
case.
hill into a valley bottom,
Where
turned
was he
at a
brought
disused
up?
mill, and then
West
he was
Yorkshire.
there.
At least
A
that's
small
where he
stone
said
cottage
he went
with
to
a
school.
meadow beyond it and
Hannah
a garden
waited
in
for another
front,
question.
so tangled with perennials
before
that when he walked up the brick path,
never came.
he scattered pollen with his
Besides,
legs.
she had told them the
A
truth.
ginger cat
On Michael's
was sleeping
first
on a
day,
window
a girl
sill.
from the upper sixth had asked
Inspector.
which school he'd come
She
from.
had the door
and
open
he'd answered
before he
without
knocked,
pausing a
while he
moment,
was still
giving her
stroking
a
the
smile.
cat, and he was
A
caught off
place in
guard
West
and felt
Yorkshire.
slightly
You won't
frivolous
have
to
heard
be
of it.
petting the animal. But she
When
must have
Hannah
liked
told
cats because her
Porteous
mood
that,
was
he wrote
softer
it down
than it
and
had been
said
on the phone.
seriously to Stout.
Shall we talk in the garden?
It seems a strange thing to
There was a
make
small
up,
patch of
that,
lawn at the side
off
of the
cuff.
house, the edges
Check out
ragged
approved
with long
schools,
grass where it
hostels and
hadn't been
detention
properly
centres of that
trimmed.
period in Yorkshire.
They sat side by
Or
side
perhaps
on a
that's where his
wartime
family
bench.
lived. We might
What is all
find
this
his mother's
about?
records.
You said on the phone
don't
it was
think
about
you
Redwood,
will.
but
Hannah
I've
thought,
retired.
and wondered why
The centre
she
is
didn't
closed.
speak the words out loud.
You employed a man
Porteous turned
called
to her
Reeves.
with his diffident
Alice,
smile,
yes.
which wasn't very different
One of
from
our
one of the
longest
expressions
serving
in Michael's
employees.
repertoire.
By the
Is
end,
there anything
he was
else
part of the
you
architecture
remember
of
from
the
that
place.
first meeting, Mrs. Morton?
He wasn't a demonstrative
answer.
man. He never
She thought
drew
she'd
attention to himself. That it was impossible to
You don't
imagine
know how
Redwood
much this
without
is
him.
helping us. We're
His
very fortunate
retirement
to have found a
and my
reliable
decision to
witness
give
at
up
this early
control
stage.
coincided.
What about his
felt
voice?
that was
Could you
appropriate.
believe that he
You
came from
liked
Yorkshire?
him?
It
He
depended
didn't
to whom
let
he was
anyone
talking.
else get close enough
Sorry.
to him for that. Not
It
adults,
was a
at
habit.
least. He
I
was
explained he
very
was an
different
actor,
with
but
the
I
children.
don't think this was self-conscious.
I
He
respected
didn't
him.
realise he was changing
Were
his
you
voice to suit the
aware
occasion.
when you appointed him
But he was.
that there were rumours
When he
he'd
was
been
speaking to
involved
us,
in
he spoke as
child
we did.
abuse?
With
No.
the Prices, it was
She turned
old-fashioned
her face
English.
sharply, so
We
she
had
was facing him.
A biology
She wore her
teacher from
grey hair
Edinburgh.
in a
She
severe
thought he
bob,
came
which
from
must have
there
been
too, because when he
fashioned
spoke
when
to
she was a
her,
small child in
he
the
had
30s.
something of the
I
accent.
don't believe it.
It wasn't imitation.
You had
or that
no
he was trying
suspicion
to
when he
impress.
was working for you that he
He
had
was
an
a sort of
undesirable
verbal
relationship
chameleon.
with any of the children in his care?
Hannah sipped cold
No.
coffee. She thought she
You
had
didn't think it
nothing
was
left
odd
to
that
tell
he'd
them.
never married?
Surely
Are
now
you
they would
married,
let her
Inspector?
go. But
Because I'm
Porteous
not.
shifted uncomfortably
He could
in
sense
his
her
very
hostility
comfortable chair.
and sat for a moment in silence,
Tell us
searching for
about
words which
your
might appease her.
relationship with Mr.
But she
Gray,
came at him again.
he said gently.
Do you
He was more
suspect
like a
Alec
counsellor
of
than a
child
police
abuse,
officer.
Inspector?
In some
A
detail,
recent
if
case?
you wouldn't mind,
Not
Mrs. Morton.
exactly.
If you could
sorry.
cast your mind back.
The sarcasm could have come from a ferocious head.
We were friends.
I'm not sure that
Hannah
I
said.
understand you.
More than friends.
What do you mean?
Surely.
Not exactly.
Not at first.
The men
We
waited for her
want
say
to question
more.
Alec Reeves about 2
What are these
murders.
questions about?
We've been trying
had
to
enough.
trace him for a number
You know
of days.
who he is?
We hoped you might
Sally
help us
told
find
me
him.
you
found the dental records.
She sat quite still.
There must be more
with her
efficient
hands
ways of
folded in
finding
her
what you
lap,
want
staring
than listening
ahead.
to my ramblings. Porteous
You've
gave another
come from the
little
northeast,
apologetic
Inspector?
smile.
He nodded
Unfortunately
confirmation.
not. Apart
Then
from your
one of the murders you're
ramblings,
investigating
we've
is that
very
of
little.
Michael Gray.
We know that the body in the lake
His
was
real
that of a
name
young
was
man known
Theo
as
Randall,
Michael
but
Gray.
yes, I'm the senior
One day he had a
investigating officer in
toothache and
that
Mrs.
case.
Bryce took him to a dentist.
I recognised the name
We're
when it
lucky
appeared in
that
the papers.
practice kept records.
When you
but it
phoned,
hasn't
I
provided
thought
us
you had
with a
questions about
conclusive
Michael.
identification.
It never
It
occurred
hasn't
to me
helped
that
us to
Alec was
trace the
implicated.
victim's family.
We've no proof against
because
Alec
no
Reeves,
birth
but
certificate
he
was
was
issued to
staying
Michael
in
Gray
Michael's
on the
home
date
the
he
weekend
gave as
he
his
was
date
murdered.
of birth.
He
There are
had
no
an
medical
unsavoury
records or
reputation
child
in the
benefit
town
records
and was
on him.
linked to the
There
disappearance
is
of
no
another
record
boy,
of his having
a child
existed
with a learning
before he
disability
started
of about
school
the
with
same
you.
age. You can
They looked
understand
at her.
why we
It
want
had
to
been a
talk to
long
him.
time since anyone
His
had given her
disappearance
their
is a
full
cause for
attention.
concern.
She found it flattering.
Yes.
No doubt it was
she
a
said
technique
slowly.
they often used.
I can see that it would
She was
be.
taken in by it.
She turned towards
She
him again.
dragged her memory
But I don't
back
believe it,
almost
Inspector.
30 years.
I'll cooperate with you because I think that's what Alec would wish.
Chapter 11.
But you're wrong about him. It's
Her
not
father
unusual for
died
him to
the
disappear
summer
for a week
Michael
or two
arrived.
in the summer. He's a
He
hill
committed
walker,
suicide.
and he likes wild places.
He rigged up a
and he
hose pipe
avoids
from
other
the
people.
exhaust of their Austin.
He'll appear suddenly
and
from the
fumes killed
Highlands
him.
or the Peak District
Hannah
and make
didn't
himself
find
known
him.
to you.
He had timed
hope
it
he
so her
does,
mother would do
Porteous
that
thought,
when
but
she
I'll
went
not
into the
hold my
garage
breath.
to fetch potatoes to peel
Can
for
you
their
tell
supper.
me about the boy you knew as
Mr. Meek
Michael
had an
Gray?
allotment. He
said.
kept the potatoes in the garage
never knew
and
his
wooden
other name?
trays in the dark.
Not so
to stop
far as
them
I
sprouting.
remember.
Perhaps you could check with your
files.
Looking back, Hannah
There are
thought
no
her
files.
father and
Not
mother
that
had
we
never
kept.
got on.
It
He
was part of the
nervy,
Redwood
quick
philosophy.
to snap.
The
Any
files
noise or
remained the
disruption
property
to
of
his
the
routine
children.
threw him.
They had open
She
access
thought
to them while
perhaps
they
she'd
stayed at the
inherited
centre,
her own intolerance
and they
of
took all the
change
records
from
with them
him.
when they left.
He was a chain smoker.
Didn't that cause
Every
problems
evening
if
he
you
came
needed to
home
liaise
from
with other
work,
agencies?
threw down his briefcase,
No, it
and
meant
would sit
that
for an
we
hour
all had
sucking
to
on
involve the
cigarette
young
after
people about
cigarette,
their futures
going
from
through
the
the
beginning.
imagined slights.
There
of
must
the
be
day.
some records.
He felt he
A
was much
list, at
undervalued
least,
at
of
the
the
bank.
children you cared
No one
for.
appreciated the work he put
I
in.
have an
The
autograph
only
book.
time he was anything
The
like
children all
content
signed
was in
their
the
names
allotment.
when they left, added any
Perhaps the
comments
physical
they wanted.
activity helped him
Towards
to
the
relax.
end of my time at Redwood,
Perhaps
there
in
were
the
names that
mindless
I hardly
routine of digging
recognized.
and weeding,
I was
he could
so
forget
busy.
his troubles.
Lectures, reports, committees.
Hannah's mother didn't like
Much of the
idea
day-to-day
of the
administration was left to
She
my staff.
pretended it didn't
That
exist.
was when I knew it was time
She had
to
been
leave.
pretty
She
as a
paused.
girl, and could have had her
At the
pick
beginning,
of
it
the
was very
lads in the
different.
town.
We
The
had
ones
so
who
little
came
money,
back
and
after
we
the
had
war.
to do everything ourselves.
She had chosen
If it
Edward
hadn't
Meek
been for
over
a generous
the plumbers
benefactor,
and bricklayers
the place would have
because
closed
he
only
worked
months
in
after
the
we
bank.
started.
He
It was
wouldn't
a
have to
round
get
of
his hands dirty.
fundraising, the
He
school
put her
run,
on a par
keeping the
with
house
other
from
professional
falling down,
wives. lives.
And most of all, finding time
Perhaps
for
she
some
imagined
very
dinner
disturbed
parties
children.
and coffee mornings.
Was
But in fact
Michael
she was
very,
awkward
very
in company,
disturbed?
and if the
Not as
invitations had
disturbed
ever
as
come,
some.
they soon
How was he
dried up.
referred? The social
When
services?
Hannah was a child,
It was a
Audrey
long
Meek
time
seemed
ago,
to have
Inspector.
no friends
but
at
you
all.
do remember?
She confided in her daughter,
was sure that she
shared
did.
her loneliness
Since
and
hearing
her
the news of
disappointment
Michael's
with her.
murder, she would have gone
She
over
had
the
spent her
details of
life
his stay
being
at Reading.
disappointed.
It was natural. what anyone would do. At first, Hannah thought that this disappointment had been
was a
reason
private
enough
referral.
for her father's
It did
suicide.
happen occasionally.
She supposed
we were
he felt
registered
responsible
through social
for her mother's
services, and
unhappiness.
most of the children came through
He had
them.
never been able
But
to live up to her
sometimes
expectations.
We were approached by desperate
Then
parents
Hannah learned
who'd seen
it was
stories about
much
us in the
worse
papers.
than that.
Of course, they
By the
kept
time of his
legal
death,
custody.
he'd progressed
Michael
to the post
was
of assistant
unusual
manager.
because he stayed with us
and
for such a long
he'd
time.
been stealing. Perhaps he
father
hoped
brought him
to
to you?
buy his
I
wife's approval
believe
with
he
little
did.
luxuries for the house.
Don't you remember?
But Hannah thought
I
it was
wasn't
more
here.
that he felt
I
the
was in
bank
Geneva,
owed him
receiving
what he took.
some award.
It was his
She
way
waved
of
her hand
fighting
as if it
back.
were of no importance.
Of course, he wasn't
I
very good at
wasn't
covering his
keen, but
tracks,
the
and
staff
he knew
thought I
he
should
would
go
be caught.
to raise the profile of the
He
house.
couldn't face it.
We'd
But
not
Hannah
long
and her
opened.
mother had
We
to
were
face it.
a democratic
They
organisation.
had to face the
I went.
questions from the bank
When I
and the
returned,
police,
there was
the prying
a new
neighbours,
little boy,
the dreadful
Michael.
sympathy.
White hair,
And Hannah had
beautiful
to come
manners,
to terms
very
with the fact
distant,
that
very
her father
withdrawn.
hadn't loved
He
her
didn't speak
enough
for months.
to stay alive.
I was told his mother had
He
severe
had put
depression
her
and
through
his
this
father a
embarrassment
drink problem.
to
A
save
sister
himself
had been killed
the
in a
ordeal
fire.
of it.
The family didn't want social
Then
services
it was
involved,
September
but they thought
and
we could
time
help.
to go back to
I
school.
thought we could too. We were
Hannah
a
was
good
dreading
team.
it. Her father's face had
Why
been
the
plastered all
change
over
of
the
name?
local paper.
I don't know.
Even if the
To me,
teachers were
he
too
was
sensitive
always
to
Michael.
mention the suicide,
Perhaps the family
she'd be
were in
aware
the
of
public
their
eye and
curiosity.
afraid of publicity.
And some of the
Perhaps
kids, at least,
Porteous
would
thought
be
it an
merciless.
extreme move.
Hannah
Once
wasn't
interest had
popular.
died down after
She
the
was
fire,
known as
would
a
anyone
swot.
care what happened to a small
Rock
boy?
music was important
Did
then.
the family
Status
visit?
was conferred by
The
knowledge
father,
of obscure
occasionally.
groups, and Hannah
Usually
couldn't
he was
join in
drunk
those
when he turned
discussions.
up.
There wasn't even a
When
record
Michael
player
was
in
ready
her
to
house.
leave, we tried to arrange
anyway,
meetings
she
with
wasn't
family
really
members
interested.
to discuss his future.
Over the
But
holidays,
the
she'd
appointments were never
avoided
kept.
most of the people from school.
Michael
She'd seen
attended
Sally a couple
private
of times,
school
but
as a
only
day
in
boy.
her home.
It was what
She
his
kept
father
away from the
wanted.
pub.
He
and
made
parties.
the arrangements. If Michael had been allowed
On the first
to choose,
day of
I
term,
think he'd have gone to
Michael
the local grammar.
Gray turned up.
There
There
weren't
weren't
many
many
new
new kids at the school,
Yes.
and he was immediately the centre
Was
of
Michael
attention.
implicated?
For
Not
Hannah,
in any
his
way.
appearance was
The police
a
came
relief.
here first, of course.
It took the
we
heat
housed
off her.
problem children.
While the rest
But
of
he
them
had an
were
alibi.
gathered around him
A member
at
of staff
registration,
was with him all
she
evening.
slid into the room,
Alec
dumped her stuff
Reeves?
in her locker,
No,
and slipped
not
away to
Alec
her
Reeves.
first class. There was such a
How
crowd
did he
around
end
him
up with
that she
the
didn't
Bryces?
even see his face.
Was that the name of the couple
At the
who took him
mid-morning
in?
break, she
He
wanted
nodded.
to hide again, but Sally
When Michael
dragged
was
her to the
16,
common
we
room.
had a problem.
Look,
Frankly, he was
Sally
taking a
said.
bed which could be
You'll
better
have to
used
face
by
them
another
sometime.
child.
Better now
He'd
when they've got the
turned
beautiful
into a
Michael to
bright
distract
and
them.
well-adjusted young man.
He always was.
He'd enjoyed
Michael,
being at Redwood,
never
and he
Mike
hadn't
or
wanted
Mick.
to move, and we didn't want to throw
The
him
sixth
out.
form common room
Of
was a
course, we waited
mobile
until
classroom.
he'd completed his
It was
O-levels
square,
before thinking
flat
about it
roofed,
seriously at all.
freezing in the winter.
There was no
But that
interest from the
September was
family.
hot.
We'd
An
even had
Indian
to
summer.
subsidise his school fees
Sixth
because
formers
they'd
didn't
stopped
have to
paying.
wear uniform,
So
and they'd
what to
all
do with
chosen
him?
their clothes.
The fire
on
in the
that
middle of
first
his
day
lower
with
sixth
care.
year brought matters
It
to
was
a
a
head.
season of peasant fashion.
Alec Reeves
The boys
came
wore
up with a
wide
solution.
trousers
Yes.
and cheesecloth
He'd
shirts.
not long started
The
working.
girls,
with us.
even
there
Hannah,
was a
were in
retired
smocks and
clergyman
long
and his
flowery
wife, he
skirts.
said, in his hometown.
Michael
Childless but full
stood
of
with
love.
his back to the
We
window,
all
so
met.
the light was
Michael
behind
liked
him.
them.
That
It
could have
seemed
been
a
deliberate.
wonderful solution.
He had what Mr. Westcott
until
called
he died
a
less than
theatrical
2 years
eye.
later.
He wore
I never
a
knew
pair of
about
denim
that.
jeans, which
Not
looked
until the
new,
press reports
a
of
black
his death.
T-shirt, and desert
Tell
boots
me
with
about
black
Melanie
leather laces.
Gillespie. If he hoped
His
to
hair was
shock her
blonde,
to some
almost
admission or
white.
indiscretion, he
He
was
had a
unsuccessful.
suntan.
She seemed
Foreign
lost in
travel
thought.
was unusual.
The ginger
in
cat
those
had
days,
moved onto the
and
grass
it was
beside her
hard to
feet,
get a
and she
tan in
stopped
her northern
absent-mindedly to
town,
tickle its
so
ear.
that made him
I'm
stand
sorry,
out too.
Inspector. I don't
There was
recognise the
something
name.
about him that made the others
Melanie
listen.
Gillespie
It
was one of
wasn't
the children
just
in your
novelty.
care. Much more recently,
Sally nudged
within
Hannah
the
in
last
the ribs.
3 or 4 years.
What do you think?
At least, he thought.
I think he's
hope
cocky,
she was.
Hannah said.
Otherwise,
He's
I've
good-looking,
nothing to work
but
on
he
at
knows
all.
it.
I don't think
He
so.
can't have heard what she
She
said.
had an
There was
eating
music
disorder,
playing, and
probably
everyone
another
talked at
private
once.
referral.
But he
I
looked over the
explained
heads
that
of the others.
In
towards
recent
her,
years, my
as
contact
if
with the
he knew
centre
what
has
she
been
was
minimal.
thinking. He
She
gave
seemed
a self-deprecating
tired
little
rather than
shrug.
hostile.
I know,
But we can
she
check.
seemed to be saying.
Come
This is all
inside
bullshit.
and I'll show you my book.
But it's a game.
My
and I've got to go
record of
along with it.
achievement, you might call it.
Later, Hannah
More
saw
precious
her
to
first
me, at
meeting
least,
with
than all
Michael
the
as a
awards
turning
put
point.
together.
After that,
She took him
she
into a
was
dusty and
seen
cluttered study.
differently within the
The
school.
book was gigantic.
She could face them all
leather
without
bound.
embarrassment.
It wouldn't have looked out of place in a
It was
cathedral.
possible that her
In
memory
it,
played
successive
tricks,
children had
but
signed
there were
their names,
unpleasant
written
comments
scraps
about
of
her
verse,
father,
drawn pictures.
days when she wanted
When
to
do
stay
you
at
think
home.
she left us?
It was possible that
2
her
years
recreation
ago,
of her
3,
friendship with
perhaps.
Michael was
She turned
as
the
great a
pages
fiction
slowly.
as the story he
You
told
see,
about
Inspector,
himself.
no Melanie
But his
Gillespie.
arrival did make a
May I
difference.
look? Theo
Some
Randall had changed
incidents
his
remained
name.
clear and
Perhaps
vivid.
Melanie had.
These,
too.
she was convinced,
He
were
found
true.
it immediately. Mel
There was the day
Scully,
he first
written
invited
in
her to the
spiky
Bryces,
italics.
for example. Hannah
Beside it,
remembered
a
that
cartoon.
as soon as she
A
started
stick figure
talking to
with
the
cropped
detectives.
hair holding an electric
Michael was
guitar
placed in the
with a
same
balloon
English
coming
group
out
as
of her
her.
mouth.
And on the day of his
Inside
arrival,
the balloon,
he chose
the
seat
words,
next to her,
"What now?"
at one of the old-fashioned desks with the lift-up
Scully
lids that you
was
never
her
seen.
father's name, he said.
Despite her disdain,
do
her sense that he
remember
was
her.
too
Very
cocky
bright,
by half,
very articulate.
there was a rush of
Self-destructive
excitement
with her
when she
eating.
turned and saw
A
him.
lot of aggression directed at
Through
her
habit,
parents.
they kept the same
Not nearly
seats
as
all
confident
term.
as she wanted
They were
everyone to
reading
think her.
Middlemarch.
Had
The
there
rest
been
of the
a
group
child,
hated it.
you know?
They found it
You think
tedious.
she'd been pregnant?
And Hannah
Certainly
suspected
not
that
while
most
she was
of them
here.
didn't make it to the end.
Before?
She
shrugged.
loved it.
She was
And
someone
so
we
did
never
Michael.
quite got through to.
There'd
She
been
never
this
felt
guy in
able
the
to
old
trust
place
us.
who'd been passionate
Porteous
about it,
remembered
he
Collier
said,
saying
who'd
something
done it
similar.
as part of his
She closed
PhD
the book
and
suddenly,
passed on his
the air
enthusiasm.
displaced by the heavy
Hannah
covers
presumed
stirred
then
the
that
dust.
the guy was a teacher.
What's happened
the
to
old
her?
place, a school.
She
Later, she was to
too.
presume nothing. Michael said he had some notes at home.
Chapter
Perhaps
31.
she'd like to borrow them to help with an essay.
Despite
they'd
his
been
sleep
set.
in the
If
garden,
she wasn't in a hurry,
Eddie
she could
Stout
go
was
back with him,
tired.
have a cup of tea.
As he drove
The
to
old
the old
folks
rectory,
would be thrilled
he
to
found his
bits.
concentration slipping.
Recreating the scene in
bouncing
her head,
suddenly
Hannah
on the
thought
cat's
it had
eyes
been
in the middle of the
beginning
road.
December. She could
The
remember
Spencers
the
had agreed
cold.
to see him at 4.
He must have
That
been in
was
the
their
town for
quiet
3
time,
months,
they said,
but still
between
she
lunch
had
and
no
dinner.
idea that his family
Sally
was
would leave
different
the
from
paper
anyone
early,
else's.
especially.
They hadn't talked
And
about
they
it.
were waiting for him.
She hadn't
A young
told
woman
him
in a black
about the
dress
drama
met him at
with
the
her
front door
father,
and led
though
him to
it
the
was
lounge
possible
where the
that the others
Spencers
had been
sat,
whispering
expectant
behind her
and
back.
curious.
At that
Between
age,
them, a
families
small table
weren't
was
as
set for
important
tea.
as friends.
There was a silver pot and china cups,
Old
tiny
folks,
sandwiches,
she said.
a
It seemed an
double-tiered
odd way
plate
to
with
talk about
scones and
parents.
cakes.
Sylvie and
Just
Steve.
in time, Sergeant.
You'll see.
I was about to pour.
You call your mum and
Roger
dad by their
Spence wore a
first
white
names.
shirt and a red bow
No,
tie.
they're not my parents.
He handed a cup and
My
a
mother's
plate to
dead.
Stout, who
My
juggled
father-
with them awkwardly, in the
He
end
seemed thrown
balancing
for
the
a
plate on the arm of his
Well,
chair.
I
He
don't
noticed
get
that
to see much
Spence's
of it.
fingers were very long.
They walked slowly
the
up the
nails
school
beautifully
drive
manicured.
to the house.
It was
Spence
almost set
started
down the
by the
teapot
time
and
they
rubbed
arrived
his
at the
hands
house.
together. One of a small row
Now,
of flat
how can we
face.
help?
As the light
They
went,
both turned
the temperature
towards Eddie
plummeted
and
and smiled in a
They stood for a
predatory
moment
way.
on the pavement, looking
Sally
in.
was dressed in a
There
grey
was a
silk
street lamp.
tunic
They
over
could
trousers.
see their breath as a
She
white
filled
mist.
the armchair.
The lights
a
were
huge
on
grey
inside, but the
walrus.
curtains had not been
He
drawn.
wondered how she would manage to
There was
prise
a
herself
fire
to
in the
her
grate,
feet.
and an elderly
Jack
man
Spratt
sat on a
and
leather
his
armchair
wife,
with a
he
cat
thought.
on his knee, reading.
Throughout the conversation,
About
images and
Steve,
words came
Michael
into his
said
head
with
unbidden,
enormous
as in a
affection.
dream.
He
Perhaps
took out a
should have
Yale
followed
key and let
Porteous's
himself
advice and waited until he was
Inside,
left tired.
there was a smell of
He felt
fruit
he was no
and
match
spice.
for these two.
A small
especially
kitchen
now.
led straight from the hall.
I've been
and
hearing
she'd seen
rumours,
Sylvie,
Sally
red-faced,
said when he
turning a
didn't
cake
answer
onto a
immediately.
wire tray.
Her tone
She
was
looked
confidential,
slightly flustered.
slightly flirtatious.
Her hair had come
She
loose
leaned
from
forward,
her comb.
and he could see the top
Michael
of her
put his
bra.
arm around her.
People are saying
This
that you've
is Hannah,
witnessed Michael's
he said.
murder.
She's a
I
George
still
Eliot
think
fan
it was
too.
Michael.
I've
With
brought
that
her home
girl
for
on
tea.
the coast.
You don't mind?
We're ruling out
Of
nothing.
course
at present.
we don't mind.
The standard line.
She smiled at Hannah.
If she were any
We
sort
haven't
of a
met any of
journalist,
his friends
she'd know
before.
anyway.
I
And
think
he
he's
thought
ashamed
she
of
probably
us.
was very
How
good at
could
her
I
job.
be?
She had the
he said.
necessary ruthless
Hannah
streak.
didn't know what to make of the
We didn't
relationship
know her,
between Michael
Sally
and the
went on.
Bryces.
The girl on the coast.
Usually she was jealous
We'd
of other
never
people's
met
home
her.
lives.
Her
She
own
seemed
was
very
so
keen to
bleak.
make that point.
Her mother struggled
Eddie
on
struggled
to keep the
to
stamp
stamp
his
his
authority
authority
on
on
the interview. They hadn't been
It's the
forced
first
to
murder
sell,
I'd like to talk
though
about.
at one time that had been a possibility. He smiled again, took a chocolate
even
eclair
less
from the
money
plate
than they had
and
been
bit
before.
it in half. And Audrey
Eddie
hated
turned to
the
include
forced
them both
economies.
in his question.
She pretended
You
not
were at
to
the
mind
final
the gossip,
performance of
and in
Macbeth.
fact seldom went out.
The Friday
Anyway,
before Michael disappeared.
television had become
That's
her
right,
consolation.
Sergeant.
I was selling programs.
Hannah was
and Roger
grateful
was
because
helping
it
to direct.
provided a safe topic of conversation.
Eddie watched the second half
Without
of the
it,
eclair
they would have
disappear
had
into her
little to
mouth.
say to each other.
He unclipped his
Later,
briefcase
she
and took
thought
out the
that her
photograph
mother
given
had
to him
been
by Jack
depressed.
Westcott.
and had been
You
brave
recognise the
to keep
gentleman
things
sitting
as
next to
normal
Mr. and
as she
Mrs. Bryce. Then she
Roger
longed
flicked
to
his
be a
eyes
part of
towards
a
the picture
different
and
sort of
immediately
family.
away again.
That's why
I don't
she
think
spent
I
so
do,
much time with
he
Sally.
said casually.
Her
Why?
dream family
We're
would
trying
have
to
been
trace
quite
as many
like
people as
Sally's,
possible who
but
were
the
there
parents
that
would have
evening.
been younger.
If you could
interested,
try to
perhaps,
remember
in
Mr.
different
Spence.
things.
I know who
Be
it
a
is.
brother as well as
Eddie
a
almost
sister, and they
expected her
would
to
have
clap her
shared
hands like a
meals
little
together,
girl who's just
discussing
come top in a
ideas
spelling
about
test.
books and plays.
It's Mr. Reeves,
There would
isn't
have
it?
been noise and
You
laughter.
must remember, Roger.
At the
Alec
time,
Reeves,
she
the
didn't consider
scoutmaster.
Michael's situation
There was
as
talk.
ideal. It was too
Was there?
different from her
Roger
dream.
licked his fingers with
Everything
a long,
was so
darting
tongue,
quiet.
and
There
patted
was
his chin with a
discussion,
napkin.
but it was
Probably
calm
our
and
room.
measured.
She added quickly.
You know
There was
what this
one
place is
room
like.
which served as living and
What
dining
exactly
room.
did the rumours say?
They sat at a
Stout
round
asked,
mahogany
as if the
table and
information
drank
was new to
tea
him.
from translucent
Oh,
china
you know,
cups,
that he
ate
liked the
crumpets
company
which
of young
Michael
boys
squatted by
too
the
much.
fire to toast,
I'd
and
never
the
met
cake
him.
Sylvia
Not
had
really.
baked.
He ran
They
a
talked
hardware
about
store next
Stephen's
to where
lecture on
my
the
father
farms.
worked, and I went
At
into
one
the shop
point, Michael
sometimes
reached
on
out and
errands.
touched
My
Sylvia's
dad
hand.
thought he was all right. Why
But then
don't you
my
go
dad said that
too?
about
He
everyone.
said.
I
You
didn't
know
think
you'd
there was
enjoy
anything
it.
particularly creepy
And I'll be
about him.
perfectly fine
But then
here on my
I was
own.
only a kid.
I'm
But
sure
I'm sure
you
Mr.
would
Reeves had
be.
already left
Her
the
voice
town
was
when Michael
serene.
disappeared.
But Stephen
There was a
and
new
I
bloke in the
have
shop
had a
when I was in the
lifetime
sixth
together.
form.
Younger,
And I'll have your company
good-looking,
for such a short
dark,
while. Moody sort of way.
I'd prefer to stay and make the
But
most.
Reeves came back for the performance of
Then
Macbeth.
she asked him
Eddie
the
said.
question about his
He must
having
have
been
done,
abroad.
I suppose, if the photo was taken
Hannah
that night.
had always been
But I
an
don't
observer.
remember.
Even in
I
her
was
youth,
backstage
she could
helping with
usually
costume
work out
changes.
what was going on between
Roger
people.
was a
But the
real
situation at
dictator.
the Bryce's
He wouldn't let us
home
out during the
confused
interval.
her. She
She
grinned at her
couldn't
husband,
make out
but he
at
didn't
all
respond.
where Michael fitted in.
Do you remember seeing that
After
man,
tea,
Mr.
the
Spence?
Bryces refused
Spence
the offer
took
of
the
help with the
photograph,
washing
holding
up,
it with
and Michael
exaggerated
took
care
Hannah
at the
to his
edge of the
bedroom
drawer.
to find her his notes.
No, I'm afraid
She
not.
was tidier than
Quite
most of her
impossible
friends
after all these
but
years.
his room
Of
was
course, he
almost
looks a lot
Spartan
older now.
in its lack
Sally's.
of clutter.
They both
She
stared.
wondered if he had planned to
You've
invite
seen
her
him
back
recently.
and had cleared it specially.
About 10 days
But she went
ago.
there on subsequent
Don't you
occasions, and it
remember,
was
Roger?
always the same.
He came in here with Paul Lord
It
and
reminded
his wife.
her of a cell.
I knew there was something familiar about him. Are they your
I'm
grandparents?
surprised that they
Stayed
stayed
friends.
No,
Poor Paul.
we're
He
not
was tainted
relations.
by his association.
They're just
with Reeves
friends.
when he was young.
Friends
of your father's.
He was never going to be the most popular boy in the school.
Said,
Not with seeming
that
grateful
acne.
for an explanation.
Though
at
I
work.
remember
That's
one
right.
night Hannah came pretty close to snogging him.
It was a small room,
And he was a
but
Boy
there was a
Scout,
big
wasn't he?
desk under the window of
His
the
picture
kind
was in
that
the
you'd have
paper when
found
he
in
won some
offices
award.
everywhere.
And he never lived
It had
down.
3 drawers on each
That
side of the
awful
knee-hole.
uniform.
It wasn't well
But
made.
then it came
The
out that
varnish
he was big
scratched
buddies with
and
Alec
the top
Reeves.
was chipped.
And when all those
Michael
rumours
seemed
started,
flustered
he
when
was
he couldn't find the
teased
notes where
dreadfully.
he expected them to be.
With
She
others in the
continued
top
talking,
drawer.
but Eddie had stopped
Sorry,
listening.
I thought I'd
Paul
brought
Lord
everything
was the
with
lad
me.
who'd given Alec Reeves an
But
alibi
obviously
after
not.
Carl Jackson had disappeared.
Couldn't they be somewhere
Eddie
else?
had interviewed
Hannah
the boy
yanked
himself.
open
A bottom drawer.
He
which was
remembered
wider
a
than the
stuffy
others.
sitting room.
When it
A
came
mother,
to schoolwork,
flustered and
she was
embarrassed.
competitive.
She
And
wanted the
Paul,
notes.
hidden,
The chance to
as
shine
Sally
in
had
the
said,
essay.
behind
She
a
hadn't
layer
come
along
acne,
just for the chance,
to know
stubbornly
Michael
refusing to change.
She had
his
expected
story.
to find more
At last,
files
Eddie
in
had
the
given
drawer,
up,
neatly
and
labelled.
soon after,
But it was
Reeves had
empty,
left the
apart from
town.
a shoebox.
Is
The
Mr.
sort
Lord
she had
a regular
collected when
customer?
She was young for use in
Roger
Blue Peter
answered,
project.
Yes, mostly at lunch.
He must have had the box
He's
for
a
a long
businessman.
time.
He
It
brings
was
his
too
clients
small
here.
to hold shoes.
What
of
is
the
his
size
business?
he wore then.
He's some sort of computer
Michael
consultant.
slammed the
He
drawer
and his wife
shut
are
with a
partners.
ferocity which almost
They work
trapped
from
her
home.
hand.
They
There's
turned
nothing
the
in there.
Outhouses of
I
the
told you.
farmhouse where they
I must have
lived
left them
into an office.
behind. The address, please.
Sorry.
But he knew it
She looked at
already.
him,
expecting
Porteous
an
had
explanation.
phoned
there when
He
they were
said
trying
nothing.
to identify the body in the lake.
The incident
Bork
seems
Farm.
to have thrown him.
Home to
Hannah
Bork
thought
Farm
he was
computing.
angry about the invasion
Once
of his privacy
home
and
to
apologized
Carl
more
Jackson,
profusely.
the lad with
It was
learning
something she could
disability,
understand.
and his parents.
He hardly seemed to hear what
In
she
the
was
car,
saying,
Eddie
and
tried
when
to
she
phone
said that her mother
would be
but his
expecting
boss's
her. He
mobile
seemed
was turned
relieved
off.
to see her go.
Eddie saw
When
that
Hannah
as
saw
an
him at
opportunity
school the next
and
day,
didn't leave a
greeted
message.
her as if nothing had happened.
He thought he'd be late for his interview
For several
with Chris
weeks,
Johnson,
she was
but
haunted
that
by the
didn't
mystery
seem
of the small
important.
blue
Now
shield.
he had to speak
She
to Paul
imagined it
Lord, who'd
contained
been
answers
with
to her
Alec Reeves
questions
10
about
days
her.
ago, who must know where
Just
he
before
was hiding
Christmas,
out.
she was invited back to the
He
Brices
drove
for
too
mince
fast,
pies and
still
mulled
in the
wine.
days he'd been in
She made
since
an
his sleep in the
excuse to
garden.
go upstairs,
His thoughts woolly,
slipped
his
into
eyes
Michael's
prickling
room
with
and
exhaustion.
opened the drawer.
He
She
came
hated
over the brow
herself
of the
for doing
hill
it.
and had a
Her hands were
flashback of
sweaty.
himself,
She tried to
young
turn
and
the knob.
fit, standing in
She
a
had kept
line
the
with
door
other
open
men
so
and
she
women
would hear if
searching
anyone
for
was
Carl,
coming.
prodding into the heather
But it
and
was an
bracken with a long
anticlimax.
pole.
The drawer was empty.
They'd improved the
When she
entrance to
returned
the farm,
to the others,
widened
Michael
it,
looked at
and
her
he
as he
sailed
had on his
past,
first
seeing
morning
out of the
on
corner of his eye a big
if
sign
he knew
advertising the
exactly
computer consultancy.
what she'd been up
It was only as he pulled into a lay-by to turn back that he thought what a fool he was being.
Chapter 12.
Alec Reeves might be
Throughout
hiding
the
out
interview,
at Bork
both
Farm, but what
Porteous
could Eddie
and
do about
Stout
it?
went on about
Single-handed
Michael
and
having been
without a
Hannah's
warrant.
special
Only
friend,
warn him and
as
drive
if they
him
had
away.
been lovers from the start.
He drove
But they were
slowly
never
back
lovers,
to the town,
not in the sense
his
that
heart
detectives
racing
meant.
with panic.
And they
the
didn't even
damage he'd
start
almost
going
done.
out with each other until after the lower
He
sixth
arrived at Chris
exam.
Johnson's house without
tried to
remembering
explain
how he'd
that
got
to them.
there. He was
The
late,
detectives listened,
and the
but she
conversation
wasn't
started
sure they
badly.
understood.
Johnson had recently moved into
The
a
town
small
itself
terraced
had
house
nothing
on a
to
modern
attract
private
young
estate.
people.
A
The
woman,
cinema had
very
shut,
young and
the
very
pubs were
pregnant,
gloomy and
opened the door.
unfriendly.
She
In the
wore a
summer,
sleeveless
at
dress
least,
which
they were
clung
drawn
around
to
her
the
stomach
lake.
and heavy breasts.
A couple of
Her
years
frame
before,
looked as
the
if it
valley
would
had
snap
been
under the
flooded
weight.
to provide water
You
for
late?
northern industrial towns.
He's gone?
And the
Got
biggest
his van still
man-made
here?
lake in Europe was
Stout
created.
nodded towards a transit
was news
pulled
at the
onto the
time.
pavement.
He's
Although
not
it
got
was
time to talk
surrounded by
The sound
forestry
check's in half an
plantations
hour.
and was miles from
Stout
everywhere,
was too
the
tired
novelty
to
of the
argue.
development
Just let
and the
me
scale
in.
and spectacle
It'll not
of
take
it
long.
attracted
He
tourists.
pushed past her, not roughly.
An
hardly
enterprising
touching her.
farmer opened
But
a
usually
caravan
he would have
site,
been
then
polite,
built a
and
bar
he
and a
was
club,
surprised at the
so
change in
it was
himself.
more like a small
He walked
holiday
straight
camp.
into the living room.
It hardly provided a
Chris Johnson was
sophisticated
watching
nightlife,
television.
but it was
In the corner
livelier
was a
than
flat
anything else
pack
the town
cot
had to
still in
offer,
its box,
and it
and a
drew
white
the kids
fur
like a
rabbit.
magnet.
Eddie picked up the remote
The Saturday
from the
after
floor
the
and
end of year
zapped off the
exams, they
television.
gathered on the
The
shore in
woman
the
followed him
afternoon
in and
collected
levered herself
dead wood
carefully
to
into
build
an
a
armchair.
bonfire.
There was nowhere
Hannah
else
had
to sit,
expected
so he
Michael
leaned against
to be
the
there,
door.
but he didn't turn
I
up.
want to know where you
You
were
could never
one
guarantee
evening
his
last week.
presence on these occasions.
He
and
gave the date
never
Melanie
offered
had been taken,
explanations.
but all the time
They
his
ate
thoughts
chocolate
were racing
and
about
crisps
Alec
as a
Cleeves.
makeshift picnic, and
His
later
hands
moved
were
on to the
shaking
caravan
at the thought
park,
of how
the bar
close he
where
had come
Sally's
to wrecking
boyfriend
the
was
whole
DJ.
investigation. And
It was
then
only
he'd
supposed to
imagined
serve
Reeves
residents,
driving
but
down
no
the
one
track to the
asked
road by the
questions when they
reservoir
all
before
piled in.
he'd had a chance to have it watched.
It was June,
He
early
should
in
have
the
sorted
season.
out surveillance
No
before
doubt the
coming
owners were
here.
glad of their money.
He was losing it.
Now,
The bar
Yes,
was
I've
a
not got
horrible
time to mess
place,
about.
furnished like a transport cafe
I was
with
working.
formica tables
Where?
and plastic chairs.
An 18th birthday
Along
party.
one wall,
Some village
a row
hall,
of
but in the
one-armed
sticks.
bandits
Why?
clacked and
Can you prove
flashed.
it? You can check.
Hannah and her
Some of the
friends
kids got a bit
didn't mind.
wild. The
There
police
were
were
no
called.
awkward
It was that sort of
questions about
place.
underage drinking.
No fun after
and
9:30
they
or the
took it
neighbours have
over
a
and
seizure.
made it theirs.
The cops came in
When
and
they
told me to turn down
arrived,
the sound.
There were two residents,
time did you get
an
home?
overweight Brummie
About
and
midnight.
his wife, leaning
Can you
against
confirm
the bar.
that?
Soon,
woman,
they
going
shrank
through
away,
emotions.
and the
Though no
Cranford
way would
Grammar
Johnson have
Brigade
been
had
able
it
to
all
pick
to
up
themselves.
Melanie from the Rainbow's End and be back
Hannah
here
still
at
found
midnight.
events like that evening
Of course.
daunting, but she began
There was
to
a
enjoy
mischievous
herself.
look in her eye.
She
which
thought
said,
she'd done well in the exams,
"How
better
can
than
you
she'd
trust me?
expected.
I would say that, wouldn't
And
I?"
she'd arranged
Eddie
to spend the
ignored it.
night with Sally,
Duty
so
done.
for once she didn't have to worry about
Does the
her mother.
name Alec Reeves mean
Since
anything to you?
Edward's death,
The question
Audrey
was
had
directed
become
at Johnson.
increasingly
The woman
anxious
wouldn't
in
have
an
been born
obsessive,
when Alec was running the
unhealthy
hardware
way.
shop in the high street.
It seemed that
Johnson
anxiety
shook
was
his
the
head.
only way she could
Stout got out
express
the
her
photograph.
concern or her love.
Reeves, as he'd been at the
When Hannah
performance
went
of
out,
Macbeth,
Audrey
Reeves
always
more
waited
recently
up.
handing out Duke
She
of
would be
Edinburgh
pacing
award
up and
certificates.
down the dining
You don't
room,
recognise
her
it?
face knotted with tension.
Johnson stood up quickly.
Although Hannah
I've told you,
was
no.
always
I've
back
got to get to
before
work.
the agreed time.
He pulled a leather jacket from the back of his
Later,
chair,
she was to
felt in the pocket
understand
for car
something
keys.
of what her mother had
Running
gone
away.
through.
Stout
She could
thought.
never sleep until
What scheme?
Rosie was in. But
You
then
weren't one of Alec's
it
little
had
boys,
seemed
were you,
an
Chris?
unnecessary
Jesus, are you
intrusion.
crazy?
The
blasphemy
evening of the
hit
party,
Stout,
it was a
as it
relief to
always
know
did,
there would
like
be
a
no
slap.
prying
Nothing to be
questions
ashamed
to
of
answer.
if you were.
And she
Not
felt
your
she
fault.
could let herself go.
I told you. I didn't know the
She
man.
started drinking her usual
Chris went
halves
up
of
to the
cider,
woman, bent to
but
kiss her
later
on the
Sally's
forehead,
boyfriend,
stroked her
Chris,
belly.
bought all
Then
the
he stood in
girls'
front of
vodka.
Stout, challenging
He was
him
always
not to let
throwing
him
his
out.
money about,
Eddie
trying to
opened the door
impress.
for him.
They
He watched
made him
for a
play
moment
the
as
music
Johnson
very
slid
loud,
open the door
and they
of the
started
transit,
to dance.
climbed
climbed in.
At
and
closing
drove
time,
off.
as she stumbled and
The woman
giggled with the
didn't
others down
move
the
or
sandy
speak.
path to the
She
shore,
looked at him from
Anna
her chair,
thought this must be
waiting
what it
for
was
him to
like
go.
to be drunk. She had led a very sheltered life.
Chapter
The
32.
bonfire was already lit. They could see the flames from
They
the
decided
path
to
reflected
go
in
into
the
Bork
water
Farm
beyond.
early the next morning.
Sparks
not
from the burning
mob-handed.
wood shattered
Porteous
in the
and
sky
Stout
like
would
fireworks.
knock on the door, very polite,
Michael
very
had lit
civilized.
it, and he was there
There'd
alone,
be a car at the
tending
end
it,
of the track,
throwing on more
and
wood
someone on the
as soon as
hill
the
behind
flames
the house
subsided.
with binoculars,
While
in
the
case
others
Alec
ran
tried
down the
to
bank
get out
to
on
join
foot.
him,
pretending
because,
to be
as
angry
Eddie
because
said,
he'd started
Reeves
the fire
knew
without
every
them.
inch of that hill.
Hannah stood and watched
The team had all crowded into Porteous's
absorbed
office
in
to
his
make
watch
the final
over the
arrangements,
flames and seemed
Eddie
not to notice
stayed
the
even
approaching
after the
crowd.
rest of them went.
Even when the
So
others
wired up
crowded
that
round him,
Porteous
yelling
knew
and
he
cheering,
wouldn't
he
sleep.
didn't look away.
Porteous wanted to get home
Of
and felt
course,
the
she
nerviness
fancied him
was
like
contagious.
crazy.
He
In the
tried to
beginning,
wind
she
up
had
the
thought
discussion.
him cocky. Still
Then
did, if
a
it came
team
that.
to search the house,
That
he
was
said,
part of the
like we
fascination.
decided. Good people,
And perhaps
tidy
he'd
and
seen
careful.
her resistance
It's all
as
sorted
a
in.
challenge
Nothing
because
left to
he'd
do.
made an effort to win her over.
Still Stout didn't
No one
take
else
to
had
him,
bothered
so
to
he
do
added,
that. She wasn't
"Let's
seen
go
as
home.
much of a catch.
We'll have an early start."
Skinny, with no
But Stout
figure to
wouldn't
speak
move
of,
until he'd gone
black,
through it
oily
all.
hair, and the hint, even then, of dark
Peter woke
down
before
on
the
her upper
alarm
lip.
went off. It was just
He
light,
said she
a
looked
grey mist in
Mediterranean.
the valley. The first blackbird
Perhaps he had
screaming.
heard about her father.
No
and felt
walk
sorry
to
for
work
her,
today.
though if his
A break
friendship
from
was
routine.
prompted by pity, he
He'd
did it
arranged
well.
to pick up Eddie from home
She could usually
and
pick
knew
up a
he'd be
reaction
awake
like
too,
that.
probably
It
already
turned her
dressed,
spiky
pacing
and
the
moody.
floor. Porteous
Perhaps
understood
their
his
unusual
sergeant.
homes
He'd been
in this
there,
conventional
like a
town
reformed
of happy
smoker. He
families
wanted to
gave
preach.
them
He
something
wanted
in
to
common.
yell, "It does you no
She
good.
thought he
All
was
that
happy
stress
in
and
her
adrenaline,
company.
it'll make you crack
And
up."
for a while,
Except it
that
probably
was enough.
wouldn't make Eddie Stout crack up.
After
He
Hannah's
was tough,
first visit
with a
to his
wife
home,
who
the
was there
relationship
when he came in
continued
at
to
night
revolve
to
around
help
the
him
books
relax
they were
and to
reading,
stroke away the
essays
tension.
they had to prepare. When school
Peter
finished for
showered,
the day,
made
they went
tea,
to the library
toasted a piece
together.
of wholemeal
Not
bread,
to the school
forced
library,
himself to eat
where
it.
the few recommended
He
books
was
of
scared.
criticism were
Not of
fought
Alec
over,
Reeves,
but
who
to
was
the dark
probably
building in the
pathetic,
town
not half
centre,
the monster
a
Eddie had
Victorian heap
described,
with enormous
but of
polished
cocking
tables
this
and
up.
rows of reference books
If he
smelling
made a
of
mess
damp.
of it, he
Hannah
didn't think he'd
never
be able
wanted to go
work
home
with Eddie
immediately
Stout
to
again.
face her mother. The Bryce
He was early,
placed
but Eddie
no
must have been
restrictions
looking
on
out
Michael's
because he was halfway
movements.
down the drive
That
before
always
Porteous had switched
surprised
off
her.
the engine.
She would have
He was
expected
carrying a
such elderly
foil-wrapped
people
package,
to
which he
share
threw
her
onto the
mother's
back seat.
anxieties.
But
He
he
would have
insisted
stayed
on
with
making
her all
sandwiches.
evening if she
I told her
wanted.
it would be all over
As a
before
friend,
dinner.
of course, not a lover.
They met
But
up at the
she
police
had her
station
pride
and drove in
and sent
convoy
him home
round
at
the
5
reservoir,
o'clock in
held
time
up
for the
at one
tea
point by
Sylvie
an
would have
ancient tractor.
prepared.
The only other traffic
She
was a
knew
post van.
that the pretty girls
They pulled
with
into the
short
lay-by where
skirts who
Stout had
lusted
turned
after
his
him
car the day
never
before
felt
while the
jealous of
team
the
got
time
into
they spent
place.
together.
Stout
They didn't consider
mention
Hannah as any
he
sort
didn't
of
mention how
competition.
close he'd been to going it alone.
By the night of the bonfire, he'd been
At
at the school
7:30
for nearly
exactly,
a year,
they
but
drove
he'd
up
never
the
had a
track.
proper girlfriend.
That was the time they'd
Some of
decided
them
on.
saw it as a
Not
challenge.
too early to cause
He
offence if it
tantalised
did
them with
all
the
turn out to be
possibility,
a mistake.
snogging
and
them at
Reeves
parties.
wasn't there at all.
But nothing came
Stout
of it.
dismissed the possibility.
He was
but went
indiscriminate
along
in
with
his
theory.
physical contact in
These
a way
were
which
business
was
people,
unusual
keen,
at the time.
surely. He
They'd be
liked to put his
checking their
arm
emails,
round people, planning their
boys
day.
and girls.
But it was
He
still
often
early enough
hugged
to catch
Sylvie,
them on the hop,
making her blush
to
with
emphasise
pleasure.
that they were here on
He had
serious
never
business.
touched Hannah, though. Not
This
even a
has
hand
changed a
on the
bit.
shoulder.
I don't think
not
I'd have
even
recognised
brushing
it.
against her by mistake.
Stout was driving. He pulled
She
into a
longed
marked parking
for it.
bay in what had once been the farmyard.
She didn't make
A
straight
brass
for
sign by
Michael
the
when she
door of a
reached the
converted
shore.
barn said,
The booze
"Reception,"
had made her
but
up
they
for the
ignored that
games
and went
other
towards
people
the house.
played. Let him come to
Everything
her
was
if he
smart,
wanted to.
spruce, clean.
That night,
the garden
there was a huge
landscaped.
orange
A
moon which
conservatory
lit
had been
the
added.
scene, so
Porteous
she would be
took
able
a
to
breath
see Michael
and rang the
even
doorbell.
if he moved away from the fire.
The door was opened by a child.
She latched on to
boy
a tall
of about
lad
12,
from the upper sixth,
half-dressed
who
for
was a
school,
figure of
his
fun,
shirt hanging out,
because
his
his picture was
buttons
once
undone.
in the paper when he got a
Porteous
Queen's
hadn't
Scout
expected
Award.
that. There'd
Someone
been no
had
mention
torn
of
it out
children.
and stuck it on the
Could
notice
I
board at
speak
school.
to your father, please?
He had stood in the
The boy
photo in
grunted.
the ridiculous
He still
uniform,
seemed half asleep.
blushing in a way which
He led
made
them
his
through the
acne
house to a
stand out.
large kitchen, all
Since then,
new
he
oak
got
and
rid of the
terracotta
acne, but
tiles.
the reputation
There
of
was a
being
smell
what
of
they
coffee
now
and
called a
faintly
geek
of cinnamon.
had stuck with him.
At a table
He
by a
did
big window
science
sat a
and
couple.
maths,
The
and was
woman
considered
in a silk
brilliant at
kimono,
both,
the man
which
his
didn't
hair
help.
wet from the shower.
He
in a
came
short
along to
towel and
parties
dressing
like
gown.
this, but always
The table
ended up
was
on
laid
his
for
own.
3, 3, but it seemed the third
Isn't this
place was for the
brilliant,
boy
Paul?
because
I
there was
mean,
no
this
sign of
enormous
Reeves.
sky.
Either the couple hadn't heard the
landscape
doorbell or
seems
they
so
thought the
huge,
boy
doesn't
had
it,
dealt
to
with
me?
it because
It
they
seems
didn't look up.
foreign.
They were discussing work,
Like we're in
planning
a
a
country
meeting
with
for later
wider
in the day.
spaces.
If
She
Reeves was
leaned
there,
against him, knowing
Porteous
as she did
thought
it
they weren't
that it
aware
wasn't
of what
her.
he'd done.
It
They
was the
had
sort of
no
trick
sense
that had
of
been
danger.
played on her.
The boy stood
Tentatively,
dreamily.
he slid his arm
His bare
around her
feet had
shoulder.
made no
She
sound.
felt his
on the
breath
floor.
on her neck.
Eventually, he seemed to
On the
remember
other
what he
side
was
of the
doing.
fire,
Dad?
Michael was watching.
Then they
She saw
did
him
look
get
round,
up,
and he nodded
He
over his
walked over
shoulder
the
in
pebbles
direction
towards
of
the
visitors
caravan
before
site
wandering off.
and the road into town. Hannah
Paul
waited
Lord
for a
must have
second,
taken them for
then
potential
pulled away
clients.
from Paul
If he
Lord
was surprised
and ran
or
after
annoyed that they turned
She caught
at
up
such
with
an
him by the
inconvenient
jetty,
time,
where the
he didn't
water
show
sport
it.
freaks launched their
Perhaps it
dinghies and
wasn't
canoes.
unusual.
She took him by
He
the
stood up,
elbow and
held
swung
out his
him
hands,
round
a
to face
gesture
her,
of welcome,
exhilarated
but also
by the
of
first
apology
touch
for the
and
dressing
her
gown,
daring.
the half-eaten
She felt
breakfast.
muscle and
He was
bone under the
confident,
denim shirt.
rather good-looking.
Where are you going?
There was no sign of the
Home.
spotty schoolboy.
He paused.
His
To Stephen
makeover had
Sylvie's,
been as dramatic as that of
as
the
if
farm.
the two were not the same thing.
Can I
Where
help
is
you?
home, Michael?
Then he
Really?
turned to Stout.
She
Don't
hadn't had the
know
nerve
you.
to ask him about his personal life.
I remember you were a
After the
policeman.
incident in
That
his bedroom,
dreadful
she'd been
case
scared
when
of
I was a
frightening him
boy.
off.
What
You
is
know,
going
you've
on
hardly
here?
changed.
Still, I'm
He
a
shrugged
policeman, sir.
and walked off like a
Here to
sulky
ask you a
child,
few questions.
not bothering to turn on
And
the
still,
charm.
Lord remained courteous.
She
and
realized he
composed.
resented the
Too
attention
courteous,
she'd given to the
Porteous
other
wondered.
boy, even though
Wouldn't
it was
most
Paul
people be
Lord who was a
irritated,
figure of fun,
hostile, if they were
almost a
interrupted
charity
in the middle
case.
of breakfast?
He
But
wanted
perhaps
her
it had become
to
a habit
himself.
to be pleasant.
She was
Perhaps
flattered,
that was why he was
but felt
so
a sense of
successful.
injustice.
He treated them now.
It was
with
all
a
right for
puzzled
him
good
to flirt and kiss and
He asked
touch,
to be
but
allowed
she
to dress
had
first,
to be there
and
for
they
him
let both of
whenever
them
he
go,
wanted
because
the company.
even if Reeves was hiding
On
out
other
somewhere in his
occasions,
big
she would have
house
been
and tried
apologetic,
to do a runner,
grateful
the
that he
team
needed
outside
her.
would get him.
Tonight, because
That
of the
might be
vodka,
better.
she had more confidence.
Save them having to
Suit
serve,
yourself!
and it would look
She
better
shouted
in
and
court if he
started
had been
back
trying
towards
to
the
escape.
party. No!
Does
He called
Philippa
after
have
her.
to be involved in this, Inspector?
And she heard something
Philippa,
like
the wife,
panic
had
in
remained
his voice.
silent throughout.
She hesitated, determined
We do
not
have
to give
questions for
in
both
too
of you.
easily. Then continued walking.
And he accepted even that.
The
without
tactics
a fuss.
paid off because he scrambled over the pebbles.
While they were
towards
waiting
her.
in the kitchen,
He
the
put his
boy
arms
came in
around
for
her
breakfast.
and clung on to her
He shoveled
as if
in
she were the
cereal,
most
then,
important
well
person
trained,
in the world.
stacked the bowl in the dishwasher
Triumphant,
and returned
she
the milk
stroked
to the
his
fridge.
white hair.
He
and
showed
told
no
him everything
curiosity
would be
about who
all
they
right.
were. Do you need a lift to school?
Shall we go for a walk?
Stout asked.
No,
He took her agreement
Very
for
polite.
granted. Very well
He
brought
knew
up.
she
I'll get the
wouldn't
bus
let
from
him
the end
go
of the
again.
track.
He took her hand
Like
and led
Carl
her along
Jackson,
the edge of the
30
lake.
years before.
Sheep-cropped
Doesn't that
grass
haunt
fell away into
Paul
sand,
Lord?
so it
Porteous
was
thought.
almost like being
He was
on a
involved
beach
in the
at
case,
seaside.
even if
But
it
there
was
were no
only as a
waves.
witness.
The water
How can he
was
send his
glassily
son
still.
up that lane every morning
If the others
without a
saw them,
worry?
she presumed they'd think she was just
They carried
another
out
of his
the interview
party
in the
conquests.
conservatory, drinking the
Poor
best
Hannah,
coffee Porteous
they
had
said.
tasted.
She's been
for
hanging
years
round him for
from
months.
Chunky,
Now he's taken
hand-thrown
pity on her.
mugs. Stout took the
At
lead.
that point,
that
the
was
road
what they had
skirted
decided.
the edge of the lake.
A bit of a
There was a
coincidence
flash
you
of
living here,
headlights.
he said.
For a moment, she
after
thought
you
it
were
might be the
involved in the
police,
Carl
that
Jackson
there'd been a
case.
complaint about the fire.
Not really
or even
involved.
something more serious.
Lord protested mildly.
She wondered
I gave Alec
sometimes
an
what
alibi,
Sally
that
was
all.
getting into.
And not really a coincidence.
There'd already been
I'd
rumours
kept in
about
touch with
Chris
Alec.
and drugs.
When Sarah's
But
husband
it was a
died,
blue
he knew
1100.
she was wanting to sell.
It
I was
stopped,
looking for
and
bigger
the driver
premises,
got
and
out,
he knew
leaving
that
the
too.
engine running.
He put
He
us
was a
together.
small, middle-aged
She saved
man,
on agents'
rather
fees.
nondescript.
We got the place for a good
Hannah
price.
thought it must be a
He shrugged.
parent come to collect
It's
errant
Mr.
offspring.
Reeves we're here about.
He peered over towards
Why?
the fire, trying to
We'd
make
like
out
to talk to him.
individuals.
He seems to have
trying, it
disappeared.
seemed, to pluck
I mean,
up the courage to go over.
Why do you want to talk to him?
He couldn't see
Stout
Michael and
paused.
Hannah. They were in the shadow.
It's in
but
connection
they
with a
could
murder
see him
inquiry.
quite clearly, caught in the
The
headlights.
body in the lake.
She turned
Michael
to
Gray.
Michael to make a comment about the man,
You've got
to ask
things
him to
all
guess
wrong.
which of their
Again.
friends he belonged to.
Alec had left
But
town
saw at
before
once
Michael
he already
disappeared.
recognised
Before he
him.
arrived, even.
Who
He
is
kept
it?
his voice amused.
She whispered.
Still, he wasn't right.
I'm not sure.
He
But you
came
do know
back,
him.
Porteous said quietly,
Perhaps.
to watch a production of Macbeth.
The man gave up his search.
It was
got into
special
the
because
car
Michael
and
was
backed
the
it
star,
erratically
and
up
Alec
the lane.
knew him very well.
Michael put
And we'll
his
call
arm
him
around
Michael,
Hannah,
shall we?
and they
Though
walked on.
That wasn't his real name.
Why don't you ever talk to
Michael
me?
had been staying
she
at
said.
Redwood, where
I too.
Mr. Reeves was working as a carer.
Not about the important stuff.
Were you aware of the connection
or
at the time?
the not so important. Like a bloke in a
Don't you
Morrison
find that
1100
strange?
looking for
You
his
were
keys.
the same age as Michael.
Is it
Wouldn't
just
Mr.
that
Reeves
you like
have
the
introduced
mystery?
you? So
No,
you could help the
you
boy
don't
settle into
understand.
his new school?
Whatever it is, I won't be
He
sure.
might have done, I suppose, but he
You
didn't.
must have heard about my
It wasn't
dad.
necessary.
So you know
Michael
about my
was
shady
confident,
past.
immediately
That
popular.
Was him.
Alec would have
Not
recognised that he didn't need any help
What do you
from
think
me.
I'll do? Shock
Besides, after the
Dump
business
you?
with Carl, all the
He
gossip
didn't
at the
answer
time,
at once.
my parents didn't want me to have
I'm
anything more to do
frightened.
with Alec.
He said.
I expect he was trying to
Not
save
just
me
for me.
embarrassment.
For
There was
you.
a pause. Then Stout
She
turned to
thought
Philip,
that was the
changing
old
his
smile
tone.
again. The attention.
Are you a local
the boy
woman,
who
Mrs.
made
Lord?
up stories in his
Had you
head
heard about
and
all
almost
this?
believed them
Only
himself?
what Paul's told me.
She didn't care.
We met at university.
He pulled her beside him
When
on
she'd
the
gone
grass.
off to dress, she'd put
She
on
thought
makeup.
he was kissing her
Her
to
lips were
stop the
glossy,
awkward
her
questions.
complexion flawless.
By
She
the
was dressed
fire,
in a
someone
neat
had
little
started
skirt
playing
and a
the guitar.
sleeveless top. A jacket
There was a
hung
smell of
carefully on the back of
pine
a
and
chair.
wood smoke.
When did you first meet
She
Mr.
lay on her
Reeves?
back
Stout
and
asked.
looked at the orange
She gave a
moon.
frown, not because the question worried her, but
All
because
that
she wanted him
came
to see
back
how
when
irrelevant
she was
all this
talking
was.
to the detective.
It was
But
eating
of
into
course
the
they weren't
important
interested
business of
in
her
the
day.
detail, only in the clues
came to
which
our
might
wedding?
lead to information about
Did he?
their victims' past.
Stout raised his eyebrows.
The party by the
pantomime of
lake had
surprise.
taken place a year
Paul doesn't
before
have many
Michael's
relatives.
disappearance.
His side of the
What
church
happened
would have been
then
rather thin.
could have no relevance.
And
to
Alec
his
is an
death.
old friend, Lord broke in. He was very good to me. You've kept in
Chapter
touch ever
13.
since? Yes, phone calls,
So they
Christmas
became
cards.
a couple.
If he visits his
Michael
sister,
Gray
he
and
calls.
Hannah Meek.
Did he talk to you
She
about
always
his work?
liked the way their
A little,
names
not in
scanned.
detail. He wouldn't consider
Now,
that
listening
ethical.
to Porteous,
Confidentiality
and
must be
Stout
very
talking about
important
the
in
mystery
social
of their
work.
victim's
Quite.
birth,
Stout
she thought it would be
deliberately
a
set down
shame
his
if
mouth.
that turned out not
You
to
could
be
tell
the
us now,
same,
Mr. Lord.
if the rhythm
After all
were
these
lost.
years, you were under
Though
pressure
now,
at
of
the time.
course,
We
she
all know
was
that.
Hannah Morton,
boy.
and
But
she
now
had more
there's a
important
chance
things to
to put
worry
things
about,
right.
like convincing
Where
these policemen
was
that she
Mr.
knew
Reeves
nothing
on the
at all
afternoon
about
Carl
Michael's
Jackson
murder,
disappeared?
and that she had
With
no
me,
reason
just as I
for
said.
wanting him dead.
Philippa looked again at her watch.
If their friends
Look, I've
thought
got to
about
meet
it, they
him.
must
I
have
really
assumed
should
that
go.
Michael
A
and
few
Hannah
more
were
minutes,
lovers.
Mrs. Lord.
Porteous
Stout
and
didn't
Stout,
even
of
look at
course,
her.
had made
He
the same
continued to hold
assumption.
Lord's
After
stare.
all, they went out with
When
each other
did
for
you
nearly a
last
year.
see Mr. Reeves?
Their intimacy
He
was
asked
for
suddenly.
everyone to see. They
I
walked
can't
round
remember
the school
dates.
hand in hand,
He
despite a
phoned the day
rule
after the
banning
school
physical
reunion.
contact.
He said he was going to be in the area.
It only got them into
He'd like
trouble
to take
once.
us out for a meal.
They were walking
We
across
arranged to
the
meet at
yard
the old
towards
rectory
the
the
common
following
room for
evening.
morning break.
What did he
Michael had
want?
his arm around
Want?
Hannah's
Nothing.
waist, and they
Our
were
company,
laughing at a
perhaps.
joke, some piece of
He's
nonsense.
a kind
There was a
elderly man.
shout, and they turned to see
Occasionally he must get
Mr.
lonely.
Spence bearing down.
Did he talk about Michael Gray?
Spooky Spence.
I think we
now
must have discussed the
husband of
identity
Sally.
the body in the lake.
Mr.
It
Gray,
was a matter
Miss
of
Meek,
interest.
a little
Everyone in
decorum,
Cranford
if you
was talking
please.
about it.
They
Did you
looked
introduce the
puzzled.
subject, or did he?
Like the ban on
I
smoking
did.
in the common room.
I remember
the
Michael
rule was
going
never
away in the middle of
enforced.
exams. We all
Spence
thought
must
he'd
have
gone back to
taken
his
their
father.
bewilderment, their
At the
failure
meal
to
at the old
comply
rectory, did
immediately
Alec
with
tell
his
you
instruction
that he knew
as
Michael,
impertinence,
that he'd
a
worked with him at
personal
Redwood?
insult.
No.
Suddenly he lost
Odd,
his
that,
temper.
isn't it? You
He
were
stood
gossiping
in the
about
middle of
body
the
in lake,
playground, gathering
enjoying
a
the
small
drama,
crowd
even.
of giggling
Nothing wrong with
onlookers,
that.
and he
But Alec
ranted
didn't
about
tell
the
you it
younger
was through
generation
him
in
that the boy had
general,
come to town.
and Hannah and Michael in
I've
particular,
told you.
about
Alec
their
was
lack of
scrupulous
morals,
about
their
confidentiality.
failure to comport themselves
did.
with decency and modesty.
Did he stay
As he
here the
yelled,
night after the meal?
Flecks of spit came out
No,
of his mouth.
we offered to put him
It
up,
took them
but
a
he'd
moment
made other
to
arrangements.
realise what had provoked
with
his
us?
anger.
I
At
don't
last they
know.
got the message
I
and
presumed
pulled
he'd be
apart.
staying with his sister.
Spence regained
How did he
shaky
seem that
control and walked away.
For the first time,
They
Lord
didn't mention
hesitated
the
before
incident to their
answering.
friends. They were embarrassed by it.
He seemed
It wasn't the way
suddenly
adults
very
were supposed
old.
to behave.
We wondered if he might be ill.
They
He
never
said
went
not,
to bed
but
together.
It occurred to
Spence
me that
and the
he'd
gang
arranged
they
to
hung
meet us
around with would have
almost
found it
as a
hard
way
to
of saying
accept,
goodbye.
but they never even discussed
He looked
it.
up, gave a little smile.
Hannah thought
Probably
that
just
was
my
because
imagination.
Michael was living with
All
the
that talk of
Bryces and
death.
felt he should conform to their
There
standards.
was a pause.
An
Porteous
exaggerated
could sense
idea of
Philippa's
good manners.
impatience, but still,
She
Stout
wouldn't have
held
known
the
how
stage,
to
and
raise
she
the
didn't
subject.
dare move.
Later, she
When
wished
Stout
she
spoke
had,
at last, he was
that she'd
cheerful.
lost her virginity
A jolly
to him,
surrogate
not
uncle
to a
who
plump
should have been
mathematician
invited to
after
the
a
wedding
drunken
too.
freshers' ball in her first week.
You
at
said you got a
university.
good price for Bork Farm.
Sally was
You've made a
certainly
lovely
sleeping
place,
with her disc
a real
jockey.
family home.
At weekends,
Why was the
she told
price
her
so low?
parents she was staying at
A
Hannah's
payment,
house,
was it?
but
Backing
she'd
up
spend the
Alec's
evening
story
with
all that
Chris,
time ago.
and the bed in the
Lord
Meeks'
stood
spare
up.
room
At
was
first,
never
Porteous
used.
thought Stout had succeeded
Her
in
parents
provoking him into
never
losing
checked
control.
up on her.
But he held it
Perhaps
together.
they didn't want to know
All
what she
the
was up
taunting
to.
and bullying as a
Hannah
child
was
had held
worried
him in
about
good stead.
concerned she'd get caught
I
up
think
in
you'd
his
better
shady
take your
deals.
sergeant away, Inspector.
It wasn't
before
only
he
the
says something
drugs.
else you'll both regret.
There was an air of aggression about him.
You're welcome to search the house
Are you
if you
sure
don't
you
believe
know
me about
what you're
Alec.
doing?
Philippa
She
and
asked
I will be
once.
working in the office.
Sally had told her not
We've
to be
wasted
stupid.
enough time
She
already.
wanted Chris and he wanted her.
The team
That was all that
searched the
mattered.
house, but Porteous
Sally
left them
also
to it.
wanted
He
the
could tell
things
it would
Chris
be
could
futile.
provide.
He had
He
to
had
get Stout
two
back
jobs,
to the police station,
more
find
cash than than the rest of them could
Somewhere
dream
to
of.
deal with his
She liked
disappointment.
the presents.
In the car,
fact
the
that
sergeant
she never
sat
had to
mute,
buy her own
shaking
drinks.
his head.
On the
He didn't
evenings
speak
when
until
Sally
they
was
were in
supposed to be at
Porteous's
the
office.
Meeks, she would Go with him to work, to the disco,
cleared
at
it all
whichever
wrong.
village hall or hotel had
But I
hired
don't know
him,
what else I could have
more
done.
often to the caravan site, which
Perhaps
was his
he was
regular
telling the
gig and
truth.
seemed to have become her
Before
second
Stout could
home.
answer, the phone rang.
Then she would go
Porteous
with him to
listened,
the scruffy
said
flat
little,
he was renting
replaced
over
the
the betting
receiver.
shop in a back street
You
behind the
need
police
those
station.
sandwiches of bets, after
She
all.
once took
he
Hannah
said.
there when Chris was away
Reeves's
for the
neighbour
weekend.
contacted
He'd
the
given
Yorkshire
her a
lads.
key to feed his cat,
She thinks he
an
came
angry
home last
black
night.
Tom. Inside, the flat was
Chapter
surprisingly
33.
ordinary. There was
Reeves
the same
lived in
utility
a tidy
dining
bungalow
suite
at
as
the end of a
Hannah's mum had
cul-de-sac
in their
of
house,
similar
and a
houses.
floral carpet.
Porteous parked
One
at the
of
end
the
of the
bedrooms
street,
was
and they
locked,
walked
and
down.
Sally didn't have a key.
But still,
to
he was aware
She
that they
said
were
it
being
was where
watched.
Chris kept
Not from
his sound
Reeves's
system.
place. The curtains
But
there
Hannah
were still
wondered
closed.
what else was inside.
But in the other bungalows, neighbours
Sally
were
agonised about
twitching
going on the
behind
pill,
Venetian
as if it
blinds
were a
and the
decision
bleached
Hannah
fancy
must be
nets.
making too.
The
Doesn't it make
old
you
lady
become
next
late?
door said it was very
Chris would
late
hate
when
me
he got
for
in.
it.
1:30
It's
at
all right
least.
for you.
Though,
You could do
according
with
to
a
the
few
local
extra
lad who spoke to her, she's as
Hannah
deaf
was
as a post,
non-committal,
and he didn't think a car
and Sally
would
was
wake her.
too wrapped up in her
The
own
car,
affairs to
a
notice.
red Metro, was parked on the drive.
Michael and Hannah
pulled right
didn't
up to the
spend
garage
all
door.
their time together. They
She
were
says
ambitious.
it must have been
It was
late
the
when he got
A-level
here,
year,
or
and
he'd
they
have put
wanted
the
to
car
do
away.
well. Hannah
He
for
always kept
herself,
it in the garage.
Michael, she
Security
thought,
conscious.
for the Bryces.
Head of the neighbourhood watch.
Hannah went through the
A model
process
citizen,
of applying
Stout
to
said,
university,
sneering.
filling out UCA forms.
They knew
going
there
for
was no way out
interviews.
from the back of the bungalow.
Michael, however,
A thick
refused to
Leylandii
make
hedge
any
separated the
None,
garden
at
from a
least,
railway
that he would
embankment.
talk about.
Occasionally,
It was
high-speed
as if he
trains
wanted to
roared
shroud
past,
his
making
future
conversation
as well as his
impossible.
past in
Porteous
mystery.
rang the doorbell.
He said
They
he'd
stood back
take
and
a year
waited.
out, travel.
Nothing
perhaps.
happened. He rang
Hannah
the bell
wondered
again,
if he had more
then
specific
tried the
ideas.
door.
He worked for his
It
exams
opened.
with a purpose, which
They stepped into a
suggested he had
wide hall with a
project.
door on either side, and a
He
corridor
spoke once
ahead
of
which
a
led,
crusade.
Porteous presumed, to
He
bedrooms
had
and bathroom.
a responsibility.
There was a pale
he
grey
said.
carpet on the
There
floor,
was
a
something
small
he
table
had
with a
to
telephone.
put right. Mr.
When she
Reeves
asked,
what exactly this mission
there was no answer.
in a teasing
He
voice,
opened the right-hand
because she
door into a
refused
kitchen.
to let him take himself
A yellow
too
roller
seriously.
blind covered the window,
He clambered
but let
up.
in enough light
She
to
didn't
show
push it.
empty workbenches,
Talking
a
to the
spotless tiled
detectives,
floor.
she thought it was incredible
There were
that
no
she should
plates
have
or
taken
cups
any of his
draining by the
stories
sink,
at face
and
value.
the dishcloth folded over the
Why
mixer tap
didn't
was
she
dry
ask
and hard.
where his father
Porteous
was?
looked in the fridge.
Why they never saw each
It had
other?
recently been defrosted
Because
and was
she
empty.
was perfectly content.
He must have gone straight to bed.
She knew
Stout
she would
said.
never be so happy
He couldn't
again.
stand still. He was
She was
fidgeting
determined
like a kid.
to do nothing.
Let's
to
wake the
spoil
bastard
it.
up. But
The school
Porteous
play
shook
was
his
planned
head.
for the end of the
He
Easter term.
went back into the hall
when
and
Michael
opened
went
the
for
opposite
auditions
door into the
just
living
after
room.
Christmas, she thought
The
he
bay
was mad.
windows were covered
You
by
are
thick
joking.
velvet curtains,
Our last full term
and it
before
took
the
his
exams.
eyes a moment
You'll
to
never
adjust to
manage
the
it
gloom.
all.
Stout
Sod the
came
eggs,
up behind
he
him
said,
impatiently
much as Rosie
and
would
switched
do,
on the
then
light.
gave her a grin to
The
show
room
he
was
didn't
lit by
mean it.
2 lamps on the
Perhaps
walls. They had
managing it
bulbs like
all
imitation
was the
candles and heavy
Perhaps
fringed
it was
shades.
part of his game plan.
The central light was operated by another
Hannah
switch
went
and
with him to
didn't
the
come
audition,
on.
not
But
to
it
try
was a
for
chandelier
part,
with
but to
similar
offer her
fittings.
support.
It must have
She
been
thought he
more
might be given a
substantial than
small
it looked.
role. When she
Because
saw
it
that
supported
Spooky
the
Spence
weight
was
of
one of the
Alec
auditioning
Reeves,
panel, she thought he'd
who
be
hung
lucky to get
by
that.
a noose of blue
It
nylon
never
rope
occurred to her
twisted
that he
around
would go
the
for
chain which
Macbeth.
fixed the chandelier to the
She
ceiling.
perched on a windowsill at the back
A kitchen
of the hall
stool,
and waited for his
overturned,
turn.
lay on the floor
The
beneath
teachers
him.
sat in judgment on a row of
Stout
chairs
was about
in front.
to go into the room,
Spooky
but Porteous
Spence,
pulled him
Miss
back.
Davies
There's
taught
nothing
English
we
and
can
drama,
do.
and
It
Mr.
might
Weston,
be a crime
still
scene.
slightly tipsy
He
from his
wondered why he
lunchtime in
wasn't
the pub.
more surprised.
The
Had he been
actors stood on a
expecting
block
this?
to read.
As soon as he
But when it
realised
was
the door
Michael's
was
turn,
open.
he didn't stand.
What are you talking
He
about?
sat with his
He knew we
legs
were onto
crossed,
him and he
quite
topped
relaxed.
himself.
And when
Stout was
he
almost
spoke,
weeping
despite
with
the
frustration.
language,
This wasn't the way
it
it should
was
have ended.
as if he were
He still
speaking
had
just
things he
to
wanted
her.
to say to Mr. Alec
She knew at
Reeves.
once that he would be chosen to play
Perhaps.
the lead.
What do you mean, perhaps?
Hannah saw
He
Jenny
came in
Graves
last night and
audition
killed
that
himself.
day, too.
Why
She
didn't
was
he
in
lock
the
the
lower
door?
sixth,
What?
a year younger.
It
than
came
them,
out as a
tall
scream.
and willowy, rather
Suicide.
beside. It's a
Hannah
private
thought it was
thing.
typecasting.
You wouldn't want to be
The panel had
disturbed.
gone for the look.
Peter thought he was
She
an
wasn't
expert.
sure she would have chosen
At the depth
Jenny
of his
over
depression,
some of the
he'd
others.
contemplated
He
suicide in
realised
all its
that
forms.
Michael and Jenny
Walking
would
into the
have lots
sea,
of rehearsals
taking
together.
pills,
It
hanging,
didn't bother
jumping
her
off
at
a
the time,
bridge like his
but
dad.
nearer to the performance,
One of
she
the
thought
things
she
that
could
had stopped him
afford
in
to
the
get
end was the
involved.
possibility of an
And
audience.
she volunteered
The
to help
terrible
with
embarrassment
props
of being
and to
caught in the
prompt.
act.
She never
And
admitted
he was
to
looking at
herself
him
that
as
she
if he
wanted
were
to keep
mad.
an eye on him.
Maybe he just forgot.
One Saturday, at about
He
the time
wasn't
of the
that
Macbeth
sort of
auditions,
man. He was
Michael
careful.
and Hannah took
He
a
had a
trip to the
routine.
coast. Occasionally,
And the key
they wanted to
was in
get
the
away
lock on
from
the
home and
inside of the
homework
door.
and
He
explore
used it
the
to
surrounding
get into the
district.
house, took it out,
Hannah
and
liked
put it
to
in
have
on the
Michael to
inside.
herself.
A deliberate
On this day, they went to Millhaven.
Why didn't he
the
turn it
seaside town where Hannah
Maybe
would
he
end
didn't
up
care.
living,
Oh,
where
I
Rosie
think he
would be
cared.
born, where her
What are you
husband would
saying?
fall in love
That
with a
I
PE
think
teacher called
he was
Eve.
murdered.
They caught a bus
He
into
spoke
Newcastle,
quietly,
and another
apologetically.
to the coast.
For
It was
30
the
years,
longest
Eddie
trip they
had
had
thought
made,
of this man
and
as a
she
monster,
wasn't sure
the
how
human
they
form
came
of
to
the
decide
devil
on
he
it.
talked about in
On the
pulpits
bus,
on
man
Sundays.
said he liked seaside
It was like
towns in winter.
expecting him to accept
When they
he got
arrived,
all the other
she
Sunday
could tell that
stuff
he
wrong,
had been
too.
there before.
Why?
It was a freezing day.
I don't
Flurries
think
of snow
he
blew
killed
in from
Theo
the sea,
and Melanie.
gathered like
I don't
piles
know
of confetti
about Carl.
against the lamp
Perhaps
posts and
not
wrought
even
iron
him.
benches.
I
They
think
walked
we got
shoulder
it
to
wrong.
shoulder,
Not
hands
we!
deep in coat pockets,
Eddie bellowed.
heads bowed against the
A
wind.
child having a
But
tantrum,
not in an aimless
wanting
way.
to be important,
Michael knew
even
where
if
he
it
was
meant
going,
taking the
where he
blame.
wanted to be.
If anyone got it wrong,
He
it
found
was
his way
me.
immediately to the sea
We
front.
need
the
knew
scene
which
of way to
crime
turn
team.
for the funfair, closed and
Why
deserted
was he
for the winter.
murdered if he wasn't
He
involved?
stood there for a moment,
To make
looking
us
in
think
over
he
the
was.
padlocked gate at the entrance.
If
for
the house
ghost
had a
train
Yale
and the
lock,
helter-skelter,
we'd have been taken
at
in
the
by it.
still and
The
tarnished
murderer
horses
would have been
under
able to
their
pull the
gaudy
door
awning.
to behind him,
Hannah guessed
and
he
we'd
had been
never
taken
have known
there as a
any
child,
different.
though it didn't
The
seem to
pathologist
hold
should
any
throw
happy
some
memories
light.
for him.
He paused, turning to Stout.
A penny
Look,
for them?
I might
she
be
said
wrong.
lightly.
I'm
Sorry?
just saying
He
how
turned to
I
her,
see it.
still preoccupied.
No.
What
are you
thinking
about?
She
I
had
don't
to yell
think you're
above
wrong.
the wind and felt a bit
Then,
ridiculous.
muttering,
They
just
weren't
loud
ideal
enough for
conditions
Peter
a
to
deep
hear.
and meaningful discussion.
I don't think you're ever wrong.
My mother, he said. Actually,
Porteous left him, waiting for the
she
local
sensed
team,
that he was ready
and
to
went
talk.
to see the old
Took
lady
his
who'd
arm
reported
and pulled
Reeves'
him into
return.
a pub.
She took a while to answer the door.
Talking
She used a
to
Zimmer
the
frame,
detectives,
and she was a
she
big
was
woman.
aware on
Walking
a
was
number
an
of
effort.
occasions of
But
coincidences.
she'd moved as quickly as she could.
Links between
frightened
her
that he'd
life
go
as an
without
18-year-old
giving her the lowdown.
and her life as a mother.
Anything up?
Often she caught
said,
herself
moving
thinking,
awkwardly aside to let
what
him in.
would Rosie have done?
I'm
if that had
afraid
happened to
Mr.
her?
Reeves is dead.
Certainly she would have been
She'd
more
see the
assertive.
trolley soon enough.
She wouldn't have waited
I knew
for almost
something
a
were
year,
wrong.
content with a kiss
Why?
and a fairly chaste
Like I told
rope.
that lad on the phone.
She would
He
have
hadn't
wanted
put
to
his
know what
car
was
away.
going on.
I know it were
The
late
pub
when he got
was the
in,
most
but he
obvious
always did.
coincidence.
She
When
had a heavy
Rosie
Yorkshire
first
accent.
started work in the
He saw the
promenade,
hearing aid,
Hannah
remembered
thought
what
the
they'd
name
said
was
about her
familiar.
being deaf.
She called
Did
in
you
occasionally to
hear
collect
his
her daughter
car?
from a late shift,
Saw the lights.
but the place stirred
I was
no
awake
memories.
and got
By
up
the
to
time
get a cup
Rosie
of tea.
worked there, the prom had
You
become
don't sleep
one
so well
big
when you get
room
older.
with long windows
I was in the
painted
kitchen
white.
waiting for the kettle to boil.
One evening, when she wasn't
Did you
quite
see
ready for
him
her lift
get
home,
out of the car?
Hannah looked at the old
No.
photographs on the walls.
I took my tea
They
back
hadn't
to bed.
been bought as a job lot.
The
by
bedroom's at the
brewery.
back.
They showed the place as
What
it had
time
been
was it?
before it had been taken
Just
over.
checking.
Quarter
With
to
a start,
2.
She realised
It was
the
just
pub
the one
where
car?
She and Michael
What do you
had sat
mean?
on that winter's
He didn't
day.
have a visitor?
Then
Someone
the promenade
who parked at the
had
top of the
two
road,
small
perhaps?
bars,
Not that
separated
I
by
saw.
a gloomy corridor.
Anyway, he wasn't
walls
one
were
for
half
visitors at
panelled
any
in
time.
wood, covered in a
Certainly not
sticky
in the middle of the
yellow
night.
varnish, wrinkles
He was
like
halfway
custard
down
skin.
the path when she
They had
shouted
sat
after
all
him.
lunchtime in the corner
What
of the
was it
slug
that killed
with
him
their
then?
half pints in front
He
of
pretended he was
them,
deaf
and nobody
too,
disturbed
and
them.
didn't turn round.
That was the time he
Eddie
told her
was waiting
about
in the
his
kitchen
mother's
of Reeves's
funeral.
house,
The story
subdued.
Hannah passed on to
I
the
had another look,
detectives without
he said.
giving them the context.
Just from the door.
without
You're right.
telling them where she
It's
sat
the way
to
that
hear it.
stool's lying.
He
If
talked
he'd
in
kicked it
short
away,
phrases,
it would be
not
further from
trying
him.
to call attention to himself this time,
The old
but
lady didn't see anything.
trying to get it right.
The local lads are
He
on their way.
described the big
Eddie
car
said.
whose purpose
We've made
he
their
could only
day.
guess at.
It's 2
The
years
stern
since they had a
people
murder.
in black clothes.
Do you mind
the
waiting for
crocuses
them?
on the lawn.
No.
But
Where
the
are you off
funeral
to?
hadn't taken
I
place
want
in
to
Yorkshire.
talk to Alice
Hannah was
Cornish.
sure of that.
I don't think
It
we
had
got it
taken
all
place in the
wrong.
windswept
Redwood's
town on the
still the
coast.
place that links the killings together.
Why hadn't she passed on
You think
that
she knows something?
particular gem of information?
I want to
Porteous
talk
and
to her.
Stout.
He thought, I don't want
She
to
had
be
her
waiting
reasons.
here when they cut
Because
down
they had
Alec Reeves.
irritated her.
I don't
with their
want to see
insinuating
Eddie
questions.
realise it's partly his fault.
Because Michael
He
wouldn't have
hounded
hounded Alec out of Cranford because he was a lonely man
In the
who
pub
only
it
felt
was
comfortable
cold,
in
so
the company
cold
of kids.
that she found it hard at first to concentrate on
with
what
no
Michael was
more
saying.
drama.
At one point,
It
he
was
put her hand
the
on
last
radiator
thought
and
that
pulled
stuck
it
with
away
him
because
on the
it was
drive to Alice
freezing,
Cornish's
almost
cottage.
literally.
It made
So
him
she
take the
felt her
bends
skin might
too
stick
quickly
to the
and
pipe.
hit his horn at a slow
They sat
elderly driver
huddled in
hogging the
jackets
middle of
with
the
the
road.
hoods still pulled
He felt
up.
the pressure.
Michael,
And when he saw a
talking and
cafe by the
spluttering
side of the
fits.
road, just before the turn-off into Alice's lane,
I don't remember
he forced
much of the time
himself
she
to
was
stop.
ill.
It was an ordinary
Visit
living room with
to the
2
hospital with my
tables covered
father.
with gingham cloths. A jolly
was
middle-aged
holding
woman
flowers,
brought him Earl
orange
Grey
lilies, I
and a
think.
homemade scone with jam, which
And when
she
we
said
got
she'd
to the
bought
bed,
at the
he pushed them
WI
into my
market.
hand.
He ate it and told her how good it was. But he couldn't
In
face
hospital,
waiting for her
and
to
at
bring
home.
him change, so he stuck a £5 note under the
Disinfectant, I
plate
suppose.
when she was out of the room, and
Her
he left.
face.
He
I
hadn't
think I remember
phoned
her face.
Alice Cornish in advance.
But I've struggled too
Partly
much to hold that
superstition.
in my mind.
If he phoned, she wouldn't
And I'm
be
not
there.
sure how accurate it is.
Partly because he needed to get out
You
of
lose
Reeves's
something,
immaculate
don't you,
bungalow,
if you try
even
too
if
hard?
it were on a wild goose chase.
You must have photographs.
She was there.
Hannah said.
The cottage door was
Even
open.
after just a couple
Her
of years,
briefcase
her
and an
memory of
overnight
her
bag
father
stood
seemed
just
to come from
inside.
family snaps.
When she came to greet him, she
There
was
one of
dressed
him
for a
taken at
meeting,
Christmas
a
with
smart
paper
trouser
hat on his
suit
head
with a
and
loose
forced
silk
smile on
jacket.
his face,
Her grey
which
fringe
she'd
was
have been glad
ruler
to
straight.
forget.
She was wearing lipstick.
But Michael shook his head.
Inspector, I haven't time to
I
talk
don't
to you
know where
now.
they all went.
I'm expecting a taxi to the station.
Doesn't your father have them?
Alec Reeves is
He shook
dead.
his head again. He was so upset.
What
But
happened?
she didn't feel
the colour
she
had
could push
drained
it.
from her face,
Later,
but her voice was even.
she knew that to be a
I
mistake.
think he was murdered. It could have
Did
been
she take
suicide.
you to the fair?
No. Alec
I think
wouldn't
she
have
must have
killed
done.
himself. He'd have
It's
seen it
one of
as
the
an act of
pictures I have
cowardice.
in my head.
Is
We went
there
down the
anything you
Helter
have to
Skelter
tell me? She
I
looked
sat
directly
between
at
her
her.
legs.
Nothing.
She wore tan
I need to look at your
nylons.
book again. The book
I
with the
remember the
children's
mat we
names
sat on.
inside. She
I was
hesitated.
wearing shorts.
Down the
and it
track
was
came a red
prickly
Mondeo.
like
It
coconut
sounded
fibre.
as though the exhaust had a hole in
The
it.
sun was shining.
He was aware that he'd been
He
listening to
paused.
it approaching for some time. My
I
taxi.
chose the wrong day.
I'm appearing before a
You
select
create
committee.
atmosphere.
Not something I can put off.
We can come back in the
Please.
summer.
She paused again.
She was buried here,
All right,
he said suddenly.
but you'll have to see
In
to
the
yourself.
cemetery by the
Just shut the
lighthouse.
door behind you when you leave. It's a
Shall
Yale
we
lock.
go to look for the grave?
She picked up her bags
He
and went
shivered.
out to
No,
meet the taxi.
he said.
He stood watching her.
I've had enough.
She
now.
turned back before getting into the
Let's
car.
go home.
Inspector? Yes?
He placed an
There's some
emphasis
coffee
on
in the
last
kitchen.
word, as if
It should
he'd
still
come
be
to a
hot.
decision.
He smiled
Home
and waved his thanks.
Was the Bryce's house.
He poured himself a mug
It
of
wasn't
lukewarm
this
coffee
place.
and took it to the study. He opened the big book with its scribbled
Chapter
signatures,
14.
its jokes and its drawings, turning the pages
Rosie
slowly,
stood
looking
behind
for anything
the bar of
he'd
the
missed
prom
the
with
first
her
time
back
round.
to the punters, and
Anyone
took a
else
moment
would have
to
given
catch
up,
her
but
breath.
this was the only
had been
thing
a
he was
crazy
good at.
evening.
This persistence,
Friday nights
this
were
love
always
of
busy,
the detail.
but this had been wild.
When he found nothing the
On
first
Friday
time, he
night,
worked
the
through it all
locals
again.
came out, and trippers
this
and
time,
people from the city.
he saw it.
They dressed up and
Wondered
paraded
how
along
he
the
could have been
seafront
so
from one
blind
pub to
not
another,
to have picked it
ending
up
up,
earlier.
after closing, in the clubs.
He shut the cottage door
On
carefully
Friday nights,
and
every
sat in his
pub
car
along the
to call
seafront
Eddie,
had a bouncer
and then the
outside.
office.
The
It was
clubs
late
were
afternoon.
heaving.
The car window was open,
Scantily
and he could
dressed
hear wood
waiters
pigeons
and
calling
waitresses
beyond the
pranced
meadow.
between the tables.
The
with
ginger
trays
cat was
held
back
high
in its
above the
favourite
customers.
spot on the windowsill.
The prom wasn't really
In the
part
office,
of this
he
circuit,
spoke to Charlie Luke.
but some people who did the Friday
pathologist
night gig
report
as a
has
bit of a
finally
joke
come through,
started off there
Luke
because
said.
the beer was cheap.
Melanie Gillespie's
and to
never
show
been
that they
pregnant.
weren't really taking it
And we
seriously.
traced that kiddie you were interested in.
Early on, a
Emma
visiting
Leese.
rugby team had arrived.
It all
and taken
seems
up
like the
residence
Gillespie
in front
said.
of the widescreen
Melanie
television.
used to babysit for her.
Isn't
but the
rugby
baby
a winter
died.
thing?
Cut death.
Rosie had asked.
No
vaguely.
wonder she was upset.
They had explained
That
it
was
was
it
a
then,
special tournament,
Porteous
but she had
thought.
already lost it.
The final piece of information.
She had never seen so many
the
similar-looking
tagline
men
to the
before.
joke.
They were like
The
clones,
final
she
connection.
thought. They wore matching sweatshirts with a sponsor's logo on the back.
Part 4.
All had square jaws and squat,
Chapter 34.
square bodies. All drank the same brand
The
of
afternoon,
lager.
the police came to talk
As the
to
evening
Rosie
wore
and
on,
Joe
they
in
grew
the
more
prom.
raucous.
It was
They
hotter
bought
than ever.
2 pints each
Rosie
to save
thought
queuing
that
at the
was
bar.
why the conversation
They
seemed
whistled
so
and
unreal.
shouted at the female
The heat
images on
seemed
the television.
to shimmer, even
But
inside
when Rosie
the
went to clear the
stopping her
tables,
from
they
thinking
seemed not
clearly.
to see her.
When they walked in,
Tonight
she
was
behind
even
the
busier
bar.
than usual because
It had
they
been
were
one of those
person
quiet
down.
afternoons she
Lindsay,
spent
their
daydreaming.
most experienced
She'd look at
barmaid,
the big
had called
clock
in
in its
sick.
heavy wooden frame
Frank
and
was
see that an
grumbling.
hour had gone
Rosie,
by,
preparing to
and
dive
she knew
back
she
into
must
the
have
fray
served
to
half a
collect
dozen
glasses,
customers,
heard him muttering
but she
to
couldn't
himself.
remember any of them.
She grinned.
Then Joe
It'll be
had
his
bounced
age,
in,
she
excited
thought.
somehow,
Poor old
despite
thing.
his grief,
He just can't
shaking
stand
her
the
out
pace.
of her reverie. And soon after
Just
that,
before closing time, the
policeman
crowd suddenly
suddenly thinned.
She'd never met
The rugby
them, but
team
she guessed
stumbled
at
away
once
to
who
look
they
for
were.
a curry or a
Hannah
late
had
night
described them as a
The
double
holiday
act,
makers
and
returned
Rosie knew
to their
what she meant.
B&Bs.
It was
In the
hard
distance,
to imagine
she
them
heard the
working
wail of a
apart.
police siren.
But she couldn't
Then
work out why her
Joe
mother had been so
came.
scared of them.
Mel
They looked
wasn't
like
with
two ordinary middle-aged men.
Rosie hadn't
Out of
seen him
place in
since
here.
she'd come back from
They
the
were
old
dressed for the
rectory with
office,
her mother.
not the seaside.
He
in a
hadn't
heat
returned
wave.
her calls. and
Doughy
she'd almost
faces
given him
covered
up.
with a sheen of sweat.
She tried to talk to Mel.
They stood for a
but
moment
hadn't got
just
through to
inside
her
the door, and then the
Mrs.
younger
Gillespie
man came to the
always
bar.
answered the phone,
He
even
introduced
during the
himself
day,
and ordered
which
orange
was a
juice.
sign that something
He was
wrong.
pleasant enough. But he
Mrs.
couldn't
Gillespie
forget
was
he'd
usually
upset
as much
her
of a
mother
workaholic
and found
as
it
her
hard
husband.
to be polite.
Certainly worked the same sort of
Joe
hours.
took a beer off him.
At
Then
first,
they
when
sat
Rosie
round one of the
phoned, Mel's
tables in
mum
the
had
corner,
been evasive.
staring at
Mel
each other,
wasn't available,
not
and she
sure
wasn't
how to
sure when
start.
she'd be back.
This isn't
Later,
official,
she'd
the
come
inspector
clean.
said. Nothing formal.
Look, I'm sorry.
We just
Rose.
want to talk about
She's
Mel.
really not very well.
Somehow that started
could
them
come
off,
round,
so he didn't have
not
to
just
ask
at
any
present.
questions.
Maybe when
It was
she's a bit
like
better.
a real conversation.
So when
Friends
Joe
chatting.
turned up at the prom
Frank
on his own
wasn't
that
there.
night, Rosie
he was
wasn't
minding
surprised.
the bar, but the rest
She
of
pulled him
them
a
did
pint.
what Porteous wanted.
On
They
me,
just talked
she
about
said,
Mel.
because she knew he'd have
But
no
right
money,
from the beginning,
even if he
Rosie
hadn't been
couldn't
on holiday.
recognize who they were
He
going
sat on
about.
one of the high stools by the bar.
Slow down. she
How's
wanted
Mel?
to say.
I
She
mean,
asked,
Though,
what is
if
going
she was
on
honest
here?
by now, she
It
really
was
didn't
as if
care.
the person who'd been her
He
best
cared,
friend throughout the
which
sixth
is
form
why
had
she asked.
disappeared,
He
to
shrugged.
be replaced in their collective
Her mother says she
memories
doesn't
by
want
a
to see
total
me.
stranger.
He looked over the glass.
Joe was worse than any of them.
I don't know what. to
Really,
make of that
she
woman.
wished he wasn't there.
When Mel first
She
introduced
felt
us, I thought
constrained.
she was okay.
While
Smart,
he was going on
funny.
about how delicate
Mel
Mel had
always
been,
made
how
out she was
fragile,
some kind of
she wanted to
monster,
yell at
but
him.
I
No,
didn't get
she
it.
was more than that,
Now-
stronger than that. You know what she was
I don't
like.
know.
She could be
I've
a
spent the last
manipulative
few days
cow,
at home waiting for
ruthless.
Mel to
She
fall.
had to get her own
I'm not
way.
even sure if
She
I never
wasn't the
passed on
victim you're all
messages.
making out.
I had to get out.
But she couldn't
I
do
need
it
some
to
air
him.
or space.
Not yet.
Whatever.
Someone would have to put him straight.
Why wouldn't she
But
go
it
to
couldn't be
Portugal with
her.
him? I don't
She
know.
had too much to lose.
She was
What
excited
if
at
he never
first.
forgave her? So she
We're all
sat
set to
quiet
go.
while they
There
warbled
must have been
on,
something I did.
pussyfooting around
He
the
went on
subject.
in a rush. I do
What about
everything.
you, Rosie?
I always say
Porteous
the
said
wrong
at
thing.
last, leaning
Perhaps
across
it would
the
be
table,
better if we
giving her
finished.
a seriously
What do you
deep and
think?
meaningful look, as if he
Yes.
expected her to give
She
them the
cried
truth.
silently.
What have you got to tell us about
But he
Mel?
didn't want an answer. Not
Nothing
that
new?
one, at least.
Nothing that's not already been said?
She's...
She could
So
tell he was
delicate.
disappointed.
He spoke
They went on to
slowly,
talk about
struggling
Mel's
for words.
music, how talented
Looking
she
to
was, and
Rosie
how
to
she'd
help him.
already got a confirmed
So-
university place at Edinburgh. The same old
Fragile,
gushing stuff.
And
They
I
were
was
so impressed,
clumsy.
Joe said, that they'd have taken her
Perhaps
even if she'd
be
failed
better
all her
off
A-levels.
with me.
Then Porteous
Then, for the
tried
first
again.
time in
He
such
wanted to
stark
know if
terms,
Mel had ever
Rosie
been
saw what
pregnant.
she was up
Not
against.
now, but at some
She
time in the
understood
past.
the competition.
The question was so
She
delicately put
was a
together that
size
not even
14,
Joe was offended.
healthy,
No,
as strong as an ox.
Joe said. Of course
She
not.
laughed too
She'd have
loudly
told me.
and could drink Joe
Would
under
she?
the table.
Joe didn't answer
He
that
didn't
because
want
there
that.
were lots of things
He
Mel
was a
hadn't
romantic.
liked to talk about.
Mel was frail
Rosie, though,
and
was certain.
needed looking at.
It's not possible.
Consumption
Mel would
have
never
been
get
better,
pregnant.
But
She was
now
paranoid
that was
about
no
it.
longer
Wasn't she,
feasible.
Joe?
Anorexia
Joe
came a
nodded
close
sadly
second.
in agreement, and Rosie continued.
Well,
She had to be in
demanded.
control of her body.
She shook
completely.
her head.
That was what the food thing was all about. And if there was some
He drank the
accident,
beer
some
without
mistake,
thanking her.
she'd get rid of it
To be
immediately.
fair, that wasn't like
Was
him,
there
and she
ever
couldn't
any
use
accident?
It as an excuse
No,
to be mean.
Joe said.
She
Not while
felt
she was with
like
me.
howling,
Are you
but
sure?
she couldn't freeze him out.
When there was no reply,
No point
he added,
throwing a wobbly like me.
No matter. The
Really,
pathologist will be able
She'd
to tell
always
us.
known the score.
Rosie was daydreaming again.
My mum's a
She and
suspect
Mel had
in a
talked
murder
about children
inquiry.
on one of their girly nights.
She thought that would grab his
She'd
attention.
slept on the
It
sofa
might
there
not
in
have the
Mel's room,
romantic appeal
and they'd got
of
through a bottle of
anorexia,
wine
but
each
she
when they
thought
got
it
back from the
deserved
pub.
some sympathy,
Mel
some
had got a bit
interest.
soppy about the
It
kid. She
should
used to
take his
babysit.
mind for a
But
moment
she'd made it
off
clear a
Mel's
family
skinny
wasn't
body,
part of her
her
future.
huge and haunting
Her
eyes.
life's not your own if
And he
you're a
did
mother,
look up,
she'd said, shuddering.
suitably curious.
Though, what could she know?
She told him about
Eleanor
the
seems to
corpse in
manage
the lake.
okay. That's different.
He was the
I'm old
love
enough to
of
look after
Hannah's
myself.
life.
I don't
Keeping
bother
her
her
voice
anymore.
cynical.
She wasn't
Though
so keen when I was
she had
little.
been moved by the
She
tale of
paused.
first love.
I
at
want
least
to
the bits of
be
it which
someone.
Hannah had told during
You
the
can't
drive
concentrate
home.
on what you want to do if you're surrounded by
Frank
screaming
was
kids.
getting rid of the last of the drinkers.
And then,
as
lying
lying on
talked
top of
to
her
Joe.
bed,
She
propped
was
up
washing
on one elbow.
glasses, holding
Mel
them over
had
the
squinted
machine,
across at
and
Rosie.
standing them on the draining
What about
board
you?
to dry.
I can see you as an
The
earth
taxi
mother.
stopped outside
Married,
for 3 of
a
the
cottage
other
in the
barmaids.
country,
Frank
4 or 5
asked,
kids, a goat,
you want to go
and
in,
some
Nurse?
hens scratching about in the
I'll
garden.
walk home with you.
Rosie had laughed
Joe
then,
said.
but
So
something
she shook
about
her
the
head.
image still appealed.
She undid her tie and her apron.
She was brought
rolled
back
them
to
into
the
a
pub
ball
by a
and
sudden
stuffed them in her
blast
bag.
from the jukebox.
Frank waited
a couple
at the
of
door for
bikers
the women
laughing.
who were catching the taxi.
Porteous gave her
the
another
driver was getting
pleading
impatient
look,
and
but
hit
she
the
ignored
horn.
it.
She told him she had nothing else to say and offered to look after the bar so they could talk to Frank.
Drove off. Then he shut
Frank
the door
must
and
have
switched off
realised
the
that
main
Porteous
lights.
would want to talk to
Even
him
with the
about
door
the bloke
shut,
who'd
they
been
could
in
hear
the
the
prom
noise
asking after
outside.
Mel.
The street was
But he didn't
full
seem very
of
pleased
people
about it.
moving from
Look,
one
I don't
club
think
to
I can be
another.
much help. Fancy a nightcap,
Don't be
you
daft,
two.
Frank. No
Frank
one else
had
can
never
remember it.
suggested anything like that.
And she gave him a
before.
playful little push,
Rosie was glad
sending him out
Joe
into the
was
room.
there.
He looked
She thought her
shaky,
boss must
panicky,
be lonely.
walking towards
Word
the
in the
policeman,
pub was
as
that
if he
his
were already about
ex-wife
to go
was
into the
getting
witness
funny
box.
about access.
From the bar,
and he
she
was
couldn't
missing
hear
the kids.
exactly what the group in the corner
Rosie
was
didn't
saying,
particularly
but
want to
Frank
drink.
was facing her,
It wasn't
and she
that her
saw
mum
him
would kick
staring
up if she were
blank,
late.
occasionally
She was always
shaking
late
his
on a
head.
Friday. Sometimes
His
it took
eyes
over
were
an hour to clear
unfocused,
up.
wondering.
Sometimes she went
It
on
was
to a
as if
club
he
with
wasn't
her
really
mates,
thinking
but
about
she
the
was
questions and the
knackered.
answers.
And
He
she
was just
wasn't
trying to
too
survive
proud
the
to want
interview,
a bit of time
waiting
with
for
Joe
it to be
herself.
over.
Joe
The next
seemed
day,
to
she
take the
tackled him about
invitation
it.
as an honour.
She'd
though,
been thinking about
and
it all
brightened
night.
up. Yeah, great.
Frank had liked
Frank
Mel
didn't
in the
ask what they
way
wanted.
that he
He
seemed
stood
to
by the
like
optic
all the
and
young
poured
people
3
who came
whiskies.
into the prom.
He'd taken
He
off his
joked
jacket,
with her, acted
and as he stood
sometimes
with his
as
hand
father
above his head,
confessor,
they could see the
standing at the
flaps
bar
spill
for
out over
ages,
his
listening to
trousers.
all her troubles.
When he turned round with
So
their
why
drinks, he was
had he
sweating
been so
slightly.
reluctant to discuss her
He set
with
one
the
of the
police?
whiskies in front of Joe.
She waited
that
until
bloke
about
ever
5
catch up
o'clock
with
when
your
they
lass?
had their meal break together, and she could get him on
which
his
bloke?
own.
There was a
They
bloke
sat in the
here
little
a couple of
staff
nights
room
back,
which led off the
asking
kitchen.
after your Melanie.
They propped the outside door wide
Frank
open and
kept his
sat
voice
beside it
casual,
on
but
old
Rosie
bar
could
stools,
tell he was
their plates on
desperate
their
to know
knees,
what had been
looking
going
out
on.
at the pavement.
That was probably
Families
why
were
he'd
already
invited
trailing
them to
back
stay.
from the beach,
She
the
thought it
children
was really
fractious
sad,
and covered
this
in
need
sand,
he had
the
to
parents
know all that
loaded with
business.
towels and toys.
What sort of bloke?
There was the hot smell of drying
middle-aged,
seaweed and
respectable,
frying onions from the
a mate
burger
of her
stall at the
dad's
fair.
movie. I didn't like to say where she
What
lived.
was going on yesterday,
He didn't
Frank?
seem not bothered, so
What do
I
you mean?
expect he had some other way
He was
of catching up
defensive.
with her.
He had the same
Perhaps she's into
unfocused
older
look in
men.
his eyes as when
Rosie
he'd
had
been
meant
talking
it
to
as a joke,
Porteous.
but when she
She
saw
thought,
Joe's face, she
but he
wished that
can't
she'd
be
kept
scared of
quiet.
me.
Didn't
Frank
he leave
had
his
always
name?
been the boss.
Joe said he knew
No.
everything there was to
Frank
know
had
about
drunk his
running a
whiskey and
bar.
was getting another.
She'd been the
I asked,
dippy
but he seemed
teenager
in a
who
rush.
couldn't pour a
He didn't
decent
even
pint,
stop for a
who
drink.
couldn't get up in the mornings, who turned into work with seconds
Out on the
to
street,
spare.
Joe took her arm
He
as
teased
often
her
did,
and poked
steered
fun
her
in a
through the
slightly
crowd on the
flirty
pavement.
way, which kept her
A middle-aged
wary.
woman in a see-through leopard
Something
print
new
shirt
was
was
going
throwing
on
up
here,
in
which
the gutter.
she didn't quite
A
understand.
teenage girl
The
was
power
sobbing
in the
on her
relationship
friend's
had
shoulder.
shifted.
Joe held Rosie's
Well,
hand
it
and pulled
didn't
her
look as
at a
if you
run
were being
across the
particularly
road and onto the
cooperative,
seafront.
she said, carefully.
She had
keeping her
learned
voice
to take
neutral.
no notice of these
He wiped
gestures
his
of
forehead
affection,
with the back of his
but she
hand.
still enjoyed
Don't you want to catch the bloke
Where
who
are we
killed Mel?
going?
I don't
The
think the
scenic
chap that
route.
came in that
He
night
paused.
did kill her.
You don't mind going the long
How do
way?
you know that, Frank?
No.
He shook his head.
There was enough
A
light
refusal
from the
to
street
answer.
to see the white
If you
line
knew
of foam
anything,
fall
you should
onto
have told the
beach.
police.
They walked in silence.
An open-top bus rattled
She was
past.
thinking of
a
her
party
mother,
of kids on the
of the
top
body
deck,
in the lake.
all held helium-filled
If Joe
balloons.
disappeared into
Rosie
thin air,
imagined the
Rosie
bus
thought she'd
rising
make some
slowly
effort
in
to
the
find
air,
him.
carried slowly out to sea.
She'd hassle
Frank
his family,
took a mouthful of
contact
sandwich,
the rest of his
muttered
friends.
something which she
If they
couldn't make
couldn't
out.
she'd go to the police.
What was that?
Yep.
Sharply,
From what
sounding
she
like
could
her
gather,
mother trying
her
to teach
mother
him table
had done
manners.
none of these things.
I said, I've had dealings
Michael
with the
Graves
police.
had
I
disappeared,
know what they're like.
and she
They'd
had
set me up,
accepted it
given
without
half a
fuss.
chance.
That was
Best
a very
policy's not to say anything.
Hannah-like way to behave.
Nobody's
but
saying
even
you'd
so,
ever harm Mel.
It just didn't
Why
make
would you?
sense.
He
She
turned
hadn't
to her,
even been to see the
grateful,
couple
sad
Michael had been
puppy
living
eyes
with.
were focused
She hadn't
properly
gone
on
to the
hers for
police.
first time.
She'd sat her exams
I've
as
got
if
a record.
nothing had happened,
That'd
and
be
then
enough
she'd
for
left
them.
the area without trying to trace
She
him
hadn't
to say
known about the
goodbye.
record. Again,
And
she looked at him in a
she'd
new
never
light.
gone back.
She wondered what he'd been
Rosie
done for,
stopped.
and
Without
if
the
he'd
noise
ever
of their
been
footsteps,
inside.
they could hear the tide.
She
dragging
imagined him
back
in
the chimney.
Stavely, asking her mother
That
to find him
stuff I
books.
told you about my mother being
Then
a
thought
suspect
she
in a murder
couldn't see
inquiry.
him as the reading type.
It was a joke, right?
But they'll know you couldn't
of course
have done
it was a joke.
You were working the night she
He sounded
disappeared.
amused.
Only until closing time. I could have done anything after that. I live upstairs on my own, don't I?
Enough to put up
Lisa won't let the kids come to
everyone
stay
talking
anymore.
about my dad.
Lisa was his ex. It was an old complaint. Rosie
Of
was
course our mother
irritated
hadn't
by the
killed
self-pity,
anyone.
but she tried not to
She
show
was
it.
the least violent person
Did she
in the
go
world.
out? Rosie
When
asked.
Jonathan
She
walked
wanted
out
to
on her,
shake
she hadn't even raised
It
her
was
voice
like
in anger.
speaking
but
to a surly child.
It was odd.
He
all
shook
the
his head.
same.
But
Her
if they
mother
make out
couldn't
I'm tied
have
up in this
told the
case,
full
I'll lose any chance I ever had
Something
of access.
had happened.
That's ridiculous. The kids have
They
nothing
had come
to
to
do
the
with this.
lighthouse, which had been converted.
Then
years
she wondered
before
if she'd
into an
been
art
too
gallery.
hard on him.
It still
Frank
had a
doted on
whitewashed
his
wall
children.
around it. Before Lisa started being awkward, they'd come to stay at weekends. The rocks in the bay were marked by navigation. Rosie tried to understand what it must be like for him. Looking back towards the town, they saw the flashing neon, which was why he was good at his job. The funfair. He made an strings of the staff and the inevitable blinking blue light of a police. He'd have no one to speak to. From the lighthouse, a footpath led inland, skirting the cemetery and arriving at last at the housing estate.
Why did you say that about the bloke that came in?
The free drink and the walk seemed to have cheered Joe.
How did you know
he didn't mention Mel again, or the stranger who had been looking for her?
Come on,
As they sauntered past the cemetery, he started making howling, ghostly
Anyone
noises.
can commit murder.
There were houses,
teachers,
backing
doctors,
onto the footpath,
anyone.
And Rosie had to tell
and
him
if they
to shut
find
up.
him, you'll get the police off your back.
Outside her house,
there
Joe
won't be
lingered.
anything to get in the way
If
of the
she'd
access
invited him in
application.
for a coffee, he'd have accepted
He
like
put
a
his
shot.
empty plate on the floor.
She could tell he was too wired up.
You're a
go
good
home.
loss, Rosie. I'll
But
miss
Rosie
you when you go to
couldn't
college.
bear any more confidences.
Oh, God.
Not
She thought.
tonight.
A revelation.
She might end up.
He wants to get
confiding
inside
in
my
him.
knickers.
I've got a lot
A
to
small
lose.
wind had got
he
up.
said.
What are
Down
you
the street,
talking
a
about?
Coke can rattled against
This
the
place,
curb and
it's
startled
all I've
them.
got.
The trees
So?
threw strange
So?
shadows.
People could make things
You'd
awkward
better go.
with the
she
brewery
said.
or the
Then she
authorities.
imagined him turning up at the
Has
Gillespie
someone
house,
been
making
threatening
a
you?
scene.
He
You're
looked
not
at her
going to
with
try
those
to
eyes
see
again.
Mel.
For Christ's
no.
sake, Frank.
He kissed
Go
her
to
on
the
the
police.
cheek, as if
Get
she
it
were
sorted.
a favourite
Leave
mount.
it, he said.
She gave him a quick
They always
hug.
catch murderers, don't
Then
they?
he loped
No
off.
need for us to get involved.
Inside,
Yes,
her
Frank,
mother was
there
still
is.
up, watching a late
But he
film
hardly
on
seemed
Channel
to be
4,
listening.
half dozing.
By now, she knew exactly
Sorry
what was
I'm
going
late.
on.
Since
Joe
the drama
might
after
not
the
go
school
for her
reunion,
heavy
Rosie
bosomed
had been
hippie look,
sporadically
but
worried about
it
her mother.
appealed to middle-aged
She wasn't
men.
getting much support.
She fended off the
When
flattery
Rosie
and
had
the
told
clumsy
her
approaches
father
every
about the
day
police
at work.
investigation, he'd had
She'd
difficulty
always
in stopping
suspected
himself
Frank
laughing.
fancied her.
Hannah,
Now she was certain.
mixed up with the police.
She pulled her chair
God,
closer
she'll
to his.
hate it.
Tell me.
Yet if the
she
murder
said.
had happened
You
recently,
don't have to see the police again.
everyone
I
would
can
have
talk.
considered it horrifying.
I'll say. One of the
Rosie could
customers
tell
remembered seeing the
that the
guy that
past
night.
had become very
Give me a
real
description,
to her
a name
mother.
even. I'll pass it on.
She seemed to have
That
become
way,
lost in
we
it.
can find Mel's killer.
Hannah
and
said
keep you out
nothing,
of
but
it.
Rosie
He
could
didn't
tell
answer
that in the long
immediately, but she
silence
knew she
was
had him
reliving
hooked.
it.
It crossed
Now,
her mind
half
that it
asleep
wouldn't be
in
much
front of the
fun
television,
working
she
with
was
him after
probably
this.
dreaming it.
Then she
too.
thought,
To bring her back
she'd
to the
just
present,
leave.
Rosie
She could
offered
do
her
with
a
a
piece of
holiday anyway
information.
before she went to
Usually,
university.
she never told her mother
Her
anything
dad
about
could pay
herself
off some
unless she
guilt
could help
money.
it.
She reached out and
Joe
touched his
walked
arm
me
and
home.
lowered her voice.
Hannah stirred at
She
this,
knew
but
what a
wasn't,
tart
Rosie
she was
thought,
being,
sufficiently
but found
distracted.
she was enjoying the
Not
role.
as distracted as
The
she
power
normally
thing
would have
again.
been. Usually
Please,
she took an
Frank.
unhealthy interest in
I'd be
Rosie's
really
relationships
grateful.
with men. The police phoned, she said.
Chapter
They want to come
35.
here to talk to me. More questions.
Rosie's shift ended
After
at
work on
7.
Monday.
She tried to phone Hannah then.
I'm sorry.
She was standing
It
on the
must be
pavement
shitty.
outside the prom,
Hannah
her
was
hand
usually
cupped round her
prudish about
mobile,
language,
blocking
and
out
Rosie
the sound of the
expected her to
traffic.
object to the word.
She'd wanted to talk to her
Instead,
mother ever
she
since Frank had
repeated it.
spilled out his story.
Shitty.
In the end, he
Yes,
hadn't
it
treated
is,
her as any
rather.
sort of object of desire.
It
There'd
can't
been
be
no
important if he
groping,
can
none of the
bring it to
usual
Monday.
crap about how lovely she
I
was.
suppose not.
She'd felt like his mother.
At the
for
top of the
God's sake,
stairs,
as he
there was a
stumbled
landing
through his
window which
confession.
looked over the street.
She'd put her arm around him
She stopped
and told
and
him
looked
she'd
out,
make everything
not
all
expecting
right.
to see anyone,
And
because
she
Joe
believed
walked
that
very
she could.
quickly and would have been long.
Rosie hadn't liked to phone her mother while she was
But
still at work.
someone
She didn't
was
want
there,
everyone listening
half
in,
hidden
and
by
she
a
didn't want
wind-blown
Frank to know how
cigarette on the
important she
pavement
considered
opposite.
his information. Not that he'd
Her
been
mother
around
called
much after their
downstairs
talk.
to ask
She
if the
supposed he
front
was
door
embarrassed.
locked.
At one point,
Rosie
he'd gone to
turned
the
away
flat
to answer.
upstairs, as if the exchange between them
When she
had
looked
exhausted
again,
him and he needed to
The
rest.
figure had gone.
He looked as if he hadn't slept properly for weeks.
Chapter
She let the
15.
phone ring until the answer phone was triggered.
That
then
Monday,
she remembered Hannah
the
had
weather
said
broke
she'd be
and
working
Hannah
late
went
at the prison.
back to work.
She tried the work
She
number,
woke
but
too
no
early,
one answered in the library.
unrested, to bright
A gate
sunlight.
officer came on.
But by the time she
Sorry,
went out
Pet,
to
you've
the
just
car,
missed
the
her.
sky was hidden by
She switched
thin
off the
cloud,
phone.
like smoke.
Before starting the walk
She
home,
ran back to
she
the house
glanced
to fetch
back
an
at the
umbrella
pub.
just in case.
Both double
The prison
doors
was
were wide
5
open,
miles
and she
to
had
the
a
north.
clear view.
She drove along
Frank
the coast
was
road
staring out
towards
at her.
mountains of
She'd
cloud.
left without saying
The
goodbye
first
to him,
rain
and she
started
thought about going
just
back
as
in.
the barrier lifted
It would have
to
been
let her
pleasant
into the
to
staff
sit on
car
one of the
park.
high stools on the right
The
side of the
drought,
bar,
which had
drinking
brought
a long
Michael's body
glass
to
of
the
white
surface
wine
of
and
Cranford
soda,
water
plenty of
was
ice.
over. But perhaps
apart
she
from the
shouldn't
weather,
lead him
it
on.
was just like any other morning.
Anyway, he
She
turned
queued at
to
the
serve
gatehouse
a
for
middle-aged
officers.
couple,
Some
a
spoke,
big woman and a
others
thin
didn't.
man who had
No
their
one
backs
realised she'd been away.
Something about
After
them
she'd
was
collected
familiar.
her keys, she
hoped
bumped
they
into
were
Arthur,
regulars,
who was
customers
sheltering
who
from the
were as
downpour,
near as Frank
blocking
got
the
to
doorway
friends.
so the officers had to squeeze past.
As she crossed the road
She
to walk
thought
past
he'd
the
enjoy
infant school,
being
she
an
had the sense that
irritation.
everyone in the pub was staring
I
at her.
thought it might blow over.
Of course, when she
It was
glanced
fine
back
when I
over
left
her
home.
shoulder, they weren't
I'm
even
not
looking.
really prepared. Grinning at himself, like
He
him looking such
must
a mess.
have been watching for
He was
her
wearing a
outside
short-sleeved
prom.
shirt, jeans, and open
But there was
sandals.
always a line
Everything
of
was
parked vehicles
dripping.
along the road,
His dress
and
was another
she wasn't
excuse
aware of
for
him
the
until she
education
reached the middle of the street where
disapproval.
Joe lived.
The principal
It was still
thought it
warm.
set the wrong tone.
The tar oozed
Hannah
black
had
where a
heard
patch
comments
in the
from
road
the
had been
inmates
mended.
too. They didn't
Somewhere
know what
in
to
the
make of it.
neighbourhood there was a
The
barbecue.
officers were openly hostile.
The street was quiet.
Despite his lack
could
of
hear
hair,
children
there were
playing
muttered
in
comments
one of the back
and a mess
gardens.
about
The splash
aging
of water from the
hippies.
paddling pool, the occasional
She
snatch
opened
of
her
television
umbrella,
through
and
an
they
open
ran
window.
together towards the
But no
education
one was
block.
about.
The rain was
And
a
until
deluge,
she got
which had
to
already
Joe's
formed a
house,
lake
she took
over the
no notice of her
hard-packed
surroundings.
surroundings.
She was
Inside,
running
she walked with him
scenes
as
in her
far as
head.
his room.
Rosie,
Did you have a
as
good break?
heroine, giving the police
She
vital
paused.
information which
It's a
would
long
lead to the
story.
capture of Melanie's killer.
I'm not doing
Rosie,
anything for
talking
an
to
hour.
reporters
I can make you a
outside
coffee.
court, perhaps with Joe
My
at her
orderly
side.
will be waiting.
That was
Perhaps
when
I
she
could meet you
arrived
at
at Joe's
lunchtime.
house. The attic
She thought
window
she
was
sounded
open,
like a
and she could hear the
teenager
thump of
suggesting
his
a date.
music.
Regretted the words.
She thought
as
his
soon as they
parents
were
must be
spoken.
out, or they would have made
Sure,
him turn it down.
he said easily.
Then she
unlocked
remembered
his
his
door and
saying
went
he was
inside,
looking after
his
Grace that
sandals
evening.
squelching on the tar
At first,
floor.
Rosie didn't think of going in.
Marty
She couldn't
was
face
waiting
listening to more
outside,
delusions
his face
without Melanie,
pressed to the
and
glass
she wanted
door
to
to see
talk
if
to
anyone
Hannah.
was in the room.
But
There was
she
no
liked
porch,
Grace.
and by the time Hannah had
She'd
opened
always
the door,
wished
he
she
was
had a kid,
soaked.
brother or sister.
He was wearing a
Even
thin,
now she was
prison
almost
issue
grown
shirt
up.
which
Grace
clung
was
to him.
passionate about animals.
Oh, God!
Rosie
She
enjoyed
pulled
being
the
shown the
hand
latest
towel from her
additions to the
tublet-sized
menagerie she kept in the
cloakroom and threw
garden.
it to him.
The motherless
I'm
kitten,
so
the
sorry.
baby hedgehog,
I went in
the
the other
house
way and I was
sparrow with
talking.
one wing.
He rubbed his hair
She stopped
and
walking
looked like a
and looked
five-year-old
towards
just
the
out
house,
of the bath.
tempted.
I'll make
A
you some
small
tea,
grey
she
van
said,
came up
realising
the
she
street
was
behind
staring.
her. It was
Warm you
moving
up.
very slowly, as if the
It's
driver
okay,
were looking
really.
at the house numbers.
He folded up the towel.
It had a
and
wing
handed it to
mirror
her,
held on
pulled
with
his
black
sodden
electrician's
sleeves away
tape,
from his wrist.
and a loose bumper which rattled as the van went over the speed bumps in the road. When it
Everything
pulled up
been
at the
all
curb,
right?
Rosie turned to
I'm glad
face
you're
it,
back.
expecting the driver
The
to
guy
ask
they
the
sent
directions.
didn't know the ropes.
But instead of
didn't want to be
winding down
told.
the window, it
No
was
bother
a very
then.
old van and certainly
He shook
wouldn't
his
have had
head.
electric windows. The
The
driver
lad
got
that
out.
kicked off before I went on
He was a
leave,
young
wasn't he?
man,
Don't
about the
worry,
same age as Rosie.
He'll not be back.
She didn't recognize
You've
him,
not done anything stupid.
and he didn't
She was
look as if he
thinking threats,
belonged
if
in
not
this
actual
street of
violence.
wealthy professionals,
No,
even
too much
as
to
someone's
lose.
black sheep.
She's out soon. Doing
He
his
was
pre-release
thin,
course
with
now.
cropped hair and a
He's
tattoo
lucky you
running
didn't
all
say
the way
anything,
down
and that
one
Dave's
arm.
a good sleeper.
Still, she
Hannah made
paused,
the tea,
curious to see
handed
if
them
it
up
was
to
someone
Marty.
who'd come to visit Joe.
I could get used to
Joe
this.
had copied Mel's habit of
Don't tell
gathering up
anyone.
strangers
You
and
don't want to
oddballs,
spoil my
and it
reputation.
wouldn't have surprised her.
Which was, she knew, was a
But he
tough
went to the
bitch,
back of the
a
van and opened
bad-tempered
the
cow
door.
who was okay
She
at
decided
sorting
he
out
was making
books,
a delivery
who would
and
move
lost
heaven
interest.
and earth to track down
She
a
turned
requested
and carried
title,
on walking
and who
down the
wouldn't
street.
listen to excuses about lost or damaged copies.
He didn't shout,
Would
but
have
his
you up
voice
on a
was
report
urgent.
for a bit of
She
chewing
stopped.
gum stuck to a page.
"Are you Rosie?"
He smiled.
"Rosie
The rain
Morton."
hammered on
"Yes."
the flat roof.
He stood
streamed
looking
down
for
the
a
windows,
moment,
so it
squinting
was
against the
impossible to
low
see
evening
outside.
sun.
The perimeter
"Morton,"
wall had vanished.
he repeated.
They could have been in a rain-soaked
"Your mum
library anywhere.
must be librarian at
Do you
Staveley
mind
Nick?"
if I ask what you're in for?
As if this was a surprise.
Suddenly she felt
a
she
new
had the
piece of
right.
information which needed
Perhaps it was that
consideration.
being the subject
She
of a
didn't
police
like being rude,
investigation
but she didn't
gave
want to
her
encourage
some
it.
fellow feeling.
She continued walking.
It made her
He
position in
covered
prison
the distance
more
between them
ambiguous.
quickly. She didn't hear
Don't you
him
know?
running, but suddenly
I
she could smell
suppose
him. A strangely
in your file.
clean, chemical
If
smell.
I ever did know, I've forgotten.
He was behind her,
Look,
so
it
close
doesn't
that they
matter.
almost
It's none of my
touched.
business.
His bony chest
manslaughter.
against her shoulder blades.
She thought
From a
that
distance
was all
it would look
he was
as if
going
he
to
had his
say.
arms
She didn't
around.
blame him for not
She turned
wanting
back
to go
to
into
Joe's
any
house,
detail.
but the sunlight was
She shouldn't
reflected
have
on the
asked.
windows, and she couldn't
He'd
tell
been
if anyone was
kind to her,
watching.
and she'd been rude.
Still, she thought
But he
he might
continued.
be some weird
It was a
friend
fight
of
in a
Joe's,
pub.
and
Stupid.
any moment
I
Joe
was
would come
pissed,
out and
and I
rescue
can
her,
hardly remember
save
now
her
what
from having to
started
make
it
a
all.
scene.
Get in! The court accepted
What?
it was self-defense.
In the van, now.
To be honest,
Then
with
he
you, I was
did
bloody
have his
looking.
arm around
I
her.
had a good brief.
One hand stroked her neck.
drank the
In the
tea.
other, clenched
Hannah
as a
didn't
fist,
know what
was
to
a
say.
Stanley knife. Only the blade
The lad
showed.
I killed
Not
had a
a
wife
sound.
and a baby.
The voice was almost
Sometimes I think,
caressing.
well, he shouldn't have been in the
His
pub
head
then,
moved,
should he?
turning
Getting
quickly,
tanked
his
up and
eyes
gobby,
darting up
spoiling
and
it
down
for a
the
fight.
street.
He had
In the distance,
responsibilities.
an elderly
He should
woman
have been
in
at
bowling
home.
whites stepped out
But
into
that's
the
bollocks,
road
isn't
at
it?
the zebra crossing.
I can't blame
He
him.
waited until she walked
You
away in
can't
the opposite
blame the
direction.
victim.
Joe's
Hannah
music
thought of
changed
Michael Gray.
tempo, became more melodic. As
I
if
suppose
they were
not.
dancing, the boy moved Rosie to the
Listen
back
to
of the
me,
van.
he said.
Get in!
I sound
he
as
said
if
again.
I've been on one of those courses.
Inside there was
Victim
an old
awareness.
quilt with a faded
And
paisley
have you?
design. It
Not
was
here.
shedding feathers.
But I've been through it all.
She climbed in.
I can
He
talk
shut
the
the door.
jargon standing on my head.
The back of the van was a sealed
Where
unit, separate from the
He
front
didn't answer
seats.
directly.
Everything was black,
I've done
except
supervision,
for a thin
care,
crack of brilliant
probation,
light where the
community
door
service.
didn't quite fit.
Spend more time in prison
He
than
started
I've been
the
out.
engine, and the rattle
Long
of the
enough to
broken
know the
bumper
right thing
vibrated
to say
through
when
her
you're after
legs and her
parole.
back. She opened her mouth
But
to
he'd
yell,
meant it, she thought.
but it was like a nightmare.
That thing about not
when you
blaming the
scream
victim.
and scream,
He'd meant that.
and no sound comes out.
Have you got a release date?
Later,
He shook his head.
she spoke to
First
Hannah.
board comes up next month.
She sat on the
Then
floor
what?
of a flat, which was
Then I'm
empty
going to
except
stay
for
out
a
of
sleeping
trouble.
bag and a
Of
portable
course.
television,
I
as
gave a
far as
twisted
she could
grin.
tell.
That's what all the cons
She'd only
say,
seen
isn't it?
one
I bet
room
you've
and
heard
a
it
toilet.
before. I'm serious,
Her hands
miss. You
were
won't
tied
see me in
behind her
here
back.
again.
But
Then a
the
couple of
young
months
man
later,
held her mobile
there they are
so
at
she
your
could
reception
speak.
talk.
The flat was on the
And
second floor of a
you?
block on an estate
asked.
she didn't recognise.
Will you be back?
It hadn't taken
No,
him long to get
not
here.
this time.
20 minutes, perhaps.
What's different this
He'd
time?
parked at the bottom of the tower block
I've
by a
grown
couple of
up, I
skips,
suppose.
pulling her out of the
About
van as if he
time.
didn't care if anyone
And?
saw.
He smiled.
She'd had a few
You're in
minutes
the
to look
wrong
around.
business. You
There
should be
was a
cop.
low building,
You've got a
some
better
sort of
interview
school
technique
or
than most
community
of them.
centre perhaps,
And
and next
there's a
to
girl.
it a
He
children's
corrected
playground,
himself. A
which
woman.
seemed surprisingly new and in
She's
good
an
repair,
actress, younger
though
than me.
no children
but
were
not that
playing
much.
there.
Don't know what
There
she
were
sees in
giant
me.
hardboard
Crazy.
pandas and chickens
shook
on
his head in
huge
wonder.
black springs
She
with
said she'd
black
wait
seats and
this
handles,
time. No
swings
second
made from
chances.
tyres, a wooden fort.
We got together when I was on bail.
In contrast,
My
most
solicitor
of the flat
wangled me a
windows were
hostel
boarded
place.
up, and
She was
beyond
running
the
a
tower
literary
blocks there was a
course,
building
a
site
volunteer.
where a crane and a couple of diggers
she
were
visit?
marooned on the
Yeah,
hard-packed
regular
earth.
as clockwork.
A
With
woman
list
came
of
out of the
books I should
school.
be reading.
She had a bunch of keys like the
So,
ones Rosie's
a
mum
happy
used
ending.
at the prison.
For me,
and she
yeah.
locked up the building,
One last
pulling at
chance.
the doors to check they
Up
were
to
secure.
me not to blow it.
She looked smart
so
and
lucky
efficient
for the
and
guy in the
walked
pub.
briskly round the corner out of
Oh,
sight.
for Michael Gray.
Her car must have been
thought.
parked there because they
You
heard the
said
engine.
You'd been in trouble
She
when you were
hadn't
a
seen
kid?
them standing
Oh,
in
yes.
the shadows.
Now
Even
he'd
if she
started
had,
talking
she'd have
about
taken them
himself,
for a
it
couple
seemed
of
he couldn't
lovers,
stop.
mucking about.
We were the classic dysfunctional
They hadn't passed
family.
anyone else on their way up the
She'd
stairs
hear
to
the
the flat.
quotation marks and the self-mockery.
Hi,
My
Mum.
dad beat up my mum.
Yes?
My mum left him and took me with
I'm
her.
not coming
She
home
couldn't
tonight.
cope, so I was
Don't
in and
worry
out.
about me.
Yeah.
Where are you
Where
staying?
I met real little
She
folks.
almost said Mel's
I
because
was
it
brighter
came
than them,
automatically.
so I didn't get
Perhaps
caught
she should
so
have done.
But
Perhaps her mother
often
would have
enough to
picked
go
up the
right
mistake
through the
and
system.
somehow understood.
I never did
But
drugs,
the boy wasn't
but I
stupid.
drank too much, even when I was
Loris,
a kid.
She said.
It clouded
she's having
your
a
judgment.
party.
If I
When
had
will
been
you
a
be home?
boozer, I'd
I'll go
probably have
straight to
been a
work
brilliant
tomorrow.
Criminal.
He switched
I
off
needed
the phone.
drink.
Good.
Did
he
you
said.
ever do youth custody in
Very
West
good.
Yorkshire?
This
He
is
seemed
ridiculous,
unsettled.
she thought.
He
A
paced
waste of
up and
time.
down the
Leave
floor.
it to the police.
She watched him, not
But she
terrified
held her
anymore.
breath while she waited.
Her
for
emotions
answers.
somehow
Why?
slipped out of gear,
I'm just
but her
after some
brain
information.
working like
She
fury.
wasn't quite daft enough
Very
to
sharp,
trust him with the
very
truth.
clear,
He
as
might
if
keep it
this
to
was the
himself,
most
but
important
if it got
exam
round
of her
the prison
life.
that she was involved
Can I
in
ask
a
you
murder
something?
Inquiry,
What?
her position would be
He stopped
impossible.
pacing, crouched beside her, so
A
she
long
could smell
shot.
him again.
Something
Did you
came up
kill
at the
Melanie
school
Gillespie?
reunion. Someone we're trying to trace. There's a place at Homedale.
Chapter
isn't there?
36.
Yeah, I was there.
Hannah
for a few
replaced
months.
the phone
It was
with
all right.
satisfaction. She
There
was
was a
proud of
farm,
herself.
Pigs.
At one
Some of the
time, she'd have
instructors were
demanded
okay.
details. Who was
When
Laura?
would that have been?
She'd never heard the
Early
name
70s.
before. Where did she live?
He was older than
Was
me.
there a contact number?
I'd have been 14.
Today, she just accepted Rosie's
The
explanation
timing
and let it
would
go,
be about right.
treating Rosie as an adult.
Like I say, it's a long shot.
Besides,
But do you
she had other
remember a
things to
lad
think
called
about.
Michael
For
Gray?
example, Porteous's visit to
Very
the prison
blonde hair.
earlier in the day.
He'd be a few
She could
years
have
older than
died
you.
when he just turned up
He
unannounced,
paused, and
though
she thought for a
he'd
minute
actually
he
behaved with
remembered
more
the name
discretion
from the
than
she'd have expected. She wasn't sure Marty had been taken in by the detective's casual reference to needing witness statements, but Marty wouldn't talk.
He shook his head.
It wouldn't be all around the prison
and I'm not
that she was a suspect in a murder inquiry. She could tell, though, that the orderly had been unsettled by Porteous.
You'd have noticed him.
For the rest of the shift, he'd been moody, demanding that the radio be turned down, snapping at prisoners who jostled to have their books stamped.
You don't get many like
Occasionally
that in
she
Boston.
caught him looking at her,
Nice
and
boys in
she wondered if
trouble
he'd
got
say
probation
something when
or
the
were
place
sent
was
off to see a
quiet.
shrink.
but they were never
I think I'd
alone.
have remembered a lad like that.
He asked to leave early,
could tell there
saying
was
he
no
had
point
something
pushing it.
important to see to.
Thanks anyway.
It wasn't like him.
There was a
He
jangling
always
of
preferred
keys.
to be in
Dave,
the library
the prison
than on the
officer,
wing.
came in,
Would have worked
snug in his
12-hour
uniform
shifts given half the
waterproof.
chance.
He raised an
The
eyebrow
other
at him
preoccupation
drinking tea
was
and the
that
papers
Arthur
not
was
sorted.
coming to supper the following
Hannah
evening.
could tell he would have
She'd
liked a cup
invited him
himself,
on impulse,
but was too
and
idle
immediately
to make
regretted it. She
He took
hadn't
off the
seen him
coat,
all
shook the
day,
water all
then
over
met
the
him in the
floor,
car
and
park on
went
her
into
way
the
home.
office for his
He
kit.
must have been working late too.
When Hannah went to
He'd
find
seen her
Arthur
leaving the
at
gate
lunchtime, he
and was
still
standing
running
by
the
his
class.
car waiting for her.
He'd got them to pull
His
the tables
appearance
together,
had almost
and they
made her
sat
laugh
round
out
as
loud.
if they were at a board
He was
meeting.
wearing shorts which almost
The prisoner
reached his
who
knees
pushed
and a
over the
shirt with
library
horizontal
shelf was
stripes,
standing at the front,
which made
writing
him
on a
look like an
flip chart
upended
with a
deck
fat
chair.
felt-tip pen.
Dear God,
This
she'd
must
thought,
be the
with a jolt of
pre-release
affection,
course.
which surprised
Hannah knew
her.
it was feeble.
Whatever is he like?
But she didn't want to meet him.
No wonder the officers wanted
So
rid of him.
she waited in
Are you
Arthur's office
okay?
until they all
He must have
streamed
heard
out.
on the grapevine that Porteous
There was a
had
list
been
of the
there.
men attending
And
the
he'd be
course
curious,
on his
of course,
desk
about
with their
what had
dates
happened.
of birth and release
Since
dates.
tracing Michael Gray's
By a
identity,
process of
he thought he had a
elimination,
stake
she
in the
identified
case.
her troublemaker
course.
as Hunter.
I don't
The
suppose
next
you fancy
day,
a drink.
he'd be gone.
She hadn't. At least not in
Despite
public.
the rain,
What
Arthur
she
took her
fancied
out of the
had been a
prison for
long,
lunch.
hot
It was
soda
her
to
choice.
take away the
The
smell
food
of
in the
prison.
officers' mess
A good
was
book,
cheap,
a
but
glass
she
of
hated
very
the
cold,
noise in there,
very
the
dry
banter,
wine.
the unspoken
But he'd looked
implication
so
that anyone
tentative,
not
so
in uniform
sure of
was an
rejection,
outsider.
that she hadn't wanted to hurt
They went
him.
to a pub in the nearest
I'm
village.
sorry, not tonight.
Often that was full of prison
given her a
staff
sad
too,
smile.
but today it was empty.
Better things to do.
They sat at the bay window.
Just chatted.
But low
Why
cloud
don't you come
hid
round
the
for a
view.
meal tomorrow evening?
Arthur went to the
Rosie
bar
will
for
probably
drinks
be
and
working,
to
but
order food.
I'll get rid of her if she's not.
As soon as he returned, he
Haven't
said,
you got enough on your
I'm
plate?
sitting comfortably.
I'll enjoy
Let's
it."
hear the story.
But now she
She
wasn't
didn't know
sure
where
that
to
she would.
start.
She hadn't
She would have
entertained
liked
anyone
to go
in the
back
house
to the
since
beginning, to
Jonathan
her
had
first
left.
meeting with
And
Michael
when he'd
at the
been
bonfire
around,
on the
dinner
beach.
parties had been
She would have
daunting
liked
affairs,
Arthur's opinion.
taking
He
days
was an
of
expert.
planning, sleepless
But
nights
the friendship
of anxiety.
hadn't developed to the stage.
She'd always
of discussing
admired friends who
ex-lovers.
could throw together
And besides,
a bowl of
they
pasta
only
for
had
half a dozen
3/4 of an
people,
hour for
drink
lunch.
out of jumble sale glasses.
Did you meet
eat
up with
from
your friends?
ill-matched crockery. She'd
Yes,
never
and
had
I'll
that
go
sort
back.
of confidence.
It's broken the ice.
Now she worried about
But
what she
something
should cook for
happened.
Arthur, and whether she
Yes.
really wanted him in her
She
house.
sounded abrupt and ungrateful.
He'd insist on going over
Rosie
the
had a
inquiry,
bad
picking
day.
at the threads of it.
She'd found it easier to
Would he
talk to
be a
Marty.
rampant
Arthur
carnivore
was
like
a
Jonathan,
professional,
who bragged
the
that he never
reassuring
ate
voice,
anything that
the
hadn't
laid-back
breathed?
manner. These
She
were
supposed
techniques
there would have to be a
he'd
pudding,
perfected.
and would he
He
read
listened
more
to
into the
people's
invitation than
confidences
she'd
for a living.
intended?
She
What
felt
would be
resentful.
expected of her?
She didn't want to be
She was
one of
about
his
to set
clients.
off to the all-night
Anyway,
supermarket
wouldn't he
where
resent her
Rosie's
spilling
friend
out
worked
all
in
her
search of
fears in his
inspiration
lunch break?
when the phone
It was
rang
like
again.
asking a mechanic
It was
to check
Sally
your brakes
Spence,
in his dinner
eager
hour.
for a gossip.
Still, she
had
stop now,
information
and she
to
stumbled
give,
on.
But throughout the conversation,
Did
Hannah
you
thought
hear on the
she was
news that a
fishing
body was
too.
found in the lake?
She had a reason for calling, which
Exposed
was
after
never
the
made
drought.
clear.
Yes.
We had one
I
of
knew
those
him
detectives
when
here
I
again
was
this
at
afternoon.
school. He was my boyfriend.
The ugly little one.
Oh? There was a minute
Perhaps
of silence.
Stout had told
It was
Sally
obviously
that
the
Porteous
last
had
thing
been to
he'd
the
been
prison.
expecting.
Perhaps she was phoning to see if Hannah had been
I'm
arrested.
so sorry.
There was a pause,
The response
lengthened by
seemed
Sally
genuine,
for dramatic
but
tension.
So she supposed
You'll never
would his
guess who's
Monday
mixed
to
up in this
Friday
business.
compassion with the
No,
inmates.
Hannah thought, probably not.
The
It
police
was hard to remember
think
that
he was
once
murdered.
Sally had been her very
Can they
best
tell
friend,
after all this time?
that she'd confided
There's evidence of a
everything
knife
to
wound,
her.
apparently.
Who? She asked.
You went to
Poor
the hills
Lord.
to escape
You
all the
remember him?
crime and punishment thing
The
here.
spotty Boy Scout.
And then
Hannah smiled.
you ended up
despite
with
herself.
that.
She remembered
I know.
sitting next to him
She
by the
forced out a
bonfire at
laugh.
Cranford Water,
As
the
Rosie
evening
says,
she'd first
it's
kissed
shitty.
Michael. Not spotty anymore.
How is Rosie?
Sally said.
Is she giving
Quite
you
a hunk
grief?
these days. You met him at the reunion.
She's being a
the
sweetie.
night they identified
There was
Michael.
a slightly awkward
Of course.
pause.
Hannah replayed
She
it all in her
seems
head.
a nice kid.
The curse of a memory
Protective.
which would let nothing go.
She is, usually.
She
I'm
heard
sorry
the
she was
conversation
so
with
prickly
Paul,
when you met
his
her the
description
night.
of his computer business,
He
and the
shrugged.
conversion of the farmhouse,
Understandable,
the
isn't
music
it?
in the background.
A
Could
Chris Johnson's muttered introduction to the next record.
Had flat feet, and they could
Why
hear
do the
her
police
as soon
think
as she
he's
left the
involved?
bar. Arthur
He's a
waited for her
friend
to
of a
put
man
down the
called
plates on the
Alec
tree.
Reeves.
Just because it
Apparently, this
happened
guy's
30 years
disappeared
ago
from the face
doesn't
of the
mean
earth.
you won't
They want
go
to
through
trace
the
him
normal
because he
stages
knew
of
both
bereavement.
dead kids.
You're bound to
She
feel
paused again before
anger,
adding grandly.
guilt,
At least,
all the usual junk.
that's what my sources tell
Of
me.
course he was right.
So,
Hannah
Paul's
supposed
not really
she should be
implicated.
grateful.
Only by association.
No one else
Don't be
had given
silly,
her the
H.
right to mourn.
You can't see
But
Paul
it
Lord
wasn't
killing
what she
anyone,
wanted to
can
hear.
you?
It wasn't
He was
any of
always
his
such a
business.
nerd.
She didn't need
As
a
if she might
psychologist.
admire him more if he did.
It
turn
was
out
all
to
a
be
long
her.
time ago.
she said.
Hannah thought the conversation
But
was
you'll have
finished then.
memories.
She even began to
Intense
say
at that
goodbye,
age.
but Sally seemed
No
eager
danger
to
of
prolong it.
forgetting.
How's that
she
lovely
said.
daughter of yours?
The police are coming tonight
Fine.
to interview me.
Out partying, as usual.
Whatever for?
Oh?
She was about
Sally
to make a
sounded shocked.
flippant remark.
I
Something like,
thought Melanie
"Perhaps
Gillespie
they
was
think
one of
I
her best
killed him."
friends.
But
She
that
was.
too close. to
Hannah
the
could have
truth.
kicked herself.
That was
She
what
didn't want to
really
make out that
frightened
Rosie was an
She didn't
insensitive
want
little
to tempt
cow,
fate by
especially
saying
to a
it, even as
reporter.
a joke.
What right
After all
did
this
Sally,
time,
who
they
was obviously
can't
enjoying
find out
every
much
minute of
about
the
him.
investigation,
They
have
haven't
to
even
disapprove
traced his family.
She's
They
been
think
really
I can
upset.
help.
I thought she
Ah,
needed some
that
time out
satisfied
with her
her.
friends.
He hesitated.
Right.
Would you
Sally said.
like me
Of
to be
course.
there with you?
Right.
Not to interfere, just for
Hannah
support.
wondered if Sally had been hoping to
It was
talk to
tempting.
Rosie, to
If
turn
she
her
hadn't
memories of
dismissed
Mel
his
into an
earlier
article.
kindness,
Just as
she
well,
would probably
wasn't
have
at home.
accepted.
There was a
But
muffled
she'd
conversation
decided
at
the
the other
body in
end of the
lake
line.
was none of his business.
Roger sends his
She
love.
couldn't have it both ways.
But I don't want it.
No,
Hannah thought.
she said.
Really?
Really,
I don't.
it's just a few questions.
I don't care if I never
She
see
looked at her
either
watch.
of you again.
It was time to go back inside.
She decided on a casserole for Arthur, something she could cook that night and heat up the
Chapter
next day.
16.
Chicken with tarragon.
When
she
Hannah
thought.
got in from work,
Then she could use some
Rosie
of the
was
wine
in the
she
kitchen,
had chilling
and
in the
there
fridge,
was a smell of
and
cooking.
she wouldn't end up drinking
a
the whole
wooden
bottle.
spoon hung over the edge of the bench.
The supermarket
dripped
was quiet.
tomato sauce onto
There were
the
a couple
floor.
of single
Pans
men
were
in
piled
suits
on the
carrying
draining
wire
board.
baskets of ready-cooked
Hannah
meals
moved
and
the spoon.
designer lager.
This is a
Sad,
surprise.
disorganized women like
A nice
her who
surprise.
had nothing better to do
Since
at
the
9
end of
o'clock at
exams,
night than
Rosie
shop.
had seldom been there.
She
to
looked
share
out
a
for
meal
Joe.
with her.
She would never
I'm
do it
supposed to
because
be at work
Rosie would
at
be
7,
mortified, but she wanted to say,
If you want me to stay while the
"Look at
police
my
are here,
daughter.
I can phone
I
in
mean,
sick.
really,
Don't be
look
silly.
at her.
You can't do that.
She's a beauty, and
Usually
she
they ate
fancies
in the
you
kitchen,
like
but
crazy.
Rosie had laid the table in the dining
What
room
are you
with the
doing,
white linen
letting her
cloth
go?
Hannah saved for Christmas and special
She expected
events.
to bump into him
It was
at the
a monster
checkout or
to
filling
iron,
shelves, but he
but
wasn't
she didn't
there.
suggest changing.
She hoped it was his night off.
Rosie
and he
proudly
was at Laura's
carried
party
dishes
too.
from the kitchen. A tomato and
The next
aubergine
day,
casserole with a
Marty
yogurt
wasn't waiting
topping,
outside the
a
library
green
for her
salad.
to unlock the door.
She'd bought
and he
a
still
bottle of
hadn't
wine.
showed when the papers arrived.
You should cook more
She
often,
tried to rouse
Hannah
Dave,
said.
the prison officer, but
Rosie
he was
smiled.
stretched out in the chair in the office.
Afterwards,
and the
there
rhythm
was
of
the
his
usual
snoring didn't
scrabble
alter
for
a beat,
uniform,
even when she
and
shook him.
she ran off to
She
work.
phoned the wing.
Hannah watched her through the window.
Have they told you?
Rosie wore a
If they
thin
had,
hooded
I'd not be
jacket
ringing,
which hardly
she
kept
thought.
out the rain.
She didn't say
and
it
every so
because
often
she
she
knew
looked at
the
her
wing
watch
officer
and put on a
and
spurt of
liked him.
speed.
She didn't
She
have
ran
so many
like a
friends in the
toddler,
place that she could afford
legs
to offend him.
flailing out from the knees.
But she came closer
Then
than she
she
ever would have
disappeared round
done
a corner
when she was living with
and
Jonathan.
the house seemed very
Perhaps
quiet.
living on her own with Rosie
Hannah was
making
finishing
her
the washing
assertive.
up when the doorbell
Where
rang.
is he?
There was
She thought
wine
Marty
left in her
might have
glass,
been
and she
shipped
drank
out
it
to an
guiltily
open prison
before going
before
to
release.
the door.
Sometimes it happened without
Porteous and Stout stood outside.
He's in hospital.
They wore almost
The officer
identical
was from North
waterproof
Wales
jackets.
and spoke with a sibilant
The sight
hiss
of them,
which was mimicked
one
by the
tall
inmates
and lanky,
other staff.
one short and squat,
The sick bay
reminded her of a
she was
music
still
hall
thinking
double
of
act.
it only as an administrative inconvenience.
Come in.
She ran through the library.
She had made
wrote her
sure
in
the
her
living
head,
room was
wondering if
tidy
she could
before
draft in
starting
another
her
orderly,
dishes.
trying to think of
The
a suitable
gloom outside
candidate.
had made it seem
No.
almost dark.
The general.
And she turned on a table
That
lamp.
brought her up short.
On your
Serious
own?
then?
Asked
Yeah.
Stout. He took off his jacket and waited for Hannah to
What's
take
wrong
it.
with him?
There's only
He
my
seemed
daughter
fine
now.
yesterday.
She's at work.
There was a fight.
Usually she
Nastier
hated
than
that
most.
explanation,
We didn't
but
get to it
tonight
in
it
time.
made her rather
paused.
proud.
Marty started
She
it.
offered them
They
tea
all
and was
say that
surprised
some
when they
new
accepted.
lad was winding
She
him up.
thought it
He
wasn't
can
a good
kiss
sign.
goodbye to his parole
They
if he lives
expected
that
to
long.
be here for a long time.
It's that serious.
On the way to the
What's
kitchen,
happening to
she
the
hung the
people I
coats
know?
in the cupboard
She
under
thought.
the stairs.
He can't die.
Stouts
Not
smelled of
him,
tobacco
too.
and reminded her of the night
I've not
in the
heard
old
how he
rectory
is this morning.
when she'd
The
learned
governor
that
will know, I
Michaels had been
suppose.
stabbed.
But you know what he's like. He tells
When
us
she returned
nothing.
from the kitchen with a
It
tray,
looked bad last night.
the men were perched side by
crazy,
side on the sofa.
she cried.
They sat
Marty
with
had
their
so
cups
much
and
to
saucers
lose.
on their knees.
I always
looking
guessed
all
he had a
prim.
temper, but he told
Hannah
me he'd
thought
learned to
they
control
could
it.
have been a committee of volunteers.
Did anything happen
perhaps
yesterday to
organising a
upset
charity jumble sale.
She thought
She had
immediately
sat
of
on many
Porteous,
such
but
committees.
What did that have to do
It would have
with
been
Marty?
more appropriate for them to interview
you were in the prison.
I don't think so.
That was the natural.
You two didn't have a row?
Arthur had called
No.
the
Why?
crime and punishment.
He seemed wound up anyway.
He had a bit of
I'm
a
afraid
run-in
we're
with him
no
earlier in
further
the evening.
forward.
I mean,
Stamp
Sometimes
we
you could
checked
tell
out
that he
your
was
idea
getting
that Michael
tense,
might have been in trouble
but
when he
he'd
was
take a
young.
deep breath
I know
and walk
you
away
thought
from
he
it.
might have done
But
time in
yesterday,
Yorkshire.
before
But
lights
no,
out,
Joy.
he had a go
There
at me.
is a youth custody
There was a silence
institution
at the
near
end of the
Leeds.
phone, and she thought
Homedale,
he'd finished,
she said.
but he continued
Homedale,
in
yes.
a rush.
It was a
I'm
borstal
afraid it
in those
was
days.
about you.
He
But
wanted
no
me to
one
give him
called
your
Michael
home
Gray
phone
was
number.
there
He
in the
said it
years
was
in
urgent,
question.
vital that he talked to you.
I thought you said
I
he must
told
have
him
changed his
if
name.
it was that urgent to
We
give me
tracked
a
down a
message
couple of
and
stuff.
I passed
There's
it on.
an officer
And anyway,
who's
he'd
since
see you
retired
today.
and a senior
He'd
probation
calmed down in the
officer
end,
who was a young
like
welfare
you
officer
said,
there at the
usually
time.
he managed to hold it together.
No one
And last
recognises
night,
the lad you described.
He was way over the top.
It was
I
a
couldn't
long
do it
time
either.
ago.
I couldn't
they'd
give
have
him
worked with
your
a lot of
home
boys.
number. Not even Marty.
She wondered what made her
No,
push it.
she said,
Marty
meaning
hadn't
it.
known Michael
Of course you
either.
couldn't.
Why was she so sure?
During the day,
he'd been
Hannah
inside?
tried to find out more about
Not
Marty.
many posh ones.
He hadn't had any close
said.
friends in the prison.
Not many
He'd
who go on to
always
take
worked on his
A-levels.
own. But she thought
We've
someone
been
might know what
looking
was
at
behind the
boarding
fight.
schools
Who
in
was the lad
Yorkshire
he went
too.
for?
Don't know,
Porteous
miss.
gave a
It was
polite
new,
little smile
just out
as
of
if to say,
reception.
You see, we did listen
What
to
did
you.
he
We did
do
take
to
your
wind
ideas
Marty up?
seriously.
Just
I didn't
in
say
case, honestness,
Michael was telling
it all
the
happened
truth
so
when
fast.
he said he'd gone to school.
Apparently, no one.
We started
could see.
with boarding
Or
schools.
they weren't telling.
If his father were
She
a
thought they were
diplomat,
scared.
as you thought,
But
that
perhaps
would
she was
be his
deluding
most
herself.
likely education.
Perhaps she didn't want to believe
Don't you
Marty
agree?
could have been such a fool.
We've been asking for a list of boys.
At lunchtime,
with
she
the same
phoned the
date of
general
birth as
hospital,
Michael
but the
gave
sister
to
on
the
ICU
dentist.
wasn't giving
We've
much
tracked
away
down
either.
every individual.
She said Marty
They're all
was
accounted
serious
for.
but stable.
No one's
and
gone missing.
No, he wasn't fit
Of course,
to
it's an
receive
incomplete
visitors.
picture.
She sounded
Places
disapproving.
closed,
Perhaps
records
the
are
prison
destroyed.
officer who would be
The
sitting on
team
the end
is
of Marty's
working
bed
through
was
the
making a
state
nuisance
schools
of
now.
himself. It wasn't
I
always
see.
the most house-trained member of
didn't know
staff
what
they
to
chose
say.
for escort.
Did he want a
duty.
pat on the back for his
Hannah
thoroughness?
wished she had the name and
We
number
haven't
of
found
Marty's girlfriend.
Mother's grave yet.
Perhaps it would be
Stout
possible
said.
to
But
trace
that's
it through
hardly
the bail
surprising
hospital
when
where
we don't
she
have a
worked as a
name, a
volunteer.
date, or a place.
But Hannah didn't feel she had any
That
emotional claim
would have
on
been the
Marty.
time to tell
And
them about
she
the
didn't
cemetery
want
by
to
the
look
lighthouse.
as if she were interfering.
It would be possible
In the
to
end,
explain it away
she shut the library
as a
early
stray
and went
memory
home.
which had returned.
When Dave roused himself,
But
to
the tone
complain,
of Stout's voice
she said
frightened her.
it was a gesture.
He
of
made
respect.
it clear he hadn't believed her, that the story of the funeral was a fantasy she'd made
Chapter
up for her
37.
own ends. How would he
The
accept
incident with Marty
she'd
had
forgotten
stopped her
a detail
worrying
of
about
such
dinner.
significance?
She was
Something
glad
which
now
might
that she'd
finally
invited
pin an
Arthur.
identity
He might
on
know
Michael
what had
Gray.
happened. Despite
The
his
moment passed
outsider
without her
status,
speaking.
he always seemed to
So
understand
we
what
thought
was
we'd
going on
look
in
at
the
things in a different way.
She took pleasure now in the
Porteous said.
preparations.
From
Set
the other
table
end,
carefully,
as it were.
polished glasses,
Not looking
opened
into
wine.
Michael's origins, but into
She was coming
where
out of
he
the
was
shower
going,
when the
or
phone
where
rang.
you thought
Usually she'd
he
have
was
let the
going.
answer phone take it,
Because
but she thought it might
you
be about
didn't
Marty.
report him missing
She'd
either,
asked his wing
Mrs.
officer
Morton.
to let her know if there was
And
any
that
news.
does seem rather
Mrs.
odd.
Morton?
You
Yes.
had been his
Can I
girlfriend
speak to
for a
Rosie?
year.
Because
We've
she
been
was thinking
speaking
about
to your
the prison, it
friends,
took her a moment
the
to place
teachers at
the
the
voice.
school,
Rosie's
and everyone
friend,
says you were
Joe.
very close.
She's not here.
He gave a
Hannah said.
sympathetic
She's at
smile.
work. Sorry.
Deeply,
There was an awkward
madly in
pause.
love. Someone
No,
said.
Joe said.
I don't think
I've
you'd
just
simply
been to the prom.
accept his
Frank said she'd
disappearance.
called in sick.
So he must have given
Hannah's
you an
first response
explanation.
was irritation.
Perhaps he
It
told
wasn't
you
the
the
first
same
time
story
Rosie
as he
had
told
phoned
the
in
Bryce.
sick if she felt like a day's shop
Hannah
or an
wondered
expedition
which
up the
friends
coast with
had
her
been
mates.
talking to him.
Then
The
she
prose
thought
style
that Rosie
sounded
would
like
have told her
Sally's.
what she was up to.
No.
Not just
she said.
to cover in case
No
Frank
story.
got in touch, but
Oh,
because
but
she
there
knew Hannah would be
was.
worried after what had
He
happened
sounded
to Mel.
apologetic, as if he didn't like
Did you
to
see her last
contradict
night?
She
At
demanded.
least.
There
No,
was
I met her
a
the day
story
before with a
Bryce's,
policeman, but not yesterday.
Unless they made it up.
My parents were out.
They
I had
wouldn't
to
have
look
done
after
that.
my sister.
So it was a
You
story
weren't at
they
Laura's
believed,
party
even
then?
if it wasn't told
Sorry?
to them by
She was at a
Michael
party
himself.
last night, and she stayed
Let
over.
me explain.
She phoned to tell me.
You were all
Laura's
sitting
party.
A-levels. Michael's
I'm
first
sorry,
exam was
he
art.
said again.
We know
I don't
because
know
we've
anyone
spoken to
called
the
Laura.
school. It hasn't been easy,
She's
but
not
we've
one of
chased
your
up
friends
some
from
of his
school.
subject teachers.
No.
The art teacher is
Then
retired,
she
but
lost
still
control of
living
her
in the
body.
area.
She still
Michael
had the
didn't
towel
turn up
wrapped
for the
around
exam.
him, but she started
He was
to
one of the
shiver.
few pupils in the
As
class.
if from a distance
predicted
she
to get a
heard
top
Joe on the
grade.
other end of the phone.
It was a subject
Don't worry,
he enjoyed,
he said.
so it wasn't.
I
a
don't
case
know
of
everyone
last-minute
she does.
nerves.
She phoned
The
you
teacher
last
was
night
frantic.
and Frank at lunchtime.
Perhaps
She must
Michael
be okay.
had made a mistake
about
I'll call round and ring you
He
back.
phoned the number on the school record and got
She
through to
replaced the
Stephen
receiver
Bryce,
and
who
dressed
was
quickly.
perfectly calm,
The shivering
who
didn't
seemed
stop.
bewildered by all the fuss.
Feeling foolish for not having thought
Didn't
of it
Michael
sooner,
tell
she
you?
dialed the
He
number
said
of
to the
Rosie's
art teacher.
mobile. She
He's
heard
gone
her
back to his
daughter's
father.
voice, delightfully normal, saying
If
she
there
couldn't
was
come
any
to
other
the phone right now,
information
but she
given
returned the
during
call
the
as soon as
conversation,
she
the teacher
could.
can't remember it.
The doorbell
He
rang.
assumed it was a
It was
case
Arthur.
of family illness.
He was clutching
or
a
bereavement.
huge bunch of flowers
It must
in
have
one
been
hand
something
and a bottle of
serious, he
red in
said,
the other.
because Michael had been
Of
working
course,
hard
she
for the
thought, he
exam
would
and
be
was
a red
determined
wine
to do
drinker.
well.
She burst
Oh,
into
yes,
tears, thought Hannah.
He didn't
remembering
say
lunchtimes
anything
in
then.
the art room.
He took her
watching
in,
Michael,
sat her on the
smudged
sofa,
with paint,
poured her a
working
glass
on
of
his
wine from the
display,
fridge,
and dumped the
He was
flowers in the
certainly
sink.
determined.
What is it?
Porteous set his saw he'd opened the red, poured a big glass for himself.
News from the hospital?
Never heard that story?
Nothing like that.
She shook her head.
Rosie? I didn't see anyone much.
She explained about Joe.
I went in for the exams and straight home, he said.
As soon as the
Rosie
A-levels
must
were
be
finished,
okay
I
if
left
she
the
phoned
area.
you and the pub.
I found
Perhaps
a summer job in a hotel
and
in
wants to
Devon.
go off on her own for a bit.
I didn't even come back for the results.
She wouldn't.
They were posted
Not
on
without
to me.
telling me.
You must have noticed
sat
that
beside
Michael
her,
wasn't
Put his arm
around.
around her shoulder.
Yes.
Could she be at her
I
father's?
realised he'd gone.
She might feel awkward
Back
about
to his
letting you
family,
know she was there.
Dramatically.
He's away.
The way that he'd come.
With Eve,
But
the
you
temptress.
didn't go to see
He
the
gets back
Bryces.
tomorrow.
To
Rosie
ask
doesn't
what
have a
had
key to
happened.
their house.
To get a
It's something
forwarding
she
address.
complains about.
Porteous was
Do
faintly
you think you should
incredulous.
phone the police?
No.
She sensed
She
he was
hesitated,
thinking of
unsure
Mel
how
and
much
that he
to
was going
say.
to add, in the
It was
circumstances. She didn't want to
a
hear
bit
it and
embarrassing.
cut him off.
We'll
We
wait 10
stopped
minutes.
going
See what
out
Joe
with
has
each
to
other,
say.
actually.
As if on cue, the
suppose
telephone
I didn't
rang.
want them to
She
think I was
answered it in the
chasing
living
him.
room so Arthur could
Pride,
hear what she
you
was
know.
saying.
A row.
Mrs.
was
Morton.
there?
Stout Arthur. The same two words.
Lovers tiff.
But it wasn't Joe. He
Mrs.
said it
Morton,
casually
I've
enough,
got a
but
message
then
from your daughter.
They both looked at her in a way that
Where
made
is
her
she?
realise the answer
Not
was
far away.
important to them.
But she's safe.
She sensed the danger
She is at the
just
minute.
in time.
You could say
Sally
I'm looking
hadn't
after her.
just told them
You
how
should be
much in
grateful.
love she'd
Can I
been.
speak to her?
Hannah
He seemed to
matched
think
her
about that.
voice to his.
I
Kept it
don't
light,
think so.
implying
Not
you
just
know
yet.
what dizzy things teenage
When is she
girls
coming
are.
home?
There was
I
another
suppose
pause.
so, but
That depends on
I'm
you.
blessed if I can remember what it was all
What do you
about.
mean?
Not
She
wanting
knows
to
she
face
can come
the
home
details,
anytime.
even after all this time.
I need something from you, Mrs. Morton.
Serious, though.
Before
at
I
that
can
age.
let her come back.
Not as serious
Money?
as passing the exams. It was almost a relief.
That was our priority
something
at the
she
time.
could catch hold of. That was
A
probably
ransom?
why we fell out.
How much?
I'm not greedy.
You were jealous of the time you spent
20,000.
studying.
You can manage
I
that.
think it was more likely the
Not
other way
immediately.
around, she said. They
Her
looked at
mind
her.
was racing.
They were still
There
sitting
is
side by
savings
side on the
bonds.
sofa.
Some things
It was
need my
leather,
husband's
one
signature.
of Jonathan's
he
affectations.
lost his temper suddenly,
It
shocking
didn't
her.
go in
Listen,
the room
lady,
at all.
she should be dead already.
Hannah
Tomorrow,
thought of
11.
Michael's
I'll phone
audition
back
for
then.
Macbeth.
And if you go to the police,
Jack Westcott
I'll
and
know.
spooky
And I'll
Spence
kill her.
sitting in judgment on the
She
red
heard herself
plastic
screaming
chairs
as
at
if
the
it
front
was
of the
somebody
hall.
else.
Of course I won't go to the
Porteous and
police. I
Stout
won't
were
tell
sitting in
anyone.
judgment too.
I want her safe.
They thought she was
The line
lying,
had gone dead,
but
and
they
she
were
wasn't
trying
sure
to
he'd heard
decide
her.
if it was because Michael
Arthur took the
dumped
receiver
her and
from
she
her
didn't want to
and
admit
dialed
it,
1471
or
then held it
because
to
she
her
had
ear
killed
so
him.
she could hear the number repeated.
It was impossible to tell if they'd reached a
Rosie's
conclusion.
mobile.
She said.
Why
must have
don't
her.
you take us through the last
She
couple
jabbed her
of
finger on
days of
3
his
and
life?
waited for the number to
Porteous
connect,
said.
only to hear
Is that
Rosie's
possible?
answering service say
Do you know when
she
he
couldn't
died?
come to the phone right now.
Exactly.
He
Perhaps
switched it
not,
off.
he admitted.
They sat
but we
together on
know
the sofa,
when he
each
disappeared.
clasping an undrunk
If we
glass
can
of wine,
believe the Bryces.
double-handed, like bridesmaids,
She was starting to
each
panic.
holding a
Incoherent
posy of
thoughts
flowers,
pitched
one
one
white,
after
one
another
red.
into her brain. She forced out a
I know
reasonable
who it is.
voice.
Hannah said.
It's a long
That boy.
time ago. I'm
She
not
hadn't
sure how much
recognised
I
the voice
remember.
until he lost his temper.
We can help
Then
you.
the memory,
Porteous
which was a
leaned
curse,
forward,
but which
so
also
his
served
elbows
its
were on
purpose,
his knees.
replayed
He
the
clasped his
scene in the
hands.
prison library,
More like
which
a
had initially
priest
sent
than a
her
cop.
back to Cranford.
Or a counsellor. Not
You know
very
him
different
too.
in tone
Thin,
from Arthur.
cropped hair.
There
young.
was a school
He's got a
play.
tattoo of a snake
Macbeth.
running
I've
from
seen
his
an
shoulder
old
to his
programme.
wrist.
Mr. Westcott
can't
has
have been
kept
out
them
for
all
long.
over the years.
You took his pre-release
There was a
course.
photograph of Michael.
She screwed up
Let's
her eyes,
call him
saw the
Michael
list of
for now,
names
shall
on
we?
Arthur's desk.
It's different from
He's
the one
called
which was in the
Hunter.
paper. It's rather faded and grainy,
Yes,
but it
Arthur said.
gives an
I
impression.
remember.
He was
Are
a
you sure
striking
it's him?
boy.
He kept
He
his voice
stopped,
flat,
miming
but
a
she
man
could tell
who
it wasn't
had a
good
sudden
news.
thought.
Certain.
I don't suppose you
She set her
took
glass on the
photograph,
table.
did you?
She shook her head.
What was he in
She'd
for?
always regretted not
Arthur
having one.
hesitated.
No, pity.
Assault.
Still,
I think.
he
added
seemed
quickly.
lost in a thought of his own.
Not rape,
then
nothing
ditched
like that.
all the
He
make-believe
was a
vagueness.
small-time
The
dealer.
final performance of
Someone
Macbeth
tried
was
to
on the
muscle on his
Friday
patch.
night. You were prompt
paused
in
again.
looking after the props.
You know,
She
you
nodded,
must tell the
remembered,
police.
like a
They'll have an
slow-motion
address.
replay, the Bryces
What
rising in
happened
their
to the man
seats
he
to cheer.
assaulted?
Did you talk
I don't
to him
know.
that evening?
Don't lie
In
to
the
me,
interval,
Arthur.
perhaps,
The
or
anger
afterwards?
was wonderfully liberating.
I'm
I'm not
You know
sure.
all about these kids.
Probably.
That's what you do.
So
you
were
tackle
still
their
going
offending
out with him on the
behaviour.
Friday. Then.
She was
So far
sneering
as you're aware,
as she used the jargon.
The disagreement
just as the
between you
officers
must have
did
happened
when they
on
talked
the
about
Saturday
his
or the
courses.
Sunday.
The Saturday?
Hunter stabbed him.
She felt she
and
was being
slashed his
boxed in,
face.
tricked.
She
She should have
got a
claimed
scar.
not to remember.
But
How
the victim
could she
lived.
be expected to have perfect
Hunter isn't a
recall of
murderer,
that sort
Hannah,
of detail after so
Arthur
many
said
years?
gently.
He didn't kill
But she
Melanie.
did, remember.
She
She
was
had
out of
played the
prison
scene
in
over
time.
and over in her head.
What
ever
motive
since.
would he have?
You're
And
absolutely
he wasn't even
certain
born when the
about
lad
that?
in the lake died.
She nodded.
He
She wished suddenly that
You
Arthur
must tell
were there.
Porteous about this.
So much for pride.
Again,
she
they
ignored
would
the point
push
he was
so
making.
hard
if another
Why is he
person were
doing
present.
it?
They'd be
Why
more
me?
circumspect. She wondered
Personal
if she
revenge,
should
perhaps?
refuse to answer
I
their
upset him
questions.
that day in the
Demand
prison?
to have a solicitor.
Or is it
But
Rosie?
She'd never
Has
been much
she
good at
done
demanding.
something to disturb
Besides,
him?
then they'd assume that she
I
was
don't
guilty,
know.
that she
He
had
said.
something
You must
to hide.
tell the police. This is their area
Porteous
of expertise.
straightened his back.
They'll
and
be able
looked
to trace him.
satisfied, as if it
No!
were just as he had supposed.
The anger returned.
He was taking the lead
What
in
do the police
questions.
know about
Stout
why
had
people
taken
do
out a
things?
soft,
They
thick
haven't got very
pencil
far
and
in
was
finding
making
Melanie's
notes on a
murderer.
shorthand pad.
And I can't risk
As
it.
Porteous had waited
What if he
for
was
her
telling the
answer,
truth?
Hannah had
What if he
heard the
knows
lead
someone who
move over
works
the
with
paper.
Porteous?
We'll
He's
come
a
back
kid,
to Saturday
a
night.
smackhead. He's not in
Porteous
league with the
continued.
police.
If you
That's
could
paranoia.
cast your mind back to the Friday.
She seemed about to give in,
He paused,
to agree to
gave
his
her a
phoning
look of
Porteous.
reluctant admiration.
Certainly she presented as the
You
old
do
Hannah, diffident
have a
and
most
unassuming.
remarkable memory,
She straightened her
Mrs.
skirt
Morton.
over her knees and clasped
It
her
was the
hands on
same
her
during
lap.
our previous conversation.
You
So,
always wanted to play
tell us what
detectives.
happened in the interval.
What are you talking about?
Did all the actors remain
now's your chance.
backstage?
Hannah, what do you want me
Yes.
to do?
An easy
Bring
question.
Rosie back?
Mr. Spence, the producer, was strict
As if it
about
were
that.
the most simple thing
There
in
was
the
to be
world.
no running around the hall.
You must still have
The
access to
PTA
Hunter's file at
organised
Staveley.
refreshments for the audience.
They won't have
and took
cleared it
juice
yet.
and biscuits for the
You can
actors
find
and
an
crew.
address for him.
But
you worked with him.
were prompting, I
You
understand,
know what
from
he's like.
the front of the
You're a
audience.
psychologist,
It
for
wasn't
Christ's
a
sake.
traditional stage
You'll know what to
with
say to
wings.
him. He won't
That's
be
right.
expecting anything to happen
Good
until
God,
11
she
tomorrow.
He's a
We can
magician.
catch him off
How
guard.
can he know all this? I don't know.
He closed
She
his
looked
eyes
at her
as
watch
if
and
he
was
were
surprised
picturing
that
the
it
scene.
still wasn't 8 o'clock.
Did you
If you go now
backstage
and look at the file,
in the interval?
You won't
or
even
stay
cause a
where you
stir
were?
on the gate.
I
They're
stayed in
used
my
to your
seat.
working late.
Mr. and Mrs.
Still,
Bryce
he
came to
paused.
speak to me. That
I'm
has been a
sorry.
relief, she said. Her mother had
I
been in
shouldn't
the
have asked
audience,
you.
too.
It could be
A
dangerous.
gesture of support, which
Just
she
get
should
the
have
address,
welcomed.
and I'll go myself.
Hannah wouldn't have known
No!
what to say to her.
It
and
came out as
the
a
Bryces
wounded
kept
bellow.
her away.
It's not
Hannah had
that.
seen Audrey from the corner of
turned
her
to her.
eye, circling. at a
Sod it.
distance. He said,
Sod
"Did
the
they mention
prison
that
service
Michael
and the
might
Home
be
Office.
leaving the area?"
I'll do it.
Definitely
I
not.
bloody want to do it.
They talked about the play. Of course. So either
Chapter
they
38.
didn't know about his plans at that stage.
In the flat, the boy
if
was
indeed
becoming more
there were
jumpy.
any plans,
Rosie
or
thought
Michael
of him
had
only
asked
as
them to
the boy.
keep a secret.
She hadn't asked
Otherwise,
his
they
name.
would have
She
discussed
didn't
his
care.
leaving with you.
The television
Yes,
was on.
I'm sure they would.
He'd switched it on as soon as it got
What did
light.
you do after the
But he kept the
performance?
sound low,
We
and the flashing
walked
images
into
couldn't
town
hold
together
his
and
attention.
bought fish and chips.
In the distance,
Again,
there was the
to
scream
avoid
of
her
a police
mother,
siren.
so she wouldn't
He jumped
have
to his
talk
feet and
towards
stared
her
out
on
of the
way
window.
home.
Rosie
She
saw
saw
his
he
knuckles
was astonished,
clenched, white
but she had
around the
remembered a
handle of his
detail like
knife,
that.
and added, he only
least,
started to relax
I think
when the
that's
noise
what he
disappeared
did.
into the distance.
It could have been another time.
She couldn't see her watch
What about the
because her
props?
hands were tied
He
behind her
answered.
back.
Did you clear
But it
them
was
up that
starting to
night?
get dark.
She thought.
The second night.
He knows about the knife.
He wouldn't put on
Felt
a light.
the last
he didn't
of her
want anyone to
control
know
slipping.
he was using the
Held
flat.
it together.
She'd stopped being scared.
While I was waiting for the
now
others to
she was
change
only
and take off their
hungry and
makeup,
uncomfortable.
a team of us came
The
in on
water to the
Saturday
flat
afternoon
was
to do
still
the rest.
connected. The toilet flushed.
What did you do
And
with
when
all the
she'd
stuff?
complained of being thirsty,
Packed it
he
into
brought her
boxes.
a drink in a
I
blue
don't know
plastic
what happened
mug
to
with
it
a
then.
molded handle.
Did any of the
They'd had
cast
an
keep
identical
anything?
set to take
A
on picnics
souvenir
when she was
perhaps?
a kid.
Something to
He'd given her a
remind them of
biscuit,
the play
too, because she'd said
She
she was
shook her head.
starving.
She couldn't trust
It was
herself to
soft and
speak.
stale.
Was Michael
Is this all
there
there is?
that afternoon?
She'd
No,
demanded.
she said
At that,
sharply.
he'd been
He was the
flustered and
star.
said she'd
Too
soon
grand
be
to
out
look
of
about
there.
with props and costumes.
It wouldn't hurt her to
Porteous
go
smiled.
without for a couple of days.
Well, that
Yeah,
takes
she
us
thought.
nicely to Saturday
She
evening.
could live off her bum for
There
a
was
week.
a party,
If she
she
came
said,
out of this
for the
thinner,
cast and the crew,
perhaps the
and
adventure
a
would be
few of the
worth it.
teachers who were involved in the
That
production.
had led to a
Mr.
picture of a
Spence.
skeletal Mel.
I'm not
She had
sure.
pushed the image from her
Yes,
head.
perhaps he was
Remembering
there.
Mel
Mr. Wesley.
dead in the cemetery had
I
made her
don't
panic.
think so.
She needed to think
It
straight.
was mostly the younger staff. It was clear to her
I believe
that there'd been
there
no
was someone from the
forward
art
planning in the
department.
boy's
Don't
decision
worry,
to bring
we
her
can
to the
check
flat.
the names
If he'd
if we
thought
need
about
to.
it in advance, he'd have got
We weren't
food in.
allowed the party in
Even
school.
if he didn't mind
Not the sort
starving
of
her,
party, at least,
he'd
that
have
we would have
wanted to
wanted.
eat.
And we
As far as
hired
she
a room
could
on the
tell,
caravan park.
He didn't have a
The
stash
DJ
hidden
ran
away.
the disco for nothing.
With the arrogance of someone
Chris
who
Johnson.
usually thrived on the challenge
He's
of
still
exams,
around in the
who
town.
found learning easy,
He's got a record.
she'd put him down
probably
as a bit
know him.
dim.
She'd
She'd worked out the
that
sort of
he'd been
lad he
married
was.
to Sally, but
There'd been
decided
someone
that
like
would
him
be
in
petty.
every class
They'd find
since
out
she'd been an
anyway if they
infant.
asked around.
The name for
She
them
watched
in her
Stout
school was
scribble
Charvey,
furiously on his
meaning
notepad.
scally. And
loser.
you and
Someone
Michael
you wouldn't be
had a
seen
row.
dead with socially.
Not a row.
Jarvis were the
She could
kids who
hear her
started
voice
school
raise
without
at
being able to
Richard.
tie
We
their
just
laces.
decided it would be
They
best
wet their
if we didn't
pants
see
and
each
came
other
last
until
in
after the
spelling
exams.
tests. Teachers
She
hated
expected him to probe. with
In
more
primary
questions,
school,
but
they started
nodded
fights in the
understandingly.
playground and failed their SATs.
Did you
And in high
see
school,
Michael
they got
on
involved in
Sunday?
petty crime,
No,
dealing in
I
single
had an
cigarettes,
exam the next day.
then blow
I didn't
or
go
smack.
out at all. I was
When
working.
they were at school, it wasn't
Which lie.
wasn't often.
And on the Monday,
When Hannah
the
heard Rosie
Bryces
talking
told
like
the art
that,
teacher
out would
that
come the
Michael
lecture.
had gone
How
back
on
to
earth
his
can you be
father.
so judgmental? You don't know anything
He sat
about
for a
those
moment,
kids.
as if he
You
was
don't know
musing
where
on the
they come from
significance of the
or what
detail
their
for the
families are
first
like.
time.
Of course,
But it
people
was
can
all
change
show.
if you
He
give them
must
a
have
chance.
gone over that information dozens
She
of
thought
times
she could
before
change her
visiting
prisoners by giving them books.
He stood up
What
suddenly, seeming
planet
to
was
take
she on?
Stout by surprise.
Rosie knew this boy
Hannah
was a
fetched
Charlie.
their coats and
Always
showed them
had
to the
been.
door.
And so
Stout was still
he was
stuffing
no
his
match
notebook
for
and
her.
pencil into his pocket as he left. She sat now.
It had
with her
stopped
hands
raining,
behind
so
her, wriggling
Stout
her
was able to
fingers
light
so
his
she wouldn't
pipe on the
lose
way to the
feeling.
car.
And she tried to work
Curling
out
his
the
hand
best thing
around
to
the
do.
match to nurture
She couldn't
the
rely
flame.
on Hannah to go to the police. Hannah would do just as the boy said.
Chapter
She
17.
wouldn't take any risks.
Frank
But Rosie
sent
wasn't
Rosie
going to see
home
the boy
early.
walk away with all
Perhaps
that money.
that's what she'd
Money
been hoping
which could
for
see
when
her
she
through
told him about
university,
the police
buy her
and
a
her
holiday
mum.
somewhere
He was a
seriously
good
hot,
boss.
a little car,
It had
and
been
driving
quiet in the
lessons.
pub anyway, and she knew
Then
she'd been ratchet.
She wondered if Mel
Raging
had died
PMT.
because her parents had
Sometimes
refused
it got
to
her,
tell.
so she wanted to roar with frustration.
When they'd come
like
into
a
the flat,
huge
the boy
lioness.
had opened the door with a key.
She'd made a real effort
but he
with
hadn't
her mum
locked it
earlier.
behind him.
So
It was a
she'd taken
Yale
it out
lock
on
with a
Frank
snake.
and the others
So
at work.
if she got
No
to
wonder
it,
he'd wanted shot
she'd
at
be
him.
able to get out.
When she
Although
got in,
he was thin
Hannah
and wiry,
was sitting in
she
the living
didn't
room.
think he was as
She
fit
must
as
have
she
heard
was.
the door, but she didn't
He'd been
get up or
smoking
turn
since they'd
around.
got there. Tiny
There
roll-ups,
wasn't the usual
He crouched
inquisition
over a
about
shiny
what had
tin
happened
to make
Rosie
them,
at
so
work.
no stray strands of
No
tobacco were
television.
lost. And he
The only
used
light
both
came
hands.
from a small table lamp.
So while he was making his cigarettes,
Hannah was
he couldn't
sitting in
hold
shadow.
his knife.
She'd opened another bottle
She
of
wondered
wine
what
and
he'd do
nearly
when the
finished it.
tobacco ran out.
She hadn't got drunk even
He
on
hadn't
the night
made any
Jonathan had
sexual
walked
advance
out.
towards her.
But tonight,
Even when he'd had his arms
was
around her,
ratted.
pulling her to the car, when
Rosie
his finger
sat
was
on the
stroking
arm
her
of the
neck,
chair.
she
He
hadn't
put her
thought
arm
he was
around her.
interested.
She took the glass
He
from
had
her hand.
other obsessions.
You'd better
Her
let me
body
have that.
wasn't something
You're not
she
used
could
to it.
bargain with.
And you've got
She
work
could
in the
tell
morning.
I
It
was
was
used to it
possible
once.
that he
when I
didn't
was your
think
age.
she'd try to escape.
Is that how I'll get?
He'd probably
Rosie
grown up with the same
pissed
sorts of
after a couple
prejudice
of
about
glasses of
her
wine.
as she'd had about him.
I take it the
He'd
police
see
came.
her as a
she
lardy wimp who couldn't
it
look after
dreadful?
herself. He even left her while he went to
They
the
were
toilet.
all right.
It was off the
Polite,
hall,
just
right
doing
next
their
to the
job.
entrance to the flat, and he
Hannah
left the
turned
bathroom
to her,
door open.
and Rosie
But
saw lines
if
on
he'd
her
thought
face
she'd
never
make a run
noticed
for it,
before.
he'd have
On her
tied
neck
her
and
legs.
framing the bottom of
He
her
just
jaw.
didn't think.
But they
All
think
the
I
time,
killed
she
him.
kept her eyes
Hannah
on
said
the
in the
blade.
same flat voice.
She knew he could move quickly
They think
over
we
short
had a row,
distances. He'd done
and he
that in
dumped
the
me.
street outside Joe's.
And I stabbed him.
But she thought that once she got out
The
of
next
the flat,
day,
she'd
Hannah
be able to
must have got
outpace
up
him
in
down
time
the
to go
stairs
to
and
work,
into the
but
road.
Rosie didn't hear her.
Usually,
She never woke
the knife
up much
was in
before
his
lunchtime
hand.
unless
Otherwise,
she was on
it
an
was on the
11
floor
o'clock
just
shift.
beside him.
Today she
He
had
was
a day
as
off.
connected
She hadn't
to it
made any
as some of
plans.
her mates were to their mobile.
She was
You
jerked
couldn't
awake
imagine him
by the
without
phone, which didn't
He'd said,
stop even
as
after
he
the
let her out
7
of the
rings
car when they
the
first
answer
got
phone
here.
usually clicked in.
I've used it before.
Her mother must have
you know.
forgotten to switch on the
Ghosted.
machine before
As if
leaving
he were
for
just
work.
waiting for an excuse. to
Rosie
use
got
it
out
again.
of bed, saw it was only 9:30.
As it grew
swore,
dark,
and
she
took
let
the
her
call
head
in
drop
Hannah's bedroom.
forward, so her chin
The
was
bed
on
was
her chest,
made.
pretending
The few
to
clothes
glaze.
left out were neatly
She'd slept
folded on the
a
chair.
couple of hours the night
Even with a
before.
hangover, her
Hannah
mother couldn't bear
always
to
said it
leave
was
the
a
house
gift,
without time.
being able to sleep anywhere.
Talk about anal.
But she wasn't sure the boy...
Rosie, that is
He must
Rosie
be
Morton.
exhausted.
The
Despite
caller
his
had waited
nervousness
so long
and his
that he
restless
seemed
energy,
surprised to
he
get a
wouldn't
response.
be able to stay
She
awake
didn't recognize
forever.
the voice. It was a middle-aged
There were no
maid.
curtains at the window. window.
Somewhere in the
She couldn't see
background, a
from where
woman
she
was
sitting,
talking,
but
very
on the
quickly.
way in she'd glimpsed
This is
the river,
Richard
cranes,
Gillespie.
and the skeleton
She
of
was
an
still
oil
fuddled
platform,
with sleep
half
and didn't
constructed.
answer, so he added,
Light
with a trace
came
of
in from the
impatience.
glow of the city on the
Mel's
horizon.
father.
It reflected on
Oh,
the blade on the
yes.
floor beside
Hi.
the boy. She'd never met
He still
Mel's
had his
father.
palm
She'd
flat
seen him
on
on
the
handle,
telly, but
his
whenever
breathing
she was at the
regular
house, he
now.
was working. Rosie was leaning
How's Mel?
back against the wall.
There was a pause.
Her knees bent. She
We've
stretched
a bit
one
of a
leg,
problem
tensing
here.
and relaxing the calf
I
muscles.
wonder if you'd mind
The
coming
boy
round.
didn't stir. She
Is Mel
repeated the
okay?
movement with the other
Rosie
leg.
wondered if
Still,
it was Mel's
his
voice
breathing
she could hear in
didn't
the
change.
background. If so,
It crossed
she
her
was almost
mind
hysterical.
that it might be a trick.
I don't really
Perhaps
care to
he
discuss
wanted
it on
her
the
to try to
telephone.
run. Then
Look,
he'd have
if you
an
like,
excuse to
I'll
chase
come and
her
pick you up.
hold her down
I
and
can walk,
threaten her.
thanks.
As soon as possible,
that
then.
was what excited him.
He hung up.
But she didn't
She
think
wished
so.
she'd put up more of a fight.
Charvies could be
She thought she
devious,
knew what it was about.
but he hadn't tried
He
on
wanted
anything
her
like
to
that
persuade
before.
Mel to go into
He
hospital.
saw her as
Mel
a means
hated
of making
hospital.
money.
Always
That
had.
was all.
She'd hinted darkly
She bent her
about
knees
past
again
experiences.
and bent down so her back
Rosie
slid
imagined
slowly up
scenes
the
from
wall
One
until
Flew
she was
Over the
standing.
Cuckoo's Nest and wasn't
She
going to
shook the
force him
stiffness
into
out of
something
her
she didn't
legs.
want.
Still, the boy
Then
slept.
she thought there
She
must be
walked
something
quickly into the
seriously
narrow
wrong
hall
with
towards
Mel
the
to
front
keep
door.
Richard Gillespie away from
She
his
had already
migratory
realized
empire.
there was no way she could free
She
her
dialed
hands.
Joe's number.
She'd spent
He
hours
might
the
know
night
what was
before
going on.
trying. The line was
She'd seen
engaged.
films where
Was Mr.
magically
Gillespie
ropes had
enlisting
loosened
him to do his
sufficiently
dirty
to
work
allow
to one hand to slide out?
Outside,
That
the rain
wasn't
had
going to
cleared
happen
the air.
here.
The sun
When
was
she
shining
moved,
again,
the nylon
but the day
twine
didn't feel
cut
so
into her
humid
wrists.
or sticky.
They were still firmly
She
fixed
paused in
behind
front
her
of
back.
Joe's house, considered
She stood
calling
at the front
in to
door
find
and
out
turned
if
her
he
back
had
to
any
it,
news of
leaning
Mel.
forward, so
But there was a
she
car
could
in the
raise her
drive.
straightened arms
Joe's
high
mum
enough
only
to reach
worked
the Yale
part-time.
snake.
Once
The joints
she'd
in her
seen
shoulders
Rosie very
seemed to
drunk,
tear
and
with
ever
strain.
since Rosie
Even
had
when her
sensed the
fingers touched the
disapproval.
catch, it was more difficult than she
face it
expected
today.
to open it blind.
Besides,
At last,
Richard
the
Gillespie
knob
had made
turned.
it clear he
She gave a
expected her
gentle tug,
immediately,
and the door
and
opened.
even over the phone she'd
The boy,
found him intimidating.
caught in the orange glow from the window,
She loved
muttered in his
Mel's
sleep.
house. It was
She froze,
3 stories,
but he
set
didn't
back
wake,
from a
and
quiet
she
road.
moved out onto the land.
An old brick herringbone wall
She'd reached the
separated
first
it from
floor
its
when she
neighbours.
heard him come
At
after
the back,
her,
there were
bellowing
apple
and
trees
stumbling
and
as if he'd
blackcurrant
wakened
bushes.
suddenly and was still
There was
half
nothing
asleep.
flash
She thought
or showy
then that
about
all
it.
the flats
The
must be
Gillespies
empty because
had
there was
money,
no response
but
to the noise.
didn't feel the need
She'd
to
have to
flaunt
get
it.
out.
Even
There
the
was
Volvo
just enough
parked
light
in the
to
drive
see where
was
she
a
was
couple of
going,
years
some
old.
dim
She thought
emergency
that
lamp
showed
high on the
real
wall.
style.
She carried on down,
Jonathan
pumping her legs
insisted
one
on a
step
new
after
car
another,
every
keeping
year.
the movements small and tight,
Despite all
saving
that,
her energy
Rosie
for when she
wasn't
reached the
sure
bottom.
she
Her
wanted
shadow
Richard
danced
and
ahead of her.
Eleanor Gillespie as
At the bottom,
parents.
the steel-plated
Perhaps
double
it
door was open.
because
She
style
supposed it had been
mattered
left
to
like
them
that
too
the day
much.
before when they'd come in.
Image, at least.
Outside,
Eleanor
it
had
was
made a
warm
career
and
out of
dusty,
it.
and she thought
She was
could
head of
smell the
marketing
dry
for
mud
the
of the
big
river.
brewery which owned
She
the
paused
prom.
for a moment.
According
She
to
didn't
Mel,
think the boy
she'd
was
been
gaining
responsible
on
for the
her, but
huge
in the
posters
distance
which
there
had
was
recently
muffled,
appeared all over the
amplified
city,
rock music,
featuring
some
an
sort of
elephant and a beer
festival
bottle
or
and a slogan
outdoor
about
show,
gigantic
and she wasn't
thirst.
sure she would have heard his footsteps.
Image
anyway.
mattered to Richard.
She
too.
needed a main road.
Rosie had seen
Lots
him
of
on
people.
television talking
The music
about his
was
family.
too far away.
The picture
There
he
was a
presented
general
was
hum
of a
of traffic,
close
and she got her
supportive
bearings.
group.
She saw the lights
Really,
of speeding
I
cars
couldn't
in the
cope
distance
without
beyond
them.
the building site.
How
She
did a
started
nervy
to run
anorexic
towards them,
fit
moving
in with
awkwardly
that?
because her tied hands threw her
Mel
off
said
balance.
he had
In the
ambitions
distance
to
there
go
was a
into
bang
politics.
and the splatter of fireworks
Power.
from the festival. That's what really
No
turned
sign
him
of
on.
the boy. It must have
The
bugged
scene
him that
was
he
lit
couldn't turn
suddenly
her
by
into the
car
daughter he
headlights.
wanted.
They shone on the animals in the children's playground
Richard opened
behind
the
its
door to
wire
her.
mesh fence.
She recognized him
A
from the newspaper
nightmare
articles
zoo.
and television
He's
reports.
fetched his van
He
to
looked
head me off,
younger
she
than
thought.
Eleanor.
Then
Hardly old enough
I
to be Mel's
underestimated
dad.
him. Not such
She
a
wondered
Charlie
if he
after all.
dyed his hair.
She heard the engine
Hello.
revving and
You
sensed
must
it
be
coming
Rosie.
towards her.
A
But
firm handshake
blinded
and
by
a
the
smile.
lights after the gloom
Charm
of the
on
flat,
tap.
she was
A
paralyzed.
habit.
She couldn't decide which
He
way
showed
to
her
run.
through to the kitchen.
At the last
It
minute,
looked over
she
the
twisted
garden
and started
and
to
she
move.
thought, as
but
she
knew
always
it was too
did,
late.
that you could fit the whole of
Then
her house
there was a shout.
inside it.
She felt the soft
The style
thud
here
of another
was
body,
farmhouse
pain
chic.
as she was thrown to
There
the
was
ground,
an Aga,
winded and
a
battered.
rack of stainless
Then
steel
came the
pans
movement
hanging
of the
from the
vehicle
ceiling,
past them,
a huge
air on her
dresser
face,
with shelves
and an
of
enormous
glass jars
crash
full of
as
beans
it
and
swung
pulses.
out of control.
Rosie
into a
had never
wall.
seen either of the parents cook, but she imagined them having dinner parties here
Chapter
at the
39.
weekends. Of course,
Hannah
the guests would sit at the
sat by
scrub
the living
pine
room
kitchen
window,
table.
counting the cars
Richard
go
would
past,
probably
telling
do the
herself,
cooking. Thai,
when I've counted
perhaps, or
10 more,
Mexican.
Arthur will
She
arrive
could imagine him
with
in an
Rosie.
apron.
But
Melanie
Arthur didn't
wouldn't
arrive,
be invited,
so she counted 20,
She couldn't be
then
trusted
30,
around food.
then 50. She'd wanted
Mel's
to
mother
go
was
with
sitting in a wicker chair by the Arga.
Hunter's last
she was wearing leggings and a big sweatshirt.
She'd be better
aerobics
there, next to the
clothes.
phone. And
Rosie
it
knew
suddenly
she
seemed
belonged
to inspire
a gym,
confidence,
but
so
had never
she'd
seen her
done
dressed
what she was
casually
told.
before. Without
When the car
suit
did
and
stop,
the makeup,
she thought it was a mirage.
she looked like a different
her imagination playing tricks.
She sat with her feet on
but
the edge
the
of the
first
chair,
person she
her
saw,
knees near
the
her
only
chin,
one that
her
mattered
arms
then,
clasped
was
around her
Rosie,
legs in a
who
sort
got
of
out of the back
fetal
seat.
coma.
And she looked dishevelled
Where's Mel?
and shocked.
Rosie
Her
demanded,
white work
thinking
shirt
from Eleanor's
stained,
desolation that an
too
ambulance
solid
had already
to be a
come to
dream.
cart her away.
Hannah ran to
Eleanor
the door
came
and
to
held
life,
her.
shifted position,
She felt
put
herself
her feet on the
crying
floor.
and wiped her
The
eyes
wicker
on her
creaked.
sleeve, because Rosie always
She
said
didn't come
was
home
soppy,
last night.
that she cried at the drop of a hat.
I thought she might
When
be
she
at your
looked
house,
up, she saw
Richard
Porteous
said,
and
but
Stout
obviously
coming
not.
up the path.
Have you
No
tried
one else
Joe's?
was with them.
Rosie wasn't
Where's
quite
Arthur?
sure why they were so worried.
They'll explain.
Not after
Rosie
one
said.
night.
Is there anything
They
to eat?
weren't usually like
He's in
Hannah,
hospital.
who panicked if
Porteous
Rosie
said.
was half an hour
Shouldn't
late.
Rosie be, too, for a checkup at least?
She's not with him
No.
either, but I've
Rosie
asked
shook her
him
head
to
and
come
went to
round.
the kitchen to forage.
Between
for
us,
food.
we should be able to work out where she is.
Is Arthur badly hurt?
Rosie sat
Serious,
on one
but
of the reclaimed
stable,
pine
they say.
chairs.
Is there
Marty,
any chance of a
she
coffee?
thought.
I came straight
Rosie
out.
wandered back in. She was
Usually,
drinking
she
from
wouldn't
the
have
glass
had
of
the cheek
wine
to
Arthur
ask,
had poured
but
for himself
they needed
earlier.
her help.
In the other hand, she held a slice of
Of
the
course.
cheesecake Hannah
Richard
had finally
filled the
decided
filter
on for
machine.
pudding. Crumbs from the
Where did
biscuit
she go
case
when
were
she left
dribbling
you
onto
last
the
night?
floor. Eleanor demanded.
Any phone
I didn't
calls?
see Mel last night.
It was what she always
I haven't
does.
seen her for days. It was as if she'd
You
only
said she
come
was
back
too
from a
ill.
4-hour shift at the prom.
Last night,
doesn't
she insisted
want
on
to
going
fuss,
out.
Hannah
She
thought.
said she was going to the promenade.
Joe.
It was
said,
only down the
several
road,
times.
so we thought
He's been frantic.
Her voice tailed
I'd better
off.
phone him. Anyway,
drifted away
we couldn't
upstairs.
stop her.
Hannah watched
That
her,
explained
then
some
turned
of their
to Porteous.
anxiety.
She wondered Mel
What he
had
was still
left in
doing
a
there,
strop,
hovering
after a
just
fight.
inside the
They'd be
door like a
feeling
guilty
Jehovah's
too.
Witness or a clean,
what
easy
time did she
salesman.
leave home?
Shouldn't he be
Late,
taking statements?
Richard said. She
Arthur
told us she'd
is all
just
right,
go in for last
she
orders. She knew you'd
If
be
it's
working.
serious, perhaps
We
I
thought
should
she'd
go
be
to
all
the
right
hospital.
with you.
Then
Christ,
Porteous and
Rosie
Stout
thought,
walked
as if
in,
it's my fault.
flanking her on each side.
He went on.
So
It
she
was
thought, for a crazy minute,
probably
that they
about
intended
10:15.
to arrest her after all.
We went to bed soon
They
after.
sat beside her on the
Assumed
sofa.
she'd go back to your house or
I
Joe's
don't
and let
think
herself
you
in
should do
late.
that.
Porteous
It was only this morning when Eleanor got
Hannah
back
saw
from the
that
gym
both
that she
men
realised
looked
Mel's bed
exhausted,
hadn't been
much
slept in.
worse than Rosie.
And
he rubbed his
had an
eyes.
attack of anxiety and guilt and summoned
Arthur
Richard
Lee's
back from
under
work.
arrest. He's been charged
I'd
with the
already left
murders
the pub
of
at
Theo
10,
Rendell,
Rosie said.
Melanie Gillespie,
Frank let me go
and Alec
early.
Reeves.
Were any
and
of her
the
other
attempted
friends in the
murder
pub?
of Rosie.
Rosie thought, shook her head.
Oh,
Monday was usually
Again, Hannah
quiet.
thought she
People
was going
spent all
mad.
their money at the weekend.
Rosie was
Have you
abducted
spoken to
by a
Frank?
youth called Hunter.
Frank,
He phoned
the
here for
manager,
money.
to check that she arrived
Arthur
there.
went to rescue her.
Not yet.
I
We
asked
didn't
him
want to make
to.
a lot of fuss until we were sure it was
Mr. Lee's
justified.
just driven his car
Do
straight
you want
at
me to
her
phone
at
him?
50 miles an hour.
He needn't know she's
Stout
missing.
said crossly,
Yes,
grumpy as an
Richard said.
overtired boy.
That'd be helpful.
If the boss hadn't thrown your
Another
daughter out of the
flash
way,
of a
she'd be
smile.
dead.
Rosie
There
would
was
have
a
preferred
silence.
not to
Porteous
have an
stood
audience,
up.
but they obviously expected her to use the phone in the
This
kitchen.
should wait.
She looked at her
You
watch.
want to
10
spend
o'clock.
some time with
Frank
your
should be
daughter.
up by now. He answered.
Hannah
quickly.
stood at the door.
The
and
promenade,
watched the
Frank
policeman
speaking.
walk to their car.
How may I help you?
Through the ceiling, she could
Very
hear
brisk and
Rosie's
efficient.
voice
He must have
chatting
been
almost
expecting a call from his
naturally
boss
to
at
Joe.
headquarters.
There was a burst of laughter.
Hi,
It's
Tension
me,
relieved.
Rosie.
Aye, lass.
Suddenly, Hannah felt
I hope you're in a better mood than you were last
her
night.
daughter be so
Did
arrogant,
Mel
so
come in after I left?
foolish,
Aye,
not to be scared,
but only to poke her
not
head
to
round the door to
recognise
ask
how
where you
close
were.
she'd been to danger.
I'd have bought her a drink if she'd hung around.
But later, when
She
Hannah
looked
was in
like she
bed,
could do with one.
pretending to sleep,
Do you know
Rosie
where she
crept
went
in
after?
beside her.
No idea,
And they
Bet.
spent the rest of the night
Rosie
cuddled
replaced
together.
the receiver.
And occasionally,
Sorry.
Rosie cried
said.
out.
Both Gillespies were
Porteous
staring at her.
invited her to Cranford to
She
explain
was there, but
Arthur's
only
guilt.
for a couple of minutes.
He was apologetic.
Eleanor
was
gave a
so
little
busy,
whimper.
he said, tying up
Rosie
loose ends.
felt sorry for
He didn't
her,
think
though
he could
she'd
make
never
it to
much taken
Millhaven.
to her
Would she
before.
mind coming to him?
She'd been friendly enough.
It was the evening
but
of the following
in a
day,
desperate
and
way.
still the sun was shining.
She tried too hard.
They met
to
at the
be
picnic
one of the
site
girls.
at Cranford Water. The
There
press
was a knock on the
still
door.
at the police
Richard
station.
touched
Porteous said.
Eleanor's
And
hand,
anyway, she wouldn't want to
extinguishing
go
the hope
there.
before it was lit.
They
That'll
sat at
be
one of the
Joe.
bench tables.
Joe
A respectable,
looked
middle-aged
shattered.
couple.
He was
taking
still
the air.
wearing his uniform from the
Porteous
supermarket.
had brought an
It had
old-fashioned
been one
wicker
of his
shopping
nights
basket
for
covered
work.
with a tea towel.
Any other time,
and fished out
Rosie
a
would have
bottle of
teased
wine
him
and
about
some
the
smoked
shiny
salmon
grey
sandwiches.
trousers,
There
the
were
blazer
real
with
glasses,
the company logo
linen
on the breast
napkins.
pocket.
Hannah wondered
Now
if
she
this
just said,
were another apology.
"You must have had time to change."
Sorry, I thought you were
His
a murderer.
night shift finished at 7:30.
How's Arthur?
It's been a
She
nightmare.
asked,
I
wanting
borrowed
to
me
start
mum's
them
car.
off,
It broke
really
down on the
rather
bypass on
hoping
my
he
way
was
home.
dead.
It took the AA
Well enough
an
to
hour
talk.
and a half to
Just
get there, and then they couldn't fix it.
Did you know he
By the time they got it to the garage,
at a centre for
he stopped,
disturbed children
shrugged,
called
turned to the
Redwood?
Gillespies. She
Anyway,
shook her head.
I got your message.
He didn't talk. Richard
much
seemed
about the
to have
past.
forgotten about the coffee.
I knew he'd done research
Rosie
in the
tipped
family.
some into a mug, the causes waved the jug towards the others.
Yeah,
I think he ever said where he was based.
Thanks.
He was there for years and replaced the jug on the place started.
Mel's
He went
gone
on to
missing.
run training courses
Rosie
for other
said.
professionals.
She
but
came to
he
see
kept
me at
his
the prom,
links
but I
with the
wasn't
city.
there.
He
She didn't
was
come to
a
your
leader
house.
in his field.
It would have been
That's why
between
the Home Office
10:30 and
headhunted him
11.
for Staveley when Redwood
She
closed
felt the
down.
need to take charge.
Porteous
Even
stretched
Richard
back
seemed
and
to have
closed his
given
eyes
in to
against the
lethargy.
sun. He was staring out of the window.
It started
It was one of my
Theo
regular
Randall,
work nights,
the boy you
Joe
knew as
said.
Michael Gray.
She might have forgotten and gone to the house,
His mum
but
died
no
of
one would have
cancer,
been there.
and his dad remarried.
Mum and Dad were at the
There was a
theatre,
little girl,
and Grace
Emily.
spent the night with a mate.
You know all that. Arthur
Grace was
told
his
it to me.
13-year-old sister.
Once he knew we'd find
They
out
sat
anyway.
round the table, looking at each other.
Theo's
Eleanor had
stepmother
moved away
suffered
from the Argot
severe
to join them.
postnatal depression.
Richard was at the
His
head.
father started
He
drinking
dragged
heavily.
his attention away.
The
from
family
garden.
was falling
The
apart.
chairman of the board,
A suitable case for
Rosie
Mr.
thought,
Lee's
trying
research.
to hold his team together.
Theo
She has other
hated
friends.
Emily, he said. She was
She'll
only
have
months
wanted
old,
to teach us
but
a lesson.
He hated her.
That's what this is all
If
about.
she'd never been born,
It would be best if the
he
kids
thought they
phoned
might
around.
be happy.
He looked at Rosie
It
and
would have
Joe.
been like before
You
his
know the
mother
names
died.
and the numbers, and they'd be
So
more
he
likely to tell you the
decided
truth.
to do something about it.
They started.
He started
with
a
pretense
fire
of
in the
enthusiasm,
nursery
but
when
soon
the
it
nanny
was
had a
obvious to
night
them
off.
both that Mel wasn't
Emily
with
was
any
killed.
of the usual gang. Eleanor
Afterwards,
would have
he
had them
was
phoning all
probably
day.
sorry. He went
It was
to his
Joe,
father and
hollow-eyed
told him
and
what he'd
fraught,
done.
who said,
Look,
But his
I
father
think you
didn't
should go to the
police.
police.
He was a
Eleanor
public
and
figure.
Richard
His
shot
wife
and
was
looked at
already
each other,
suffering
which
from
Rosie
depression.
couldn't interpret. Imagine
This
what the
evening,
press would make
Richard
of it.
said.
I
A
promise.
boy,
If
that
she's not
age,
back this evening.
charged with murder.
Soon
Yet
after,
he
they
couldn't
left.
face living
Rosie
with
to
Theo
town to check
either.
on some places Mel might
Redwood
be,
hadn't
and
long
Joe
opened
to
and was
sleep.
desperately short of money.
They were standing
There was a
talking
possibility
together on the
that the
corner of
place
the
would
street
shut
before
before
going their
Alice
separate
Cornish
ways
had a chance
when
to
the
prove her
Volvo pulled
ideas.
out of the drive and accelerated
Crispin Randall
away.
made a generous
Richard
donation,
Gillespie off to do some
and
other
Arthur
deal.
accepted
Rosie
care of the
imagined
boy.
Eleanor Gillespie
He
curled
probably
up
saw it
again
as
in
a
the
professional
wicker chair,
challenge. He promised
waiting
he
for the
wouldn't
phone to
tell the
ring
authorities that
or
Theo
the
had
door
killed his
to
sister,
open.
and agreed to the change of name.
Chapter 18,
Hannah asked.
Would
Michael
Hannah's
have been
father
better off in a
had
secure
been
unit?
cremated.
A prison?
Her mother had wanted
would
the
have
whole
been
business
safe,
over quickly,
Porteous
without
said,
any fuss.
and he wouldn't
Hannah
be a
remembered
danger
the
to other
undertaker
people.
coming to the
He
house to
paused.
discuss arrangements.
There
He
was,
was young,
another
with
incident of arson.
impeccable clothes,
This time at
and a
Theo's
nervous cough.
school. He
Perhaps
started the
Edward
fire
had
there
been his
too.
first suicide.
Apparently, he hated
No
the place.
fuss.
Arson
Audrey said
was
immediately
his
before
answer
he had
to
a chance to
difficult
sit down.
situations.
No
his
show.
way of hitting out.
Nothing in the papers,
Arthur
then.
provided
Certainly not.
an alibi for him.
Flowers?
He didn't
No.
want people making awkward
She spoke very
connections.
fiercely. And he
Again,
asked no
Alice
more
Cornish
questions.
never knew.
Hannah
Soon
and
after,
her mother
the
stood
time
alone
came when
in the
Theo had to
crematorium
move on. He
and
couldn't
watched
be
the flimsy
protected in
coffin
Redwood
slide
forever,
behind the
and Arthur
curtains.
couldn't let on that he might
Afterwards,
still
they
be
went
a
home
risk.
for tea, and
Alec
Battenberg,
Reeves,
the
a
keg
co-worker at
Edward
Redwood,
had always
knew the Bryces.
particularly disliked.
They agreed that he could live with them.
Michael's
Hannah didn't
mother,
answer.
however,
she was
had
thinking of
been
Michael
buried.
sitting on the shore.
There
here
had
at
been
Cranford
mourners
Water,
dressed in
so
smart
bewitched
clothes,
by
a black
bonfire
limousine which
that
had
he couldn't
taken
take his
Michael
eyes
from
off it.
wherever he had been
Then
living as a child to a
Arthur
church,
had a
and
tricky
then to
moment,
the cemetery by the
Porteous said.
lighthouse.
Theo
Had he
wanted to
mentioned a
confess.
church?
Hannah
Perhaps
thought
it was
he
the
had.
Bryces, being surrounded
The
by all
crocuses
that
on the
religion.
lawn.
A church
Perhaps
filled
he
with
kept getting
weeping
flashbacks
people.
of Emily
Then
in her cot.
another ride in the car.
He'd never
to the
been
cemetery.
allowed to admit the truth of the memories.
Hannah had felt
He phoned
lousy
Arthur,
all day.
telling him
The
what he
encounter with the
intended to
detectives
do.
had left her with a
Very
thick head and a
self-righteous, very
jumpiness
dramatic.
verging on paranoia.
Oh, yes.
She was frightened
He'd have been
that
that,
they'd turn up
Hannah
at any
thought.
time to ask
At
more
first,
of their questions.
Alec was sent to sort
In
him
the
out.
prison,
I
Marty
don't think
saw
he
at
was
once
ever
that she
told the
wasn't
complete
well
story, but
and had the
he
kettle
knew
on before she asked
the
him.
reputation of Redwood was
She was
at
tempted
stake,
to seek
and he'd
out
done
Arthur
pretty
at
well
lunchtime,
anything to
but
protect that.
something stopped her.
Did he
More
have
pride.
a blue car?
She didn't
Why?
want to admit to a hangover
saw him.
at her age. She didn't
came
want
looking
him
for Michael
analysing her
here one
problems,
night.
coming to conclusions about
Poor
her
Alec,
weakness and
Porteous
loneliness.
said. All
She'd
those
always
rumours
been a
about
person
his
to
nephew.
give support,
And
never
he
to
was
need
just
it.
a lonely, middle-aged man who got on
When
better
Hannah got
with children
home,
than
the
adults.
house was empty. He
There was a
persuaded the
cryptic
boy
note
to
on the
keep table
quiet,
from Rosie,
but in the
saying
end,
something
Theo couldn't
urgent
let
had
it
come
go,
up, and she'd
and
be
Alec
back by
was sent
11.
back.
Hannah
The
had
weekend
had
of
nothing
Macbeth.
to eat all
Yes.
day. He
But she
realised
couldn't
immediately
face
it wouldn't
supper.
work.
She couldn't settle.
And Arthur
came
so
up himself.
she went for a walk to the
He
cemetery
and
to
Theo
look for
met on the
Michael's
Sunday
mother.
evening after the performance of Macbeth, the day
Michael
after the party.
hadn't
here on
started
the shore.
school when his mother
It was
died.
late at night.
She was sure of that.
Theo must
must have
was the
had
way
the dagger
he'd
with him.
spoken of the wrench
The
of
prop
her going
from
into
Macbeth.
hospital.
We'll
She
never
must
know if
always
he
have been
intended any
around
harm with it,
before.
or if he'd
So,
kept it as a souvenir.
Hannah thought, when his mother
He was
died,
a
Michael
disturbed
would have
young
been
man,
5
and he'd already
at
tried
the
to
oldest,
kill twice.
3 at the youngest.
There was an argument.
His memories had
Arthur
a
says
clarity and
Theo got
sophistication
wild and
which would have been
angry and
unlikely
started
in
to
a
wave
toddler.
the dagger about.
The death
They had
would have occurred
scrap,
between
and
40
Theo
to
was killed.
42 years previously.
Hard to believe it was
Even then, it
self-defense
would have been
when the boy
unusual
was
for a
stabbed
woman
in
to
the
die
back.
so young.
And considering
Perhaps on the
how
headstone
cool and
there would
efficient
be
Arthur
mention
was
of a
in dealing
child.
with the death,
At the very least, Hannah thought.
he
she
weighed
should be
down
able to
Theo's
provide
body and
Porteous
threw it in the
Stout
lake.
with
Then
a
he
short
found the
list of
Bryces and
possible
said that
names.
Theo was in the middle of
Information
some sort of
for the
crisis
team
and had
to
decided
check,
to
to
go
get
back
them
to
off
his
her
father.
back.
Of course, they
She
believed
walked
him.
along the
Why wouldn't
seafront
they?
towards the lighthouse.
Theo had been there,
The salty
gift from
breeze
God.
and the smell of
Only
seaweed
theirs
cleared her
on
head
loan.
for the first time that
Presumably,
day.
Alec was given
The
a
car
similar
ferry
story.
from Bergen slid past
And
on its way to
that's
the
how
dock
it would have
further up the
stayed if
river.
it hadn't been for global warming.
Hannah
and
remembered a
drought
family
and
holiday in
canoeist
Norway.
called Helen Blake. who
Rosie
found
had
the
been
body.
6. She'd been sick on the boat.
Where Melanie
Jonathan
comes
had
in.
sulked all week
Melanie
because
was
the
at
food in the
Redwood too,
farmhouse hadn't
briefly.
lived up to his expectations,
What, for
and he
her
hadn't been
anorexia?
able to get hold of a
No,
decent bottle of
Porteous
wine.
said.
Even
It was
before
history
the arrival
repeating
of
itself.
Eve the
She
temptress, it
killed
hadn't
a
been much
baby,
of a marriage.
a little girl called
He'll
Emma.
be better off without him.
She was
Her
babysitting.
friends said.
The baby wouldn't
Until
stop
now,
crying.
It had
She
been
got
too much
frustrated.
like admitting
She
failure
smothered
to
it with a
agree.
pillow. It was put down
The
as a
cemetery
cot death.
was almost empty.
She confessed
In the distance,
too,
a workman
to Richard
was
Gillespie.
mowing the grass paths,
I couldn't
but the
accept
sound of the machine
coincidence.
hardly reached her.
2 babies.
At
dying.
first, she wandered
Richard was
aimlessly,
a public figure,
her
like
attention
Crispin
caught
Randall,
and
but I don't
held
think he
by
was
unusual
considering
names,
himself when he
ornate
shipped Mel
carvings,
off to Redwood.
simple messages
He
of
couldn't
bereavement.
put her through a trial.
Then,
There'd
as
been
the
all
shadows
the publicity
lengthened,
about the killers
she
of the
brought
little
more
boy in
order
Liverpool.
into the search.
The
Even
modern
after her
graves,
death,
he didn't
those
want it to
dug
come
within
out
the
that
last
she was a
20
murderer.
years were at
When he
the
was
fire,
young, he'd worked as a
the
solicitor
furthest
in
inland.
Randall.
Apparently,
Those
Randall
could be
got
ignored.
drunk one day
The
and
remaining
let slip
plots
about
were
Theo
in a more
and Redwood.
random jumble.
So
There seemed to be
Melanie
no
got
chronological
shipped out there
order.
too.
Yes,
The space was
Porteous
divided
said.
occasionally by a
For a
high
price.
cypress hedge or a stone
No
arch.
wonder the girl was so screwed up.
Rooks were gathering in
Why
the
did
trees
Arthur
which
kill her?
separated the graveyard from the road.
Melanie
She
was
walked
bright.
up and down
Porteous.
the lines of headstones
She knew
to the
what
jarring
was happening
sound
to
of the
her.
rooks.
She was nearly
moving
15
on
when she
quickly
killed
if the
Emily.
deceased were a
Not a
man
child,
or too
like
old,
Theo.
only
She
stopping
was
for a woman,
confused and
and if the
mixed up,
date was right.
and she wanted someone to blame.
Most of the
She
women
knew
had
Arthur
been
was
elderly
working
when they
locally.
died. Most,
Rosie
it seemed,
had
had
talked
been
about her
widows.
mother's new friend at Staveley.
The Elsies,
She tracked
the
him
Mays,
down,
and the
phoned him a
Maggies
couple of times
had
at the
all
prison.
joined dear
You can imagine
departed
the sort of thing.
husbands.
You
She
really
had almost
screwed
given
me
up hope
How
when she
could you
came
do
across
that to me?
one which fitted
Wanting
her
sympathy,
dates.
someone to
The
take her
grave had
seriously.
been planted with ivy, and
Arthur
she
got
pulled the
jumpy
plant
and
away
went to
from
the
the
prom to
headstone
try to
read
talk
the
to her.
letters.
He knew Rosie worked
Frances
there, thought it would
Lumley,
be
aged
somewhere
30,
Mel would hang out.
daughter of Elizabeth and Miles.
Mel might have let it go,
Hannah
but she
crouched
saw
on her
the
heels
photo
to
of
clean the
Theo
rest
on the
of the
local
text,
news
convinced
in the pub on
that
her
her
way
search
to
was
the
over.
airport.
But Frances
recognized
Lumley had been drowned at sea.
Redwood was
and
plastered
there was
with
no
pictures
mention
of
of
the
a
kids who'd
husband or
stayed.
child.
The
And
coincidence
she had
freaked
died
her
in
out,
September,
and she couldn't
not
understand
a season
why
for
Arthur
crocuses.
didn't go to the police about the Redwood connection.
Michael's mother
Later that week,
was
the press
buried in
reports
the
were still
grave
talking
next
about
to
the
Frances
mysterious
Lumley's.
boy with no
And
past.
despite her care,
She
Hannah
phoned him
nearly
again and
missed
said
it.
that if he didn't tell
In
the police
comparison
Michael
to
had been at
Frances's
Redwood,
headstone,
she
the
would.
white marble was clean.
He must have been frantic.
The engraving
But
looked
he
as if
still
it had been
thought he could
chiselled
reason
the
with
day
her.
before.
He couldn't
And
get
there
to
were
her
fresh
home.
flowers in a brass pot.
She was so
which
disturbed
gleamed
by
in
them
the
that her
last of the
parents
sunlight.
almost had her under house arrest.
At first, she
He
thought
became
this
more
was a
devious.
new grave,
He even
slotted
followed
in amongst
Rosie and
the others
Joe
to
home
fill a
from the
space.
prom one night, hoping
It was
they
only
might
when
lead
she
him to
read
Mel.
the date that she
At
saw
last,
that
he
the
found her
occupant
in
had
the
been
Rainbow's
buried
End.
the year after
He
Frances.
persuaded her there
She
was a
had died on
reasonable
the
explanation
19th
for
of
keeping
February.
quiet about Theo. If she
So,
went back with him, he'd
There were
tell her all
relatives
about
who
it.
lived near enough to
But
tend
whatever
the
story
grave.
he'd dreamed
She
up,
hadn't
she
expected
wouldn't
that.
accept it.
She
was
still
hysterical.
thought of Michael as he had
And
been
killed
then,
her?
quite
In
alone,
his cottage,
with only her
Porteous
and the
hesitated,
Bryces to care for
seemed
him.
to make up his mind to continue.
She read aloud.
aloud.
The next
Maria
night, he
Jane
took her
Randall,
body to the
née
cemetery at
Gray,
Millhaven.
daughter of
He knew
Anthony
you'd
and
been there.
Esther,
You were already a
beloved
suspect,
wife
and
of
he wanted to
Crispin.
implicate you.
and
She sat
mother
in
of
silence for a
Theo.
moment, wondering how she could have been
The
so
facts
foolish,
were as
so
bold as the
easily taken
carving.
in. There was no
What about
comforting
Rosie?
verse or religious text.
She can't have known anything about all
She
that.
knew her search was over.
Rosie
If she had
suspected him.
opened the shoebox
How
in
could
Michael's
she?
bedroom on that day after school,
Arthur
she would have
got
found
to
a
know
birth
a
certificate
nasty
and
little
probably
boy
a passport
inside.
too, in the name
Thought
of
he might be
Theo Randall.
Hunter.
She couldn't guess
Martin.
where Michael she thought,
because that was
or
how
guessed.
she would continue to think of him,
It was impossible
had
to keep
filched
secrets
his
from herself.
first name.
He'd wanted her to
The
be
family name
too.
he'd taken from his mother's
Hunter
parents.
went to see
All
Frank
the same,
at the
she
pub
continued her
and
walk
persuaded him
past the last
it
2
wouldn't
lines
be a
of
good
graves.
idea
She
to
had
remember
to be
the man
sure.
who'd been looking for
And she
Mary.
hated a job half done.
We thought Frank was uncooperative.
There were no
because he didn't
other
like
women
the
of the
police.
right age,
But it was
buried in
more
the
than
place.
this. Rosie
She
got an
returned to
accurate
Maria's
description
grave,
out of him.
and though she could remember them
Arthur?
by heart, she jotted
Porteous
down the
nodded.
details of her
Later,
death
Frank
and her
had
birth,
second thoughts
copying
and
the
told
engraving
Hunter
word
what he'd
for
done.
word. And the sun
Arthur
had
told
almost
Hunter
gone,
to kill her.
and she was starting
Porteous
to feel
didn't
proud.
answer directly.
Hannah hadn't managed to
recognised
eat
the
anything
name,
after her interview
got
with the
greedy.
detectives the night before, and
How did
after
you
her
work
walk
it all
along the
out?
seafront, she was
In
starving.
time to save my
In the
daughter.
town, she queued up with the trippers to buy
Dr.
fish
Cornish
and
had
chips,
saved a book
and sat on a
from
bench
Redwood.
looking over
It was
the
a
sea
record
to
of
eat
all the
them.
kids she'd worked
She
with.
finished everything,
But
even the
Arthur's
thick pieces
name
of
was
batter
in the
she
staff
usually left
register at the
behind,
back.
and
I
licked
missed
her
it
fingers.
first time. And his
She
car
had to
was
pass
seen
the prom
close
on
to
her
Alec
way
Cleeves'
home,
house
and
on the
looked
night he was
through the
murdered.
open door, thinking
By
that
then,
Rosie's
Arthur was
urgent
panicking,
appointment
desperate
might
to
involve
throw
a drink
suspicion
with her
elsewhere.
friends.
Like
But
Mel,
there was no sign
Alec
of her,
was
or of
starting
anyone
to ask
else
questions.
Hannah recognised.
There was a silence.
She had intended phoning
Rosie's
Porteous as soon
tough,
as she got home,
Porteous
had been
said.
gearing herself up
Brave.
to it all the way home.
She'll be okay.
But when she got in, the answer phone was blinking,
Perhaps,
and there was a
Hannah
message
thought.
from Arthur.
But when
Hi, I was hoping to see you today.
She
How
looked
did you
out
get
over the
on
flat
last
water
night?
to the hills on
The
the
taped
opposite
voice
bank.
had a stronger Liverpudlian
In a
accent
few
than
weeks,
she
her
remembered,
reckless
was
daughter
even
would be
warmer
away to
and laid
university.
back. He'd
She'd
left his
live
home
on her
number,
own,
and she
Hannah
dialed it
wouldn't
quickly
know
before she
where
thought
was
too much
or
about
what
it.
she was doing.
He answered after a couple of
Hannah
rings.
would retreat to the
Hi.
safety of the prison with its
Again,
rules,
as
its
one of the
walls.
kids would. Her mother,
Rosie
who'd
would
been very
dance
strong on
and
telephone
shimmy
etiquette,
through
would
the
have had a
strange
fit.
town in the south.
Arthur, it's me, Hannah.
And there'd been nothing.
Are you doing
Hannah
anything?
could do to protect
Nah, a couple of reports.
As
Nothing
Peter Porteous
interesting,
filled her
nothing
glass,
urgent.
His hand touched
And have you
hers.
seen what's on the telly?
Really?
Would you come over? I
She'll
could do
be
with your
okay.
advice. She felt breathless.
Yes.
She thought he must
Hannah
be
thought.
able to tell from her voice
Of
how
course
nervous she
we
was.
will.
Do you want to go for a
Both of
drink?
us.
Not a drink, no. The idea of alcohol turned her
That is the
stomach.
end
Even
of
the fish and chips
The
seemed a
Sleeping
mistake.
and the Dead.
Would you mind coming
It
to
was
the
written
house?
by Ann Cleeves.
She gave him directions,
and read by
then
John
sat
Telfer.
and waited, thinking she'd
This
made
has
a
been
fool of
an
herself.
ISIS
Melodrama
Audiobook's
wasn't
presentation.
her style.
It didn't
Previous
suit.
titles by this
He'd
author,
think,
as
Wildfire,
Jonathan had done,
Burial
that she
of
was
Ghosts,
menopausal and hysterical.
White Nights,
Or he'd get the
are
wrong
also
idea
available
entirely
from
and
ISIS.
see her as one of those
For
pathetic
further
women
details of our
recently
extensive
dumped
catalogue
who'd
of
do anything
unabridged
for the company of a
audiobooks,
man.
please call our free phone number.
He arrived sooner than she'd
0800
expected.
731
It hadn't given her time to work out what to say,
567.
so she
Or
opened the door
visit our
and stood
website
awkward and tongue-tied in the hall.
www.isis-publishing.co.uk.
Are you okay? He'd come out so quickly that he was still wearing carpet slippers.
Battered suede